Yen Di big brother, I need to return to my clan for a while. Go ahead. Farewell. Brother Yen Di, I will miss you. Then Yudai Huahuang teleported directly back to her clan. As a powerful clan, the Yudai clan's territory naturally did not lie within human domains. Instead, it was the Yudai secret realm of the Yudai clan. Yudai has returned to her clan. I should go back as well. It has been a long time since I returned to the clan. Although I have a divine power incarnation in the clan, the feeling is just different. Yen Di muttered to himself. But he had forgotten one thing. This body of his was merely a divine power incarnation as well. Whoosh! Yen Di directly teleported back to the Yenshin secret realm. The Yenshin clan was now more than 10 times stronger than 10 billion epochs ago. It had several universe overlords alone. Within the Yenshin secret realm in the Yenshin hall, Yen Di sat high upon the colossal throne, awaiting the arrival of his clansmen. When he had just returned to the Yenshin secret realm, he had sent a message to Cao Feng instructing him to summon all the universe venerables of the Yenshin clan to the Yenshin hall. Boom! 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 One after another powerful auras surged forth as dozens of universe venerables poured into the Yenshin hall at once. Gazing at Yen Di seated high upon the throne, every universe venerable of the Yenshin clan had fervent eyes. They all knelt in the great hall and shouted, "We pay our respects to the clan leader." Looking at the many new faces among the Yenshin clan's universe venerables, Yen Di said with satisfaction, "Not bad, Quangfing, you have done well. Take your seats." 10 billion epochs ago, the Yenshin clan had only a little over 10 universe venerables. Now they had grown to 35. There were also 4 universe overlords and 1 top-tier universe overlord. Quangfing, I have been away all these years, and you have worked hard. The Yenshin clan's accomplishments today owe much to your contributions. Yen Di looked at venerable Quangfing and sighed with emotion. Hearing this, venerable Quangfing, who was seated below, quickly stood up and said respectfully, "My meager contributions are nothing compared to yours, clan leader. Had it not been for the guidance of the insights you left behind, how could the Yenshin clan have achieved so much?" During these years, as Yen Di roamed the cosmic sea, his power continuously increased, and he also gained some cultivation insights. The Yenshin clan, like Yen Di himself, followed the path of close combat, and were natural-born warriors. Thus Yen Di's cultivation insights were of immense help to the Yenshin clan's lineage. He Quangfing, there is no need for such modesty. Your clansmen have all witnessed your hardships over the years. Yen Di waved his hand and said, "Bar, you have performed quite well these years, actually reaching the rank of universe overlord." Hearing Yen Di's praise, Cao Ba hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "It is all thanks to my father's excellent guidance that I have achieved such little success. But my achievements are not even 1/1000th of yours, father." Now Cao Ba was no longer the arrogant, self-important, and contemptuous person he had once been. During an expedition into a cosmic secret realm, Cao Ba had been lured into a trap and killed by an alien universe venerable who exploited his arrogant nature. Later he was revived by the Bloodthirsty Vine incarnation that Yen Di had left in the Yenshin secret realm, who reversed time and space. From then on, Cao Ba's arrogant temperament was greatly restrained. Coupled with Yen Di's meticulous guidance, he had now achieved considerable success. Yen Di nodded. Looking at Cao Ba, who had changed so greatly, he felt extremely pleased. As the son of Yen Di, he naturally had to be a king among men. But one may have pride of character, yet not arrogance. Whatever one does, one must first put one's mind in the right place, otherwise it is all too easy to lose oneself. Potion Chisha and Tanlong, the three of you have also performed remarkably, actually breaking through to Universe Overlord. Especially Potion, who is already close to the top-tier Universe Overlord level. I believe it won't be long before Patian breaks through to top-tier Universe Overlord. Yen Di looked at the 3 Universe Venerables with gratification. Hearing Yen Di's affirmation, the 3 Universe Overlords hastily rose and said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, clan leader. It is all due to your excellent guidance." Venerable Potion, Venerable Chisha, and Venerable Tanlang. These 3 Universe Overlords were formerly the 3 senior Universe Venerables of the Yenshin clan. Within these 10 billion epochs, they had all broken through to Universe Overlord. Especially Venerable Potion, whose Beast God path was already extremely close to the 7th level, and who also had a special life incarnation. He was just short of becoming a top-tier Universe Overlord. Of course, there are many ways to reach the top-tier Universe Overlord level, such as having an enormous divine body, high-level secret arts, powerful supreme treasures, mastering the Beast God path, or even inheriting the title of Divine General of the Ancestor God sect, and so on. This is the cultivation insight I have gained from Universe Venerable to the pinnacle of Universe Venerable. Study it carefully and break through soon. With a wave of Yen Di's hand, 4 memory crystals floated toward Cao Ba, Venerable Potion, and the others. Cao Ba and the others hurriedly said with excitement, "Thank you for your gracious gift, clan leader. Brother Feng, over these years you have made the greatest progress. You actually comprehended the Beast God heart without any fanfare. Truly worth celebrating." Yen Di exclaimed in admiration. Ever since Venerable Quangfing had obtained the set of supreme treasures from Yendi, his combat power had increased dramatically. He could even withstand a second-order universe master like the Lord of Heavenly Wolf. Moreover, within these 10 billion epochs, he had actually comprehended the beast god heart and could break through to universe master at any moment. Clan leader flatters me. I am dull-witted and only comprehended the beast god heart not long ago. Venerable Quangfing said modestly. Although breaking through to universe master now depends entirely on an opportunity, and could happen at any time, I have summarized my insights on breaking through to universe master here, hoping they can help you. With another wave of his hand, Yendi sent another memory crystal toward Venerable Quangfing. Venerable Quangfing took the memory crystal in his hand and said gratefully, "Thank you for your gracious gift, clan leader. Quangfing will surely break through soon. All of you must cultivate diligently and not disappoint my expectations. Go now." Yendi waved his hand. "Yes, clan leader." In an instant, all the universe venerables of the Yenshen clan withdrew from the Yenshen hall, leaving only Yendi alone in the Great Hall. "Now I have killed 10 universe masters and fulfilled the task Zuoshanke entrusted to me. It's time to go find him and upgrade the primal soul to an ultimate supreme treasure. This time, who knows how long it will take?" Yendi muttered to himself. Taking out the communication token given by Zuoshanke, Yendi said, "Respectfully, Master, your disciple has returned to the Primordial Universe and completed the task you entrusted." From the token came Zuoshanke's aged voice. "Since you have passed my trial, then come." "Yes." After putting away the communication token, Yendi began his teleportation. After 2 days of travel, Yendi once again arrived at Zuoshanke's territory in the Primordial Universe. In the boundless emptiness of the void, Yendi stepped directly onto the Rainbow Bridge, and in a few paces he was before Zuoshanke. In the past, every time Yendi came to Zuoshanke's territory, he felt it was profoundly mysterious. Those unfathomable methods left him unable to perceive even the slightest trace. Now, in terms of mastery of secret arts alone, Yendi was already no less than an ordinary universe supreme. His knowledge had also greatly increased after obtaining the inheritance of the endless lineage. Now he could at least glimpse a part of Zuoshanke's godlike and unfathomable abilities. "Master!" Yendi walked before Zuoshanke and bowed respectfully. Although Yendi now had the inheritance of the endless lineage, and no longer needed Zuoshanke's help, most of what he possessed had been bestowed by Zuoshanke after all. Therefore Yendi still maintained proper respect for Zuoshanke. "You're here." Zuoshanke slowly opened his eyes and scrutinized Yendi carefully. "Not bad. Having such abilities now, you have not let down the cultivation I gave you." Zuoshanke felt extremely satisfied with Yendi. Given Yendi's current fame and battle achievements, Zuoshanke had already formed a rough evaluation in his heart. Yendi had met, or even exceeded his expectations. What Zuoshanke did not know was that his understanding of Yendi came only from a special incarnation of Yendi that possessed merely 1/10 of his true body's power. Hearing Zuoshanke's praise, Yendi said modestly, "Master flatters me. All of this is due to your excellent guidance." "Hey!" Zuoshanke nodded and chuckled. "My disciple, are you truly determined to upgrade the primal soul to an ultimate supreme treasure?" "Yes, this disciple is certain," Yendi answered firmly. In this era, it was indeed very necessary to possess an ultimate supreme treasure of the soul-guarding type. Hearing Yendi's answer, Zuoshanke nodded and said, "Back then, when I forged the tribulation armor and the primal soul, I endowed them with the ability to give birth to subsidiary bodies which prevented them from unleashing their full potential. Now, if you want to upgrade the primal soul to an ultimate supreme treasure, it will lose the ability to give birth to subsidiary bodies." Hearing this, Yendi thought to himself, "If it's lost, it's lost." After all, the subsidiary bodies born from the primal soul could not be used by the Yenshin clan. They were meant for the Earth lineage. Moreover, the Star Tower contained countless primal soul subsidiary bodies. Yendi directly deactivated his fusion state with the primal soul and held it in his hand. It turned out that the primal soul was a silver-white bead, radiating a peculiar power. It seemed capable of invigorating one's spirit and strengthening the soul. Zuoshanke took the primal soul in his hand and said, "Upgrading the primal soul to an ultimate supreme treasure requires lengthy time and precious materials. At present, I am still lacking several auxiliary materials for upgrading the primal soul to an ultimate supreme treasure." The auxiliary materials for upgrading the primal soul to an ultimate supreme treasure were at least at the level of ice heart stones. Fortunately, Yendi had obtained some of them while roaming the cosmic boat during these 10 billion epochs. Hearing this, Yendi quickly took them out. "Master, your disciple has nearly 10 kinds of materials here. I wonder if any are what you need." Whoosh! 9 kinds of strange refining materials appeared in the void: metals, wood, stones, and so on. Looking at them, Zuoshanke said, "Among them there happen to be 4 I need. I'll take this wave sea mystic silver crimson flame, wood 9 heavens gale stone, and earth's true gold. With these four the materials for upgrading the primal soul should be sufficient. Suddenly Yen Di thought of something. He quickly took out the Shigandang and said to Zuoshanke, Master, what is this black stone? I feel that it is extremely hard and quite extraordinary, so I ask Master to appraise it. Zuoshanke took the Shigandang, the black stone, in his hand. In disbelief he exclaimed in shock. It's actually this kind of thing. Disciple, you truly have great fortune. Oh, Master, what is this thing? What makes you so surprised? This stone is called Black Spirit Stone. It is a primary material for refining an ultimate supreme treasure that surpasses ordinary ones. Moreover, it is naturally peculiar. It can weaken part of soul attacks and willpower impacts. Extremely precious. A primary material for refining an ultimate supreme treasure beyond ordinary ones. It can resist soul attacks and willpower impacts. Then Master, could you perhaps? Yen Di was extremely shocked. After all, even the Star Tower, a God King level primary weapon, could not resist willpower impacts, yet this Black Spirit Stone could actually weaken part of those impacts. Is it even more precious than the Star Tower? Don't even think about it. I don't have the ability to melt the Black Spirit Stone, let alone use it to forge a supreme treasure. Alas, it would truly be a waste of heaven's gifts. Zuoshanke sighed. As an expert who loved forging treasures yet was unable to refine due to insufficient strength, it was indeed a pity. Alright, keep this Black Spirit Stone. Perhaps it will be useful in the future. Zuoshanke returned the stone to Yen Di. Yen Di took it and asked, May I ask how long will it take Master to successfully upgrade the primal soul? About 100,000 epochs. Zuoshanke said slowly. Oh, then this disciple will take his leave. Yen Di immediately left, teleporting back to the human territory. After 2 days of teleportation, Emperor Yen finally returned to the Yen-Shin mystic realm. Emperor Yen sat high on the throne of the Yen Divine Hall, deep in thought. Now my main body is undergoing inheritance within the heritage space of the endless void lineage, while my Bloodthirsty Vine clone is creating life. As for this incarnation of mine, what should it do? Hundreds of billions of epochs of adventure and battle had long since filled Emperor Yen with weariness, and now that he had temporarily lost his original soul, it was no longer suitable for him to fight. Alright, why not go to Earth and feel the power of the heart to elevate my realm of the heart? Emperor Yen was aware of the 3 great realms of the heart, yet he had reached none of them. This was the perfect time to seek enlightenment. Emperor Yen immersed his consciousness into the virtual universe and opened a search engine. He entered Chenwu Universe Country, Black Dragon Empire, Blue Silver Kingdom, the Milky Way, Earth. What? There is no Black Dragon Empire nor Earth. Emperor Yen was puzzled, then it hit him. I've been such a fool. It is still over 8 billion years before the plot begins. That is over 800,000 epochs. How could there be a Blue Silver Kingdom or Earth? One should know that the Black Dragon Empire had merely been founded by an ordinary immortal. Although those who reached the realm of undying gods were immortal, how could an ordinary immortal live that long? As for the Blue Silver Kingdom, needless to say, it was merely a low-level universe country established by a world lord. A world lord could only live for 1,000 epochs at most. Forget it. I'll go to the Chenwu Universe Country first. If I remember correctly, Earth is now called the Shanhai Realm. Let the people of Chenwu help me find it. Emperor Yen prepared to set out for the Chenwu Universe Country. Oh right, I promised Chaos that I would help explain the Waterfire secret arts to the universe masters of the human race. I might as well leave a strand of consciousness in the virtual universe. Chaos, this is Emperor Yen. I am at Thunderclap Mountain Peak now. Arrange for the clansmen to come here. Emperor Yen directly sent an email to Chaos City Lord. An email from Emperor Yen to Chaos City Lord was of the highest priority, and a reply came immediately. Good. Wait there. I'll arrange for the clansmen to come right away. And so Emperor Yen left a strand of consciousness to impart the experience of the Waterfire secret arts to the universe masters of the human race, while he himself directly teleported to the Chenwu Universe Country. So this is the Chenwu Universe Country. It doesn't feel particularly special. Emperor Yen looked around listlessly. According to the data, 1,000,000 light-years ahead is the location of the Chenwu Universe Country's imperial family. That is the Chenwu Mystic Realm. Whoosh! Emperor Yen made several spatial shifts and arrived at the entrance of the Chenwu Mystic Realm. In the primal universe, with his power, he could teleport wantonly without the slightest restraint. So this is the Chenwu Mystic Realm. Should I greet them? Boom! Chenwu Venerable, who was cultivating in the Chenwu Divine Hall, suddenly sensed a terrifying pressure bearing down on him. Involuntarily, he prostrated himself on the ground, feeling unable to utter a single word. So you are the sovereign of the Chenwu Universe Country, Chenwu Venerable. Chenwu Venerable felt a tall figure appear before him, but the terrifying pressure made it impossible for him to raise his head and see exactly who had arrived. How could a mere universe venerable like him withstand Emperor Yan's dreadful killing intent and will? Yes, my lord. I am Chenwu Venerable, the sovereign of the Chenwu Universe country. Chenwu lowered his head and answered respectfully. I wonder which great existence has deigned to descend upon my Chenwu Universe country. I truly cannot tell whether this is a blessing or a curse. With a teleport, Emperor Yen seated himself upon the throne of the Chenwu Divine Hall. Looking down at the prostrate Chenwu Venerable, he said, "Raise your head. No need to kneel." "Yes, my lord." Chenwu Venerable trembled as he raised his head, and stole a glance at Emperor Yen, horrified in his heart. It is actually Emperor Yen. Emperor Yen cared nothing about what Chenwu Venerable was thinking. He said directly, "Gather all the immortals under your command. I have something to arrange." "Yes, Emperor Yen." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before long, more than 1,000 immortals of the Chenwu Universe country arrived at the Chenwu Divine Hall, looking in confusion at Emperor Yen, seated high upon the throne. They did not understand who Emperor Yen was, that he could make their great Chenwu sovereign stand below. Emperor Yen looked at the immortals below and suddenly sneered. "A mere insect race dares to enslave the strong of our human race." Emperor Yen waved his hand, and an invisible force seized one of the immortals in his grip. The immortal struggled desperately, yet found himself completely unable to move even a fraction. He cried out, "Injustice, my lord! Chenwu Divine Lord, please save me!" Emperor Yen. This? Chenwu Venerable looked at Emperor Yen with doubt, not understanding why he would do such a thing. "Humph, fool, and they call you a Universe Venerable. You don't even know that this subordinate of yours has become a sole slave of an alien race. How can you call yourself a sovereign of a universe country?" Emperor Yen demanded. For a universe country sovereign not to know his own subordinate had become a sole slave. How incompetent. "Ah! Marquis Miju is actually a sole slave of an alien race." The immortals below could hardly believe it. Yes, your servant Chenwu has been foolish. Chenwu will strictly manage his subordinates from now on," Chenwu Venerable said hastily. He did not think Emperor Yen was joking, or at Emperor Yen's level, there was simply no need for such a joke. Boom! Emperor Yen directly crushed Marquis Miju to death. Looking at Chenwu Venerable below, he said, "This time I came to your Chenwu Universe country to find a living planet called the Shanghai Realm. I give you 3 days to find it. If you find it, you will naturally be rewarded. And you are forbidden to leak any information." "Yes, my lord. I guarantee I will find it." You may all leave now. I will wait right here." "Yes." A day later, while Emperor Yen was cultivating in the Chenwu Divine Hall, Chenwu Venerable suddenly requested an audience. "Have you already found Earth? Come in." Chenwu Venerable entered the main hall, saluted Emperor Yen, and said, "Reporting to my lord, I have found the location of the Shanghai Realm. This ordinary supreme treasure battle armor is granted to you. Gather all the immortals who came to the hall yesterday." Emperor Yen waved his hand, and a black battle armor flew toward Chenwu Venerable. An ordinary supreme treasure was nothing to Emperor Yen. Chenwu Venerable took the armor in his hands, and said excitedly, "Thank you for the reward, my lord. I will summon them at once." In a short while the immortals from the previous day arrived in the hall. Emperor Yen looked at them and said, "You have done well. This emperor is pleased. Thus I shall reward each of you with 100 million hunyuan." "Thank you, my lord." Looking at the prostrating immortals, Emperor Yen waved his hand once more. A strange ripple swept toward the immortals, and soon they all fell into deep slumber. "I have erased their memories of me. Chenwu, I will give you the resources you bestowed upon them, and you shall bestow them again. Also remember this: forget forever everything concerning me and the Shanghai realm. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord." Chenwu now remembers nothing. Chenwu Venerable hastened to reply, "So this is the might of a universe master, truly unfathomable and terrifying. Very good." Whoosh! Emperor Yen teleported directly out of the Chenwu mystic realm, and headed for the location of Earth. "So this is Earth. How nostalgic." Emperor Yen sighed as he gazed at the blue planet before him. At present Earth was in a bizarre era. The land and ocean areas were nearly equal, each covering half the planet. Moreover, all the land was connected like a semicircle. Emperor Yen had arrived at the Shanghai realm, that is Earth. At this time Earth was in an era of war among 100 races, and the highest cultivation was only at the planetary level. Moreover, this was an age of beastmen. Various beastmen and half-beastmen inhabited the land, forming different nations and tribes. Their technological civilization was backward, not much different from ancient China. Here the apprentice rank was known as the 9 levels of warriors, while the planetary level was known as the saint rank. The rare few who comprehended the domain were called domain saints, and anyone reaching the saint rank counted as a hegemon of their region. And those who could comprehend the domain were practically gods. And so Emperor Yen transformed into an ordinary one-horned minotaur, and began his journey of the heart across this continent. "I hope that here I can elevate my understanding of the heart to a higher level. Barefoot and carrying a large halberd on his back, Emperor Yen walked through a wilderness teeming with monsters and dangers. Yet those monsters seemed not to see Emperor Yen at all, letting him walk right past them. Ah, Moke, be careful. That is a 5th-rank wild beast. You can't handle it. Run. A bull-headed giant fully 3 meters tall with 2 horns shouted to a small bull-headed giant only about 2 meters tall. At that moment he himself was locked in battle with a giant saber-toothed beast, making it impossible to rescue the young bull-headed giant. No, father. I will never abandon you and run away. The young bullman named Moke said firmly. In his hands, he gripped a massive battle-axe fully 2 meters long, staring warily at the saber-toothed beast ahead. Roar! The saber-toothed beast let out a thunderous roar, and a gust of blood-laden air surged into Moke's face. Blasted by the stench, Moke instantly turned pale. Whoosh! Spotting an opening in Moke's defense, the beast pounced at him. It's over. Am I about to die? Watching the saber-toothed beast charge at him, Moke felt only that his legs had turned to jelly, and would not obey him. It seemed death had already reached out its hand toward him. Whoosh! At that instant, Moke's father, disregarding his own danger, hurled his axe over, driving back the saber-toothed beast that was about to pounce on Moke. Ah! I'm saved! Moke looked at his father gratefully, but just then, father! Dodge! The other saber-toothed beast, taking advantage of Moke's father's distraction, had already opened its enormous maw and aimed it at the father's throat. If that bite landed, he would be dead beyond death. Whoosh! Just then a streak of light appeared abruptly and cleaved that saber-toothed beast in two. Then, before anyone could react, the other saber-toothed beast was also split in half by the same streak of light. Ah! This? Moke looked at Emperor Yen in disbelief. To think he could use pure brute force to split a 5th-rank saber-toothed beast in two. He must be at least a level 8 fighter. After all, Moke's tribe was only a small tribe of 1,000 people, and its strongest chief was merely a level 7 fighter. Jaka greets the Lord. Thank you for saving our lives. The bull-headed giant named Jaka hurriedly knelt on the ground and said respectfully, Oh, greetings, my lord. Thank you for saving our lives. Seeing his father kneel, Moke quickly knelt and said respectfully, No need for thanks. Take me to your tribe for a visit. Yes, my lord. Emperor Yan's words seemed to contain a magic spell, causing the bull-headed father and son to lead him toward their tribe. Yendi followed Jaku and his son back to their tribe. He only revealed the strength of a 9th-level warrior, 9th-rank apprentice or advanced war god. With his cunning and strength, Yendi became the chieftain of this small Minotaur tribe. He styled himself as the Minotaur Lord Sake. Since becoming the leader of this Minotaur tribe, Yendi vigorously trained his people, consolidated their armed forces, and strengthened the tribe's power. 3 years later, he unified all the Minotaur tribes and became the sole lord of the Minotaur race. Report. Great Lord Sake of the Minotaur, all our main forces are already engaged with the main forces of the Silver Wolf tribe. A scarred Minotaur giant rushed into Yendi's tent and reported, Good. Take me to the front lines. I will personally charge into the Silver Wolf stronghold and impale our enemies with my halberd. Yendi roared. This time he chose the path of conquest to see what insights he might gain by ruling this continent with the mind of a mortal. Yendi arrived at the battlefield between the Minotaur tribe and the Silver Wolf tribe. With his realm as Lord of the Universe, even if he used only the strength of a 9th-rank apprentice, no one in the Shanghai realm could stop him. So without any suspense, the Silver Wolf tribe was utterly routed by the Minotaur warriors led by Yendi. Yendi continued to campaign, ceaselessly embarking on the path of conquest. 100 years passed quickly. For this Earth, where the average strength was only at the apprentice rank, 100 years was already a very long time. By then, Yendi had unified all the races on Earth. With power at the planetary level, he slew countless opponents and finally became the sole overlord of this world. 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye, yet along this road of conquest I have gained no enlightenment. Did I choose the wrong path? This time Yendi transformed into an ordinary foxman, the most ordinary possible. He was a piece of trash with a combat power of only 5 and worse, a cripple who could never cultivate. In this world where might reigned supreme, the foxman Yendi had endured endless humiliation and suffering. Yendi tried to embrace the pain and hardship others brought him, but another 100 years passed in silence, and still he gained nothing. Where exactly did I go wrong? Why have I gained no enlightenment? Clear the mind and perceive the true nature pointing directly at the heart. Condense a single true heart, advance without hesitation, and never look back even in death. Unity of heaven and man, the heart of an innocent child. Understand yin and yang, know when to advance and retreat, discern the principles of all things. Embrace everything. This is the realm of great sages and worthies. It is said that those who reach this state can embrace heaven, earth, and the universe, rendering all illusion attacks ineffective. These are the 3 realms of heart cultivation. Yet Yendi knew that there was actually no distinction of high or low among the 3 realms. They were merely different techniques leading down different paths. The power of the mind is inconceivable. It includes unwavering faith, great perseverance, great awakening, and great wisdom. Before enlightenment one carries water and chops wood, after enlightenment one still carries water and chops wood. Only the state of mind is different. The persistence in one's heart has changed. Yen Di murmured to himself, perhaps I have found the reason why I could not succeed. This time Yen Di used his great divine power to hypnotize himself. He forgot everything and temporarily sealed away all the power he possessed. This time Yen Di reincarnated, directly entering the body of an infant that had already died in the womb. Perhaps the mentality of the Lord of the Universe had prevented him from truly integrating into mortal society, so this time he simply chose to be immortal. Baiji, are you about to give birth? A wild man who resembled an earthling asked the equally wild woman lying on the ground. Qifeng, I feel that our child is about to be born, but I don't know whether this child's birth is right or wrong. The woman named Baiji touched her belly, and said with deep worry. The man bent down, pulled the woman into his arms, and comforted her. Don't worry, our ape-man race will surely survive this crisis. The woman buried her head in the man's arms, unwilling to think more about their future fate. The ape-man race was just a half-beast human race and one of extremely weak strength. Their strongest chieftain Qifeng was only a level 8 warrior. In this world where the weak are prey, weakness was a crime. Weakness would make you prey or lead to extermination. That was reality. Not long ago the powerful and ferocious wolfman race had set their eyes on their tribe. Qifeng knew that the fate awaiting the ape-men was tragic and terrifying. If the wolfmen attacked, their only fate would be to become food for the wolfmen. All their people would be slaughtered, torn apart by the terrible fangs of the savage wolves. 1 month later the female ape Baiji gave birth. The tribe's elder named the newborn little ape-man Shuguang Dawn. May this child's birth bring a glimmer of dawn to our ape-man race. Where is the child? Bring him here and let me see. Qifeng entered the cave, took Shuguang from Baiji's arms and looked at the child. Suddenly he frowned. Why is this child's constitution so weak? As a member of this world where the weak are prey, being weak meant being food. Being weak meant being a burden. Being weak meant being unable to protect oneself. Qifeng looked at Shuguang with some disgust. From then on Shuguang became a child lacking fatherly love. 5 years later the friction between the wolfmen and the ape-men grew ever greater. Every time Qifeng returned he was drenched in blood and covered in wounds, and the ape-men's casualties became heavier and heavier. The wolfmen are using our ape-men to train their troops. Otherwise our ape-man race would have been wiped out long ago. The wolfmen were a major race among the 100 tribes of the Shanhai realm. Their chieftain was a saint-rank powerhouse. Had he struck personally, the ape-men would have been annihilated long ago. But the wolfmen did not do that. Instead they sent their young and inexperienced tribesmen to attack the ape-men. Clearly they were using the ape-men as a whetstone. Even so, the weak ape-men were already in grave danger. Just as Qifeng was worried about the fate of the ape-men, a thin little ape-man 1.8 meters tall walked up to him and stammered, Father, you are hurt? This is the herbal medicine Mother prepared for you. Mother told me to bring it to you. Get away. I don't have a waist like you for a son. I don't need your medicine. Qifeng suddenly shoved the thin little ape-man away and roared at him. You're already 5 years old, yet you haven't even reached level 1 warrior. Tell me what use is a waist like you? Ah? Shuguang knelt on the ground, trembling so much he dared not say a word because he knew his father spoke the truth. Ape-men came of age at 5. Basically the weakest adult tribesman was a level 1 warrior. The most outstanding among them even reached level 3 warrior. As the chieftain's son, he could not even reach level 1, so naturally the clansmen looked down on him. Get lost. Get out of my sight. Go far away. Seeing his father in a rage, Shuguang kept far off and walked away alone in silence. Why does heaven treat me so? Why am I a waste? Why can't I even reach level 1 warrior? Shuguang collapsed to the ground, weeping, demanding harshly. He trained painstakingly and practiced battle techniques diligently, but he simply could not reach level 1 warrior. Every time he absorbed primal energy it disappeared inexplicably. This tormented Shuguang. His body was clearly eager to absorb primal energy, but every time he absorbed it, it vanished. Another 3 years passed. Shuguang still cultivated as assiduously as before, but he still could not reach level 1 warrior. He had completely become the laughingstock of the ape-men, but his heart had changed. It had become more tenacious, learned endurance, and grown more resolute. Although the primal energy he absorbed always disappeared inexplicably, he felt that there was a golden sphere in his mind. It seemed that the sphere was absorbing the primal energy he took in, and he felt that the sphere seemed to be nurturing something that was about to be born. During these 3 years, the conflict between the ape-men and the wolf-men grew more intense. It seemed the wolf-men had lost patience with the ape-men, and had already begun sending reinforcements to the tribes attacking them. That day finally arrived. The wolfmen actually sent 3 level 9 warriors who directly breached the ape-men's stronghold. With battle cries shaking the heavens, terrifying roars, and ferocious wolfmen everywhere, Shuguang watched his clansmen fall one by one, while his father Qi Feng fought the wolves in bloody combat. Only then did he feel how weak he truly was. Ah! A wolfman spotted Shuguang and lunged straight at him. At that moment his father, who had always despised him, actually stood in front of Shuguang, and then his father fell never to rise again. Shuguang watched his father fall, feeling as if his entire world had collapsed. Something demonic seemed to emerge from his mind. The golden sphere shattered and the demon appeared to be released. Roar! A furious roar burst from Shuguang's mouth and his hair stirred without wind. The clansmen fighting around all turned to look at Shuguang. At that moment heaven and earth changed as wind and clouds surged. The weapons lying on the ground suddenly rose into the air by themselves and slew the wolfmen. Ah! 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 Scream after scream came from the wolfmen. In a short while all the wolfmen fell into pools of blood. Shuguang looked at his hands in confusion. This? What power is this? He did not understand why one thought could control those weapons, but he knew he was no longer weak. He had the power to kill enemies and protect his clansmen. God! 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 The surviving ape-men all prostrated themselves on the ground, acclaiming Shuguang as a god. Their simple minds could not comprehend what kind of power this was, so they believed Shuguang was a deity descended to earth. A god! Yes. From today on I am a god. Shuguang raised his hands and declared. From that moment he understood his true heart. He was a god. At that instant a god appeared in the Shanghai realm. It was said that he wielded mysterious, unfathomable power, able to control weapons, tame wild beasts, and bewitch others. From then on Shuguang led the ape-men onto a road of conquest, contending for the kingship of the 100 races. 100 years later Shuguang led the ape-men to defeat the mighty experts of the 100 races, and became the sole king of all races. At that moment his edge was fully exposed and his heart was condensed into an indestructible spear. There was nothing he could not pierce. In this life Yen Di comprehended the clarity of mind and true nature pointing directly at the heart. 100,000 years later Yen Di's consciousness finally awakened. Through myriad reincarnations I have comprehended all 3 mental states and not just once. So which path should I take? Each of the 3 realms of the mind had its own benefits and its own shortcomings. No mental state was flawless and there was no such thing as high or low, only the choices of different paths. Unifying with heaven and man and embracing all things sounded utterly remarkable, especially the realm of embracing all things with the heart. It was truly terrifying. It could even ignore ordinary illusions, increasing immunity to illusions 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. Yet even such a powerful mental state could not bind the stellar tower. Ironically, it was the first realm, clear the mind and point directly at the heart, that was the best mental state for binding the stellar tower. But if one insisted that clearing the mind and pointing directly at the heart was the supreme path, that would be too extreme. Perhaps there are no worthless mental states. Only the person is worthless. Yu Wumu was certainly one who cleared his mind and pointed directly at his heart, was he not? He was certainly persistent enough, but what was his end? Chu Yuan was also persistent enough. Yet what became of him? As the saying goes, before enlightenment one carries water and chops wood. After enlightenment, one still carries water and chops wood. Different mental states doing the same things yield different results. Yen Di was now choosing what kind of mental state he should use to walk the road ahead. Which path should I choose? Yen Di quietly sat cross-legged pondering. He sat for another 100,000 years, and during those years the earth underwent great changes. Now the earth belonged to the ape-men. The era of the 100 races had passed, the ape-men were the sole king of the earth, and the ape-men gradually evolved into what would later become earthlings. Yen Di watched the development and flourishing of the ape-men while he pondered. From their original weakness they had lived cautiously, fearing that they might invite trouble. Later they rose and their clansmen began to act arrogantly, full of confidence. Then they became the sole king of the earth and acted even more unscrupulously, disregarding everything. Different eras brought changes to the ape-men's attitude toward the outside world. Watching the changes of the ape-men, Yen Di suddenly felt that he had attained enlightenment. Ha ha ha, so that's how it is. That's how it is. I finally understand. The Yen Emperor understood that the so-called state of mind was simply one's mindset. Different mindsets yield different results when dealing with different matters. Of course some differences were so subtle as to be nearly imperceptible. Having comprehended all 3 distinct mental states and clearly understood them in his heart, the Yen Emperor naturally intended to walk all 3 paths. By treating different matters with different mindsets, he naturally merged the 3 mental states into one integrated application. Some things require retreat rather than advance rather than retreat, and tolerance rather than stubborn endurance. Perhaps I should just embrace everything, even folding all 3 different mental states into a single all-encompassing acceptance. To reach the state where the furnace nurtures all scriptures and walk a path of my own. The three different spiritual realms were also paths trodden by predecessors. Now the Yen Emperor was attempting to fuse the three mental states together and forge a unique path of his own. Having clearly perceived the path he was to take, the Yen Emperor went into secluded cultivation on Earth. Although Earth had little effect on him, he could observe how its living beings understood the heart and mind, thereby elevating his own mental state. At the same time, the Yen Emperor secretly arranged for some pregnant members of the Yen God clan to give birth on Earth, in order to enhance the spiritual talent of the next generation of the Yen God clan. But the Yen Emperor knew this would not be of much use. Not every child born on Earth would have spiritual talent comparable to that of an Earthling. At best, it was merely a slight improvement. Because if it were truly that simple, Zuoshanke would have simply placed the Yen God clan on Earth. Wouldn't the Yen God clan then have become perfect in both body and soul? Why then would he go to such trouble to guide the Earth lineage? The superiority of the Earth lineage in spiritual talent was mainly due to Zuoshanke's guidance, or Earth only played a supplementary role. Thus the Yen Emperor launched a plan, the God Creation Plan. He wanted to create a perfect life form that possessed both the talents of the Yen God clan and the talents of the Earthlings. He wanted it to surpass its origins and far surpass them at that. This was a long process. Although the Yen Emperor could create life, creating a perfect life was still extremely difficult. Of course, such a life could not truly be perfect. It should be understood that the only so-called perfect life forms were the World Beast King and the protagonist. Even the Yen Emperor, a transmigrator, had no assurance of becoming a truly perfect life form. Under the 10 million-fold time acceleration of the inheritance space, 5 million years became 50 billion epochs. During those 50 billion epochs, the Yen Emperor temporarily set aside cultivation, using his two avatars and one special incarnation to strive for the creation of this perfect life. The price the Yen Emperor paid to create this perfect life was enormous. The total value of the materials used was equivalent to 3 treasures, second only to a supreme treasure. Boom! On this day on Earth, the Yen Emperor finally created the perfect life he had conceived. And his own gene level directly reached 89999 times, only one step away from 90000 times. But the Yen Emperor knew that taking that step would be incredibly difficult. Brother Yen Emperor, this is our child. The Butterfly Flower Empress looked joyfully at the infant in the Yen Emperor's hands. The Yen Emperor and the Butterfly Flower Empress were of different races, so it was naturally impossible for them to give birth to a child. But when creating this life, the Yen Emperor had incorporated gene fragments from the Butterfly Flower Empress, so it could also be regarded as her child. That's right. This is our child. The Yen Emperor also gazed happily at the child in his hands. The child who could truly be called a perfect life form. This child possessed both the talents of the Yen God clan and the Earth lineage, and his gene level had reached tenfold, marking him as a peak bloodline. The Butterfly Flower Empress took the child from the Yen Emperor's hands and stroked him lovingly. Suddenly she said, "Brother Yen Emperor, give our child a name. Let him be Cao Yang." The Yen Emperor mused for a moment. Cao Yang. Inheriting my surname, he is truly a child of mine in this world. Cao Yang. Then Cao Yang it is. From now on you will be the young patriarch of our butterfly clan. The Butterfly Flower Empress coaxed Cao Yang like a loving mother. Seeing the Butterfly Flower Empress like that, the Yen Emperor suddenly felt warmth in his heart. After Cao Yang was born, the Yen Emperor and the Butterfly Flower Empress lived on Earth as an ordinary mortal couple. At the same time, the Yen Emperor used his great divine power to recreate the environment in which Luo Feng had lived in the original novel from his previous life. Now the era in which the Yen Emperor and Luo Feng found themselves was 99% similar. In the same way, the Yen Emperor and the Butterfly Flower Empress transformed into an ordinary civilian couple, and Cao Yang grew up leading an ordinary life. Slowly Cao Yang grew up, became a martial artist, and improved his circumstances. Later he obtained an immortal inheritance along the soul path that the Yen Emperor had long ago arranged for him, and he soon became one of the 3 great powerhouses on Earth. Moreover, under the Yen Emperor's guidance, Cao Yang's disposition followed the path of illuminating the heart, and perceiving true nature, pointing directly to the core of his being. At this point, Cao Yang was essentially a knockoff Luo Feng, and even more outstanding than the Luo Feng of the same era. After Cao Yang became a great powerhouse of Earth, the Earth's apocalypse arrived and the devouring beast invaded. After a bitter battle, Cao Yang finally succeeded in seizing the body of the golden horned giant beast that the Yen Emperor had arranged for him. Then Cao Yang became the hero of Earth and the ruler of Earth. Later he stepped into the boundless Starry universe and participated in the universe-wide human genius competition. After another bitter struggle, he won first place in the genius competition. Later he was recruited by the virtual universe company into the original secret realm, and then he was brought to the initial universe. Everything was unfolding according to the script written by the Yen Emperor, and Cao Yang was even more outstanding than the Luo Feng of the same period. Then, because of his excellent performance in the initial universe, Cao Yang was accepted by the Yen Emperor as a nominal disciple. At this time, Cao Yang did not know that the Yen Emperor was his father. After that, everything continued to develop smoothly. The Mo Sha clan avatar, the 9 Tribulations Secret Code. Not one was missing. Cao Yang was so outstanding, countless times more outstanding than the Luofeng of the same period. It seemed that everything was following the script written by the Yen Emperor. One day the Yen Emperor suddenly descended upon the ancestral god's secret realm. Heh. What wind blows our legendary universe master, the Yen Emperor here? A gentle voice came to the Yen Emperor. Two-faced ancestral god, long time no see. The Yen Emperor looked at the two-faced ancestral god before him who had 2 faces. It has indeed been a long time. What urgent matter brings the Yen Emperor here? I have come to see the 9 abysses. The 9 abysses. He is in the 9 abysses secret realm. Shall I take you there? No need. This emperor can go alone. With that, the Yen Emperor flew straight toward the 9 abysses secret realm, without worrying in the least that the ancestral god might attack him. In the original universe, even the strongest were only capable of so much. No one feared anyone else, let alone an ancestral god who was not even one of the strongest. This Yen Emperor is truly overbearing. This time when he goes to the 9 abysses secret realm, the Lord of the 9 abysses should teach him a lesson. The two-faced ancestral god muttered to himself. The Yen Emperor's arrogance and high-handedness left the two-faced ancestral god with no favorable impression of him. Perhaps no other universe master in any other place was a match for the Yen Emperor, but once he entered the 9 abysses secret realm, even the strongest could perish. The Yen Emperor, rushing to the 9 abysses secret realm, did not yet know that he had already drawn the attention of the two-faced ancestral god, and this trip to the 9 abysses was destined to carry more than a few variables. Here we are. The place ahead should be the 9 abysses secret realm. The Yen Emperor plunged straight in. The moment he entered, an invisible divine power enveloped him, and beneath him stretched the boundless sea of the 9 abysses. Lord of the 9 abysses, would you come out and talk? This emperor has something to discuss with you. At that moment an enormous head coalesced from the boundless sea of the 9 abysses. This head had no hair, and was covered with strange mysterious patterns, making it appear both fascinating and uncanny. The enormous head then spoke in a thunderous sky-shaking voice. Yen Emperor, what do you want of me? This emperor has come to ask for a drop of blood from your son, who has not yet achieved immortality. This emperor is willing to exchange it for a top-grade treasure. What do you say, Lord of the 9 abysses? The Yen Emperor naturally wanted this drop of blood for Cao Yang. The enormous head pondered for a moment before saying, fine. I agree to this, but you must defeat me within my endless nether sea before I consent. The two-faced ancestral god instructed me to teach this Yen Emperor a lesson. Besides, the Yen Emperor being called the legendary universe master makes me somewhat unconvinced. Perhaps in other places I am no match for the Yen Emperor, but here in my endless nether sea, even if the strongest came, I am confident I could make him fall. The Lord of the 9 abysses said inwardly. He was still rather unwilling to accept the Yen Emperor's status as legendary universe master. The Lord of the 9 abysses believed that if his sea of the 9 abysses could move, he would be the true legendary universe master. The Yen Emperor looked at the Lord of the 9 abysses on the opposite side, and said with a strange expression, "Are you certain you want to compete with me?" Perhaps for other powerhouses the sea of the 9 abysses with a diameter of over 10 light-years was an immense headache. But it did not include the Yen Emperor. In the Yen Emperor's eyes, the sea of the 9 abysses was a joke. Do you really think I have no way to deal with your sea of the 9 abysses? Seeing the Yen Emperor's strange expression, the Lord of the 9 abysses grew angry, thinking the Yen Emperor was looking down on him. He immediately flew into a rage and said, Yen Emperor, you are honored as the legendary universe master. Do you not even have the courage to fight this Lord of the 9 abysses? Ha ha ha, this emperor lacks courage. Lord of the 9 abysses, you really are a joker. Suddenly the Yen Emperor burst out laughing. I, this emperor, lack the courage to fight you, Lord of the 9 abysses. You really think too highly of yourself. Fine, since the Yen Emperor has such courage, then let me the 9 abysses test your strength. Boom! The entire sea of the 9 abysses suddenly boiled. The Yen Emperor could feel a mighty force pressing down on him. This Lord of the 9 abysses is really ruthless. Burning the entire sea of the 9 abysses the moment we start. Above the sea of the 9 abysses, a colossal avatar of the Lord of the 9 abysses rapidly took shape. Then the avatar charged straight at the Yen Emperor, and without saying a word self-detonated. Boom! A tremendous surge of power rushed at the Yen Emperor, who had long since activated his explosive mode. Oh! A fairly powerful self-detonation. It has actually reached the 5th stage. This Yen Emperor is actually unharmed. Is that armor on him, the ice breath armor rumored to possess part of the might of a supreme treasure? The Lord of the 9 abysses looked at the ice breath armor on the Yen Emperor with envy. A powerhouse of the original universe like the Lord of the 9 abysses did not even have a peak-grade battle armor, so naturally he envied the Yen Emperor's ice breath armor. Boom! The Lord of the 9 abysses condensed an avatar and self-detonated it once more. But this level of attack brought no harm whatsoever to the Yen Emperor who had activated explosive mode. Enough! Let us end this boring game here. Today, Lord of the Nine Abysses, you will witness that a divine body does not represent everything. Boom! An overwhelmingly powerful will swept toward the Lord of the Nine Abysses, and completely caught off guard, he fell into a coma. The Lord of the Nine Abysses' will had not even reached the limit of a universe master. If the Yen Emperor had not shown mercy, he could have scattered that will entirely. Seeing the Lord of the Nine Abysses unconscious, the endless nether sea also quieted down like a calm, placid ocean. The Yen Emperor took a little blood and left. After waking up, the Lord of the Nine Abysses said in disbelief, Is this the strength of the legendary universe master, the Yen Emperor? The Lord of the Nine Abysses could not understand what kind of power that was. It could actually plunge him into unconsciousness in an instant, leaving him utterly unable to resist. Upon his return, the Flame Emperor obtained a branch of the World Tree, and given his power, the World Tree naturally could not refuse. He then retreated into the Flame God mystic realm, silently watching Cao Yang's growth. Cao Yang did not disappoint the Flame Emperor. He advanced triumphantly, his talent monstrously prodigious. Naturally, alien races sought to assassinate him, yet under the Flame Emperor's covert protection none ever succeeded. Before long, Cao Yang's terrifying talent elevated him to the Realm Lord level, and the Flame Emperor knew he would soon depart for the outer domain battlefield. Though that battlefield was exceedingly perilous for Realm Lords, the Flame Emperor understood that true powerhouses rise from seas of blood and mountains of corpses. How could the Flame Emperor's son be ordinary? As the Flame Emperor's disciple, Cao Yang naturally wished to bid his teacher farewell before leaving. The Flame Emperor bestowed upon Cao Yang 2 items, a general's armor and a general's soul. As one who possessed the merits of both the Flame God tribe and the humans of Earth, Cao Yang could naturally wield both the general's armor and the prime soul. The Flame Emperor also granted Cao Yang an ordinary supreme treasure for evading death, capable of concealing his aura and ensuring escape. He further gave Cao Yang a drop of blood from the 9 abyssal seas, and with that Cao Yang embarked upon his journey. Flame Emperor, brother, will our child truly be safe? The Flower Queen of Wandering Butterflies asked anxiously. Rest assured, nothing will happen. With the general's soul and general's armor to protect him, his survival abilities are absolutely not to be underestimated. Cao Yang was exceptional. Indeed, extraordinarily so. Since stepping onto the outer domain battlefield within a mere 1,000 years, he had attained the strength to slay a sealed king, earning the title of the Butcher King. It was said that the Butcher King's swordsmanship was peerless, each strike seizing life, hence his external title. Yet no one knew that he was merely a realm lord, and the Flame Emperor had also fabricated a dossier for Cao Yang within the virtual universe, just as Chaos City Lord had fabricated the identity of Riverblade King for Luofeng. As Cao Yang's power grew, the fame of the Butcher King expanded ever further. He eventually became one of the paramount existences on that battlefield, rumored to possess true strength approaching that of an undefeatable sealed king. Then, during a chance encounter on the outer domain battlefield, the Butcher King arrived before the Star Tower. Sensing its summoning, he entered the tower. So you've come? A Snake Tribe powerhouse remarked, gazing at Cao Yang within the Star Tower. He is second junior brother's disciple. The one who might become my third junior brother. This Snake Tribe powerhouse was none other than Pewdie, the Flame Emperor's senior brother. At that moment he was observing Cao Yang within the Star Tower, preparing to guide him inside. Just then a voice suddenly rang out. Senior brother, it has been too long. Second junior brother, you've come as well. It seems you truly worry about this disciple of yours. Pewdie turned to look at the Flame Emperor who had entered the Star Tower. By now the Flame Emperor enjoyed deep trust from the mountain guest, and matters, such as the acknowledgement of the Star Tower, were naturally known to him. Indeed, I worry quite a bit about this disciple of mine. Enough, senior brother. Hurry and guide him inside. Yet within the Flame Emperor's heart, turbulent emotions churned. His purpose in nurturing Cao Yang was simple: to see whether he could replace Luofeng. To claim that the Flame Emperor did not covet a supreme God King class weapon like the Star Tower would be a lie. Even the Halberd of Fengtian, grown to its peak state, could at most match the Star Tower. Though the Star Tower could only amplify one level of might, its functions were numerous. Defense, soul protection, attack. It could even suppress and tame. Boom! The immortals within the Star Tower suddenly felt the heavens spin, and the earth revolve, for the star sealing suppression within the tower had chosen this very moment to emerge. As all the immortals began contending for the heavy treasure known as the Star Seal, the Butcher King, who had obtained it at the critical moment, was struck by the combined assault of the immortals and thrown into an unknown space within the Star Tower. This? Where is this? The awakened Butcher King looked around in confusion, unable to comprehend where he had ended up. This is the interior of the Star Tower. A gentle voice spoke. It was Pewdie, senior brother of the Flame Emperor. You are? I am. Pewdie revealed everything to the Butcher King, who fell into profound shock. So you're saying that, teacher Flame Emperor, might become my future second senior brother. Exactly. Suddenly the Flame Emperor's voice resounded as well. Teacher. Chaoyang gazed at the Flame Emperor in delight. Teacher, you came too. I am here. Go my child. Proceed with the acknowledgement with confidence. I believe you will succeed. The Flame Emperor encouraged him with a smile. I will definitely succeed. Chaoyang always found it strange that upon seeing the Flame Emperor, he felt an extraordinary warmth and closeness, and could not help but trust his words. He did not know that he had been created by the Flame Emperor, and thus felt absolute reverence and intimacy toward him. Had the Flame Emperor truly commanded him to die, he would have obeyed without hesitation. Gazing at Chaoyang, who had begun to merge with the Tower Pearl, the Flame Emperor silently thought, "You must succeed. You are my defiance against fate. Perhaps in the future you and I shall be the protagonists, and there will be no Luofeng." In truth, whether he could obtain the Star Tower was secondary. What he truly sought was to test whether this destiny could be changed. The halo of a protagonist is fearsome, and the Flame Emperor was likewise attempting to resist it. Were it not for the calamity of the world beasts, the Flame Emperor's present power would be sufficient to ignore all obstacles and wholly prevent Luofeng's emergence. But because of that catastrophe, a tribulation nearly unto death, the Flame Emperor like a butterfly dared not recklessly flap his wings. The process of acknowledging the Star Tower was agonizing and prolonged, and 500 years slipped away in the blink of an eye. 500 years was trivial for Chaoyang to endure with ease, yet the Flame Emperor knew this was merely the beginning. The road ahead remained long. 1,000 years. Chaoyang still felt no overwhelming pressure. Though in pain he could bear it. 1,500 years. The agony continued to intensify, yet Chaoyang held on in silence. He knew he could not fail, for failure would mean losing the chance to become the leader of the Earth lineage. Most importantly, teacher does not wish me to fail. 2,000 years. The pain had grown enormous. Chaoyang felt on the verge of collapse. Yet he showed not a trace of giving up, still persevering. 2,500 years. The Flame Emperor sensed that Chaoyang was nearing his limit. His soul was turning precarious, seeming as if it might shatter at any moment. 2,650 years. Is this how it fails? Am I, the Flame Emperor, simply unable to defy this fate? The Flame Emperor murmured, watching Chaoyang, whose soul was on the verge of collapse. Chaoyang was now drenched in blood, appearing nearly broken. 3,500 years. Still he persisted, because deep in his subconscious, his absolute obedience to the Flame Emperor forbade him from surrendering, and he held on stubbornly. And it was precisely this persistence that seemed to cause his will to undergo a transformation. Hold on, my child. If you endure just 100 years more, your will shall be completely reborn, reaching the limit of a pinnacle universe sovereign. Only then will you have hope of succeeding. The Flame Emperor silently urged, for he knew that as long as Chaoyang persevered, once his will transformed and ascended to a new level, he would succeed. 3,600 years. Is this the limit, my child? Life or death? It all depends on whether you can truly transform at this very moment. The Flame Emperor watched Chaoyang with anticipation. Beside him, Pewdie too gazed expectantly, hoping he would prevail. Boom! Chaoyang's body was crushed to powder by the immense agony scattering amid blood within the Star Tower. Failed. Pewdie shook his head. Glancing at the stunned Flame Emperor, he departed. Failed. It seems I still cannot seize Luofeng's fortune. The Flame Emperor shook his head. Though it was a failure, he was not overly troubled. This had been an experiment from the outset, and even in failure he had suffered no significant loss. The Flame Emperor reversed time and space, resurrecting Chaoyang. Though restored to life, Chaoyang had consumed too much of his soul's origin, and remained in a deep slumber. The only real loss from this experiment was that Chaoyang would be unable to cultivate the 9 Tribulations Secret Code. The Flame Emperor did not think much of it, although this art was said to be the core inheritance of the Gene Kingdom. To the Flame Emperor, such techniques could be obtained by the handful. This was no exaggeration. Having received the inheritance of the endless lineage, he possessed countless secret arts comparable to the 9 Tribulations Secret Code. It was merely that he had not yet reached true God level, and thus could not transmit them. As for whether the 9 Tribulations Secret Code was precious, that question is difficult to answer. Within the Primordial Universe it was assuredly invaluable. But on the Origin continent it was merely a foundational art that any major power provided to its disciples. There was no suppression from the Primordial Universe on the Origin continent, so arts like the 9 Tribulations Secret Code could be cultivated by as many as one pleased. Under such circumstances, would you still deem it precious? Very well, if you still believe it precious, consider another example. A secret art that only affects those below Universe Master level. How valuable could it truly be to a major power? Do great powers rely on techniques meant for those beneath Universe Master to sustain themselves? Thus inheritances are exceedingly important. Goods from the origin continent are considered extremely precious in the Primordial Universe. Of course, major powers here refers to God King level forces. As for tribes at the level of Void True Gods, that is another matter entirely. One need only observe that Ancestor Ziyue and Ancestor Dongdi have transcended reincarnation for countless cycles without ever obtaining a secret art to burn divine power for their clans. Such shows how miserably they have fared. Yet strangely, although Ancestor Ziyue obtained a remarkable inheritance, he still failed to secure formidable secret arts for his people, which truly defies comprehension. One can only wonder what Ancestor Ziyue was doing for all that time upon the origin continent. The Flame Emperor brought Cao Yang back to the Flame God mystic realm, where he remained unconscious for 5 years before finally awakening. Upon learning that he had failed to acknowledge the Star Tower, Cao Yang felt deep shame. It was only after the Flame Emperor's counsel that he found peace. Under the Flame Emperor's guidance, he reached the immortal level. Yet bereft of the enhancement of the 9 Tribulations Secret Code, his strength did not increase dramatically. He was merely an undefeatable sealed king. Thereafter the Flame Emperor accepted Cao Yang as his personal disciple. Cao Yang proved worthy of being the perfect life form created by the Flame Emperor. Even without the amplification of the 9 Tribulations Secret Code, his power under the Flame Emperor's tutelage reached the level of a pinnacle universe overlord. He became an existence capable of withstanding universe masters. And time flew by swiftly. 100,000 epochs passed in the blink of an eye. 100,000 epochs, neither short nor long. For those beneath immortality, 100,000 epochs are countless cycles of life and death. But to those above immortality, time is merely a number utterly without meaning. During these 100,000 epochs, major events still took place within the Yen God clan. First, that old fellow Zuoshanke succeeded in upgrading Emperor Yan's primordial soul to the level of an ultimate supreme treasure. After the upgrade, the primordial soul truly became several levels more powerful. It was a supreme treasure that completely defended against soul attacks. With the primordial soul guarding him, Emperor Yan could completely ignore all soul attacks below the 8th order. Any soul attack that did not exceed the primordial soul's defensive limit was weakened to 1 part in a million. With the primordial soul, Emperor Yan's survivability was greatly enhanced, and his incarnation had officially gained an ultimate supreme treasure. During these 100,000 epochs, the Yen God clan's strength advanced swiftly under Emperor Yan's guidance. Although no new universe venerables had risen, the existing universe venerables had essentially all elevated their power by 1 level. Venerable Potion, for instance, had reached the level of a peak universe overlord. Meanwhile, Overlord Ba, Venerable Tanlong, and Venerable Chisha all had strength close to that of a peak universe overlord, and they had become the pillars of the Yen God clan. The one who pleased Emperor Yen the most, however, was Venerable Windstorm Chaofeng, whose power had actually reached Universe Master not long ago. Becoming a Universe Master was no small matter, so naturally the entire human race rejoiced. Emperor Yen was now organizing a grand ceremony for the entire Yen God clan to celebrate Lord Windstorm's ascension to Universe Master. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, you performed remarkably this time. Reaching Universe Master has brought great glory to our Yen God clan. 1 bloodline with 2 Universe Masters. I grow excited just thinking about it, Emperor Yen said with a laugh, patting Lord Windstorm on the shoulder. Reaching Universe Master without the guidance of an inheritance undoubtedly signified extraordinary talent and a future hope of becoming a true god. Moreover, Emperor Yen highly valued Lord Windstorm's steady, unflappable nature. Neither hasty nor impatient, advancing 1 step at a time. Hearing Emperor Yan's praise, Lord Windstorm said modestly, Elder brother, you flatter me. All of this is thanks to your breakthrough experience. It was only because of that I was able to break through so smoothly. Enough, no need for modesty. When the ceremony is held shortly, every prominent figure in the Red Alliance will attend. At that time you must display the imposing spirit of our Yen God clan. Don't let those alien races look down on us. Emperor Yen instructed. This time, because of Emperor Yen, an exceptionally large number of powerhouses came to congratulate Lord Windstorm on becoming a Universe Master. And those who came were at least Universe Venerables or even Universe Masters. After all, Emperor Yan's prestige was undeniable. Even if he had not invited them, they would have come on their own. Hearing this, Lord Windstorm said solemnly, Elder brother, rest assured. Our Yen God clan is the elite of the human race. How could we let alien races belittle us? Good, that is the way. Let those alien races with ulterior motives take a good look at the strength of our human race. Soon Emperor Yen and the others arrived at the site where the celebration was to be held. A circular continent with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers, condensed into being by Emperor Yan's immense might. It was used exclusively for large-scale activities of the Yen God clan. Seeing Emperor Yen and Lord Windstorm arrive, the Yen God clan members at the celebration prostrated themselves and shouted, Hail the clan leader! Hail the great elder! Rise, my people! Emperor Yen waved a hand, and an invisible force lifted the prostrated Yen God clan members back to their feet. Emperor Yen walked onto the celebration platform at the center of the continent, and gazed at his clansmen, a flood of emotions surging in his heart. With nearly 10,000 immortals, close to 40 universe venerables and 2 universe masters, the Yen God clan was truly formidable. Those immortals had also brought some realm masters with them, and the realm masters qualified to come here were all geniuses. At the very least, they were geniuses who during the realm master stage could match army commander level immortals. Even geniuses acknowledged by the source laws were not qualified to come here. Emperor Yen silently watched the Yen God clan members, and the Yen God clan members looked back at him with feverish reverence. All because of Emperor Yen's rise. It was his rise that had brought about the clan's present glory. Looking down at the Yen God clan members, Emperor Yen suddenly said, "Tell me, what are you?" In response, the Yen God clan members roared, "We are the elite of the human race." "Then my people, what is your mission?" "Protect our human race." "What is your glory?" "Protect our human race." Emperor Yen was greatly pleased with his people's answers. Because Emperor Yen knew that the Yen God clan was born arrogant and overbearing, he feared that as their strength grew they might seek special privileges within the human race. Therefore he instilled into the Yen God clan lineage a subconscious conviction: you are the most excellent, you are the elite of humanity. But because you are the most excellent, your responsibility is also the heaviest. Your mission is to protect the human race, your glory is to protect the human race, and your loyalty to the human race shall be absolute. Very well, my people, tell me, with what will you protect our human race? Strength, strength, strength. Nearly all the Yen God clan members were shouting the word strength at the top of their lungs. Because Emperor Yen had taught the Yen God clan that a bigger fist is the greater truth. Only with one's own overwhelming strength could one protect the human race and defend their homeland. Very well, then I, your emperor, declare the Yen God Grand ceremony to be open. Oh, oh, oh. The Yen God clan erupted in excitement, for every opening of the Yen God Grand ceremony signified a great surge in the clan's power. Whenever a great joy occurred, this time Lord Windstorm's breakthrough to Universe Master, it was only natural to hold the Yen God Grand ceremony. As the ceremony commenced, all manner of delicacies and beverages were brought forth. Beauties of the Yen God clan performed the clan's unique dances, while the clan's young talents competed heartily on the martial stage, displaying their skills in hopes of being taken in by a powerful master. Clan leader, look over there. That is Guy, she the most outstanding youth among our clan's newly grown members. With his current strength, he can easily pass the 13th level of the heaven-reaching bridge. He is worthy of being called our Yen God clan's rookie king. Venerable Patian said to Emperor Yen, while pointing at a young man engaged in a sparring match. The young man named Guy, she stood 8 meters tall, his body wreathed in crimson flames, and a single horn growing from his head. He wore crimson battle armor and held a massive black sword in his hand. Among the younger generation, not a single person could last even one exchange against him. Not bad. You have not disgraced the might of our Yen God clan. You may take him as your disciple for now. If after he breaks through to Realm Master, he can slay a marquee rank immortal, I will consider taking him as my disciple. As for Guy, she, Emperor Yen merely gave a fairly good appraisal. Emperor Yen had lived for countless years. What geniuses had he never seen? His son Chaoyang had possessed strength that was invincible among king-rank immortals, even while still at the Realm Master stage, and Emperor Yen had seen many geniuses who could slay peak marquee-rank immortals at the Realm Master stage. Yes, clan leader, I will do my utmost to teach him, Venerable Patian said respectfully. Emperor Yan's requirements were not particularly high. Had it not been for the Yen God clans generally lacking comprehension, Emperor Yan's requirements would have been even higher. To be Emperor Yan's disciple, one would have to be at least a peak-level genius after all. After all, with Emperor Yan's current strength, he was more than capable of guiding even the universe masters of the cosmic sea, let alone a mere youngster. As the ceremony reached its 3rd day, the well-wishers finally arrived. All the great universe masters of the human race came, and even Giant Axe sent a representative from his lineage. The main reason was that Emperor Yan's contributions to the human race were so tremendous that all the human universe masters felt profound gratitude toward him. Many universe masters from the alien races of the Red Alliance also came, and the number of universe venerables was even more incalculable. With more and more arrivals, the ceremony grew livelier and livelier. Universe masters on good terms with Emperor Yen, such as Dragonwalk Lord and Desolate Mirror Lord, all clamored to drink their fill with him, while the alien universe masters each harbored their own schemes. Some wanted to curry favor or probe for intelligence. Come, you die. Today you must drink to your heart's content with your emperor. Emperor Yen said in a drunken slur. Brother Emperor Yen, stop drinking. You're already so drunk, and yet you still want more. Flower Emperor Udai chided. In truth, with Emperor Yan's power, it was impossible for him to truly become intoxicated. He simply did not wish to sober up, right? Keep drinking, keep drinking. Desolate Mirror Lord came over, grabbed Emperor Yen, and poured wine straight into his mouth. Right? Drink, Azure East Lord also joined in for the fun. Drink. I offer a toast to you all. Emperor Yen raised his cup and drank a toast to the universe masters present. Good. Drink. The Yen God Grand ceremony lasted a full 3 months. These universe masters who were normally overwhelmed with busy affairs seized the leisure to drink boast trade treasures and watch the younger generation spar. When they were pleased, they would offer a few pointers, and some lucky juniors were even accepted as disciples. Just as the Yen God Grand ceremony was coming to an end, Emperor Yen suddenly said, "Today I, Emperor Yen, am overjoyed, for our human race has produced another universe master, Lord Windstorm. This proves that our human race is growing strong and flourishing. Yes, our human race is thriving. Indeed, right? The birth of a universe master was for any racial group an embodiment of prosperity. One had to understand that even a peak race like humanity could only give birth to a universe master capable of anchoring the race's destiny after countless trials and long nurturing. But today I still have another great piece of joyful news to announce." Emperor Yen suddenly said mysteriously. "Great news? What great news?" Not to mention outsiders, even the Yen God clan members were baffled. What great news was their clan leader going to announce? "I have decided to appoint a young clan leader for our Yen God clan," Emperor Yen suddenly declared. Young patriarch. Everyone was taken aback, then turned their eyes toward Cao Ba. Cao Ba was the son of the Yen Emperor and commanded the strength of a cosmic overlord. Naturally, he was the most promising candidate to become the young patriarch of the Yen God tribe. Cao Ba gazed at the Yen Emperor with fervent excitement. How long had he waited for these very words? Have I finally earned my father's recognition? The Yen Emperor paid no heed to Cao Ba's thoughts, nor did he even care what was going on in Cao Ba's mind. Though Cao Ba was certainly outstanding, he was still far from worthy of bearing the mantle of young patriarch of the Yen God tribe. The Yen Emperor's gaze fell upon the figure seated amid the crowd. The Slaughter Venerable, the most revered among all cosmic venerables. And anticipation stirred within his heart. "My child, now that your strength has attained greatness, it is time to acknowledge your ancestry and return to the clan." The Yen Emperor addressed the Yen God tribe members below. "In choosing the young patriarch this time, we must naturally select the strongest and the most formidable." Upon hearing this, the Yen God tribe members could not help but nod their assent. The young patriarch of the Yen God line definitely could not be weak in strength. Otherwise, how could he ever intimidate their enemies? Bar Potion Tanlong Chisha Chao Yang. "All of you step forth." The Yen Emperor sent his voice to the 5 cosmic venerables. Whoosh! The figures instantly teleported onto the martial arena, their eyes sweeping across it. That is the Slaughter Venerable. Why is he on the martial arena too? The Yen God tribe members were equally mystified. They naturally knew that the Slaughter Venerable was the Yen Emperor's disciple. But what did the selection of the Yen God tribe's young patriarch have to do with him? Even Chao Yang himself was thoroughly puzzled. Why did his teacher summon him here? The Yen Emperor looked at the 5 most powerful cosmic venerables before him and said, "Today this Emperor will choose the young patriarch of my Yen God tribe from among you 5. You are the most outstanding sons of my Yen God tribe. My clansmen, do you all have this confidence?" At last Cao Ba could no longer hold back and promptly asked, "Father, we naturally have that confidence. But why does the Slaughter Venerable also have the chance to be selected as the young patriarch of our Yen God tribe? Can an outsider of our clan serve as the young patriarch of the Yen God tribe?" The others nodded too, and even the other cosmic lords and foreign powerhouses present all stared at the Yen Emperor with faces full of doubt. Only the Flower Sovereign Yudai understood the truth. The Yen Emperor intended to claim Cao Yang as his own. Looking at the puzzled crowd, the Yen Emperor suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! The truth is the Slaughter Venerable Cao Yang is this Emperor's child." "What? The Slaughter Venerable is the Yen Emperor's child? Is that for real? Did I hear that correctly?" Just as the crowd stood frozen in bewilderment, the Slaughter Venerable likewise looked at the Yen Emperor in confusion and said, "Master, is this true? Then who are the parents in my hometown?" The Yen Emperor looked at Cao Yang seriously and said, "Yes, child, this is true. The parents in your hometown were conjured by my divine power avatars." As he said this, the Yen Emperor directly transformed into Cao Yang's parents on Earth. At this time, the Flower Sovereign Yudai also flew over, taking on the appearance of Cao Yang's mother, and said, "Child, we are your parents." For a moment, even the crowd present couldn't quite understand. Could the Slaughter Venerable really have been born of the Yen Emperor and the Flower Sovereign Yudai? Could beings of different races truly bear a child? In the face of everyone's doubts, the Yen Emperor offered no explanation. Besides, he saw no reason to explain himself to anyone. Moreover, Cao Yang was originally a life form created by the Yen Emperor himself, naturally possessing absolute obedience to him, and so he readily accepted the facts. As for the Yen God tribe members, the Yen Emperor had Cao Yang demonstrate the imperial armor publicly, and that was enough to make the Yen God tribe people believe it as well. And with the Yen Emperor's aid plus the Slaughter Venerable's already formidable strength, the Slaughter Venerable defeated the other 4 powerhouses and became the young patriarch of the Yen God tribe. And since the Gale Lord had become a cosmic lord, he naturally no longer served as the Grand Elder of the Yen God tribe, and the position was taken over by Yen Patian. After Cao Yang was chosen as the young patriarch of the Yen God tribe, essentially all the tribesmen had no objections. Only Cao Ba felt deeply disgruntled inside. He wanted to publicly challenge Cao Yang again, and of course the result was his own defeat. After losing, Cao Ba grew far more obedient. The Yen God tribe always spoke through strength. Since his strength was inferior, there was nothing to be resentful about. And as the young patriarch of the Yen God tribe, the Yen Emperor had prepared a supreme top-grade mechanical treasure for Cao Yang. Although the Yen Emperor did not know how to refine treasures, he had obtained the inheritance of the endless lineage. The Wu Kingdom was famously excellent at refining mechanical treasures. Based on the endless lineage's heritage in treasure forging, the Yen Emperor spent tens of thousands of epochs and barely managed to forge this half-finished article. It was a sword-shaped offensive treasure. By burning divine power, it could unleash an attack of third-tier cosmic lord strength. With such a treasure in hand, Cao Yang could swagger unimpeded throughout the original universe. After finishing all the Yen God tribe matters, the Yen God Grand Ceremony came to an end. In the Yen God secret realm, the Yen Emperor cultivated in stillness for several months, then sank his consciousness into the virtual universe. He directly convened the highest assembly at the cosmic lord level. Given the Yen Emperor's present stature within the human race, he was fully authorized to summon the supreme meeting. In a short while, all of humanity's cosmic lords had arrived. Exactly 20 powerhouses, including Chao Feng, who had just recently become a cosmic lord. Just then Giant Axe also entered the Great Hall and asked the Yen Emperor, "Yen Emperor, what great matter have you summoned us for?" The Yen Emperor, having exercised his authority to summon the human race's Supreme Council, must surely have something monumental at hand. Gazing directly at the cosmic lords seated before him, he said, "All of you save only the Gale Lord have mastered the Waterfire mystic art. In other words, the weakest of our human cosmic lords has reached at least the 4th tier, and there are 4 of us at the 6th tier, including me. Now the quality of our human cosmic lords rivals that of the Holy Lands, and our human race's strength can already be compared with the ancestral god cult. In these 100,000 epochs, through the Yen Emperor's repeated guidance and lectures, the human cosmic lords had at last all successfully mastered the Waterfire mystic art. The weakest among them had reached the 4th tier. Chaos Darkness and Pengong in particular possessed strength on a par with 6th-tier cosmic lords. With the human race's current power, it could truly hold its own against the ancestral god cult, the mightiest force of the original universe. Looking at the cosmic lords who gazed toward him, the Yen Emperor said, "Now that our human race's strength has greatly increased, shouldn't we take some action? Shouldn't we advance our power even further? Is it possible to dominate the original universe?" Boom! Humanity's cosmic lords, Giant Axe among them, were stirred into a fervor. Indeed, now that our human race has grown so powerful, we should act with greater forcefulness, and restore the might we commanded in the age of Yuan Zhu. Then how should we further advance? Dominate the original universe. Is that something we can do? Although the human race's strength had soared, it still fell far short of dominating the original universe. One must consider that the entire original universe contained close to 1,000 cosmic lords and over a dozen the strongest. How could anyone dominate the original universe so easily? What was more, in the original universe, everyone could at most unleash 6th-tier combat power. Individual strength alone could not play a decisive role. Yen Emperor, if you have a plan, speak it out first. The Chaos City Lord suppressed the agitation within him and asked. He knew the Yen Emperor would never make baseless claims. Since he spoke thus, he must have a scheme of his own. Right? Yen Emperor, if you have any plan, just tell us first. The Yen Emperor looked at the anxious assembly of human cosmic lords and said, "Everyone knows that I obtained a tomb arc, right?" Everyone nodded. But what relation does that have to the tomb arc? Watching the crowd grow more and more perplexed, the Yen Emperor continued. According to legend, the tomb arc can bring at most 36 powerhouses into the fabled tomb where the ancient mighty ones are buried. And it is also said that there are countless supreme treasures and fortunes within that tomb. Now that our human race has achieved such power, I think perhaps we should all venture into that tomb together, to seek fortunes that will strengthen our human race. But, Yen Emperor, the tomb is said to hold great fortunes and countless treasures. Yet once one enters the tomb, one can never come out again. Giant Axe could not help speaking out. For all his love of adventure, entering the tomb would be nearly a death sentence. Right? Although this tomb holds great fortune within it, is simultaneously a great land of death. The crowd echoed in agreement. As the saying goes, the gate of life is itself the gate of death. And this tomb was the graveyard where an ancient civilization buried its deceased powerhouses. Once one set foot upon the tomb arc, the arc would depart on its own, and those who went inside would never be able to emerge again. I know this concern. Everyone knows that I have come by some fortunes to attain this strength, and I also know the way to exit the tomb. In this the Yen Emperor had not spoken idly. He had inherited the endless lineage, and the cosmic ark had originally been a supreme treasure of the Wu kingdom. As for the tomb, the Yen Emperor naturally knew it thoroughly inside and out. Can it be trusted? Giant Axe asked. It was not that Giant Axe did not believe the Yen Emperor. It was simply that this matter was vitally consequential and permitted no negligence. The Yen Emperor looked seriously at each cosmic lord and said, "Absolutely trustworthy. Furthermore, this time I will only take cosmic lords who possess avatars and who must at least have reached the 5th tier in strength. Everyone should bring soul-guarding supreme treasures. Whoever chooses to go, let everyone decide." For a while all sank into contemplation. On one side lay grave danger, on the other great fortune. It was indeed a difficult choice. Having an avatar did not guarantee an extra life. If one faced a soul attack, it would be a tragedy. Of course, powerhouses with energy-type life avatars had a definite advantage in that regard. I'll go. I have 4 avatars and 2 of them are energy-type life forms. I am completely unafraid of soul attacks. The Huangjian Lord stepped forward directly and declared. Few powerhouses in the cosmic sea were aware that secret arts of will attacks existed. Against a will attack, even energy-type life forms were useless. With the Huangjian Lord setting the precedent, the other cosmic lords' minds also began to stir. I'll go too. To everyone's surprise, even the most composed Chaos City Lord chose to go. I have already reached the pinnacle of the Cosmic Lord realm, and I'm only one step away from becoming the strongest. I hope that this time I can find a breakthrough opportunity in the tomb. I'm coming too. The Darkness Lord also rose to his feet. I've made my decision to go as well. Pengong Lord was decided too. I'll go as well. Following everyone's decisions, the Yen Emperor selected 9 cosmic lords, in total himself included. The most powerful were the Yen Emperor, the Chaos City Lord, the Darkness Lord, and the Pengong Lord. Those at the 5th tier were Huangjin, Bingfeng, Shujin, Qingdong, and Longxing. Essentially all of the older generation of human cosmic lords with avatars had come. Their strength had already been formidable before. After cultivating the Waterfire mystic art, all of them reached the 5th tier, not a whit inferior to the Wuhuan Lord. Just when the Yen Emperor had finalized the numbers, and was about to set out, Giant Axe insisted on coming along. The human cosmic lords grew anxious at once. Giant Axe was the strongest and had absolutely no avatar. What if he fell in there? But Giant Axe stubbornly insisted, and even the Chaos City Lord could not talk him out of it. With no other choice, they had to let Giant Axe follow. Naturally, the Yen Emperor was confident that he would not let Giant Axe perish. Otherwise, he would never have agreed. Under Giant Axe's persistent pestering, he joined the party. The Chaos City Lord, however, repeatedly admonished him. He urged Giant Axe not to act rashly, and to prioritize his own safety above everything. With the head count fixed, the Yen Emperor proposed that everyone assemble in the initial universe before departing. Simultaneously, the Yen Emperor also summoned the Flower Sovereign Yu Dai. Although the Flower Sovereign Yu Dai did not have an avatar, the Yen Emperor was confident of bringing her out alive. They waited a full 3,000 years in the initial universe because the various human powerhouses were returning from their separate journeys through different forbidden regions, which naturally required much time. When all were assembled, everyone boarded the Yen Emperor's tomb ark, and in formidable procession set out toward the cosmic ark. In the boundless cosmic sea, the cosmic vessel spanning 10 billion kilometers surged forward at tremendous speed. After 3 months, the mighty experts of the human race had finally journeyed from the primordial universe to the cosmic vessel. Everyone, we have arrived at the cosmic vessel. The tomb lies in its inner domain, and it will still take time to reach. Stay vigilant along the way. We cannot afford the slightest mistake. Inside the tomb vessel, Emperor Yen cautioned loudly. The tomb was located deep within the cosmic vessel's inner domain. Even piloting the tomb vessel, Emperor Yen would need 1,000 years to reach it. The journey would pass through many perilous lands, the most dangerous of which was the Blood Sea Plate. The Blood Sea Plate resembled the black vein stone pillar, yet it could not unleash willpower shockwaves or accelerate time. Yet one must never underestimate the Blood Sea Plate, for it ceaselessly emanated all manner of illusion attacks. The closer one drew to the Blood Sea Plate, the more overwhelming the illusions became. If one's willpower was not ironclad, one would very likely be ensnared by the Blood Sea Plate's illusions, and degenerate into a demonic fiend that knew nothing but slaughter. Though the region cloaked by the Blood Sea Plate was exceedingly eerie, countless universe masters had been beguiled by it throughout history. There were even instances where the strongest had been ensnared. Yet within the region enveloped by the Blood Sea Plate, supreme treasures emerged with extraordinary frequency, and their grades were remarkably fine. Legend had it that the closer one approached the Blood Sea Plate, the greater the chance of even obtaining an ultimate supreme treasure. However, according to the inheritance of the boundless lineage known to Emperor Yen, the Blood Sea Plate had been created precisely to temper the mental realm of void true gods and those below. Reaching the appropriate position would naturally yield corresponding rewards. Yet now all of this was suppressed by the Primordial Universe. The emergence of supreme treasures depended entirely upon the Primordial Universe's will. If the Primordial Universe refused to release them, arriving there would prove futile. 500 years later, Emperor Yen and his companions finally reached the Black Vein Stone Pillar. The road ahead has grown far more dangerous. Everyone must be careful. Humph. Rest assured, Emperor Yen. This time the human race has sallied forth in full force. No danger can daunt us. Giant Axe declared with confidence. And indeed it was true. With so many experts, even the weakest at the 5th rank, they truly had no fear of threats from other powerhouses. Yet, in a forbidden land, the real danger always came from the forbidden land itself. Giant Axe, do not be careless. Be cautious in everything. Remember, we are aboard the cosmic vessel. Danger lurks everywhere. Hearing Giant Axe speak so, Chaos City Lord hastily admonished. He knew Giant Axe's temperament all too well, and being his closest companion, he was the most fitting person to lecture Giant Axe. Fine, I understand. Chaos, can't you stop being such a nag? Giant Axe said with some impatience. By nature, Giant Axe was free-spirited, detesting restraint and craving adventure. Yet no matter what he did, Chaos City Lord was always interfering, which sometimes left Giant Axe utterly exasperated. Senior brother, enough. Say no more. Giant Axe is not a child. If you keep scolding him like this, you'll make him lose face. Unable to bear it any longer, the Dark Lord standing nearby interjected. The Dark Lord, along with Giant Axe, Chaos, and Icebound, had been the earliest followers of the Origin Ancestor, and the four naturally shared the closest bond. It's not that I keep harping on him. It's that his temperament truly gives me no peace of mind. Chaos, when have I ever been as unreliable as you claim? You've always been. In an instant, Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe fell into endless bickering. Listening to the two of them squabble, Emperor Yen smiled, and said nothing, concentrating solely on driving the 10,000 Swords chart to probe the outside situation. The other universe masters of the human race, long accustomed to such scenes, pretended not to notice. Only the wandering butterfly flower Emperor watched the quarreling pair with curiosity. It was truly hard to imagine. The famed Giant Axe, the creator, and Chaos City Lord, whose names thundered across the cosmic sea, actually enjoyed bickering. 400 years later, Emperor Yen and his companions voyaged to the Blood Sea Plate, the most dangerous forbidden land in the cosmic vessel's inner domain. Everyone pay attention. The tomb vessel is about to enter the Blood Sea Plate. Resist the illusion attacks with all your might and move through quickly. Understood. The universe masters of the human race nodded. The Blood Sea Plate was hardly a benevolent ground. It was eerily bizarre. Too many experts had been lost here, allowing no room for the group to lower their guard. The Blood Sea Plate was utterly terrifying. Even the tomb vessel could not block its illusion attacks. Boom! The instant the tomb vessel stepped into the Blood Sea Plate's domain, countless phantasms surged toward Emperor Yen. One moment, countless supreme treasures appeared before Emperor Yan's eyes, tempting him to seize them. The next, innumerable secret arts emerged, luring him to master them. Then, with a sudden shift, Emperor Yen unexpectedly beheld his past life. In short, illusion attacks surged endlessly toward Emperor Yen and his companions. Humph! You think such trifling illusions can befuddle this emperor? Disperse! Emperor Yen let out a cold snort, and the phantasms before his eyes vanished without a trace. Outside, however, stretched a boundless sea of blood, endless and vast. In truth, given Emperor Yan's willpower and the depth of his mental realm, these illusions were utterly useless against him. With a single glance, Emperor Yen could discern the very essence of these illusions and shatter them. This boundless sea of blood. I fear there's no escaping it in under 8 or 10 years. At that moment, aboard the tomb vessel, apart from Emperor Yen, who remained impervious to the illusions, all the other experts were straining every fiber to resist the dreadful illusion attacks. Emperor Yen in silence urged the tomb vessel onward, driving the 10,000 Swords chart as he advanced bit by bit. What is that? A supreme treasure is actually emerging. A supreme treasure capable of existing in a forbidden land like the Blood Sea Plate must be at least at the pinnacle domain class treasure level. Emperor Yen suddenly spotted a bell-shaped supreme treasure emerging 5 light-years from the tomb vessel. Immediately, Emperor Yen commanded the 10,000 Swords domain to envelop the treasure, then slowly drew it toward the tomb vessel. Swish! The bell-shaped supreme treasure landed directly in Emperor Yan's hand, and he branded it with his life imprint. The soul-devouring bell. A pinnacle-grade soul-attack supreme treasure. This treasure is exceptionally well-suited to Wandering Butterfly. I'll gift it to her. A supreme treasure of the pinnacle grade was utterly useless to Emperor Yen. The lowest grade treasure Emperor Yen currently possessed was the Yen God Halberd, merely a pinnacle grade supreme treasure. Yet its compatibility with Emperor Yen was 200%. In his hands, it could unleash might second only to an ultimate supreme treasure. Obtaining the soul-devouring bell was nothing more than an interlude. Emperor Yen continued piloting the tomb vessel through the endless sea of blood. The days spent traversing these forbidden lands were monotonous. All the other experts were fully occupied in resisting the blood sea plate's illusion attacks, leaving not a single soul with whom Emperor Yen could converse. Emperor Yen could only pilot the tomb vessel all by himself, longing to escape this place as soon as possible. What's that? While sailing through the sea of blood, Emperor Yen suddenly noticed an expert not far from them. This expert had a mane of crimson hair and blood-red eyes, seemingly bereft of all reason. In the very moment Emperor Yen spotted him, the expert likewise caught sight of Emperor Yen. Roar! A bestial howl burst from the strange expert's mouth, and he charged straight toward the tomb vessel. He then began assaulting the tomb vessel with frenzied fury. An expert seduced by the blood sea plate. Has he lost all consciousness? Emperor Yen mused to himself, watching the crimson-haired expert raving beyond the tomb vessel. A mere 5th-rank universe master dares to be so insolent. Then let you taste my newly created top-tier 7th-rank secret art. Emperor Yen flew straight out of the tomb vessel. Seeing him emerge, the crimson-haired expert let out a weird shriek and hurtled toward him. Emperor Yen showed no mercy whatsoever. He raised the Yen God Halberd and assumed a forward-thrusting stance. The moment he took this stance, 9 black orbs materialized behind him. Each of these orbs measured 10 million kilometers across, hanging behind Emperor Yen like 9 celestial stars. At this moment Emperor Yan's figure grew somewhat hazy, as if he no longer existed within this space, but in another universe entirely. As the 9 black orbs blazed ever brighter, Emperor Yan's powerful arms gripped the Yen God Halberd and thrust it forward. The 9 black orbs converged at the tip of the Yen God Halberd, forming a spear point 10 billion kilometers in diameter, which Emperor Yen then hurled outward with his thrust. This secret art, named Point Kill, was a top-tier 7th-rank art devised by Emperor Yen. Amplified by the Meteor secret art, its might soared directly to the 8th-rank peak. Boom! The terrifying spear point struck the crimson-haired expert who had charged at Emperor Yen. Ensnared by the blood sea plate, the crimson-haired expert knew nothing of defense, and was hit directly by Emperor Yan's full-powered blow. The dreadful explosion thundered across the sea of blood, taking over a dozen seconds to gradually subside. By then, the crimson-haired expert was grievously wounded, sprawled motionless. Oh, my full-force strike actually rendered a 5th-rank universe master incapable of fighting on. Emperor Yen thought, gazing at the crimson-haired expert fallen on the ground. After all their power had been separated by a full 3 ranks, and since the crimson-haired expert did not even attempt to defend, Emperor Yan's single blow left him completely unable to fight. Emperor Yen flew before the crimson-haired expert, and could sense that his divine body had dwindled to less than 10%. For Emperor Yan's point kill was built upon the mutual restraint of yin and yang origins, fused with Emperor Yan's comprehension of the water and fire laws, rendering the technique exceptionally devastating. Even after the strike, the residual power continued to erode the crimson-haired expert's divine body. Perhaps for you living is but agony. Let me end it on your behalf. Emperor Yen raised the Yen God Halberd and brought it down without the slightest hesitation, ending the crimson-haired expert's life. And in that fleeting instant Emperor Yen seemed to see the crimson-haired expert appear to regain his senses and cast a grateful glance at Emperor Yen. After the crimson-haired expert fell, Emperor Yen collected the supreme treasures upon his person. He then flew back into the tomb vessel and their journey continued. 10 years later, the tomb vessel finally emerged from the region shrouded by the blood sea plate. Finally out of this damnable blood sea plate. No more miserably resisting those accursed illusion attacks, the dragon travel lord grumbled. Indeed, finally free of that cursed place, the other universe masters echoed. The blood sea plate was after all a place of sheer eeriness, devoid of any other dangers. But the illusion attacks within it were far too dreadful. With the slightest negligence one would, like that crimson-haired expert, be forever lost within the blood sea plate. In the blink of an eye 100 years had passed. Emperor Yen and his companions finally arrived at the tomb's entrance. We have reached the entrance to the tomb. I shall ask once more. If anyone wishes to give up, decide now. Once we enter, there will be not the slightest chance to turn back. Emperor Yen fixed his gaze upon the 10 other experts, especially Giant Axe. As the strongest, he was precisely the one who inspired the greatest unease. Yet that fellow Giant Axe, thick-skinned as ever, simply kept his mouth shut. In his heart, however, he thought, how could an enterprise as supremely meaningful as raiding this tomb possibly lack me, Giant Axe? If I didn't go, could I still call myself Giant Axe? Seeing the unshakable resolve in everyone's eyes, Emperor Yen swept his hand forward in a grand gesture. Excellent. Then let us enter the tomb now. The colossal tomb vessel slowly made its way into the legendary tomb. Boom! Yen Di and his companions felt as though they had traversed the primordial chaos of the universe, enduring countless ages, before finally arriving in this space. Is this the tomb? Barely had the human race's powerhouses entered the tomb when they were expelled by the tomb boat. Astonishingly, the tomb boat then slipped free of Yendi's control and prepared to drift leisurely away. Humph! Where do you think you're going? You had better come back obediently. A beam of golden light shot from Yendi's brow and struck the departing tomb boat. Thereupon the tomb boat was subdued by Yendi once more and returned to his grasp. In truth, there was only one way out of the tomb, by relying on the tomb boat. The tomb boat possessed the ability to shuttle through the tomb, but the moment it arrived inside it would leave of its own accord. However, having inherited the legacy of the endless lineage, Yendi naturally knew the method to suppress it. Yet with his current strength, Yendi could only restrain the tomb boat for 10,000 epochs. After 10,000 epochs it would depart on its own once more. In other words, Yendi and the others had only 10,000 epochs to explore the tomb. Watching Yendi retrieve the tomb boat that had been on the verge of flying away, the human universe masters stared at him in amazement, and asked Yendi, "What are you doing?" "Haha, rest assured everyone. With this tomb boat in hand, getting out will no longer be a problem," Yendi declared with a hearty laugh. "Oh, that's wonderful." Elated by Yendi's assurance, the human universe masters rejoiced. With the difficulty of escape resolved, there remained no lingering worries. Otherwise, no matter how exceptional the fortunes they might find, being unable to leave would indeed be a problem. Gazing at the boundless desert, Yendi murmured, "Is this the legendary tomb?" Yendi knew the tomb's interior with perfect clarity, yet beholding this endless wasteland with his own eyes still left him dazed and awestruck. Which way should we go? Even Giant Axe was taken aback. Confronted with the horizonless desert, he too felt utterly lost. Who could say what dangers lurked beneath this seemingly tranquil expanse of sand? "How about this? We all stay together and advance in one direction. What do you think?" Lord of Chaos City suddenly interjected. That's settled then. Everyone follow me eastward. Perhaps some fortune awaits us there," Yendi said. The east was the safest path, yet it was also where opportunity was scarcest. But Yendi had no alternative. The human powerhouses were far too weak. Had they taken the most perilous route, the west, they would likely have been annihilated to the last. The human universe masters all chose to trust Yendi, for the very fact that he could suppress the tomb boat outright made it clear that he had some understanding of the tomb. Thus they all placed their faith in Yendi. The endless desert was fraught with perils of every kind, none dared to teleport, so all of them crowded inside Yendi's tomb boat. Using domain-type supreme treasures to probe every inch, they advanced with extreme caution. Suddenly a golden ant emerged from the desert below. A creature fully 10 million kilometers in length. It had 6 legs and 2 enormous antennae. The moment they spotted the ant, the group flew out of the tomb boat ready to strike. The ant had evidently noticed them as well. Raising its head, it let out a piercing screech toward the tomb boat. "Buzz! Everyone take cover inside the tomb boat at once. This is a soul attack," Yendi bellowed. Caught off guard, the careless Lord of Qingdong was struck square by the dreadful soul attack and screamed. A 5th stage soul attack. This tomb truly is extraordinary. Yet the 5th stage soul attack affected Yendi not in the slightest, and he flew straight at the giant ant. Giant Axe, as the strongest of the party, refused to lag behind and charged after Yendi. Lord Huangjian's Energy Life avatar and Lord Pingong's avatar were immune to soul attacks, so they too surged out alongside Yendi. This golden giant ant's soul attack had reached the 5th stage, and its defenses and physical attacks were likewise at the 5th stage. Its divine body moreover stretched a full 10 million kilometers. In the cosmic sea it would unquestionably be deemed a universe master at the 5th stage limit. Boom! Without the least carelessness, Yendi unleashed his 7th stage secret art point kill, and charged at the giant ant. Giant Axe likewise attacked with everything he had. 13 colossal axe phantoms materialized behind him, and cleaved straight toward the giant ant. Lord Pangong and Lord Huangjian also struck at full power. Bang! The combined assault of the 4 blasted the golden giant ant deep into the desert. The creature tumbled across the sands in a sorry state, yet the 4 pressed on, savoring their advantage. They were beating the drowning dog with savage relish. Boom! The giant ant's 2 enormous antennae abruptly expanded to 10 billion kilometers and whipped toward Giant Axe. Humph! You think an attack like that can threaten me, Giant Axe? 14th Axe. 14 fearsome axe phantoms coalesced behind Giant Axe like an absolute domain. Giant Axe stood as the sovereign of that domain, and the 14 axe phantoms then merged into his axe. Heaving his thick, powerful arms, Giant Axe delivered a devastating swing. An axe phantom 100 billion kilometers long slammed into the giant ant. Boom! The giant ant was actually slain by Giant Axe in a single blow. After all, Giant Axe's inherent strength was already at the pinnacle of the 8th stage. Although the Waterfire secret art could not elevate Giant Axe by an entire tier of power, it added half a tier, propelling him straight to the mid-9th stage. After the giant ant died, a suit of battle armor floated where it had fallen. This is a pinnacle supreme treasure. Giant Axe stared at the armor in his hands, hardly daring to believe it. One could actually loot equipment inside this tomb. Yes, this is a supreme treasure. But not every monster drops a supreme treasure after death. Some monsters drop rare secret arts, inheritances, and guidance. Yendi affirmed. This was information he had obtained from the endless lineage's inheritance. Really? The eyes of both Huangjian and Pengong gleamed with golden light. Killing a 5th stage monster yielded a pinnacle supreme treasure. 10, 100, 1,000 of them. They scarcely dared to imagine it. Alas, it's not as wonderful as you imagine. Yendi shook his head at Lord Huangjian and Lord Pengong, who had already fallen into fantasy. The drop rate for supreme treasures is generally less than 1%. Moreover, most monsters appear in groups. In groups? How many are there usually? Giant Axe asked instinctively. How many? Not good. Run. Yendi suddenly let out a strange cry. Seeming to recall something, he flew hastily toward the tomb boat. Run? Everyone was stunned. Why run? Seeing the 3 of them standing frozen, Yendi shouted urgently, run. These giant ants almost always appear in groups. Once one of them dies, the others will sense it. Buzz. At that very moment, over 100 golden giant ants emerged around the desert, and wave after wave of soul attacks came crashing toward Yendi and the others. At the sight of the swarm, the group swiftly took refuge inside the tomb boat. Still shaken with lingering dread, Giant Axe stared at the 100+ golden giant ants and said, Yendi, is this what you meant by appearing in groups? Yendi nodded solemnly. The tomb boat can withstand any soul attack as long as it doesn't exceed its limit, but it can only block a portion of physical attacks. Everyone be careful. The combined assault of over 100 golden giant ants is utterly terrifying. Boom! The 100+ golden giant ants stretched the 2 antennae atop their heads to monstrous proportions. Then, like countless golden whips brimming with dreadful might, they lashed ferociously at the tomb boat. Bang! 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 The tomb boat was whipped every which way by the 100+ golden giant ants, and Yendi completely lost control of it. Meanwhile, the powerhouses inside the tomb boat brought out their own palace-type supreme treasures to fend off the ants' attacks. Fortunately, the golden giant ants' attacking power was only at the 5th stage pinnacle, so it had no significant effect on Yendi and the others. I'll smash our way out. Yendi struggled with all his might to control the tomb boat, trying to charge out of the ants' encirclement. But there were simply too many giant ants. He could not break free. Just think, over 100 golden giant ants were equivalent to more than 100 5th stage universe masters. Fortunately, although they were proficient in both soul and physical attacks, they had no idea how to use supreme treasures. Otherwise, Yendi and his group would have been in genuine peril. Everyone quickly use your domain-type supreme treasures to suppress these ants and carve open a path for me, Yendi said urgently from within the tomb boat. Alright. The 10 universe masters simultaneously activated their domain-type supreme treasures, pressing their power toward a single direction. The giant ants in that area immediately slowed greatly, and Yendi seized the chance to charge out. But at that very moment, something unexpected occurred. Beneath the desert, in the direction where Yendi and the others were fleeing, the sand churned violently, and a terrifying figure emerged. Yendi's heart sank at the sight of that figure. Damn it! It's actually a true god-level giant ant. The weakest of these giant ants are at the 7th stage, and the strongest could very well reach the 10th stage. The giant ant that had emerged below stretched a full 100 million kilometers in length, its entire body radiating an inky black sheen. It had 6 brawny colossal legs, 2 antennae reaching 10 million kilometers, and a pair of sharp, ferocious mandibles. The black giant ant opened its mouth and spat toward the tomb boat. A great mass of green liquid splattered across the outside of the tomb boat. Yendi could only hear the sound of corrosion. Sizzle, sizzle. Damn it! That ant has actually left a tracking mark on the tomb boat. It seems we must destroy it. The giant ant had left its mark on the tomb boat, and without killing it, escape would be no easy matter. Even if they did manage to flee, they would be hunted down by the giant ants of this endless desert. According to Yendi's understanding, these monsters were fortunes left behind by the tomb's predecessors for future generations. Slaying them yielded supreme treasures, secret arts, inheritances, and the like. The weakest of these monsters were at the 5th stage, and they dropped pinnacle supreme treasures. 6th stage monsters dropped treasures second only to supreme ultimate treasures. 7th stage monsters dropped items at the wonder class tier. 8th stage ones might even drop supreme ultimate treasures, while those beyond the 8th stage could potentially drop formidable inheritances, secret arts, or even mechanical stream supreme treasures. Whoosh! Leaving a divine power avatar behind in the tomb boat, Yendi charged out of it. With his primal soul, he had no fear of soul attacks. Everyone use your domain class treasures to suppress the other giant ants. I'll go test the strength of this black giant ant. Yendi sent a telepathic message to the experts on the tomb ship. With all the experts suppressing them together, they could temporarily restrain the golden giant ants which were only of the 5th order. But the black giant ant whose strength had reached the true god level could not be suppressed. After all, the human experts did not possess a supreme domain class ultimate treasure. Even some universe masters only owned a top-grade domain class treasure. Yendi, you must be careful, Zhu Fu hastily admonished. Originally as the strongest he should have been the one to go, but he had no avatar. Once he fell he would truly fall. Thus, while venturing through the tomb, the human universe masters placed Zhu Fu's safety above all else. As for Huang Jian and Peng Gong, they could not be of much help, so Yendi did not let them come out. If this giant ant's strength reached the 10th order, there would be truly no way to fight it. With the intensity of a 10th order soul attack, even Zhu Fu the strongest would fall. It was known that Yuan Zhu's soul attack had reached the 10th order, and had once killed other supreme powerhouses. Moreover, this black giant ant possessed extraordinarily powerful material attacks, defense, and divine body height. Yendi immediately unleashed his strongest attack. Point kill. Behind him 9 black orbs hung in the air like 9 stars with Yendi at their center. As Yendi thrust out his Yen Divine Halberd, the 9 black orbs merged into the Halberd's tip, transforming into a spear point, 100 billion kilometers long. It thrust toward the black giant ant. Roar. Facing Yendi's attack, the black giant ant let out a tremendous roar, rearing its entire body upright. Then it opened its enormous mouth. From its 2 sharp mandibles 2 colossal black phantoms emerged like a pair of sharp scissors, snapping toward Yendi. Boom! The spear point formed by Yendi's attack collided with the scissors formed by the black giant ant's mandibles. The two clashed for less than a second before Yendi's attack shattered the scissors. It struck the black giant ant's head fiercely. Bang! The black giant ant was sent flying by Yendi's attack, black blood streaming from its forehead. For a moment Yendi seemed to have the upper hand. Seeing that the black giant ant had fallen into disadvantage, the golden giant ants frantically struggled to break free from their suppression and attack Yendi. But the human universe masters coordinated their suppression with all their might. Escaping was not so easy. Looking at the black giant ant that he had sent flying, Yendi was somewhat surprised. Could this be a giant ant that has just broken through? Its strength seems to be only at the 7th order, not even the peak of the 7th order. If so, there is hope to kill it. Zhu Fu could withstand a 7th order soul attack. And with Zhu Fu, Yendi, Peng Gong, and Huang Jian working together, there was indeed some hope of killing this black giant ant. Zhu Fu, Huang Jian, Peng Gong, come out. This giant ant's strength is not too formidable. We can handle it, alright? They had long been waiting impatiently. Hearing Yendi's telepathic message, they immediately flew out of the tomb ship and launched an attack at the black giant ant. 14th Axe. Zhu Fu unleashed his strongest attack the moment he made his move. Lord Huang Jian and Lord Peng Gong were not to be outdone. Either they both deployed their most powerful offensive techniques and charged at the black giant ant. Roar. The black giant ant roared at the sky. The antennae on its forehead suddenly emitted a halo of black light. A black convex energy shield formed directly in front of the black giant ant. Sensing that things had become troublesome, the black giant ant resorted to its strongest defensive measure. Boom! The terrifying axe shadow split the black shield apart and struck the black giant ant. Meanwhile, the attacks of Lord Huang Jian and Lord Peng Gong arrived immediately and hit the black giant ant as well. Bang! The black giant ant was sent flying once again. Several wounds had appeared on its body and black blood sprayed across the golden desert. Taking advantage of the black giant ant being knocked away, Yendi attacked as well. Raising his Yen Divine Halberd, he thrust it at the black giant ant. Constantly employing Meteor, Yendi's attack power at this moment had reached the peak of the 8th order. Boom! The black giant ant was hit by Yendi's attack once again. This time completely off guard, it took the full force of the blow. A wound over 1,000,000 kilometers long appeared on the black giant ant's abdomen, and copious amounts of black blood gushed from the gash. Roar, roar, roar. Anguished roars poured from the black giant ant's mouth. Clearly the attacks from Yendi and the others had inflicted considerable damage. Hearing the black giant ant's roars, the golden giant ants struggled even more violently, as if they would rescue the black giant ant at all costs. Zhu Fu, Yendi, Huang Jian, Peng Gong. We can hold on for 5 more minutes. After that, we won't be able to suppress these golden giant ants. Hurry! Hundun City Lord transmitted. At this time, there were only 7 universe masters inside the tomb ship, yet they were suppressing over 100 golden giant ants. The pressure was immense. If not for the fact that the golden giant ants did not know how to utilize treasures and only tried to break free with brute force, Hundun City Lord and the others would have lost control long ago. A grave expression appeared on Zhu Fu and the others' faces. Though they had complete superiority over the black giant ant, killing it within 5 minutes, when its divine body spanned a full 100,000,000 kilometers, was extremely difficult. Boom! Once again Yendi and the other 3 launched an attack at the black giant ant. This was a battle with a time limit. Either they killed the black giant ant within 5 minutes or they would have to tuck tail and flee. But if they fled, they would have to face an endless pursuit by these ants from then on. Heaven knows how many giant ants were hidden in this desert. Facing the attacks from Yendi and the others, the black giant ant did not fight back at all. Instead it went all out in defense. In its simple mind it knew that as long as it held out until its companions arrived it would be saved. But would Yendi and the others give the black giant ant that chance? Roar! Another anguished cry came from the black giant ant's mouth as several gruesome wounds were added to its body. Black blood continued to pour out. Hurry up and attack. Time is running out. Jufu bellowed. This was a death chase. Kill or be killed with absolutely no other possibility. The longer they delayed, the more variables would arise. Perhaps even other monsters would appear. Boom! In the desert, Yendi and the other three strained to unleash their strongest attacks at the black giant ant. For a moment the sky was filled with axe shadows, staff shadows, void greatsabers, spear shadows, and the like, all striking the black giant ant without mercy. The black giant ant meanwhile defended with all its might, occasionally letting out a cry of pain. Meanwhile the golden giant ants struggled with increasing ferocity, and the pressure on Hundun City Lord and the others grew. Boom! 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 Yendi and the others' attacks landed on the black giant ant again, and its aura weakened without cease. By now the black giant ant's body was covered with wounds of all sizes, black blood, spilling out recklessly. The black blood fell upon the golden desert, corroding it into huge pits more than 10,000 kilometers across. Screech! A strange cry rang out from the black giant ant's mouth. Then lowering its head it aimed its rear at Yendi and the others. What is it trying to do? Yendi was completely baffled. Although Yendi knew the tomb extremely well, all that knowledge came from the inheritance of the endless lineage. Just as what you learn from books may not match reality. Situations are ever-changing, and Yendi did not know everything. Puff! Just as Yendi and the others were puzzled, a massive cloud of black smoke suddenly burst from the black giant ant's rear and sprayed toward them. Poison! Yendi and the others hastily fled the area covered by the black smoke, while launching attacks toward the black giant ant. Boom! The powerful shockwave scattered the black smoke. But at that moment Yendi and the others saw that a third of the black giant ant's divine body had already burrowed into the desert. It was actually preparing to flee. Roar! Where do you think you're going? Jufu bellowed, reaching out a hand that transformed into an enormous limb spanning billions of kilometers to grab the black giant ant. Meanwhile Yendi directly raised his Yen-divine halberd and thrust it at the black giant ant. This time it struck the black giant ant right in the rear. Roar! The black giant ant crawled straight out of the desert, howling in agony from its mouth. What a miserable cry it was. It was truly enough to grieve the listener and make the onlooker weep. Attack its rear. Its rear is its weak point. Yendi seemed to have discovered the black giant ant's vital vulnerability. In an instant all four of them aimed every single strike at its rear, truly reducing it to a miserable wreck. The black giant ant roared, trying desperately to evade their attacks. But Yendi's side had four people attacking simultaneously. How could it dodge so easily? Hundun and the others are about to reach their limit. Let's end this battle quickly. Concentrate fire and attack the vital point. Boom! 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 Attacks filled the sky and flew toward the giant ant. Yendi and Lord Huangjian drew the black giant ant's attention from the front, while Jufu and Pengong blasted its rear from behind. Bang! 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 The black giant ant's body was knocked tumbling across the desert. By now it had no strength left to defend itself. Its divine body was about to be completely depleted, and its aura had grown overwhelmingly feeble. Boom! The black giant ant vanished amid the attacks of Yendi and the others. At that very moment the golden giant ants broke free from Hundun City Lord and the others' restraints and charged toward Yendi and the others. Leave! Everyone flew straight toward the tomb ship. As Yendi was departing he suddenly noticed a stone axe floating where the black giant ant had died. Yendi casually grabbed it and left the place. Whoosh! The four of them quickly flew back to the tomb ship and Yendi piloted it straight out of the encirclement of the golden giant ants. Roar! 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 The more than 100 golden giant ants behind them bellowed in fury, endlessly launching soul attacks at the tomb ship. However, their soul attacks were too weak. They could not possibly exceed the tomb ship's threshold, and so they were unable to harm Yendi and the others. Back then, when Yendi and the others had passed by the Blood Sea Disk, the terrifying illusion attacks had forced even the human universe masters to resist with all their might despite the tomb ship's protection, leaving no room for even the slightest carelessness. One could only imagine how immense the power of the Blood Sea Disk was. Phew! We finally escaped. This tomb really is dangerous, Lord Qingdong said with a sigh of relief. His strength was slightly weaker than the others, and he had suffered one setback after another since entering, making it already more than Lord Qingdong could bear. Indeed. Lord Shujin agreed. Any random monster that appeared here possessed fifth-order strength, and their divine body's defenses and attacks were all exceptional. Even with their mastery of the waterfire secret arts, they could at best avoid defeat against those monsters. Killing them was simply impossible. Even the usually aloof Lord Bingfeng made a rare utterance. Clearly they had all realized the inadequacy of their strength. For a time all the mighty experts fell into deep thought. This tomb was simply too terrifying. More than 100 beings whose strength rivaled that of Fifth-order universe masters. One could only imagine how terrifying that was. Seeing everyone looking somewhat dispirited, Yendi said hurriedly, "Everyone, don't lose heart. Our strength is not weak either. Besides, from now on at worst we kill one and then run, we simply won't linger. With our strength, escaping is still within our capabilities. If we can win, we fight. If we can't, we run." Chaos City Lord nodded. Judging by the current situation, although these monsters were powerful and numerous, their intelligence was extremely low and they even acted purely on instinct. Under these circumstances, a kiting strategy was entirely feasible. Suddenly Yendi took out the stone axe left behind by the black giant ant after its death and said, "Everyone look! What is this?" This is a supreme treasure." The human universe masters looked at the stone axe with some confusion. It shouldn't be a supreme treasure. It doesn't have the unique aura of a supreme treasure. Could it be some kind of material? Or perhaps? Giant Axe, however, stared at the stone axe excitedly and said, "Yendi, is this a wondrous treasure?" "Yes, this wondrous stone axe is perfectly suited to you, Giant Axe. With it your strength has risen another level." Although a wondrous treasure could not raise Giant Axe's power by a full level, it could still add half a level. With the wondrous stone axe and the amplification of the waterfire secret arts, Giant Axe's strength reached the peak of the 9th order. "This? For me?" Giant Axe looked at Yendi deeply moved. Giant Axe had known poverty all too well. Despite his formidable strength, his axe was only at a level just below that of an ultimate supreme treasure far inferior to the wondrous stone axe. "Take it." Yendi handed the stone axe to Giant Axe. Giant Axe took it in his hands and stroked it gently, as if caressing a beloved woman, his expression utterly rapturous. It was more than Yendi could bear to watch. Ahem. Seeing Giant Axe's expression, Chaos City Lord hastily said, "Everyone, don't take offense. Giant Axe is devoted solely to axes. His feelings for axes. I hope everyone can understand." We understand. With Giant Axe having the stone axe, we are much safer in the tomb." "Indeed. In this tomb, strength is the only thing that matters, nothing else is important. Right?" In truth, the human universe masters were all rather envious of Giant Axe. A single wondrous treasure was enough to elevate a universe master's attacks by a full level. The might of such a treasure was formidable indeed. Just as the human universe masters were discussing the wondrous treasure, Yendi piloted the tomb ship toward the eastern depths of the tomb. "Brother Yendi, where are we going?" The wandering butterfly flower sovereign walked over and asked. "The depths of the tomb. There may be something there that can make us stronger. I believe in you." The wandering butterfly flower sovereign leaned her head against Yendi's chest and said, in her heart her fate had long been deeply bound together with Yendi's. They were each other's most important person. Boom! At that very moment the tomb ship came under attack. "Enemy attack! Everyone stay on guard." Damn it, how did the domain-type supreme treasure fail to detect any enemy? Yendi cursed loudly. The domain of the domain-type supreme treasure had been spread wide open the whole time, yet it had detected no trace of the enemy. Roar! Then from the sand beneath the tomb ship, a colossal white spider appeared. The spider's divine body stood a full 1 billion kilometers tall, and it had 12 legs. At that moment it raised its abdomen and sprayed a colossal web, spanning 100 billion kilometers toward the tomb ship, enveloping it. The tomb ship was rendered unable to move. Damn it! Yendi cursed, looking at the white spider below that had intercepted the tomb ship. Any creature that appeared alone in the tomb was exceptionally powerful. From the earlier attack, Yendi could roughly judge that this white spider possessed peak 9th order strength. Moreover, its innate gift was strange, and its methods were eerie and tenacious, making it extremely difficult to handle. What should we do, Yendi? Everyone looked at Yendi. At this moment he had become their pillar of strength. Clearly, they had all placed their hopes in him. Seeing all the human universe masters, including Giant Axe, looking at him expectantly, Yendi said, "This spider is powerful and its innate ability is bizarre. Let Giant Axe and me test it out. All of you watch the situation and do not act rashly. All right?" Everyone nodded. That white spider had clearly reached the level of the supreme mighty. For them to go up against it with their strength would be suicide. Whoosh! Giant Axe, the two of us will attack together and test this monster's strength. No problem. Watch me. This is the perfect chance to test the power of the stone axe I just obtained. Flying out of the tomb ship, Yendi and Giant Axe dared not show the slightest carelessness before the white spider. Both of them unleashed their strongest attacks at once. 14th Axe. Giant Axe started with his strongest attack right away. Behind him appeared 14 Axe Phantoms, each hundreds of millions of kilometers long, and they seemed to form a universe with Giant Axe at its very core. It was as if he were in another world. When the charge was complete, Giant Axe's powerful arms slashed down fiercely. At that moment, the 14 Axe Phantoms merged into the blade of the stone axe, forming an almost tangible giant axe that cleaved toward the white spider. Seeing Giant Axe unleash his strongest attack, Yendi refused to be outdone. He raised his Yen Divine Halberd and took up a thrusting stance. Behind Yendi 9 black orbs appeared like 9 stars suspended in the void. Piercing kill. As Yendi thrust out, the 9 orbs behind him merged into the tip of his halberd, transforming into a spear point 100 billion kilometers long that stabbed toward the white spider. PFF. Facing the simultaneous attacks of Yendi and Giant Axe, the white spider showed no mercy. It let out a furious roar and raised its abdomen. It sprayed out a colossal white web, more than 100 billion kilometers in diameter, covered with an unknown white liquid. PFF. Hiss. PFF. Several more sounds rang out as the white spider sprayed a total of 9 colossal webs to intercept the attacks of Yendi and Giant Axe. Boom! The enormous Axe Phantom and Spear Point were destroyed in the instant they struck the first web. The second web was likewise destroyed. Boom! 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 Explosions rang out endlessly, and one after another the white spider's colossal webs were shattered by the attacks of Yendi and Giant Axe. The 9th web. This was the last one. By then Yendi and Giant Axe's attacks seemed to have lost too much power, and they actually became locked in a standoff with the colossal white web. The fearsome Axe Phantom and Yendi's spear point clashed against the web in midair, wearing each other down. Neither could overcome the other, and so they remained deadlocked. This monster is actually this formidable. The Universe Masters inside the tomb ship could hardly believe their eyes. After all, Giant Axe's attacks had reached the peak of the 9th Order and Yendi's attacks had reached the peak of the 8th Order, yet even so they still seemed unable to do anything to the white spider. Squeak! 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 The white spider let out a few smug cries, as if celebrating that its dinner for today was secured. Boom! With a tremendous boom, Yendi and Giant Axe's attacks finally shattered the colossal web, but the Axe Phantom and Spear Point had also grown extremely dim, as if their power was nearly spent. They struck the white spider's body feebly, but it seemed to have no effect. Not a single wound was left on the white spider. The attack was simply nullified by its astonishing defense. Giant Axe stared at the white spider in disbelief. It could actually ignore such a powerful attack, and even Giant Axe felt rather troubled. Yendi's heart also sank. He thought to himself, "We've run into serious trouble this time. Let's go." Yendi and Giant Axe flew back to the tomb ship at the same moment, ready to flee. Since their strongest attacks had achieved nothing, the only option left was the best stratagem of all, to flee. Roar! Seeing Yendi and the others fleeing, the white spider raised its abdomen once more, and sprayed a colossal web at the tomb ship, wrapping it up. Behind its abdomen, a giant strand of silk connected to the web, holding the tomb ship firmly in place. Damn it! This accursed spider is so tenacious. Yendi cursed. They could not win in a fight, nor could they escape. For a moment Yendi and the others found themselves trapped in a dire predicament. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Yendi continuously enlarged the mausoleum ship, trying to burst through the giant web cast by the white spider. But the result disappointed Yendi. The giant web also expanded with the mausoleum ship, making it impossible to break free. Have I already reached the limit of enlargement? Yendi had already expanded the mausoleum ship to the largest form he could control, yet it still could not escape the giant web's restraint. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Seeing that the mausoleum ship could not escape, the white spider let out a few excited cries. Then it retracted the strand of silk from its rear and approached the mausoleum little by little. Ah! Move! Yendi frantically burned divine power and increased the mausoleum ship's thrust, but it simply could not break through the white spider's restraint. Yendi's mausoleum ship was merely an ordinary one. In terms of power, it could not even compare with a palace-type supreme treasure. If it were a mausoleum ship modified by Duandongha's lineage, escaping this giant web would naturally be no trouble at all. Boom! The white spider finally climbed onto the top of the mausoleum ship like a terrifying demon clinging to an airplane. It opened its enormous maw, bared its sharp venomous fangs, and bit directly down at the mausoleum ship. Crack! Roar! The white spider let out a miserable shriek. Its venomous fangs had actually been snapped off by the mausoleum ship. Blue blood flowed from the white spider's mouth. Yendi and the others had never imagined that the white spider would be injured in such a way. What the hell? This is too bizarre. In the Universe C, anyone with a bit of common sense knew that palace-type treasures were extremely hard to destroy. Even the strongest being could not destroy a top-grade palace-type treasure, let alone a mausoleum ship, whose hardness was no less than that of a supreme treasure. This white spider probably used to catch prey and eat it this way, but this time it had hit a hard target. There's hope. The powerhouse's eyes lit up. That's right. A mausoleum ship with hardness no less than a supreme treasure was theoretically indestructible under normal circumstances. At the very least, the white spider could not destroy it. The only way to deal with the mausoleum ship was to seal it with a palace-type supreme treasure as well. But the white spider couldn't do that. Didn't that mean the powerhouses would be safe? After all, even the core zones of the 3 great forbidden lands could not destroy palace-type supreme treasures. At most they could trap them and keep them from leaving. The white spider suddenly felt like a mosquito trying to bite an egg, unable to find any place to sink its mouth in. Just then the white spider actually flew away from the mausoleum ship and stopped 1 light year away. It opened its enormous mouth as a surge of divine power roiled within. Crack, crack. The white spider's mouth kept making crackling sounds. Then a yellow arrow appeared in its maw. This arrow was 500,000 kilometers thick and about 100 billion kilometers long. The yellow arrow was golden throughout, radiating a yellow halo. Whoosh! The white spider spat it out, shooting the yellow arrow directly at the mausoleum ship. Traveling over 1,000,000 times the speed of light, the arrow struck the mausoleum ship's hull in the blink of an eye. Boom! It was like an asteroid striking the Earth. The instant the yellow arrow hit, the mausoleum ship's sparks flew in all directions, and explosions erupted one after another. The yellow arrow was immediately shattered by the mausoleum ship's reaction force, while the white spider's attack after being weakened by the mausoleum ship was transmitted toward the powerhouses. Everyone be careful. Hurry and take refuge in your palace-type treasures, Yendi said urgently, although the mausoleum ship could offset part of the attack. The power transmitted inside was still extremely terrifying, and no ordinary universe master could withstand it. Hearing Yendi's warning, everyone hurriedly produced their palace-type treasures and climbed inside. Yendi also hid in his dragon pattern tower. Wave after wave of tremor-inducing power came through. Based on Yendi's judgment, it was definitely no weaker than the 8th rank. This really is troublesome. It seems we can only wait. Yendi thought anxiously. They could not win if they fought, and they could not escape if they fled. Meanwhile, the white spider could do nothing to the mausoleum ship. It seemed they could only wait it out. Hopefully the white spider will give up. Roar. Seeing that the mausoleum ship was completely unharmed, the white spider let out another heaven-shaking roar. In the past, even if its teeth could not crush the food it caught, its strongest attack would still shatter it. But this time it could not break that hateful shell, and this infuriated the white spider, the overlord of this domain. As if its authority had been challenged. Boom, boom, boom. The monster was utterly enraged. Yellow arrows continuously condensed within its mouth. Again and again it shot them at the mausoleum ship, producing tremendous roars. But ideals were beautiful while reality was harsh. Although the white spider attacked the food in its eyes with great effort, it still could not shatter the mausoleum ship. Idiot! Yendi stared blankly at the white spider, desperately attacking the mausoleum ship. Is this thing really that stupid? In this manner, the pitiful yet ferocious white spider attacked the mausoleum ship for a full 3 days but still achieved nothing. Later, as if exhausted from attacking it, began circling the mausoleum ship. Then it stuck out its rear and sprayed its giant web at the mausoleum ship, layer after layer, wrapping it tightly, as if to prevent it from escaping. What's going on? Yendi watched as the mausoleum ship was firmly wrapped up. Could it be that the spider couldn't eat it and wanted to take it away? Squeak! The white spider gave a low chirp and actually began pulling the mausoleum ship. The thick strand of silk behind its rear firmly dragged the mausoleum ship along. It seemed to want to drag the mausoleum ship down into the sand depths. No, if this continues, we'll be in danger. Jufu, the 2 of us will go out and jointly hold off the white spider, so the mausoleum ship can escape first. Yendi said decisively. There were also dangerous places inside the mausoleum. Perhaps those places could not destroy the mausoleum ship, but they could trap them and keep them from ever getting out. All right. Jufu agreed. At this moment, the 2 of them were the strongest, so naturally they stepped forward. Jufu, Yendi, be careful. Especially you, Jufu. You absolutely must not come to any harm. Do you understand? Chaos City Lord hastily urged. If any other universe master of humanity fell in danger, it would only cost some supreme treasures and divine bodies. But if Jufu fell, everything would be lost. Don't worry. I'm not that weak. Besides, I still have palace-type treasures. This monster can't do anything to me. Jufu said confidently. That made sense. If faced with great danger, Jufu could get into a palace-type treasure, and the white spider indeed had no way to deal with it. Whoosh! Yendi and Jufu directly teleported out of the mausoleum ship. This time, after witnessing the white spider's terrifying attack, Yendi dared not be the slightest bit careless. He directly brought out the Shurgondang. Jufu, we only need to cut through the silk binding us. Don't linger in battle. 14th X. Point kill. Boom. Yendi and Jufu simultaneously launched their strongest attacks, striking the mausoleum ship, and instantly blasting apart the strands of silk that bound them. Go! Having cut the silk that bound the mausoleum ship, Yendi and Jufu prepared to teleport away. But just then, roar! Seeing that Yendi and Jufu had actually destroyed its bindings, the white spider roared furiously again and again. Raising its rear, it sprayed 9 giant webs at Yendi and the others. What was even more frightening was that within the 10 light-year area, shrouded by the giant web space was extremely frozen, making it impossible for Yendi and the others to teleport away. Damned monster! Go to hell! Night! Yendi cursed loudly, and in that emergency, he actually used the Will Impact Secret Art. Night. Treating it as a last-ditch effort, he unleashed the Will Impact Secret Art. Squeak, 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 squeak. The white spider, suddenly struck by Yendi's Will Impact, let out agonized squeals. White foam bubbled from its mouth. It works? Yendi was startled. With the willpower of this incarnation, the night secret art he used could only knock out beings whose will was below the level of the strongest. Once a being's will reached the level of the strongest, the art could at most cause unbearable pain. If its will reached the upper end of the strongest level, there was virtually no real effect. It might merely feel a little uncomfortable. But judging by this situation, it seemed the white spider's will barely reached the level of the strongest. Boom! Jufu and Yendi seized the opportunity to blast apart the giant webs the white spider had sprayed. The white spider also snapped out of its suffering. At this moment, Yendi suddenly sent a voice transmission to everyone. Everyone come out and join forces to attack this monster. I have a way to keep it from attacking us. All right. Everyone responded. They had just witnessed that bizarre scene, so they chose to trust Yendi. Hehe. Monster, you're screwed now. Yendi sneered. Night. Without the slightest warning, with no sign and no build-up, Yendi used his Will Impact Secret Art Night once more. Squeak, 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 squeak. The white spider once again sank into endless agony. Attack! At this moment, the human powerhouses all struck, while the iron was hot, unleashing their strongest attacks fiercely upon the white spider. Kill! Beat this monster until it drops supreme treasures. Right? Kill it and make it drop treasure. The universe masters of humanity suddenly became spirited. With Yendi suppressing it, the white spider could only passively endure and could not fight back. All the powerhouses began thinking of killing a monster and dropping equipment. Boom! 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 For a time, a sky full of sword lights and saber shadows, axe blades, telekinetic weapons, fists, legs, palms, and soul attacks all smashed into the white spider. Roar! The white spider let out a pained howl. The siege had already lasted half an hour, and even its divine body, which spanned 1 billion kilometers, had lost over 60%. Its aura had become weak and listless, as if it had reached the point of exhaustion. Everyone put in more effort. The white spider is about to die. Supreme treasures are waving at us. Someone suddenly encouraged everyone. All right. The powerhouses once again attacked with all their might, but just then a sudden change occurred. Roar! The white spider let out a desolate cry. Its divine body then began to disintegrate, transforming into over 1,000 small white spiders. Then the small spiders scattered in different directions. Some escaped, some were killed. This? What is this? Jufu was momentarily exasperated. Just when they were about to hack the boss to death, the boss suddenly disappeared. How could he not be exasperated? It should be some kind of inherited forbidden secret art. It must have cost a tremendous price to activate. Yendi guessed. In truth, these monsters were lifeforms created by the powerhouses of the Wu state. Although they could not use supreme treasures, nor even create secret arts of their own, their bloodlines carried specific innate secret arts and abilities. At the same level, they were even stronger than ordinary creatures of the universe. See, what the white spider had used was its innate forbidden escape secret art. After using it, it transformed into 1,000 avatars. But its strength would consequently drop by 2 minor levels, and it could never improve again. Inside the mausoleum ship, the mighty experts of the human race sat together as if discussing something. This time we've finally gathered 2 wondrous treasures that amplify soul attacks. That should be enough to kill that pack of monsters, right? City Lord Hundun asked uncertainly. It should be enough. With Jufu and me holding off that old fiend, the rest of you can cooperate with Yudai and Heian to kill the lesser ones, and then we'll join forces and kill that old monster. Yendi answered. Right, let's do it that way. We've been in the mausoleum for 1,000 epochs and haven't obtained a single supreme ultimate treasure. I hope this old monster won't disappoint us this time. Alas, forget it. I don't think there's much hope. We've killed nearly 100 8th rank monsters, and still haven't gotten a supreme ultimate treasure to drop. The best thing we've obtained is just the inheritance guide Huangjin got. Anyway, stop arguing. Let's set out. No matter what, we have to kill that group of monsters this time. Whoosh. The mausoleum ship raced forward at extreme speed, flying toward its destination. Yendi and the others had now been in the mausoleum for 1,000 epochs and had essentially explored the desert with thorough understanding. This desert was elliptical and 1,000,000 light-years across. Farther east lay a stretch of Gobi. What lay beyond that Gobi Yendi and the others did not know, because they had not yet crossed that Gobi. As for the conditions within the desert Yendi, and the others had already scouted them with great precision, and their harvests were extremely bountiful. At present even the lowest grade treasure worn by a universe lord of the human race was a peak grade ultimate treasure, and their primary weapons were all at a level second only to supreme ultimate treasures. Even Hunden Heian Yendi Yudai Huahuang and Peng Gong each possessed a wondrous treasure, and when Yendi and the others once again defeated an 8th rank monster it dropped an inheritance crystal. This inheritance crystal could guide one in creating a 5th rank fusion secret method, but only one person could use it. After much deliberation the group gave this inheritance to Lord Huangjian, the one most compatible with it. Lord Huangjian had now also created a 5th rank secret method, and with the Waterfire mystic art his strength reached the 6th rank. Moreover, through more than 1,000 epochs of probing Yendi, and the others had gained a clear understanding of the monsters in the desert. Monsters such as the golden giant ants usually at the 5th or 6th rank appeared in groups and always had a leader. This leader's strength never exceeded the 8th rank. 5th rank monsters dropped peak grade ultimate treasures, 6th rank monsters dropped treasures, second only to supreme ultimate treasures, 7th rank monsters dropped items at the wondrous treasure tier, 8th rank monsters might drop supreme ultimate treasures. Unfortunately Yendi and the others had still not obtained a single supreme ultimate treasure from a drop. As for the monsters that moved alone even the weakest were 9th rank and there were terrifying beings of the 10th rank. Moreover each of these monsters had bizarre talents and eerie secret arts, making them unbelievably troublesome. But later Yendi and the others discovered that no matter how troublesome these monsters were they always had certain weaknesses. For example, some had low intelligence, some feared willpower attacks, some feared soul attacks, and some were extraordinarily slow. It was precisely because they had grasped these weaknesses that Yendi and the others were able to survive in the desert. Even so their lives were incomparably difficult. One must understand that the chance of a treasure dropping in the mausoleum was less than 1% and the monsters were on the whole terrifyingly powerful. This was also why after every monster they killed Yendi and the others had to recover for a very long time. Inside the mausoleum divine power recovery depended entirely on oneself. Sometimes when divine power loss was severe they could not recover even after several epochs. Even so the human race still lost 2 universe lords, Lord Qingdong and Lord Shujin. Of course only their avatars had fallen, their true bodies remained. Now with Yudai Huahuang included Yendi's party, had only 9 people left. But compared to 1,000 epochs ago these 9 were beyond comparison in both treasures and combat experience. After they had finished exploring this desert Yendi and the others prepared to leave. Yet when they reached the edge of the desert they were dumbfounded. At the desert's edge lay a Gobi passage only 10 light-years wide. But this Gobi passage had been seized by a group of monsters. They were rock mountain-type lifeforms, each one resembling a mountain range sweeping across the land. Their strength was generally at the peak of the 6th rank, and their divine bodies reached 100 million kilometers. Their defensive and offensive power were equally astonishing. They were utterly troublesome. Their leader meanwhile was a mutated creature that had reached the peak of the 8th rank. The old fellow, as Yendi and the others called it. This old creature seemed to have undergone some dreadful mutation in its life form. Although its attack power was only at the peak of the 8th rank, the innate armor covering its body had defensive power no less than that of a supreme ultimate treasure. And its divine body had reached an astonishing 100 billion kilometers. It stood like an enormous mountain blocking the path of Yendi and the others. The first time Yendi and the others fought these stone monsters they suffered a heavy loss right away. Although these monsters moved slowly their divine bodies were too colossal to be easily killed. Moreover, if you attacked one of them its leader and the other underlings would all rush over and gang up on you. After suffering many losses Yendi and the others finally discovered that although these stone monsters possessed terrifying defense and divine bodies their innate resistance to soul attacks was extremely poor. Soul attacks could inflict double damage on them. Among Yendi and his group Heian and Yudai Huahuang were the most proficient in soul attacks. But their 6th rank soul attacks took effect far too slowly on the stone monsters so Yendi and the others slew several hundred 7th rank chieftains. Only then did they manage to gather 2 wondrous treasures that amplified soul attacks. With that boost both Yudai Huahuang and Lord Heian saw their soul attacks reach the 7th rank. That was sufficient to deal with those stone monsters. As long as Yendi and Jufu held off that most fearsome old monster the other experts could slowly kill the remaining stone monsters, and then they could kill the most powerful old fiend as well. Whoosh! After 30 years of flight the mausoleum ship finally left that desert and arrived at this Gobi passage. Everyone pay attention. Jufu and I will restrain that old fiend. Among the 7 of you Heian and Yudai will lead the attack while the other 5 support. Kill those stone monsters, but as soon as too many of them gather retreat immediately. Don't worry Yendi. Those monsters are so slow that nothing will happen to us. Then let's move. Yendi and the others had no intention of wiping them all out in a single stroke. Instead they could use kiting tactics and sparrow warfare. Fight if they could win, flee if they could not. These stone monsters excelled in divine body and defense, but they fell far short in speed, restraint, and suppression. In that Gobi Passage, mountain-high figures stood everywhere like a cluster of mountain ranges. Especially the mountain range at the very depths, which was a full 100 billion kilometers in scale. If it were placed in the solar system, it would fill the entire solar system. Whoosh! Jufu raised his stone axe while Yendi charged toward the old stone monster, with the Yen divine halberd in one hand, and a wondrous treasure resembling a stone spear in the other. Roar! Seeing Yendi and Jufu invade their territory, the stone monsters let out thunderous roars. Each of them opened 18 giant eyes, and streams of fiery red light shot toward the intruders. Whoosh! 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 Unfortunately their speed was too slow, and Yendi and Jufu dodged them with ease. In an instant the two had already flown before the old stone monster and launched attacks at the same time. The 14th axe. Precision kill. After more than 1,000 epochs of tempering and slaughter, Yendi and Jufu had elevated their application and understanding of their respective secret arts to a new level. The secret arts they unleashed were the same, yet their power had increased greatly. An axe phantom and a spear tip stretching for billions of kilometers struck the old stone monster simultaneously. Roar! An enraged bellow burst from the old stone monster's mouth. Its defenses were powerful, but they had not yet reached the point where it could ignore a combined attack from Yendi and Jufu. Moreover, because its divine body was far too huge, it moved with extreme difficulty and had no way to dodge attacks. It could only endure them passively. Roar! 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 Hearing the old stone monster's agonized cries, the other stone monsters rushed over one after another to provide aid. But because their movement speed was far too slow, they could not arrive for a long time. That's perfect. We'll keep attacking. This is exactly the cover Hundun and the others need. Right? Boom! 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 Yendi brandished the Yen divine halberd and the wondrous treasure, sending powerful attacks against the old stone monster again and again. Jufu, ferocious beyond compare, swung his stone axe and hacked madly at the old stone monster. Roar! 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 Agonized cries tore from the old stone monster's mouth. How could its colossal divine body match the agility of Yendi and the others? It could only be attacked, while it could hardly land a blow on Yendi and the others. Even if it occasionally struck them, the damage was of little consequence. However, its agonized cries only hastened the rescue speed of the other stone monsters. Just as those stone monsters were desperately rushing over to rescue the old monster, Hundun Yudi and Heian appeared behind them. 5 domain-type ultimate treasures, each of at least peak-grade quality, instantly suppressed the 3 stone monsters at the rear, making them unable to move an inch. Yudi, Heian, hurry up and attack. All right. Darkness, descend. Dream-sealing phantom butterfly. Lord Heian then took out a strange piece of metal, which transformed into boundless darkness, and enveloped one of the stone monsters. Yudai Huahuang in turn took out a piece of wood on which grew a strangely beautiful flower. As she activated the magical wood in her hand, she herself transformed into countless dream-drunk butterflies that drifted toward one stone monster. Boom! One stone monster fell silently to the ground. It appeared to have no wounds at all, but in truth its soul origin had already shattered and it was dead. And so the straggling stone monsters died one by one. Before anyone realized it, more than 30 stone monsters had died. Meanwhile, Yendi and the others were still locked in fierce battle with the old stone monster, and the reinforcing stone monsters had finally arrived. Retreat! Jufu shouted at the sight of the stone monsters rushing over. Got it? Yendi and Jufu took off immediately before the stone monsters could encircle them. Otherwise, once those stone monsters arrived, there would be no escape at all. Roar! Watching Yendi and Jufu actually flee, the ancient stone monster let out a furious roar. The 36 eyes on its forehead blazed with dazzling light, converging in the void into an even more enormous single eye. A beam of light shot out from that eye and hurtled toward Yendi. Yendi, watch out! Jufu shouted in alarm when he saw the ancient stone monster about to attack Yendi. Damn! That old fiend is unleashing a big move. Yendi exclaimed as he watched the beam shooting toward him. He raised the Shur Gondang in his hand and blocked it in front of himself. Boom! The beam slammed viciously into the Shur Gondang, and in an instant Yendi was sent flying. Cough cough. That old fiend's all-out strike really is powerful. I almost fell for it. Yendi coughed up a trace of blood. Yendi, are you okay? Seeing Yendi sent flying, Jufu hastily sent a voice transmission. I'm fine, no serious harm. As he spoke, Yendi took out the tomb boat and climbed inside. Hidden inside the tomb boat, we're not afraid of it now, are we? Jufu, get in here quickly. Alright. Jufu swiftly flew into the tomb boat. That old fiend is truly relentless. The space in this Gobi wasteland seems to be suppressed by some force, so we can't teleport at all. If we get surrounded, there really is a danger of falling. Zhu Fu said with lingering fear. This narrow Gobi wasteland seemed to lead to some place, and its space was so extremely condensed that teleportation was completely impossible. Let's go. We'll go pick up Hun Dun and the others. Yen Di piloted the tombboat straight toward the outer reaches of the Gobi, where Hun Dun City Lord and the others were ambushing the stone monsters. Roar, roar, roar. More than 50 stone monsters had already arrived. Watching Yen Di and the others escape into the tombboat, they all let out furious, unwilling roars. These stone monsters had colossal divine bodies and formidable defenses, but their speed was extremely slow. Only 10 times the speed of light, fully 10 times slower than an ordinary universe master. Meanwhile, on the outer edge of the Gobi, as the stone monsters raced toward the ancient stone monster, fewer than 30 remained here. Yudi Darkness, hurry. Take down a few more. Yen Di and Zhu Fu are already pulling back. These monsters will catch on before long. Hun Dun City Lord urged them on. Huff, huff, huff. I can't hold on much longer. Using high-intensity attacks nonstop has consumed too much divine power. Flower Empress Yudai gasped. Flower Empress Yudi's divine body was ordinary only 100,000 kilometers. Constantly unleashing her waterfire secret arts and strongest attacks truly drained her immensely, right? Senior brother, I'm almost at my limit too. If too much divine power is lost, it will be hard to recover. Lord of Darkness was now completely exhausted. For a universe master, soul and divine power were one, the more they consumed the harder it was to recover. Seeing how drained Flower Empress Yudai and Lord of Darkness were, Hun Dun City Lord felt extremely anxious. The stone monsters' divine bodies were an astonishing 100 million kilometers in scale. If they relied on physical attacks, who knew how long it would take to kill even one? Only soul attacks could truly work, and among them only Flower Empress Yudai and Lord of Darkness were skilled in soul attacks. Kill the 3 monsters ahead and we retreat. Hun Dun City Lord gritted his teeth and said, good. Hearing that they could retreat, the powerhouses all perked up. The 3 stone monsters ahead were a full 3 light years away from Hun Dun City Lord and the others, and at that moment they heard the ancient stone monster summons. They were straining to move deeper into the Gobi. But they had no idea that death had already arrived. They had become prey. At this moment Hun Dun City Lord led Flower Empress Yudi Lord of Darkness, and the others creeping quietly toward the stone monsters. These monsters did not have very good perception. Normally they could only sense an enemy approaching within 1 light year. Inching closer and closer, Hun Dun City Lord and the others did not dare to alert them. Once discovered, the monsters would very likely summon others. When they were 1.2 light years away from the 3 monsters, Hun Dun City Lord sent a voice transmission to everyone: attack. The other 5 universe masters poured all their power into their own domain-class supreme treasures to suppress the 3 stone monsters. In an instant, the 3 stone monsters were restrained, their speed greatly reduced. At the same time, Flower Empress Yudai and Lord of Darkness launched their attacks. Soul attacks formed from etherealized divine power shot toward the stone monsters. Roar. Seeing that someone was actually preventing them from rushing to rescue their great king, the 3 stone monsters roared in fury. The 18 red eyes on their foreheads blazed with crimson light. Just then, the attacks of Flower Empress Yudai and Lord of Darkness arrived. 2 of the stone monsters instantly lost consciousness, but 1 monster's attack had already succeeded. Whoosh! The crimson ray shot straight toward Flower Empress Yudai. The might of the strike reached a terrifying tier 6. Given Flower Empress Yudi's defensive power and her current divine body, she would absolutely be gravely wounded by this blow. Flower Empress Yudi, watch out. Seeing the crimson light shooting toward her, Hun Dun City Lord shouted urgently, watch out. Dodge. Flower Empress Yudai could only watch helplessly as the crimson beam rushed toward her, unable to move out of the way. At this moment her old power was spent and new power had yet to arise. Her artifact was mainly meant to enhance soul attack and soul defense, and was of almost no use against physical attacks. Thus her only defense now was the battle armor she wore, armor second only to a pinnacle supreme treasure. But an attack at the peak tier 6 had long since surpassed the armor's defensive limit. Boom! The crimson beam struck Flower Empress Yudi's body with devastating force. Like a laser beam hitting stone, red energy ripples erupted across her entire body. Those energy ripples continuously eroded her divine body, persisting in their effect. Oh! Inside the tombboat, Yen Di, who had just emerged from the inner reaches of the Gobi, saw Flower Empress Yudai struck and let out an angry long howl. Flower Empress Yudai had no clone. If she fell in battle, she would truly be dead. Yen Di flew out of the tombboat and rushed toward her at full speed. Yen Di flew to her side, held her in his arms, and said, Yudai, Yudai, are you all right? Seeing Flower Empress Yudai in his arms, her body blackened, her aura feeble, all 6 pairs of wings broken. Fury blazed in Yen Di's heart. Perhaps I should never have let her come in the first place. Cough, cough. Brother Yen Di, I'm fine. It's just, my divine body has suffered severe damage. Flower Empress Yudai looked at the Yen Di holding her and forced out the words despite the pain. Yen Di, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Flower Empress Yudai. Hundun City Lord said, looking at the furious Yen Di, guilt heavy in his voice. Hundun City Lord knew Flower Empress Yudi's place in Yen Di's heart. Moreover, during this time together the human universe masters had all genuinely accepted her presence. No, Yen Di, this can't be blamed on Hundun. He had to command us. It's my fault for failing to defend in time. Dragonwalker Lord said hastily. He was responsible for defense among the group. No, it's my fault. I didn't scout ahead. No, it's my fault. Enough. Everyone stop talking. I'll take Flower Empress Yudai into the tomb boat to rest properly. Yen Di placed Flower Empress Yudai inside the tomb boat and then flew out again. He blamed no one because this was war and war inevitably brings casualties. But Flower Empress Yudai was too important in Yen Di's heart. If he truly lost her, he would not know what to do. After flying out of the tomb boat, Yen Di remained silent. His eyes were fixed on the stone monster a full 100 million kilometers in size. The one that had wounded Flower Empress Yudai. None of you interfere. I'll deal with it. Yen Di immediately burned divine power, and unleashed the secret art meteor, raising its might by an entire level. Then he raised the artifact stone spear in his right hand and thrust it toward the stone monster. Point kill. This technique was originally a peak tier 7 secret art, but amplified by the meteor secret art, and the artifact stone spear, it reached the initial stage of tier 9. Boom! A spear tip formed from condensed divine power, 100 billion kilometers long, smashed violently into the stone monster. In an instant, Yen Di blasted a gash 1,000,000 kilometers long through the stone monster's thick rocky armor, with stone debris constantly falling from the wound. Roar! The stone monster let out a miserable cry. Yen Di's terrifying blow had wounded it, considerably costing it fully 1,000th of its divine body. One had to remember that the stone monster's divine body was 100 million kilometers in scale, and its physical defense could at least rival battle armor, second only to a pinnacle supreme treasure. Even under such circumstances, it had lost 1,000th of its divine body. It was easy to imagine how horrifying Yen Di's attacks were. Humph! Yen Di snorted coldly and continued his assault. Boom! 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 Yen Di attacked again and again without regard for cost, while the stone monster had no ability to fight back. Although the stone monster kept counterattacking, Yen Di's avatar also had a divine body of 100 million kilometers, so he was not afraid to trade blows head-on. Just then the distant stone monsters heard the stone monster's cry and swiftly rushed over. Yen Di, speed up. The stone monster reinforcements are almost here. Zhu Fu sent a voice transmission. He knew Yen Di's temper. Yen Di clearly did not want anyone to help, so Zhu Fu did not intervene. Good. Boom. 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 Yen Di increased his attack frequency once again, and even unleashed secret arts from both hands at the same time. These were some of the combat techniques he had learned from the endless lineage inheritance. Naturally, learning and using these techniques required time and cost. In this state, Yen Di's divine power consumption increased threefold. Roar! A minute later, the stone monster turned to ashes amid an unwilling roar. Let's go. Yen Di flew into the tomb boat, quickly piloted it, and departed. Flame Emperor. An entire epoch has passed in the blink of an eye. Has wandering butterfly Flower Empress fully recovered from her injuries? Inside the tomb ship, Giant Axe sent a telepathic message to Flame Emperor. Last time they had killed 37 stone monsters, in total roughly 1/3 of the entire stone monster population. And everyone's divine bodies had suffered varying degrees of damage. Among them, wandering butterfly Flower Empress had been injured the most, taking an entire epoch to recover. Wandering butterfly's injuries have largely recovered. We can set out to hunt again. Flame Emperor replied. Since wandering butterfly has recovered, it's time to depart. The true opportunities of the tomb are only just beginning. Back then, Flame Emperor had chosen to bring everyone to the eastern side of the tomb because it was the safest, though it also had the fewest opportunities. Monsters in the other directions had extremely high drop rates, and the quality of the supreme treasures they dropped was also superb. But at the same time, the danger was immense according to Flame Emperor's knowledge. In the other directions there were monsters that surpassed True God even by more than one level. Only the east was free of monsters that surpassed True God. Having received Flame Emperor's reply, Giant Axe immediately summoned the mighty experts. Everyone, wandering butterfly Flower Empress has fully recovered. We can hunt once more. Please assemble in the control room of the tomb ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Most of them lived inside their own palace-type supreme treasures. Upon receiving Giant Axe's message, they immediately rushed to the control room of the tomb ship. Chaos City Lord, Lord of Desolate Mirror, Lord of Darkness, Lord Pungong, Lord of Ice Seal, Lord of Dragon March, Wandering Butterfly Flower, Empress, Giant Axe Creator, and Flame Emperor. 9 mighty experts gathered once again. Compared to when they first entered the tomb, everyone had grown by an entire level. Needless to mention the strongest Giant Axe and Flame Emperor, Wandering Butterfly Flower, Empress, Chaos Darkness, and Pungong, had all reached the level of 7th rank Legendary Universe Masters, while Desolate Mirror had reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Ice Seal and Dragon March had both reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank, not at all inferior to Lord of 5 Chaos. Good. Set out. Flame Emperor waved his hand and the tomb ship sped toward the Gobi Desert. 10 days later, Flame Emperor and the others finally arrived at the territory of the stone monsters. There the stone monsters on the Gobi Desert had all gathered together like row upon row of undulating mountains. At the center of these stone monsters, the ancient stone monster stood like Mount Everest towering above them all. These brainless fellows have actually become smarter. Flame Emperor looked at the gathered stone monsters with a heavy heart. Indeed, it seems they do have some intelligence. No, perhaps they are merely acting on biological instinct. We made them sense a tremendous threat, so they gathered together. Wrong. I'd say 80% it's that old fellow feeling scared, so he called his underlings to protect him. Haven't you seen he's right in the center? No. I think it's... No. For a moment all the experts offered their opinions on why the stone monsters had gathered. Even Lord of Desolate Mirror thought they might be gathering to reproduce. Alright, stop arguing everyone. Let's think of a solution. Giant Axe waved his hand to silence the discussion. For a moment all the universe masters looked at each other, none knowing what to do. If these stone monsters gathered together and launched a concurrent attack, who could withstand it? Moreover, the strongest Giant Axe and Flame Emperor both followed melee combat routes, so against the clustered stone monsters they would certainly be at a disadvantage. What to do? Flame Emperor was pondering this question as well when suddenly he thought of a diversionary tactic. Giant Axe and I will first launch feigned attacks from 2 sides to draw the attention of the stone monsters. The 7 of you will attack head-on from the center and retreat immediately once you succeed. Upon hearing Flame Emperor's proposal, Giant Axe thought for a moment and said, "Fine. Let's do as Flame Emperor says. Alright, move out." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the experts began to act. First Flame Emperor and Giant Axe launched their attacks from 2 sides. Meanwhile the 7 with Wandering Butterfly Flower, Empress, and Lord of Darkness, as the main forces, were waiting for an opportunity. Flame Emperor launched his attack when he was still 10 light years away from the stone monsters, a distance at which he could not effectively attack at all. But this time it was a feint, with the primary objectives being to attract attention and ensure their own safety. The same was true for Giant Axe's side. Giant Axe launched his attack from far away from the stone monsters. Roar, roar, roar. These stone monsters had low intelligence and never thought, only acting on instinct. Provoked by the attacks of Flame Emperor and Giant Axe, they roared furiously and charged toward the 2 directions of Flame Emperor and Giant Axe. One could see the 18 huge red eyes on each stone monster's forehead emitting terrifying light. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of terrifying light swept toward Flame Emperor and Giant Axe. Foolish. Flame Emperor gave a cold snort in his heart and immediately produced a palace-type supreme treasure and dove inside. Giant Axe did the same. The stone monsters watched Flame Emperor and the others hide inside their palace-type supreme treasures, yet they remained utterly unchanged. They still furiously attacked the 2 palace treasures with all their might. Little did they know that, with their attacks, even if they attacked for millions of epochs, they could never break these 2 palace-type supreme treasures. While the battle raged fiercely on both sides, Chaos City Lord and the others quietly approached the stone monsters. Now, Chaos City Lord sent a telepathic message, and 5 domain-type supreme treasures pressed down toward the stone monsters. Having learned from last time, this time they suppressed only 2 stone monsters. Formless ethereal divine power silently attacked the 2 stone monsters. A minute later the bodies of those 2 stone monsters suddenly lost all signs of life. But because their companions were too far away, and were also fiercely attacking the palace-type supreme treasures of Flame Emperor and Giant Axe, they didn't notice at all that their companions had died. Good. Continue the operation. Chaos City Lord saw that they had succeeded. Since the stone monsters had not noticed anything, they continued hunting cautiously. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile the stone monsters were vigorously bombarding the palace-type supreme treasures of Flame Emperor and Giant Axe. The ancient stone monster, seeing that its underlings had made no progress after attacking for so long, decided to join in itself. Its 36 huge eyes simultaneously emitted crimson light, forming a divine eye in the void. This divine eye continuously attacked Giant Axe's palace-type supreme treasure, causing smoke to billow everywhere, and explosions one after another. Meanwhile Chaos City Lord and the others continued their hunting. One stone monster after another fell. When the 9th stone monster died, the remaining stone monsters finally came to their senses and attacked Chaos City Lord's group in unison. However, this time Chaos City Lord and the others were prepared. They produced palace-type supreme treasures at the first moment, hid inside, and leisurely departed. On their side, having received word that Chaos City Lord's group had retreated, Flame Emperor and Giant Axe did not linger either and quickly withdrew. After departing, they spent 300 years to fully recover. Then they went hunting again. Giant Axe and Flame Emperor once again held back the stone monsters on the flanks, while Chaos City Lord's group waited for opportunities. This time they killed 7 stone monsters in total before leaving. After leaving, they restored their divine bodies, and once recovered they went to attack again. In this way it took them 10 full epochs to kill all the stone monsters except the ancient stone monster. Phew! We finally killed all those troublesome fellows, but the gains were indeed impressive. Giant Axe let out a long breath. Clearly 10 epochs of campaigning had placed an enormous burden even on Giant Axe the strongest. The gains are indeed considerable. Chaos City Lord nodded in agreement. With a 1% drop rate, they had originally expected these monsters to drop at most 1 supreme treasure. But unexpectedly they dropped 2 supreme treasures and also an inheritance. An inheritance that guided a universe venerable to become a universe master. Oh, of course, it could only be used by one person. With this inheritance it meant that the human race would add another universe master. None of that matters now. We should figure out how to kill that old monster, then cross the Gobi Desert and get to the other side. Flame Emperor's voice interrupted the joy of Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord. Although the old monster's attack power was not strong, the height of its divine body and its physical defense were truly despair-inducing. Hearing Flame Emperor's words, Giant Axe said with a grave expression, "Given the old monster's divine body size and defense, it's indeed troublesome. It looks like another protracted war." The others nodded too. The ancient stone monster's divine body and defensive power were astonishing. Even if it stood there and let Flame Emperor's group attack, they would deplete their divine bodies entirely and still not kill it. The only way was attrition, competing in recovery ability and patience. This time they traveled light. Lord of Ice Seal, Lord of Dragon March, and Lord of Desolate Mirror all stayed on the tombship and did not join the battle. Because with their attack power they were incapable of harming the old monster. Going would be futile. This time, facing the ancient stone monster, they were extremely cautious. With Giant Axe the strongest holding the ancient stone monster at the front, Wandering Butterfly Flower Empress and Lord of Darkness used soul attacks to disrupt it. Their soul attacks had little effect on the old monster, serving at most as a disturbance. At the rear, Flame Emperor led Chaos City Lord and Lord Pangong. The 3 attacked the old monster with all their might. The facts proved just how terrifying the old monster was. Every time they managed to chip away a portion of the old monster's divine body, Flame Emperor's group would also be exhausted to their limits. Then they would return to recover their divine power, while the ancient stone monster naturally recovered as well. And so Flame Emperor's group competed with the old monster in recovery speed, taking a full 300 epochs to finally kill it. Haha! Finally we've killed this old monster. That old devil was truly incomparably tenacious. Zhu Fu the creator said with great delight. Yes indeed. Yan Di also nodded with gratification. This old monster had not only a colossal divine body and formidable defenses, but also astonishing recovery abilities. Every time Yan Di and the others recovered, the old monster was almost fully recovered as well. Thus it took a full 300 epochs to finally kill him. Yan Di Zhu Fu, this time we killed that old stone monster, and it dropped a supreme treasure grade armor. The Savage Armor. Which of you two will take charge of it? Chaos City Lord said, holding the armor that radiated a wild, untamed aura. The other universe masters gazed at this supreme treasure armor with envy, yet none had any objections. They knew that Zhu Fu and Yan Di were the strongest, and this armor could only realize its fullest potential in their hands. Give it to Zhu Fu. Yan Di said calmly. Yan Di, you'd better take it. Your talent is so extraordinary that even before becoming the strongest, your strength is already almost comparable to that of the strongest. If you become the strongest, it's highly likely you'll surpass the original ancestor and establish a sacred land. Although Zhu Fu also coveted this supreme treasure, in his eyes Yan Di was humanity's hope for transcending the cycle of reincarnation. In truth, the other universe masters believed that since Yan Di already possessed such strength at the universe master level, he would surely transcend the cycle of reincarnation and found a sacred land for the human race. The universe masters of humanity also yearned for eternity. Yan Di shook his head though and said, Zhu Fu, there's no need to be polite with me. Inside the tomb your safety is the most critical, so don't argue with me any further. In actuality, in Yan Di's heart, that supreme treasure was merely an ordinary true god-grade standard armor, not worth much at all. Compared to the stellar demon-repelling armor, it was utterly inferior. An ordinary standard-issue True God armor could only ignore attacks below the 7th tier. For attacks beyond its limit, it would reduce material attacks to 1/1,000,000th of their original power and soul attacks to 1,000th. The stellar demon-repelling armor however ignored attacks below the 9th tier outright, and once its violent mode was activated it could even ignore 12th tier material and soul attacks. Yen Di. But Ju Fu, who was usually forthright, was at a loss for words. Who could remain unmoved when facing a supreme treasure? Enough, there's no but about it. It's settled. Let's go see what lies beyond this Gobi desert. Yen Di waved his hand. For a moment Ju Fu held the savage armor in his hands, not knowing what to do. Take it, Ju Fu. You should know Yen Di's temperament. Besides, Yen Di is right. Inside the tomb your safety is what matters most. Seeing Ju Fu's state, Chaos City Lord immediately offered words of comfort. Ju Fu will remember this favor. Ju Fu nodded. Whoosh! Yen Di piloted the tomb boat deeper into the Gobi Desert. As they advanced further, the desert's span grew narrower. On both sides were towering cliffs that reached beyond sight, and within this canyon they could only fly to a height of 100 light-years. Nothing higher was possible. Now Yen Di and the others seemed to be entering a valley. Gazing at the cliffs on both sides, and the endless road ahead, Yen Di silently murmured, "Have we finally arrived at the fabled Canyon of Truth? The true opportunities and dangers are only beginning now. I wonder what sort of gains we'll have this time. Truly something to look forward to." According to the inheritance Yen Di obtained from the endless lineage, the Canyon of Truth to the east was the final checkpoint. Only after passing through it could one reach the actual tomb, which contained unbelievable opportunities. However, passing through the Canyon of Truth was extremely difficult, for 3 terrifying monsters guarded the pass, and they were dreadful beyond all measure. But there was one benefit: killing these 3 monsters would surely drop supreme treasures. Over the Gobi Desert, a miniature boat only 10 centimeters long was flying. This was the shrunken tomb boat. As a special tool, the tomb boat could naturally shrink externally, but the space within remained unchanged. And so the tiny tomb boat sped through the Canyon of Truth, while all the mighty warriors silently recuperated on board. Suddenly a colossal black stone gate appeared 10 light-years ahead of the tomb boat. The gate stood over 1,000,000 light-years tall and spanned 5 light-years in width. The black stone gate emanated an ancient boundless aura, as if it had stood there for countless cycles of reincarnation. It also happened to block Yen Di and the others' path. At the base of the black stone gate was a stone statue that looked remarkably like a dog. The statue stood about 240 million kilometers tall, and was about 1 billion kilometers long. It had 3 heads, and atop each head grew a single horn that extended 1,000,000 kilometers. Is this the first checkpoint? Yen Di looked at the black stone gate and silently wondered. He then glanced at the strange statue. Is this the guardian monster of the first level, the 3-headed hellhound? I wonder how powerful it is. Only by defeating it can this gate be opened. Yen Di did not recklessly approach the gate, for he knew that once he neared it, the slumbering 3-headed hellhound would awaken. Yen Di flew straight out of the tomb boat, stored it inside his body, and carefully made his way toward the stone gate alone. Yen Di, let me out. The 2 of us should go together. Suddenly Ju Fu, who had been cultivating in seclusion within the tomb boat, sent him a telepathic message asking to come out. Ju Fu, don't rush to come out. Wait until I've surveyed the situation here before we make plans. Yen Di did not know much about the 3-headed hellhound, only that it was extremely powerful. Its innate abilities were strange and exceptional, and it was exceptionally hard to handle. But be careful, Yen Di. Yen Di slowly moved closer to the black stone gate. Just as he was 1 light-year away, the 3-headed hellhound statue awakened. Stone slabs on the enormous statue began to fall off one after another, and in moments a ferocious monster emerged. Roar! As soon as the colossal, hideous 3-headed hellhound appeared, its 3 heads howled at the sky as if celebrating its awakening. Boom! The hellhound took a step forward, its enormous paw shaking the entire canyon like an earthquake. Crack, crack! The hellhound leisurely took a few more steps, shaking each of its 3 heads as its body produced earth-shaking cracking sounds. Like beans crackling in a pan. The hellhound stared fixedly at Yen Di in the distance, and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It seemed to warn Yen Di that he had stepped into a forbidden place. The hellhound's left head began to emit waves of blue light with crackling explosive sounds like thunder, as if it intended to annihilate heaven and earth. Sizzle! A zigzag bolt of blue lightning shot toward Yen Di. Not daring to be the slightest bit careless against the attack of a hellhound of unknown strength, Yen Di directly summoned Shur Gondang and raised it before him. He himself shrank to a mere 1,000 kilometers and hid behind the side of Shur Gondang where the black stone was set. Boom! The blue lightning struck Shur Gondang fiercely. The powerful energy assault made Yen Di feel as if he had been hit by thunder. Cracking sounds exploded all over Yen Di's body. It was not until 3 full seconds later that the attack receded. At that moment Yen Di frowned and murmured, Why is the attack? Why is it so weak? For a moment Yen Di was baffled. Was this three-headed hellhound's attack too weak? Based on Yendi's judgment, the hellhound's attack was only a peak 8th tier material attack. Of course, a peak 8th tier attack was not weak, but as the guardian of the Canyon of Truth, could its strength really be no more than this? Yendi was no longer sure. He had braced himself for a prolonged battle, but the hellhound's strength seemed unexpectedly underwhelming. After all, the old stone monster had boasted peak 8th tier attacks, and with its divine body and defenses it would not have lost even against a 10th tier super powerhouse. Could it be that the three-headed hellhound wasn't using its full strength? Yendi considered this possibility. Perhaps that earlier strike had been merely casual. Boom! Since you aren't using your full strength, let this emperor test you. Facing the three-headed hellhound, Yendi opted to attack directly. Yendi raised the extraordinary stone spear in his hand and thrust it at the hellhound. A phantom spear tip 100 billion kilometers long shot toward the beast. The three-headed hellhound was not to be outdone. Raising the single horn on its right head, it sent a bolt of lightning to meet the phantom spear tip. Sizzle. The two attacks collided and clashed, producing a series of crackling sounds. But the stalemate lasted less than 0.01 seconds before Yendi's attack obliterated the hellhound's attack and continued on toward the hellhound. Bang! The three-headed hellhound was sent flying by Yendi's attack, then slammed hard into the stone gate behind it. A gash 100,000 kilometers long appeared on the hellhound's body with black blood oozing out. Moreover, Yendi keenly perceived that the hellhound's aura had weakened somewhat. Yendi stared in slight daze at the hellhound that had been blasted away, puzzled. What the hell? Why is this three-headed hellhound so weak? Yendi truly could not understand. The hellhound's attacks were only at peak 8th tier, and its defense and divine body were in no way comparable to the old stone monsters. Moreover, it had no idea how to use supreme treasure, so in the cosmic sea it would likely only be on par with Halberd Star Lord. With such strength, Yendi could not imagine why it was the guardian of the Canyon of Truth. Could the records of the endless lineage be wrong? Was the guardian of the Canyon of Truth actually weak? Or was this three-headed hellhound not the guardian of this level at all? Was it merely some underling and errand-running lackey? Strike while your enemy is down. Yendi didn't bother to wonder why the three-headed hellhound had become so weak. He simply raised his Chiwu stone spear and charged forward. Diantia! Taking advantage of the three-headed hellhound still reeling from his earlier attack, Yendi put away Shurgondang and switched to the Yen Divine Halberd. With the Chiwu stone spear in his right hand, Yendi unleashed his strongest secret art. Diantia. The Yen Divine Halberd in his left hand followed immediately with another Diantia. Secret arts at the same level could differ in might because of the different attacking treasures. Diantia unleashed through the Chiwu stone spear reached the early 9th rank, while the one from the Yen Divine Halberd only reached the peak 8th rank. Thus treasure was also part of one's strength. Boom! 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 Both attacks slammed directly into the three-headed hellhound, instantly adding several hideous wounds to its body. Roar! A pained howl burst from the three-headed hellhound's three heads. It shot Yendi a venomous glare. Then the horns on its right and left heads began to emit strange light. Whoosh! A crimson lightning bolt shot toward Yendi. Good. Finally willing to go all out. Then let this emperor test your strength. Facing the three-headed hellhound's attack, Yendi didn't defend in the slightest. He chose to meet force with force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yendi instantly swung the Yen Divine Halberd and the Chiwu stone spear. Two phantom spear points, each 100 billion kilometers long, collided with the crimson lightning unleashed by the three-headed hellhound. In a single instant, Yendi's attack completely broke apart the three-headed hellhound's attack, then continued onward to strike the creature itself. TSK. It's still only at the peak 8th rank level. What is this? Yendi felt some contempt as he watched his attack easily dismantle the hellhounds. But in the next moment he sensed something wrong. A formless divine power suddenly surged into his body, attempting to attack his soul. Fortunately, the primordial soul within him weakened that soul attack to 1/1,000,000th of its original power, so Yendi was not harmed. It's actually a soul attack, and it has reached the peak 8th rank level. It seems I underestimated this three-headed hellhound. Yendi had originally thought the three-headed hellhound only possessed peak 8th rank physical attacks. He never imagined it could also unleash peak 8th rank soul attacks. It was a good thing none of humanity's universe masters had come out. Otherwise someone would have truly fallen. Yendi studied the three-headed hellhound and couldn't help thinking the right head is a peak 8th rank physical attack, the left head is a peak 8th rank soul attack. Then what about the middle head? From that moment on, Yendi no longer dared to be careless in facing the three-headed hellhound. He put aside his condescension and faced it with wariness. Meanwhile, although the three-headed hellhound's soul attack had cost Yendi a small loss, it had also suffered Yendi's attacks. It was now covered in wounds, black blood streaming all over its body. Clearly not in good condition either, if it only has peak 8th rank soul and physical attacks. With a little caution, giant axe, and I can kill this beast. But I still don't know what its third head's ability is. I must not be careless, better to be cautious. Yendi thought silently. He didn't rush to summon Giant Axe. He planned to find out what the middle head could do before making his next move. This time Yendi was much more careful. He put away the Yen Divine Halberd and held Shi Gondang in his left hand. Seeing that its attack had barely any effect on Yendi, the three-headed hellhound grew rather furious. All three horns on its heads began to emit strange light. Crackle, sizzle. Different sounds rang out from the three horns of the three-headed hellhound. The light grew brighter and brighter. Whoosh! When the glow reached a certain intensity, a bolt of black lightning shot out from the three-headed hellhound's heads. It flew straight at Yendi. Not daring to be the least bit careless, Yendi summoned Shi Gondang, shrank it to 1,000 kilometers and hid behind it. Boom! An explosion rang out. The black lightning passed through Shi Gondang and continued toward Yendi. Yendi let out a shout. Damn it! It's actually a will attack. Yendi couldn't believe it. The three-headed hellhound's third head actually used a will attack. Moreover, the intensity of the will attack was enough to knock even a being with the pinnacle will of a supreme being unconscious. Even though Yendi's will barely reached the void true god level, he would have been in unbearable pain, had it not been for the protection of the Black Spirit Stone on Shi Gondang. Thank goodness. Back then Zuoshanke said the Black Spirit Stone could weaken will attacks and soul attacks, but I didn't take it seriously then. If not for Shi Gondang this time, I truly would have been done for. Back then when Zuoshanke said that Shi Gondang could weaken soul attacks and will attacks, Yendi hadn't paid attention. His soul defense relied on the primordial soul, and as for will attacks, he had never imagined anyone in the cosmic sea could use one. Yet unexpectedly it had come in handy here. What exactly is this Black Spirit Stone? How can it be so miraculous as to block will attacks? Yendi was very curious about the Black Spirit Stone, but this was not the time for curiosity. It seems I have to face this alone. Yendi said to himself. Soul attacks were fine. Giant Axe had a supreme treasure armor and could hold out. Huangjian Master and Pengong Master's avatars were both energy lifeforms. They were simply immune to soul attacks. But will attacks were another matter. Giant Axe's will had not yet reached the limit of a supreme being, so he couldn't withstand it at all. As for the other universe masters, there was no need to mention them. Roar! The three-headed hellhound stared at Yendi in disbelief. In its ancient memory, no enemy it had used its third head against had ever remained unaffected. But it had no effect on Yendi whatsoever. The three-headed hellhound began to panic. It had been created to guard this checkpoint, and only two fates awaited it. Either kill the challenger or be killed by the challenger. Diantia! Yendi immediately launched an attack at the three-headed hellhound. Although he was not afraid of the hellhound's soul, and will attacks, Yendi still had no great confidence in this battle. Even though his physical attack was a notch above the hellhound's divine body was 1,000,000,000 kilometers tall. 10 times that of Yendi. Moreover, its divine power condensation was at the true god level, and Yendi had to maintain the meteor art at all times. Therefore Yendi had no confidence whatsoever that he could defeat the three-headed hellhound alone. Roar! Seeing Yendi attack, the three-headed hellhound refused to be outdone. Its three horns emitted dazzling light and black lightning shot toward Yendi. Good. You actually used all three heads. That will greatly increase your consumption. When the three-headed hellhound used all three heads at once, its divine power was consumed at a multiplied rate. However, soul attacks and will attacks had little effect on Yendi. Only physical attacks could work. Boom! The three-headed hellhound was blasted flying by Yendi, another hideous wound appearing on its body. At the same time, the hellhound's attack slammed into Yendi's Shi Gondang. Wave after wave of divine power fluctuation soul attacks and will attacks surged toward Yendi. Yet Yendi, using every ounce of his skill, managed to dissolve the hellhound's attacks one by one. Again. Boom! Yendi charged straight forward, pushing his speed to the absolute limit. He also used the close combat movement technique he had created under the guidance of the Endless Lineage. With this movement technique, Yendi greatly reduced the chance of being struck. His own attacks, however, landed on the three-headed hellhound time and again. Stab, stab, stab. Yendi swung the Chiwu stone spear, madly thrusting at the three-headed hellhound again and again. Every thrust left a wound on its body, while the hellhound cried out in agony. Faced with Yendi's movement technique, the three-headed hellhound felt deeply helpless. 8 out of 10 of its attacks failed to hit Yendi. Even the occasional hit was blocked by Shi Gondang. Come on, you big stupid dog. Come and attack this emperor. Yendi shouted while attacking the three-headed hellhound, taunting it to disturb its concentration. Roar! The three-headed hellhound roared helplessly. The enemy before it was simply too troublesome. Since it had come to guard this checkpoint, it had never met a more troublesome foe. You can't hit me, stupid dog. You can't hit me. You can't hit me. With his movement technique, Yendi was as slippery as a loach, ducking under the hellhound one moment and striking from behind the next. Next he hid under its belly. Several times Yendi even used the endless lineage's inherited secret art myriad clones. Not to escape but to attack. When Yendi used myriad clones, the three-headed hellhound was even more miserable. There were 10 Yendis with identical auras, all moving at 100,000 times the speed of light. The hellhound had no idea which one to attack, so Yendi seized the chance to beat it thoroughly. Roar! The three-headed hellhound was completely lost. Faced with Yendi, who had used myriad clones, it had no idea which one to attack. In desperation, it attacked wildly everywhere. That suited Yendi perfectly. It would burn through the hellhound's divine power. Damn it! This three-headed hellhound is just too difficult. We've fought for so long. I've already spent so much divine power, but its divine body has only lost 19%. Yendi cursed loudly. This was also the advantage of the monsters in the mausoleum. Though they could not use precious treasures, their divine bodies were generally astonishingly large. The three-headed hellhound's 1 billion kilometer height was still on the small side. The stone old monster was 100 billion kilometers tall. That was when Yendi and the others truly had it rough. Of course, back then they had ganged up on the stone old monster, whereas this time he faced the enemy alone. Moreover, it had taken them a full 300 epochs to kill the stone old monster. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer. Time to retreat. If I don't kill this three-headed hellhound, I'll be the one drained to death first. By now, Yendi's divine body had sustained heavy losses. If he lost any more, his strength would be affected, so he decided to retreat first. Myriad clones. Yendi used myriad clones again. This time, instead of attacking the three-headed hellhound, he turned and ran. The hellhound was stunned for a moment, then chased after him. But how could it possibly outrun Yendi, who had used myriad clones? It was quickly left behind. And when Yendi was 10 light-years away from the Blackstone Gate, the three-headed hellhound once again turned into a statue, standing quietly there, as if nothing had happened. After flying more than 1,000 light-years beyond the first checkpoint, Yendi saw that the three-headed hellhound had not chased after him, so he took out the tomb boat and hid inside it. As soon as Yendi entered, the assembled powerhouses began asking him, "Yendi, how are you? Did you get hurt? Yendi, why didn't you notify us? Yendi, we are your companions. Why didn't you summon us? Yendi." In order not to expose the secret art of myriad clones, Yendi had cut off all contact between the tomb boat and the outside world. Thus Ju Fu Hunden and the others had no idea what was happening. Seeing that the powerhouses were still asking him one after another, Yendi first asked everyone to quiet down, then said, "This is what happened." After that, he recounted the whole affair concerning the three-headed hellhound. Having heard it, they understood why Yendi had not let them go out. Because going out would have been useless. They might even have perished. Moreover, the three-headed hellhound excelled at soul and will attacks, and if things went badly, they would truly fall. After listening to Yendi's account, Ju Fu frowned and said, "If that's the case, then none of us others can help against the three-headed hellhound. You alone can deal with it." Yendi nodded. "Right? With your current level of willpower, the hellhound's attack would knock you unconscious or even scatter your entire will. Yendi, when you fight the three-headed hellhound head-on, victory depends on whose divine power is greater and whose defense is stronger. If I gave you the barbaric armor, wouldn't your advantage increase?" That might add a bit of an advantage. Yendi also felt that the idea was workable, but the effect would not be too great. After all, since he started using the movement art, the number of times he was hit had greatly decreased. His divine power was consumed most by maintaining the meteor art and launching secret attacks, so the barbaric armor was not especially useful. But having it was still better than not having it. "Take it." Ju Fu did not hesitate in the slightest. He erased the divine power imprint he had left on the barbaric armor and gave it to Yendi. Yendi accepted the barbaric armor without a word and went into seclusion in another space in the tomb boat. Waiting to recover his divine power before another battle with the hellhound, Yendi held a fire element pearl in his hand. It was a high-grade origin treasure. Could accelerate the recovery of divine power 100-fold. Yendi now somewhat regretted having used up the supreme-grade water spirit pearl back then, or he would not be recovering his divine power in such a wretched fashion. 50 years later, Yendi finally restored his divine power completely. This time he put on supreme treasure-grade battle armor, and his heart was filled with far more confidence. "Brother Yendi, you must be careful," Yudi the Flower Emperor said with concern, knowing that Yendi was about to leave. "Yendi, your own safety comes first. You know you are the hope of our human race to transcend the cycle of reincarnation. I don't want anything to happen to you." The selfless Hundun City Lord always put the interests of the human race first. In his eyes, Yendi was the future hope of humanity. Naturally, he did not wish Yendi to suffer any mishap. Ju Fu walked over, patted Yendi on the shoulder, and said nothing. The other universe lords also gave Yendi every possible warning, telling him that since he was going alone, he must be cautious and absolutely not careless. If he encountered any danger, he should summon them. Even at the cost of their own lives, they would make sure Yendi was safe. "Don't worry. Yendi spoke only 2 words, but he sounded utterly confident. Yendi flew out of the tomb boat, shrank it, and stored it inside his body, then flew in the direction of the 3-headed hellhound. This time with the barbaric armor. Let's see who is stronger. After flying for several hours, Yendi finally arrived at the first checkpoint. At the instant he came, the statue of the 3-headed hellhound began to unseal. The 3-headed hellhound revived on the spot, back to full health in an instant. Damn it! Yendi could not help complaining as he watched the hellhound resurrect with full health where it stood. I fought this thing for so long and only shaved off that much of its divine body. When I recovered, this bastard actually recovered too. Depressed Yendi felt like a player cutting down a boss in an online game. He had barely managed to slash the boss to a sliver of health, only to find that he was also down to a sliver of health. Then after he found a safe place to sit in meditation and automatically restored himself to full health, the boss had also restored itself to full health. Fine. A boss's health regeneration was always absurdly powerful. Roar. The 3-headed hellhound resurrected at full health on the spot, let out a provocative roar at Yendi as if saying, "Look, this lord has revived at full health again. What the hell are you going to do about it? Damn. Acting so arrogant. If my true body weren't here, would you still be able to act tough?" Yendi now somewhat regretted it. If I had brought the Bloodthirsty Vine clone along, how could the battle have been so hard? A single will attack would be enough to kill these pieces of trash with combat power of only 5. Crack. Taking advantage of Yendi's moment of inattention, the 3-headed hellhound attacked. Its 3 horns gave off a strange halo, and a black bolt of lightning shot toward Yendi. Damn. This thing knows sneak attacks too. Yendi cursed and hastily took out Shur Gondang to block in front of him. With Shur Gondang and the barbaric armor, the hellhound's attack had no effect on Yendi at all. What exactly is this black spirit stone? How can it be so miraculous? Yendi was extremely curious about the black spirit stone. After all, even a God King-class palace treasure like the Stellar Tower could not withstand a will attack, yet the black spirit stone could block part of one. Yendi had also tried to search for clues about the black spirit stone in the inheritance of the endless lineage, but unfortunately, he did not find any in the portion of the inheritance he could see. Although countless thoughts surged in Yendi's mind, the movements of his hands were in no way slow. Yendi knew that the 3-headed hellhound had a bug-like ability to revive at full health on the spot, and only killing it in one go would work. Therefore he had to cherish every bit of divine power he spent. He strove to kill the 3-headed hellhound before his divine power was exhausted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Activating his movement art, Yendi shifted around in every direction, while launching attacks at the hellhound from time to time. The slippery Yendi infuriated the 3-headed hellhound until it howled in rage. Boom, boom, boom. Yendi was like a fighter pilot launching fierce attacks against a colossal prehistoric beast. The hellhound's 3 huge heads roared without end, while its 4 claws flailed wildly. Ha ha ha. Big foolish dog, come chase me. Roar. Ha ha. Big foolish dog, you can't hit me. Just give up. Roar, roar, roar. Ha ha. Big foolish dog, take this. I didn't attack. I tricked you. Roar. Big foolish dog, I'm behind you now. Take this. Yendi's ultimate art. Chrysanthemum explosion. Whimper. Damn it, don't run away. I haven't had enough fighting yet. Whimper. And so the 3-headed hellhound was chased around and beaten by Yendi. Unfortunately, the hellhound's divine body was 10 times larger than Yendi's, and its base divine power was 100 times greater. Even with the supreme treasure-grade battle armor, this time Yendi could only shave off 50% of the hellhound's divine body before he could no longer hold on. Whoosh! With his divine body almost depleted to the limit, Yendi turned and flew away. Seeing Yendi leave, the 3-headed hellhound heaved a long sigh of relief, clamped its somewhat sore chrysanthemum shut, and transformed back into a statue standing there forever. Yendi, we can't help you here. Why don't I lead our people into the wasteland to harvest supreme treasures? Inside the tomb boat, Jufu sent a voice transmission to Yendi. After thinking it over, Yendi said, "Fine. Jufu, you must pay close attention to your safety. Your safety comes first. Also, don't let Yudai go. Just lead our people there." Jufu knew that Yudi the Flower Emperor had no clone, and Yendi was uneasy about him taking Yudai out hunting. Jufu led the universe lords of the human race out of the canyon of reality and went hunting in the wasteland. When Jufu was leaving, Yendi repeatedly warned him not to take risks lightly. Yendi knew that Jufu's personality was far too fond of adventure, and he told Hundun City Lord to keep a close watch on him. Actually, Yendi was overthinking a bit. With Jufu's current peak 9th rank strength, even if he encountered those 10th rank monsters, he could still escape. Besides, the monsters in the tomb could not use supreme treasures at all. If they truly could not win, they could hide inside a palace-type supreme treasure, and the monsters would be helpless against them for quite a while. The only thing that worried Yendi was that Jufu and the others might encounter soul-attacking monsters. In that case it would be rather dangerous. It took Yen Di 50 years to fully recover his divine power, after which he went to the first checkpoint and fought a great battle against the three-headed hellhound. The three-headed hellhound was a true god-level creature. No matter how much its divine body was reduced, its combat strength was unaffected. However, as a universe lord, Yen Di was not so fortunate. Once his divine body suffered too much damage, his overall strength would decline. And this time, as always, the three-headed hellhound once again revived at full health on the spot. After another bitter struggle, Yen Di once again shaved off 50% of the hellhound's divine body. Unable to hold on any longer, he retreated. Yen Di fought the three-headed hellhound again and again, because as long as he did not kill it in a single strike, the hellhound's divine body would be fully restored by the time he came back. So what Yen Di needed to do now was kill the hellhound in a single strike. But the hellhound was a true god-level monster. How incredibly difficult it was to kill it at once. And so Yen Di fought the hellhound, his battle experience growing rapidly. Meanwhile, his true body was in the inheritance space of the endless lineage, steadily raising its strength, based on the combat experience of Yen Di's incarnation. Yen Di's movement art became even more exquisite, and his use of secret arts became increasingly effortless. Thus 2,000 epochs passed in unceasing battle, and after 2,000 epochs Yen Di had become even more powerful. To begin with, Yen Di had created nearly 10 peak 7th rank secret arts, and his movement art reached a realm unfathomable to gods and ghosts. As for supreme treasures, Ju Fu and the others were out hunting. When they once again killed an 8th rank chief monster, it dropped the supreme treasure, the cloud-piercing spear. With this supreme treasure, Yen Di's attack power reached the peak of the 9th rank. Coupled with the 2,000 epochs of battle, Yen Di finally killed the three-headed hellhound. Haha! Finally killed this beast. Emperor Yen excitedly looked at the slain three-headed hellhound before him. The monsters in the tomb were peculiar. Upon death they would dissolve into nothingness. At the spot where the corpse had been, a supreme treasure might emerge, or nothing at all. What is this? Emperor Yen gazed at the celestial blue treasure radiating an awe-inspiring pressure beneath the dead three-headed hellhound. A battle armor. Another supreme-level treasure armor. Emperor Yen seized it directly and imprinted his life mark upon it. A genuine deity-grade, standard battle armor. What a fateful coincidence. It's the Starry Sky armor, a genuine deity-grade armor, the endless lineage once prepared for soldier tier inheritors. This armor was on the same level as the Primordial Savage armor, a genuine deity-grade standard battle armor, forged by the endless lineage for soldier tier inheritors. Of course, it could not compare to Emperor Yan's king tier inheritor armor. The Starry Sky demon-repelling armor was so precious that even 10 ordinary deity-grade standard armors could not match its worth. Donning the Starry Sky armor, Emperor Yen glanced at the cloud-piercing spear in his hand and murmured inwardly, "The Ice Breath armor and the Flame God spear are finally retired. Now this incarnation of mine has 3 supreme treasures. The Primordial Soul, the Starry Sky armor, and the cloud-piercing spear." In truth, both the Flame God spear and the Ice Breath armor were top-tier treasures at the Universe Master level. It was simply that Emperor Yan's power had grown too great. The enemies he faced were naturally formidable, as well, so these 2 treasures were no longer of much use to him. However, they could be given to the Gale Lord. The Flame God spear suited the Gale Lord perfectly. Yet the Ice Breath armor would be somewhat too demanding for the Gale Lord's divine body. After Emperor Yen slew the three-headed hellhound, the Black Stone Gate automatically swung open. Emperor Yen did not rush forward. Instead, he produced the tomb boat and climbed inside. Then he sent a transmission to Giant Axe and the others. "Giant Axe, I've already killed the three-headed hellhound. Hurry over." "Really? That's wonderful. We'll be there right away." Giant Axe's excited voice came back. Emperor Yen silently recovered his strength within the tomb boat. Meanwhile, the Butterfly Flower Emperor beside him was diligently seeking her own Tao. A path that could allow her to break through and become the ultimate powerhouse. 3 years passed quietly in this manner, and at last Giant Axe and the others arrived at the first checkpoint. Giant Axe and the Human Universe Masters stepped into the tomb boat. Giant Axe burst into laughter at once. "Haha! Emperor Yen, not bad at all. You finally killed that monster. That was thanks to your Primordial Savage armor and the cloud-piercing spear you gave me. Otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy to slay that beast. Here, Giant Axe, I'm returning the Primordial Savage armor." Emperor Yen erased his life mark and returned the armor to Giant Axe. Giant Axe hesitated and did not take it. Instead he said in a grave tone, "Emperor Yen, you should keep the Primordial Savage armor. It is far more useful in your hands than in mine." Emperor Yen directly unleashed the pressure of the Starry Sky armor and pointed at it. "Look, a supreme treasure. Just dropped from that three-headed hellhound. Impressive, isn't it?" Chaos City Lord and the others gazed at Emperor Yan's Starry Sky armor with envy, while Giant Axe hesitated no longer and accepted the Primordial Savage armor, laughing, "Haha, good. This way our strength is even greater. We can definitely keep pushing forward." We certainly can." On this point Emperor Yen was unwavering. He and Giant Axe had both reached the peak of Tier 9. Throughout the cosmic sea aside from the Mountain Sitter they were unrivaled. Oh right. Giant Axe, what gains did you all make this time? Hearing Emperor Yan's question, Giant Axe waved his hand. Let Chaos tell you. I didn't pay much attention. Chaos City Lord said with some excitement. This time we've had a magnificent harvest. We obtained 28 top-grade Supreme Treasures, 11 treasures, second only to Supreme Tier 1s, and 2 exotic artifacts which we gave to Ice Seal and Dragon Rome respectively. Quite good indeed. Anything else? As for the exotic stone spear from Emperor Yen, it had been given to the Famine Lord whose power had now also reached Tier 7. Ice Seal Lord and Dragon Rome Lord meanwhile had reached Tier 6. Also your supreme treasure, the Cloud-Piercing Spear. And we obtained 2 inheritance crystals as well. Inheritance crystals. Yes, they can guide universe venerables in breaking through to become universe masters. Adding to the one from before, our human race can now gain 3 more universe masters. This is truly cause for celebration. Hearing Chaos City Lord's account, Emperor Yen was overjoyed at heart. The human race's power was indeed formidable beyond measure now. 20 universe masters. Giant Axe and Emperor Yen at the peak of Tier 9. Chaos City Lord, Dark Lord, Pangong Lord and Famine Lord at Tier 7, while Ice Seal Lord and Dragon Rome Lord were at Tier 6. Apart from the newly ascended Gale Lord, every other universe master had reached at least Tier 4. With such strength, they were already the number 1 force in the Primordial Universe. Once we return, we can gradually expand our human territory. Emperor Yen said somewhat impatiently. Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord wore expectant expressions as well. As the saying goes, as is your strength so is your domain. Now that the human race's power towered over all other forces, it was naturally time to rise. Good. Everyone rest for 1 epoch and then we set forth. The human universe masters, after 2,000 epochs of continuous warfare, were utterly exhausted. They all cultivated quietly in the tomb boat, restoring their divine power and spirit, awaiting the next great battle. 1 epoch to Earthlings whose lives last only 60 or 70 years. Might as well be their entire civilization. But to a universe master with endless life, 1 epoch passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The tomb boat crossed the black stone gate and continued flying toward the canyon beyond. Having fully restored their strength, the human universe masters all sat around a colossal round table inside the boat. Raising towering goblets, they celebrated their gains. Boisterous hearty laughter filled the air as they boasted and jested. Famine, you old rascal. Now you've surpassed me by an entire tier. I won't stand for it. Come, you have to drink this cup with me. Dragon Rome Lord raised his tall goblet and strode toward Famine Lord. Dragon Rome, you needn't envy me. I'm the leader of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, but look at your virtual lineage. How many experts you have. Famine Lord said, slightly tipsy. Though humanity had 5 major powers, the Giant Axe Arena and the Virtual Universe Company far surpassed the other 3 lineages. Clang! The enormous goblets, over 1,000 kilometers tall, crashed together with a thunderous roar. Wine spilled everywhere, scattering across the floor. Famine Lord and Dragon Rome Lord then raised their cups and drained them in one go. Come Dragon Rome, let the 2 of us share a cup. Ice Seal Lord, usually the most aloof of all, actually raised his goblet and walked toward Dragon Rome Lord. Giant Axe, ever since the ancestor was suppressed, I have always been diligent and devoted. Now our human race has risen once more. Today you and I, brothers, shall drink to our heart's content. Chaos City Lord, normally so composed, was now deeply stirred as he raised his goblet and drank ceaselessly with Giant Axe. Emperor Yen, your brother, offers you a toast. Famine Lord raised his goblet and walked toward Emperor Yen. When the inheritance crystal had been obtained, Emperor Yen supported Famine Lord in using it, allowing him to easily receive the inheritance's guidance and effortlessly create a Tier 5 secret art. Good. Let us brothers drink together. Clang, clang, clang. The massive goblets collided again and again within the space of the tomb boat, producing crisp, ringing sounds. Every human universe master came to toast Emperor Yen in turn, for they all knew that it was thanks to him that they had been able to enter the tomb at all and make such a tremendous leap in power. Butterfly Flower Emperor walked to Emperor Yan's side and said, Emperor Yen, it has been so long since we left the Primordial Universe. I already miss our child. Emperor Yen looked at Butterfly Flower Emperor's beautiful countenance, drew her into his embrace and said, It has only been a few thousand epochs, and have we not left divine power avatars in the Primordial Universe? Butterfly Flower Emperor shook her head and said with nostalgia, It is not the same. I want to hold our child in my own arms. Just like when Yonger was little, our family of 3. Emperor Yen gently stroked Butterfly Flower Emperor's 2 antennae. Don't worry, we'll be out of here soon. Then we can live together once more. Chao Yang, also known as the Slaughter Venerable, had become the young patriarch of the Flame God clan. With the mechanical stream's supreme treasure bestowed by Emperor Yen, his power was truly formidable. And ever since Cao Feng broke through to become a universe master, Yen Patian had assumed the position of Great Elder of the Flame God clan, inheriting that elder's complete set of supreme treasures. Under the leadership of the Slaughter Venerable and the Heaven-breaking Venerable, the Flame God clan advanced with unstoppable momentum, growing mightier with each passing day. With his mechanical stream supreme treasure, the Slaughter Venerable could unleash attacks comparable to a peak universe master, while Yen Patian could withstand universe masters of the Heaven Wolf Lord's caliber. In the human race, their status was barely lower than that of a universe master, and their authority even surpassed that of the seven-star overlords. As for the Heaven Walker Venerable, whom Emperor Yen had guided in the Primordial Universe long ago, he had later been accepted as Emperor Yan's disciple. Under Emperor Yan's tutelage, he had now attained the level of universe overlord, and he was also the Flame God clan's first guest elder. The position of guest elder in the Flame God clan was not something just anyone could hold. One needed both strength and background, lacking neither. Even the universe venerables of the Golden Horn race, no matter how desperately they tried, could not squeeze in. Meanwhile, the human universe masters were all celebrating within the tomb boat. After half a year of flight, the boat finally reached the second checkpoint. Emperor Yen gazed at the black stone gate 10 light-years away. Before the gate stood a humanoid statue that towered 1 billion kilometers into the sky. The statue resembled a colossal giant reaching toward the heavens, radiating the aura of Pangu, splitting open heaven and earth, akin to the legendary Titans. So this is the second checkpoint. Through domain-type supreme treasures, the universe masters of humanity had generally learned what was happening outside. Jufu looked straight at Yen Di and said, "This time the two of us will go down to investigate. Let the others wait for now." Yen Di shook his head instead. "No, I should go. This guardian monster's strength is unknown and its abilities are unclear. Let me go up. Then, be careful." Hearing this, Jufu said no more. The three-headed hellhound incident last time was still fresh in everyone's memory, and they knew the monsters in the tomb had bizarre abilities that must not be underestimated. Yen Di looked at the statue below, and information about it surfaced in his mind. Yunxiao giant. Its strength and abilities are still unknown. It seems I still have to test it myself. The inherited memories of the endless lineage seem to record very little about these monsters' abilities. Especially for the monsters of Zhenshi Canyon, only a name existed. There was not the slightest record of their abilities or strength. Yen Di flew out of the tomb ship, shrank it, and stored it inside his body, then cautiously walked toward the Yunxiao giant statue. When Yen Di came within 10 light-years of the Yunxiao giant, the stones on the giant's body began to fall, and it slowly revived from its slumber. Roar! The moment the Yunxiao giant revived, it cried out to the sky, and pounded its chest with both hands like a giant gorilla. Boom! What an opportunity! Yen Di did not care whether it counted as a sneak attack. He thrust his spear directly at the Yunxiao giant. A golden divine dragon 100 billion kilometers long tore forward with claws bared, attacking the giant. This was exactly the peak 7th rank mystic art war dragon strike that he had newly created. Heh. Seeing the Yunxiao giant about to be hit, Yen Di revealed a complacent smile. But in the next instant, Yen Di was stunned. What? Yen Di could hardly believe what had happened. The Yunxiao giant, which should have been caught completely off guard and struck by him, simply shifted its body and dodged. Before Yen Di could react, the Yunxiao giant took a single step, like the legendary art of shrinking the earth to an inch, and appeared before him. Boom! Boom! The Yunxiao giant fired 2 consecutive punches, both striking Yen Di's chest. Caught completely off guard, Yen Di was sent flying by the 2 blows. Cough cough. That was actually a peak 8th rank movement art. Truly incredible. Yen Di was thoroughly shocked. The Yunxiao giant's attacking power was at most peak 9th rank. That was still within the range Yen Di could accept, but the Yunxiao giant's movement art was something he truly could not accept. A peak 8th rank movement art. A peak 8th rank movement art was completely different from a mystic art. In the past, relying on a 7th rank movement art, Luofeng had been able to roam freely among the combined attacks of dozens of true gods in the Gene world. Even several void true gods admitted that when they were law masters, their movement arts had been inferior to his. Yen Di was not particularly gifted in movement arts to begin with, but under the guidance of the endless lineage, his movement art reached peak 5th rank. Later, after battling the 3-headed hellhound for 2,000 epochs, it soared to peak 6th rank. Yet the movement art he had always prided himself on was worthless before the Yunxiao giant. I am certain that my chance of hitting it is less than 1%. I think the best move is to retreat, Yen Di said to himself. The gap between the two sides was simply too great. He truly felt helpless against the Yunxiao giant. It is hard to believe that with a divine body as huge as 1 billion kilometers, it can still use such a formidable movement art. Roar! Seeing Yen Di sent flying, the Yunxiao giant pressed its advantage. It took another step, caught up, and slammed an iron fist down at Yen Di. Damn! Myriad avatars. At the critical moment Yendi used the endless lineage's life-saving technique, splitting into 10 identical avatars, and fleeing in different directions. Roar. Seeing 10 copies of Yendi appear and all flee, the Yunxiao giant roared in fury. It used its movement art, caught up to one avatar and blasted it apart with a punch. Roar. Seeing the avatar it had just destroyed, the Yunxiao giant vaguely sensed that it had been tricked. It used its movement art again, caught up with another avatar and blasted it apart. By this time Yendi had already fled far away. The Yunxiao giant slowly returned to slumber, once again becoming a towering statue. Huff! Huff! How terrifying! This is not even a contest between peers, Yendi gasped. With the giant's movement art Yendi could not even reach it with an attack. Yendi entered the tomb ship and the human universe masters immediately surrounded him. Jufu asked directly Yendi how was the situation. How strong is the enemy? It was like this? Yendi told them the Yunxiao giant's strength in full detail. He also replayed the battle scene. After witnessing it, everyone was stunned. Even Yendi, the strongest among them, had been beaten into a state where he could not fight back. Would it be useful for anyone else to go up? Going there would only be feeding themselves to the enemy. For a moment everyone wondered, with such strength, who could possibly deal with it. Moreover, the giant's mastery of movement art countered any group attack. Even if all of humanity's strongest experts charged in together, it would be of little use. For a moment everyone looked at one another, not knowing what to do. What to do? Serve it cold? Damn. What about stir-frying it? For the moment even Yendi could think of no good solution. With his and Jufu's level of movement arts, even if the two of them joined forces, they could not defeat the Yunxiao giant. As for suppressing or binding the Yunxiao giant, that was even more impossible. First, there was no domain-type supreme treasure. A second, even if there were, it might not be able to bind the giant. What should we do? What can we do? Yendi and the human universe masters racked their brains for a way to deal with the Yunxiao giant. Calm down. Calm down. There must be a way. Yendi entered an all-embracing state of mind, thinking with the mindset of a sage. When facing the Yunxiao giant's terrifying movement art, we can only proceed from two aspects. Yendi sorted out his thoughts. First, increase suppression on the giant. Second, improve my own or our side's movement arts. But we have no domain-type supreme treasure for suppression. And hoping for a domain-type supreme treasure to drop in such a short time is unrealistic. So we should work from mystic arts. For example, the 7th rank mystic art I created quadrillion heavy waves. But in a short time quadrillion heavy waves can at most be raised to peak 7th rank. Reaching 8th rank is unrealistic. It must be noted that a universe master creating an 8th rank mystic art represented a kind of peak in itself. On the Chiyuan continent, any universe master who created an 8th rank mystic art was deemed to have the potential to become a sage. Yet it was absolutely impossible for Yendi to create an 8th rank mystic art in such a short time. After all, Yendi and the others could remain in the tomb for at most 10,000 epochs, and more than 3,000 had already passed. Second is improving my own movement art. But I have never been skilled at movement arts. To raise my movement art to 8th rank in a short time would be even more unrealistic. The only solution now is to improve the movement arts of all human experts so that we have a chance to attack the Yunxiao giant together. Yendi analyzed their advantages point by point. If he raised quadrillion heavy waves to peak 7th rank with the support of the meteor secret art and supreme treasures, its binding power would definitely reach 9th rank. Even if it could not completely suppress the Yunxiao giant, it would greatly relieve the pressure on Yendi and the others. Then if he and Jufu, the two strongest, could both reach peak 7th rank in movement arts, it might be possible to defeat the Yunxiao giant. Yendi acted at once without delay. He gathered the human universe masters and told them his idea. His idea won unanimous approval and everyone supported it. With that, Yendi began teaching the human universe masters movement arts inside the tomb ship. But their foundation was so poor. It nearly worked Yendi to death. It was not that the human universe masters were especially bad. In the entire universe C, apart from the two holy lands, everyone was about at that level. Back then Mad Lion Lord had not even created a strongest mystic art, and his treasures were extremely poor, yet with a 4th rank movement art, he could claim peak 4th rank strength. From this one could see that the experts of the universe C were generally unskilled in movement arts. These human universe masters were counted among humanity's strongest, yet besides Chaos City Lord, whose movement art had reached 4th rank, the others were only around 3rd rank. Even Jufu, the creator, the strongest of them, had only peak 5th rank movement art and had not yet reached 6th rank. And because Yendi could not pass on the endless lineage's inheritance, the knowledge he used to improve the human universe master's movement arts came mainly from his own understanding of movement arts. This made the improvement of the human universe master's movement arts extremely slow. Meanwhile, Yendi's main body stayed in the inheritance space, striving to raise the power of quadrillion heavy waves. 300 epochs passed in this way. Because this movement art training was of utmost importance, Jufu gathered everyone's divine power avatars in his miniature universe with time accelerated 10,000-fold for training. With 10,000-fold time acceleration, 300 epochs became 3 million epochs. 3 million epochs was neither long nor short. The human universe master's movement arts had all improved enormously. After those 3 million epochs of training, Yendi felt that the human universe master's movement arts had advanced greatly, so he led them to fight the Yunshao giant, and the whole group was nearly beaten to death. Afterward they returned to improve their strength, then went back to be thrashed again. In this way Yendi and the others grew stronger and stronger. They went from being dominated at first to being able to fight back. Then they could withstand the attacks, and later they could gain the upper hand. Through one trial after another their strength rose, and nearly 3,000 more epochs slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yendi and the others had already spent more than 6,000 epochs in the tomb, leaving fewer than 4,000. This time we will definitely succeed. Chaos City Lord said confidently. Yes, we will definitely make it. Jufu growled. The truth was that he had been tormented by the Yunshao giant for all these years. As the strongest he wore top-grade Supreme Treasure battle armor. Facing the Yunshao giant he was not in immediate mortal danger, but because he so often rescued the human universe masters he was naturally tortured and battered by the Yunshao giant. We can definitely do it. Yendi was also confident. Fighting with the Yunshao giant plus his guidance, the human universe master's movement arts were improving extremely quickly. He and Jufu had both reached peak 7th rank, while the other universe masters had reached peak 5th rank. Moreover, the power of quadrillion heavy waves had also been raised to peak 7th rank. If the other universe masters could break through to 6th rank in movement arts, they could break through and become the strongest. Unfortunately, except for Yendi, no one had achieved it. Jufu, after all, was already the strongest and had a high foundation, which was why he improved so quickly. Let's go. In the tomb, a small boat flew at high speed, heading straight for the Yunshao giant. The tomb boat swiftly flew to the black stone gate of the second checkpoint, which remained tightly sealed. The statue of the cloud sky giant still stood there like a loyal sentinel guarding the black gate. Everyone be careful. Same as always. Giant axe and I will go first. Once we have the battle under control, you may follow. The Flame Emperor cautioned them. The universe masters of the human race understood perfectly well that if they recklessly charged forward, they could very easily be obliterated by the cloud sky giant. The human universe masters remained aboard the tomb boat, while only Giant Axe and the Flame Emperor advanced stealthily. As soon as they stepped within 10 light years of the statue, the cloud sky giant awakened. The seal gradually dissolved, and the cloud sky giant transformed from a statue into a living being. Roar! Full of vitality, it raised its head and bellowed at the heavens, pounding its chest with both hands. Seeing this, the Flame Emperor and Giant Axe could not help complaining inwardly, damn. This thing is back to full health again. Last time they had destroyed 90% of the Cloud Sky Giant's divine body before retreating. And this time when the Flame Emperor and the others arrived, the Cloud Sky Giant was once again resurrected on the spot to full health, as if blessed with eternal life. Scoff! It loathed the Flame Emperor and his companions to the bone. It shot 2 streams of white vapor from its nostrils, then took a single stride and charged at the Flame Emperor and the others with phantom-like footwork. Humph! I've been waiting for you to charge up here. The Flame Emperor snorted coldly. Raising the cloud-piercing spear and pointing it forward, he declared 1,000 trillion heavy waves. From the Flame Emperor's body burst countless billows, surging toward the Cloud Sky Giant in relentless waves. Since the 1,000 trillion heavy waves was not an offensive secret art, the cloud-piercing spear did not amplify it greatly. Even so, its binding and suppressive power reached the 9th rank, drastically reducing the Cloud Sky Giant's mobility. Now Giant Axe raised his stone axe. Behind him materialized 14 axe phantoms, each hundreds of millions of kilometers long. With his power fully gathered, Giant Axe's thick and mighty arms gripped the stone axe and hewed forward savagely. The 14th axe. Boom! The 14 axe phantoms fused into a single, even more solid phantom, which slammed ferociously into the Cloud Sky Giant's body. Yet, owing to the Flame Emperor's suppression and Giant Axe's superb footwork, the Cloud Sky Giant simply could not evade Giant Axe's most powerful strike. Rip! The Cloud Sky Giant was struck on its right leg. A wound stretching 10 million kilometers opened up and rivers of blood gushed out. This was the wisdom the Flame Emperor and his comrades had accumulated over 3,000 epochs. First, cripple its legs to reduce its mobility. Roar! The Cloud Sky Giant let out a pained howl. Giant Axe's attack had badly wounded its right leg. Humph! It's far from over. Universe Masters of the human race, it is your turn to strike. The Flame Emperor snorted coldly, releasing the human universe masters from the tomb boat. The moment the human universe masters and the wandering butterfly flower emperor appeared, they all struck at the Cloud Sky Giant's left leg together. Attacks danced and filled the void. Telekinetic weapons soared, chi fist shadows, soul attacks, exotic beasts. The combined assault of the 7 universe masters was in no way inferior to Giant Axe's full power blow. And because the Cloud Sky Giant was wounded, and still under the Flame Emperor's suppression, it was unlucky once more struck on the left leg. Several wounds burst open and scarlet blood streamed down. Roar. In agony the Cloud Sky Giant began to struggle violently. It burned divine power to instantly heal the wounds on both legs, but it lost no small amount of divine power in the process. Trouble. The 1,000 trillion heavy waves is nearly spent. We can no longer suppress the Cloud Sky Giant. Determined to break free, the Cloud Sky Giant unhesitatingly burned a massive amount of divine power. It healed its wounds, and as the Flame Emperor's 1,000 trillion heavy waves reached its limit, the Cloud Sky Giant seemed about to tear free from his suppression. Chaos Wandering Butterfly, be careful. Whoosh! Fully healed, the Cloud Sky Giant broke free from the Flame Emperor's binding. Before anyone could react, it charged straight at the Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor. It swung its iron fist and delivered 2 consecutive strikes. No. Watching the Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor get hit, the Flame Emperor's heart ached with anguish. The Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor had no clone. If he died, he would be truly dead. Sent flying, the Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. The Flame Emperor could clearly sense his aura plunging. Meanwhile, having succeeded, the Cloud Sky Giant did not stop. It once again employed its unfathomable footwork and charged at the Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor. Courting death. Watching the Cloud Sky Giant charge once more at the wounded Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor, the Flame Emperor cursed furiously. He raised the cloud-piercing spear and slammed it toward the Cloud Sky Giant. In that instant, the cloud-piercing spear seemed to transform into a giant hammer, smashing down on the Cloud Sky Giant. This was another top-tier 7th-rank secret art perfected by the Flame Emperor. It was born from the smashing essence within the fundamental spear arts. Though the Flame Emperor's footwork was still inferior to the Cloud Sky Giant's, he could now track its trajectory. This time the Cloud Sky Giant did not evade the Flame Emperor's attack, and was struck directly. Bellow, the 14th axe. Through thousands of epochs of coordinated combat with the Flame Emperor in the Tomb, Giant Axe seized the opening in an instant. Taking advantage of the Cloud Sky Giant being struck and left completely defenseless, he unleashed his strongest attack. Boom! The axe phantom, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, once more hacked into the Cloud Sky Giant's left ribs. Rip! The Cloud Sky Giant was wounded by Giant Axe yet again. The Human Universe Masters also seized the moment, surging forward to beat it ferociously. The Flame Emperor meanwhile took advantage of this time to reach the Wandering Butterfly Flower Emperor's side, and immediately drew him into the tomb boat. On the other side, although the Human Universe Masters fought with full strength to pummel the Cloud Sky Giant, it was no longer suppressed. With the immense gap in footwork between the two sides, their chances of striking it were greatly diminished. The Cloud Sky Giant, however, leveraged its footwork advantage, and momentarily took the upper hand. Lord Icebound, be careful. Chaos City Lord urgently sent a telepathic warning. Before Lord Icebound could even react, the Cloud Sky Giant took a single stride and appeared behind him. Its iron fists lashed out, hammering 2 ferocious punches in succession. Lord Icebound let out a miserable scream, and his entire body, like a mosquito struck by an adult's fist, was blasted flying. The Cloud Sky Giant's divine body was 1 billion kilometers tall, while Lord Icebound's was merely 100,000 kilometers. The gap between them was indeed as vast as between an adult and a mosquito. Damn it! Watching his junior brother sent flying, Chaos City Lord was consumed with both worry and fury. He struck out with a palm toward the Cloud Sky Giant. Giant Axe, the Flame Emperor, and the others also snapped into action, hastily hurling attacks at the Cloud Sky Giant. Roar! With a thunderous roar, the Cloud Sky Giant faced the combined assault, and evaded it with phantom-like grace, instantly slipping past every attack and arriving before Lord Icebound. Boom! Boom! It hammered the wounded Lord Icebound with 2 more punches, slamming brutally into his body. Lord Icebound strained to activate the strange treasure in his hand, but the gap between them was far too vast. And so Lord Icebound was killed by 2 consecutive attacks from the Cloud Sky Giant. Because his divine power had been exhausted before death, his clone remained unharmed, having merely lost some divine power. As Lord Icebound's clone fell, his supreme treasures scattered across the ground. Watching him being beaten to death before their very eyes, everyone was consumed with the most intense fury. 1,000 trillion heavy waves. Seeing that Lord Icebound had actually been killed by the Cloud Sky Giant, the Flame Emperor hastily unleashed the 1,000 trillion heavy waves to suppress it. Otherwise, an unbridled Cloud Sky Giant would be a nightmare for the human race's powerhouses. Boom! Seeing the Cloud Sky Giant subdued by the Flame Emperor's secret art, the human powerhouses ruthlessly struck it while it was down. Because of Lord Icebound's fall, the Human Universe Masters were enraged beyond measure. They struck without mercy, attacking with all their might. Axe Phantom's Fist Shadows Sword Chi Blade Gleam's Soul attacks Giant Dragons. One secret art after another, each radiating supreme power, crashed toward the Cloud Sky Giant. The Cloud Sky Giant struggled desperately, trying to break free from the Flame Emperor's suppression. But this time the Flame Emperor was well prepared and suppressed it with everything he had, making it utterly impossible for it to escape. The combined attacks of the group slammed savagely into the Cloud Sky Giant's body. In an instant dozens of wounds were ripped across its divine body, blood streaming unceasingly. The damage to its divine body was extremely severe. Not done yet, you accursed monster. Taste this Emperor's move, War Dragon Strike. The Flame Emperor raised the cloud-piercing spear and thrust forward with all his might. A golden divine dragon hundreds of millions of kilometers long radiated a dreadful pressure from every inch of its being. Bearing fangs and claws it roared and flew toward the Cloud Sky Giant. A resounding dragon's cry echoed through the void, seemingly from the golden dragon's mouth. Facing the incoming golden dragon, the Cloud Sky Giant, gravely wounded and profoundly diminished in mobility, was utterly incapable of dodging. All it could do was raise its iron fists and hurl several punches at the golden dragon. Yet the golden dragon seemed alive, shifting and twirling through the void, cleverly evading the Cloud Sky Giant's attacks. Then it opened its mouth and blasted the Cloud Sky Giant with an extraordinarily loud dragon cry before slamming into it without any hesitation. Boom! 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 The golden dragon erupted against the Cloud Sky Giant, unleashing enormous waves of energy. In that instant the Canyon of True Gods thundered completely, as if something dreadful had occurred. How is it? Is it dead? Everyone stared expectantly at the Cloud Sky Giant, but in the next instant their expressions changed drastically. The Cloud Sky Giant's aura had not vanished. The Cloud Sky Giant's attack footwork and divine body were all first-rate, only its defense was weak. After enduring such violent attacks, it still had not died. Roar! The Cloud Sky Giant charged straight over. Based on its aura, the Flame Emperor and the others judged that although it was severely wounded, it was still far from dead. Roar, roar, roar. The continuous thunderous roars of the Yunxiao Giant came rolling over. Evidently the strike had also wounded the Yunxiao Giant severely. With lightning speed and ghostly agility, the Yunxiao Giant's figure charged straight at Emperor Yen and the others. The Yunxiao Giant's speed, flexibility, and agility were perfectly fused into one. Its movement was nothing short of art. In an instant countless phantom figures of the Yunxiao Giant appeared within a radius of several light-years, making it impossible to tell which one was real. All these Yunxiao Giant phantoms kept closing in on Emperor Yen, and the others seeking an opportunity to strike. Humph! The same trick again. That move of yours is useless against this Emperor now. Emperor Yen genuinely admired the Yunxiao Giant's ghost-like movement, yet heaven and earth revolve, the universe operates, and all laws give rise to and overcome one another. Having fought the Yunxiao Giant for 3,000 epochs, Emperor Yen was already utterly familiar with its abilities, so the outcome of this battle was destined. 1,000 trillion heavy waves. Wherever Emperor Yan's spear tip pointed, boundless towering waves surged. These waves were formed from Emperor Yan's divine power, and the laws he comprehended further reinforced by his will. They were like extensions of his own body. In an instant the Yunxiao Giant was enveloped and suppressed, once more trapped in Emperor Yan's binding. Roar! The Yunxiao Giant swung its iron fists with all its might, trying to tear open Emperor Yan's restraints. But how could Emperor Yan's binding be broken so easily? Besides, Emperor Yan was not trying to completely suppress the Yunxiao Giant. He was giving Ju Fu and the others an opening to attack. Ju Fu and the Human Universe Masters had long since achieved flawless coordination with Emperor Yen over those 3,000 epochs. The instant Emperor Yen bound the Yunxiao Giant, they launched their attack, and the target was once again the Yunxiao Giant's legs. Ju Fu attacked the Yunxiao Giant's left leg, while the Human Universe Masters joined forces against its right leg. Crack! Roar! The Yunxiao Giant bellowed at the sky, its legs instantly wounded by the human powerhouses, and its divine body lost a substantial portion once more. How could Emperor Yen let such an opportunity slip away? Dragon Transformation Strike. He seized the moment while the Yunxiao Giant had yet to react. He immediately unleashed the Dragon Transformation Strike at the Yunxiao Giant. This time Emperor Yen achieved true unity of man and spear. Emperor Yen, the Tianqing War Armor, the Chuanyun Spear, and the Primordial Soul, 3 supreme treasures, merged into one in an instant. A divine dragon stretching 100 billion kilometers appeared in the void. The Tianqing War Armor became the deep blue scales on its body, and the Chuanyun Spear transformed into the divine dragon's 9 sharp claws. The Primordial Soul guarded Emperor Yan's soul. This technique of Emperor Yan's was a supreme killing move created by synthesizing the way of the Fire Beast God and the way of the Water Beast God, with the origin of Yin and Yang at its core, along with certain precious inheritances of the endless lineage. With a resonant cry, the divine dragon formed from Emperor Yen let out a high-pitched draconic roar in the void, and even the space within the mausoleum seemed to grow unstable. Boom! The divine dragon took a step forward. With a single stomp of its claw, it shattered the extremely condensed space within the mausoleum. With a soaring cry, the divine dragon swept its tail at the Yunxiao Giant. A divine dragon tail whip. Facing the divine dragon's strike, the Yunxiao giant could not dodge, and had no choice but to cross its arms before its chest, and defend with all its strength. Die! Bang! The Yunxiao giant was ruthlessly sent flying by the divine dragon's tail, and crashed directly into the stone gate of the second checkpoint. Everyone attack now! At Zhu Fu's command, the human universe masters seized the moment, and furiously unleashed violent attacks upon the Yunxiao giant. Boom! 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 Countless mystical attacks all landed upon the Yunxiao giant. Its divine body was rapidly depleted and its aura grew weaker and weaker. Whoosh! The divine dragon formed from Emperor Yen shot forward, arriving before the Yunxiao giant in an instant. Like a python coiling around its prey, it constricted the Yunxiao giant within its coils. Then it opened its bloody maw and bit toward the Yunxiao giant's neck. Ah! The Yunxiao giant let out a pained cry. 2/3 of its neck was bitten clean off by the divine dragon, and a torrent of blood gushed out. The Yunxiao giant tried to enlarge itself to burst free from Emperor Yan's divine dragon form, but when it grew larger, Emperor Yan also grew larger. When it shrank, Emperor Yan shrank with it. It simply could not break free from Emperor Yan's binding. Bang! 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 Unable to break free, the Yunxiao giant raised its iron fists, and hammered at the body of the divine dragon formed from Emperor Yan. But how could it know that Emperor Yan, protected by the Tianqing war armor, had no fear of its attacks? The only thing about the Yunxiao giant that had ever worried Emperor Yan was its movement technique. Now that it had lost that advantage, the Yunxiao giant was no longer a concern in Emperor Yan's eyes. Crack! The divine dragon formed from Emperor Yan opened its huge mouth and bit into the Yunxiao giant's body, while the Yunxiao giant thrashed violently, ceaselessly striking the dragon's form. But as Emperor Yan continued to tear and bite, the Yunxiao giant's divine body was depleted at a tremendous rate. Meanwhile, Zhu Fu and the others were not idle. Seizing the chance while the Yunxiao giant was bound by Emperor Yan, they desperately activated all kinds of attack arts and hurled them at the Yunxiao giant. Roar, roar, roar. The Yunxiao giant roared in unwilling fury, hammering its fists against Emperor Yan's body again and again. But Emperor Yan, protected by supreme treasures, was utterly unafraid of its attacks. As its divine power waned, the Yunxiao giant struggled more and more desperately because it could also sense the threat to its life. Although the Yunxiao giant did not possess particularly high intelligence, it even acted mostly on instinct. Yet it still had the instinct to survive, and when its life was threatened it would respond accordingly. Driven to desperation by Emperor Yan, the Yunxiao giant opened its enormous mouth and bit at Emperor Yan's body. But alas, ideals are beautiful while reality is harsh. As it turned out, the Yunxiao giant's fangs could not pierce a supreme treasure-grade suit of armor. Everyone put in more effort. The Yunxiao giant's divine body is almost gone. Emperor Yan sensed its aura plummeting rapidly, its divine body now less than 5% remaining. As long as everyone launched a few more rapid rounds of attacks, they could blow the Yunxiao giant apart. Alright, attack. Under Zhu Fu's unified command, the human universe master struck at the Yunxiao giant with brutal efficiency. The Yunxiao giant's divine body was waning swiftly. Death was not far off. A sudden long howl tore from the Yunxiao giant as it raised its head to the sky, radiating an aura of tragic grief, as if it had already accepted its fate. At the same time, its divine body began to seethe, and its divine power seemed to burn fiercely in an instant. Not good. This beast is about to self-destruct. Everyone flee. Emperor Yan was greatly alarmed. The dying Yunxiao giant had actually chosen to self-detonate. What? The human universe masters also sensed the Yunxiao giant's violent state, and knew it was about to self-destruct. They hastily produced their palace-type supreme treasures and took refuge inside. Emperor Yan too wanted to quickly distance himself from the Yunxiao giant, but at this moment the Yunxiao giant stubbornly clung to him, refusing to let go. Damn it! Emperor Yan hastily reverted to human form, the Tianqing war armor enveloping his entire body. Yet the Yunxiao giant held him in a death grip, and with a furious roar self-destructed. Boom! Like a superatomic bomb exploding, the entire space within 10 light-years of Emperor Yan collapsed as if a colossal mirror had been shattered. Moreover, the towering energy shockwave gave rise to chaotic air currents, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud, whose upper diameter exceeded 10 light-years. A full half-hour passed before the enormous energy shockwave finally subsided. But the shattered space within that 10 light-year radius still had not recovered, as if the entire world had been broken apart, filled with ruin and darkness everywhere. Cough cough. Truly worthy of a supreme treasure-grade war armor. Otherwise I really would have died this time. Emperor Yan coughed violently several times as he spoke. Although the Yunxiao giant's self-destruction was fearsome, it was ultimately a physical attack, and since it failed to exceed the limit of the Tianqing war armor, it was naturally weakened to 1/millionth of its original force. Even so, Emperor Yan's divine body had suffered severe damage, nearing its own limit. What is that? Half a light-year away from Emperor Yan, he discovered something floating there. One was a pair of glossy black arm-guard-like treasures radiating a chilling pressure, and the other was an inheritance crystal. Emperor Yen simply moved his mind and drew both items into his hand. He instantly bound them to himself. An ordinary supreme treasure, the mountain-splitting arm guards. This inheritance is another inheritance that can guide a breakthrough to becoming a universe master. What? Not 1 slot but 5 slots. Emperor Yen was somewhat stunned. The feeling of this is a jackpot. 5 slots that could allow breakthroughs to universe master. Didn't that mean 5 more universe masters? Adding the previous 3, the human race had gained a total of 8 universe masters this time. Emperor Yen felt happiness arriving so swiftly. Ah! Is it finally over? Emperor Yen, are you alright? Asked the Dragon Traveler Lord as he emerged from his palace-type supreme treasure. I'm fine. The rest of you can come out too. It's over. Afterwards all the human universe masters emerged from their palace-type supreme treasures, overjoyed to learn that the Yunxiao giant was dead. Emperor Yen also took out the mountain-splitting arm guards and the inheritance crystal. Who should use these arm guards? Emperor Yen asked, looking at the crowd. This was a question worth discussing. Emperor Yen had the Chuanyun spear and needed no arm guards, while Ju Fu, who wielded an axe, had no interest in them at all. Give them to Chaos City Lord. Ju Fu directly proposed it. Chaos City Lord excelled in secret arts of the fist, palm and finger. This supreme treasure was indeed an extremely perfect fit for him. This? For a moment Chaos City Lord found himself speechless. That was a supreme treasure. Ever since Yuanzhu had been suppressed, the human race had not possessed a single one. Who would have thought that today, Chaos City Lord, would have the chance to obtain one? Take it. Emperor Yen directly handed the mountain-splitting arm guards to Chaos City Lord. Chaos City Lord carefully accepted the mountain-splitting arm guards and immediately bound them to himself. In that very moment Emperor Yen felt that Chaos City Lord seemed stronger. As if he had found something. The Tao. I have verified my Tao. Haha, my Tao truly works. I can indeed break through and become the strongest. Suddenly Chaos City Lord burst into laughter. In that instant Chaos City Lord's entire temperament underwent a transformation. Emperor Yen knew that Chaos City Lord had broken through. Now at any moment he could become the strongest. Haha, congratulations Chaos. Congratulations senior brother. Congrats to all. Congrats to all. The human universe masters looked at Chaos City Lord with envy, knowing that he had taken the final step, one step ahead of them all. Chaos City Lord's breakthrough brought tremendous confidence and momentum to the human powerhouses. For a time all the human universe masters entered seclusion to recover their divine power, and restore their spirits awaiting the next great battle. As the ages drift by and time flows on, beauty fades, and youth slips away, how could the path to ultimate supremacy ever come to rest? In the blink of an eye 10 epochs had passed since Emperor Yen and his companions slew the Cloud Sky Giant. This time everyone had been severely injured, especially Empress Yudai and Emperor Yen, whose divine bodies had been greatly depleted, nearing their limits. Few finally recovered. Inside the mausoleum boat Emperor Yen let out a long breath. This time his divine body had suffered too severe damage. Even with the support of his source treasure, he had only just recovered. In this battle with the Cloud Sky Giant I gained many insights. My movement technique has reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank, and in secret arts I seem to have glimpsed the threshold of the 8th rank. The Cloud Sky Giant's movement technique was truly profound. Emperor Yen had fought the Cloud Sky Giant for 3,000 epochs, clashing over 10,000 times, and every encounter was a life and death battle which greatly benefited him. Back then Emperor Yen spent 1,000 epochs, and with the 10 million-fold time acceleration of the inheritance space it amounted to 10 billion epochs. Only then did he create the ultimate killing move, Dragon Transformation Strike. This technique possessed immense power. Emperor Yen had created it by comprehending the secret patterns on the cloud-piercing spear and the starry sky battle armor, and fusing them with his own secret arts. Its power already faintly surpassed the pinnacle of 7th rank secret arts by a layer. Everyone, we can set off now. Emperor Yen sent a voice transmission to the powerhouses aboard the mausoleum boat. After a moment everyone indicated they were ready to depart. The mausoleum boat passed through the 2nd stone gate checkpoint, and flew toward the 3rd checkpoint. The 3rd checkpoint. I wonder what awaits me this time. Emperor Yen murmured to himself. The guardian of the 2nd checkpoint had already reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, so the guardian monster of the 3rd checkpoint must be extraordinarily powerful, highly likely reaching the pinnacle of the 10th rank. The pinnacle of the 10th rank. That represents the limit of the cosmic sea. After all, even the first true lord currently hailed as the strongest being in the cosmic sea is only at the pinnacle of the 9th rank. Of course not counting the bug-like existence of Zuoshanke. What if it is the pinnacle of the 10th rank? If I can't overcome even this difficulty, then how can I speak of roaming the origin, restoring the Wu Kingdom, and establishing an eternal homeland for the human race? No matter what difficulty, it shall never defeat me, Emperor Yen. Inside the mausoleum boat, Emperor Yen clenched his fists, his belief boundless. At this moment his comprehension of seeing one's true nature, and directly pointing to the original heart, deepened even further. His original heart was like an indestructible spear, piercing through all difficulties before him. Since I grew weary of seeking, I have long learned to find the mark in a single glance. Since a headwind came rushing at me, I have learned to withstand winds from all directions and sail my boat. Emperor Yen stood inside the mausoleum boat, arms spread wide, embracing the void, his conviction unshakable. Come, let all hardships and tribulations come. This emperor fears nothing. Boom! Suddenly Emperor Yen felt as if his inner being had been elevated, his mind and thoughts became much sharper. Moreover, the willpower of this incarnation of his had truly reached the void true God level, while his true body's willpower also underwent a transformation, subtly advancing. Alas, still no breakthrough. Emperor Yen shook his head. Although his true body's will had undergone a transformation and improved slightly, but to reach the level of sagehood was still 800,000 miles away. Whoosh! After nearly 10 days of flight, the mausoleum boat finally arrived at the third checkpoint. There was still the black stone gate and a statue towering 1 billion kilometers high. A statue resembling a spider-like creature. Have we finally arrived at the final checkpoint? The final guardian monster is the demon-devouring spider. I wonder what its strength and innate abilities are. Emperor Yen gazed at the final checkpoint, his heart full of emotion. After enduring countless hardships, had he finally reached this last gate? Emperor Yen had no confidence whatsoever in passing the final checkpoint. It had taken so long to pass the second one. The remaining time might not be enough. Everyone, we've reached the third checkpoint. Emperor Yen sent a voice transmission to all. Whether he could pass it or not, only by trying would he know. If he never tried, he would never pass. Whoosh! The universe masters of the human race all flew out of their palace-type supreme treasures, while Giant Axe directly said, this time let the two of us go down to investigate. Emperor Yen looked at the earnest Giant Axe and shook his head, saying, forget it, I'll go. After I find out this monster's innate ability and strength, then you can come. What if this spider could unleash a 10th rank pinnacle soul attack or a terrifying will impact? Wouldn't it be dangerous for Giant Axe to go? Fine, Giant Axe said somewhat dejectedly. Although these monsters in the mausoleum could not use supreme treasures, each had an enormous divine body, formidable strength, and bizarre innate abilities, making them extremely troublesome. Even though Giant Axe had reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, he did not dare to wander recklessly inside the mausoleum. Emperor Yen said no more, simply flying out of the mausoleum boat and storing it within his body. He flew toward the statue of the demon-devouring spider. When Emperor Yen came within 10 light years of it, the statue awakened. Roar! The demon-devouring spider saw someone intruding upon its territory. As soon as it woke, it let out a furious roar from its mouth. Its 108 eyes stared fixedly at Emperor Yen, its mouth seeming to chew on something. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly the demon-devouring spider shot more than a dozen yellow arrows from its mouth at Emperor Yen. Each arrow was 1,000,000 kilometers long, and their speed and power reached a terrifying extreme. Emperor Yen dared not be the slightest bit careless against the demon-devouring spider's attack. He directly employed the strongest movement technique he had comprehended over the years, flowing shadow lightning flash. Emperor Yen shifted and dodged like a phantom, splitting into countless afterimages, evading the demon-devouring spider's attacks again and again. Roar! Seeing that Emperor Yen had actually evaded all its attacks, the demon-devouring spider became somewhat enraged and directly sprayed a huge spider web at him. The web had a diameter of 1 light year and flew swiftly toward Emperor Yen, intending to envelop him. Dodge! Ah! Emperor Yen activated his movement technique to avoid the giant web spat out by the demon-devouring spider, but who knew that the web actually possessed the effect of a domain-type supreme treasure. Enveloped Emperor Yen suddenly felt as if he were being suppressed, and in an instant he was caught within the giant web. Squeak! Seeing Emperor Yen trapped in its web, the demon-devouring spider emitted joyful cries from its mouth. Then it opened its mouth and began chewing. Whoosh! A colossal spear 100 million kilometers long shot toward Emperor Yen. This was the demon-devouring spider's strongest attack. The demon-devouring spear. Emperor Yen was wrapped in the giant web and tried to break free from its restraint, but the web was extraordinarily tough. Even with his strength, he could not escape for the time being. Just then, the demon-devouring spider's attack arrived. Boom! This time Emperor Yen was wrapped in the web and unable to move at all, so he could only watch helplessly as he was struck. The instant the demon-devouring spear struck him, Emperor Yen felt as if his entire body shattered. The immense power caused his whole being to churn violently. Damn! Its attack power truly reaches the pinnacle of the 10th rank, and this web's binding force and toughness probably far exceed the 9th rank pinnacle as well. The moment he was struck, Emperor Yen sensed the terror of the demon-devouring spider's attack power. It was absolutely at the pinnacle of the 10th rank. Even though Emperor Yen wore the Starry Sky battle armor, if he chose to fight the demon-devouring spider head-on, he would surely fall. This won't work. I need to think of a way. Emperor Yen watched the demon-devouring spider, preparing its second attack, his heart filled with anxiety. Let me try to see if I can break free from this web. Dragon Transformation Strike. This time Emperor Yen had no choice but to forcibly break free from the web. As the saying goes, everything has its nemesis. This demon-devouring spider specifically countered his advantage in movement technique. In an instant Emperor Yen merged with his origin soul the cloud-piercing spear, and the Starry Sky battle armor, transforming into a divine dragon 100 billion kilometers long. Roar! The divine dragon roared and struggled within the spider web like prey caught by a spider. The divine dragon bit with its teeth, tore with its claws, and thrust with its horns, but it simply could not break free from the web's restraint. The web clung to Emperor Yen like stubborn plaster. Boom! At this moment the demon-devouring spear struck Emperor Yen, once again producing a tremendous roar. Emperor Yen could clearly feel his divine body declining. His entire divine body seemed to have become unstable. No, this demon-devouring spider's attack power is too strong. If it hits me a few more times, I won't be able to hold on. Emperor Yan's incarnation had divine power less than 10,000 times that of a universe master, so he simply could not withstand such violent attacks many times. Emperor Yen deactivated the dragon transformation state. Such a large form made him a living target. Whoosh! The demon-devouring spider launched its demon-devouring spear at him once more. Damn! Again! If I don't show my might, you think I'm a sick cat. Night! In his urgency, Emperor Yen unleashed the Will Impact Secret Art, Night. Now the will of Emperor Yan's incarnation had truly reached the Void True God level, and his will impact was sufficient to knock unconscious the will of a primary level supreme being. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demon-devouring spider suddenly shrieked in pain, and the demon-devouring spear aimed at Emperor Yen went off target. This might work. Emperor Yan's heart stirred as he watched the affected spider. In fact, every monster in the mausoleum had its own weakness. For example, the stone monster feared soul attacks. If the three-headed hellhound's will impact and soul attacks were countered, then its physical attacks alone would be of little concern. The seemingly powerful cloud sky giant would also be doomed if its movement technique were countered. As for the demon-devouring spider, its weakness was its weak will. It feared will impact. Heh. Emperor Yen sneered at the suffering spider, feeling as if the serfs who turned over have become masters. Now that he had found the demon-devouring spider's weakness, defeating it was only a matter of time. Brothers, come out and claim the supreme treasures. Yen Emperor shouted, directly summoning the experts aboard the tomb ship. Ha ha ha. Yen Emperor, how did you end up looking like this? The suddenly appearing giant axe looked at Yen Emperor wrapped up like a giant rice dumpling, and could not help laughing loudly. The other universe masters secretly laughed when they saw Yen Emperor in this state. Yen Emperor heard Giant Axe's laughter, and said somewhat dejected, "Stop laughing foolishly over there. Think of a way to get me out quickly. I can barely suppress that monster." Yen Emperor continued to emit his willpower shock, which was an enormous drain on his spirit. If he stopped the willpower shock even once, the demon-devouring spider would immediately counterattack. Good. We'll attack the giant net from outside while you break free from inside. Giant Axe and the other universe masters attacked the giant net from the outside, while Yen Emperor struggled to break free inside. Of course, everyone controlled their power well and would not hurt him. Boom! The giant net was shattered into pieces, and Yen Emperor finally escaped its restraints. As soon as he flew out from under the net suppression, he immediately said to everyone, "Everyone attack that giant spider quickly. I can barely suppress it anymore." Alright. Everyone nodded in agreement and immediately activated their strongest attacks. After cooperating for so long, no one needed orders. They all tacitly knew what to do. 14th Axe. Dragon strides the world. Ice-breaking cold sky slash. Darkness descends. Battle dragon strike. Drunken dream heart butterfly. In an instant, all kinds of attacks bombarded the demon-devouring spider as it writhed in pain. Boom! 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 The thunderous noise rang out as the spider rolled in agony like a giant steamroller, repeatedly crushing everything. Scree! Swoosh! 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 In agonized cries, the demon-devouring spider shot more than a dozen golden arrows from its mouth at everyone. Seeing the demon-devouring spider suddenly go mad and shoot so many arrows, Giant Axe hastily shouted to Lord Longxing, who had not noticed Longxing. "Watch out." When the demon-devouring spider could not be confident of hitting its target, it used its group attack skill. Although this move was not as powerful as the demon-devouring spear, it was still at peak 9th rank and extremely fast. The strongest among them, Giant Axe and Yen Emperor, naturally had no problem dealing with it. But the other experts were not so lucky. Moreover, Chaos City Lord and the others were only at 7th rank, while Lord Longxing had only 6th rank combat power. Unfortunately, this time Lord Longxing failed to dodge the demon-devouring spider's attack, and was directly hit by 3 golden arrows in succession. Boom, boom, boom. Those 3 peak 9th rank attacks directly exhausted Lord Longxing's divine power, causing him to fall. His supreme treasures scattered all over the ground. Longxing. Everyone stared in horror at the slain avatar of Lord Longxing. Only at this moment did they truly understand how terrifying the demon-devouring spider was. Even with Yen Emperor's suppression, it did not mean they could toy with the demon-devouring spider. Alas, Yen Emperor looked at the fallen avatar of Lord Longxing. Yen Emperor sighed. A peak 10th rank combat power is indeed terrifying. I was a little too careless. Although Yen Emperor's willpower shock had disrupted the demon-devouring spider's judgment, and perhaps lowered its overall strength, its attack power had not diminished accordingly. If the demon-devouring spider used a terrible single-target attack like the demon-devouring spear, it would actually not be much of a threat to Yen Emperor and the others. But using a group attack was extremely dangerous for the Universe Masters, whose strength had been relatively weakened. Nightfall. Yen Emperor forcefully increased his willpower shock, doing his utmost to interfere with the demon-devouring spider. Everyone attack with all your strength. I can't hold on much longer. Yudi, stop attacking. Quickly hide inside a palace-type supreme treasure. Get far away from the battlefield. The willpower shock was not endless. On the contrary, using it placed an enormous burden on Yen Emperor. As for why Flower Empress Yudai had to hide in a palace-type supreme treasure, it was even simpler. She had no avatar. If she fell, she would truly die. Boom, boom, boom. The human universe masters also knew the situation was urgent and intensified their attacks on the demon-devouring spider. The spider also resisted, desperately continuously shooting golden arrows. Although the accuracy of these arrows was not high, any universe master hit would have his aura instantly weakened by a large margin. 14th axe, 14th axe, 14th axe. While everyone was working together to attack the demon-devouring spider, no one noticed that giant axe had fallen into a peculiar state. It seemed he was about to break through. Battle Dragon Strike. Yen Emperor raised the cloud-piercing spear and unleashed his peak 7th rank secret art Battle Dragon Strike at the demon-devouring spider. Since his main energy was now focused on interfering with the demon-devouring spider, he could not exert much force in his attacks. A miserable scream rang out. Yen Emperor saw Lord Huangjian being hit several times in succession by the demon-devouring spider's golden arrows. His divine power exhausted. This avatar also fell. Huangjian, damn it! Yen Emperor felt anxious as well. His willpower shock had a time limit. Once they gave up this time, the next time they came, the demon-devouring spider would certainly shamelessly recover to full health on the spot, while they would lack both manpower and attacking power. Then they would never be able to kill the demon-devouring spider. After all, with Yen Emperor's interference, everyone still had some strength to fight the spider. But if Yen Emperor's interference were lost, the only thing left for them would be to be slaughtered by it. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued. Chaos City Lord rapidly swung his fists, and giant axe also hacked at the demon-devouring spider with all his might. The demon-devouring spider also fought back desperately. The monster knew that under these circumstances the demon-devouring spear could not hit anyone, so using its group attack skill was instead more effective. So it continuously fired a huge barrage of golden arrows at the human universe masters. Boom! Suddenly a violent explosion occurred, where Lord Pangong was standing. Yen Emperor turned to look, and it turned out that Lord Pangong's avatar had also fallen. Damn it! At the time, because Lord Pangong and Lord Huangjian had feared soul attacks, both had brought energy-type life avatars. Although energy-type lifeforms completely ignored soul attacks, their weakness was that their divine bodies were too small. In such a battle, they could not hold on for long before falling. Now, because Yen Emperor's main task was to use his willpower shock to interfere with the demon-devouring spider, the only ones truly attacking the spider were Giant Axe Chaos City Lord and Lord of Darkness. But Lord of Darkness specialized in soul attacks with physical attacks only at 6th rank. So the only ones truly contributing now were Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord. I can't hold on much longer. Yen Emperor felt like his head was about to explode. That was because he had maintained the willpower shock for too long and his willpower was nearly used up. Once Yen Emperor's willpower was completely depleted, he would fall into a coma, and the remaining human universe masters would be in danger. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out, and Lord of Darkness's avatar also fell. Now only Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord remained. Yen Emperor, how about we retreat? Otherwise we'll all fall today. We've already gained enough from the tomb, so there's no need to risk our lives like this. Chaos City Lord watched his junior brother Lord of Darkness also fall, and could not help sending a voice transmission to Yen Emperor. No, Chaos, hold on. This beast is almost done for. We will definitely succeed. Yen Emperor sensed that the demon-devouring spider's divine body was also running low, and he did not want to give up because he knew that the real opportunity lay behind this trial. That was the true tomb, and the real fortune. Very well. Chaos City Lord looked at the persistent Yen Emperor and knew that arguing now was meaningless. The only option was to help Yen Emperor with all his might. At this moment Yen Emperor was also extremely miserable. The blood vessels on his face all bulged and his crimson horn became an even brighter red as if it would drip blood. No, I can't hold on. At most I can last 30 more seconds. But can Chaos and Giant Axe kill the demon-devouring spider in 30 seconds? Roar. The demon-devouring spider was also struggling desperately. It could also feel death approaching. Once its divine body was exhausted, that would be the moment it died. Boom! Just at that moment the stone axe that Giant Axe had been continuously swinging suddenly stopped. Behind him appeared 15 axe shadows several billion kilometers long, which seemed to form a universe. Giant Axe seemed to be the creator of that universe. Beside him Chaos City Lord suddenly discovered that Giant Axe seemed to be in another universe, his whole body radiating the mighty power to cleave open the heavens and the earth. 15th. With great difficulty Giant Axe struck that axe. The 15 axe shadows behind him merged with the stone axe, extending it for billions of kilometers, and then slashed fiercely into the demon-devouring spider's body. Giant Axe actually broke through. Yen Emperor stared blankly at Giant Axe, who had just unleashed the 15th axe. That move had touched the limit of the strongest, meaning it barely reached the level of a 9th rank secret art. But on second thought Yen Emperor understood. In the original story Giant Axe broke through to the 15th axe after seeing the supreme treasure, the divine axe. Zuoshanke had also said that Giant Axe had been extremely low-key and rarely fought, yet he could still reach such a level. If Giant Axe often fought with others, his strength would improve even faster. This time, following Yen Emperor and the others into the tomb, he had repeatedly engaged in life and death battles. Especially in those two great battles against the Stone Old Monster and the Yunshao Giant, Giant Axe had exerted tremendous effort, but also gained a great deal of combat experience. Today, under the demon-devouring spider's pressure, he finally broke through to the 15th axe. Giant Axe's attack power had now nearly doubled, barely reaching the 10th rank. Ha ha ha, excellent. Again, 15th axe. Having created the 15th axe, Giant Axe was extremely excited and hacked at the demon-devouring spider desperately, as if disregarding his own life. Many new names appeared on the fan ranking list. Thank you for your support, especially Bingfengdi, Qingmeng, Zhizhu Longshuan vs. Gudong and others who have supported Xiao Fei for a long time. It is because of your support that I have been able to persevere until now. I am truly grateful. Chop, chop, chop. The Giant Axe used the 15th axe over and over again, striking fiercely at the demon spider of gluttony, while the Chaos City Lord beside him hurled his fists with all his might. Roar! The demon spider of gluttony struggled even more desperately, shooting golden arrows from its mouth toward the attacking Chaos City Lord. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 consecutive arrows struck the Chaos City Lord's divine body. His divine body was instantly depleted, and his supreme treasures scattered all over the ground. The Chaos City Lord had actually fallen as well. Ah! The Giant Axe let out a furious roar upon witnessing the fall of the Chaos City Lord. Among the human race, his bond with the Chaos City Lord was the closest. Although what perished was merely an avatar, the Giant Axe was still consumed by boundless rage. The Giant Axe glared at the demon spider of gluttony with venomous hatred and bellowed, "Monster, go to hell! 15th axe! 15th axe! 15th axe!" The Giant Axe struck beyond his limits, hacking at the body of the demon spider of gluttony, leaving the pitiful creature unable to launch any effective counterattack. With the Flame Emperor's interference combined with the Giant Axe's prowess and footwork, the demon spider of gluttony had no chance of landing a single blow. Giant Axe, hurry! I can barely hold on any longer. By this time the Flame Emperor's entire body had begun to flush crimson, as if blood were about to seep out. His willpower had reached its absolute limit. He could collapse into unconsciousness at any moment. Ah! Chop, chop, chop! As the strongest of the human race, the Giant Axe could strike tens of thousands of times every second, yet the demon spider of gluttony's defenses and divine body were nothing to scoff at. Even though the demon spider's divine body was rapidly declining, there was still a vast gap before it could be slain. Giant Axe! Hurry! Faster! I can only hold on for 20 more seconds. This time, we must succeed. The Flame Emperor transmitted his voice in broken fragments. This was their only chance to defeat the demon spider of gluttony. Once they retreated and returned, the demon spider would recover to full health on the spot. Given their combined strength alone, killing it at full power was utterly impossible. After all, killing was different from defeating. In the Cosmic Sea, everyone knew this common wisdom. Even with a gap of 1 or 2 ranks, slaying one's opponent was far from guaranteed. Of course, absolute countering was a different tragic story, such as how energy-type special lifeforms could counter soul attacks. As for the monsters in the mausoleum, despite their formidable strength, bizarre talents, and colossal divine bodies, they also possessed glaring flaws. For instance, their low intelligence and their inability to use supreme treasures. Moreover, the Flame Emperor had discovered a method to suppress the demon spider of gluttony, restricting its overall combat prowess to less than 30%. Even so, this expedition had originally consisted of 8 mighty experts. Each of them was incredibly powerful and wielded extraordinary treasures, and even the weakest among them was at the level of a supreme cosmic sea overlord. Some had even reached the level of blood-weeping lords, legendary cosmic overlords, whose strength rivaled that of the mightiest beings. Yet it was only with such a formidable team, and at the cost of 5 companions' lives, that they had gained even a sliver of a chance to slay the demon spider of gluttony. 15 seconds. Giant Axe I can hold on for 15 more seconds. The Flame Emperor's crimson scales had begun to crack, faint traces of blood appearing upon them. Ah! The giant axe's wild hair flew as he struck relentlessly, with his stone axe pushing the Waterfire's secret arts to their absolute limits. By now his attack speed had reached over 10,000 strikes per second. The stone axe moved so fast it was nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. Boom, boom, boom. Each of the giant axe's blows slammed violently into the demon spider of gluttony, and its divine body plummeted at a terrifying pace. It was now down to less than 5%. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demon spider of gluttony let out sounds resembling pleas for mercy, as if it sensed that its life was drawing to a close. Yet, as a living being, its long existence had instilled within it an instinctive, overwhelming fear of death. Begging for mercy? Impossible. Go to hell. The giant axe harbored an intense hatred for the demon spider of gluttony. It had slain so many avatars of human cosmic overlords that the giant axe wished he could devour its flesh and drink its blood. Giant axe. Hurry. I can still hold on for 10 seconds. The Flame Emperor's crimson scales completely shattered and copious amounts of dark red blood flowed forth. The sight was utterly terrifying. Flame Emperor, hold on. This beast is on its last legs too. We can't let everyone's sacrifice be in vain. The giant axe knew that this was no time to give up. Otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. I can hold on you. You hurry. The Flame Emperor spoke with great difficulty, and the giant axe hacked at the demon spider of gluttony even more frantically. This was a contest of life and death, a peculiar duel. Both sides were racing to see who was faster, who could endure longer, and who would ultimately claim victory. Time slipped away second by second. The demon spider of gluttony's divine body had dwindled to less than 1 in 100,000, while the Flame Emperor had also reached his limit. Giant axe. I can't hold on any longer. You should retreat. This time, we have lost. As soon as the Flame Emperor finished speaking, he sank into an endless coma. The moment it lost the Flame Emperor's suppression, the demon spider of gluttony reacted instantly, and hurled a demon gluttony spear at the giant axe. Facing the demon gluttony spear, the giant axe did not flinch in the slightest. Roar! Beast! I'll fight you to the death. 15th axe. The giant axe unleashed his mightiest strike with all his strength, while the demon gluttony spear pierced into his body. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions erupted. The giant axe was sent flying by the demon gluttony spear, while the demon spider of gluttony was likewise hurled away by the giant axe's 15th axe. Cough, cough! Beast! It is I who has won. The giant axe coughed out fresh red blood as he spoke, because he could no longer sense the aura of the demon spider of gluttony. It had been slain in that very exchange. Meanwhile, the distant drifting butterfly flower emperor saw the Flame Emperor lying unconscious, and hurried over to help. Yet along the way the giant axe had already killed the demon spider of gluttony. This time the Flame Emperor fell into a deep sleep. He felt as if he had slept for a very, very long time, utterly comfortable. He dreamed of his past life on Earth, dreaming of being humiliated by others. He dreamed of awakening his superpowers, dreaming of becoming one of the 3 great ability kings of the Chinese dragon group, the Ice Emperor. He also dreamed of being sent on a mission to the island nation. In the end, in order to cover his comrades, he was surrounded by 10 shadow-grade ninjas, and ultimately self-destructed, dying together with his enemies. Whoosh! The dreaming Flame Emperor suddenly woke up. He found himself inside the Drifting Butterfly's palace-type supreme treasure, with the Drifting Butterfly Flower Emperor gazing at him with concern. Drifting Butterfly, where are we? What happened to the giant axe in the end? The Drifting Butterfly Flower Emperor was overjoyed to see the Flame Emperor finally awake. Ah, brother Flame Emperor, you have finally awakened. Do you know you slept for 3,500 epochs? Lord Giant Axe defeated the demon spider of gluttony, and managed to save us all. Oh, and where is the giant axe now? What actually happened afterward? The Flame Emperor could not help but ask. It was like this, brother Flame Emperor. Since The drifting butterfly flower emperor recounted everything that had happened over the 3,500 epochs to the flame emperor. As it turned out after that battle, the giant axe had emerged from killing the demon spider of gluttony greatly damaged and severely wounded, while the flame emperor had sunk into an endless coma. The demon spider of gluttony seemed to have dropped a heritage crystal, but as for what heritage it contained, the drifting butterfly flower emperor had no idea. With the flame emperor in a coma and the giant axe severely weakened, the giant axe had chosen to go into secluded cultivation. It took a full 100 epochs for the giant axe to completely restore his divine body. After recovering, he devoted himself to refining and perfecting his 15th axe. 10 epochs ago, the giant axe succeeded in perfecting it. Seeing that the flame emperor still had not awakened, he instructed the drifting butterfly flower emperor to take care of him, and then went off to hunt in the wastelands. Oh, so that is what happened. Then I will summon the giant axe back right now. The flame emperor's divine power avatar left in the primal universe sent an email to the giant axe urging him to come immediately. He also reported his safety to the human cosmic overlords, which of course invited a stream of questions from everyone. A year later, the travel-worn giant axe finally arrived at the third checkpoint. Seeing the awakened flame emperor, the giant axe shouted joyfully, "Flame emperor, you fellow, you have finally awakened. You had me so worried. Ha ha ha. What is there to worry about? Do you not trust me, the flame emperor?" The flame emperor replied with hearty laughter. Ever since entering the mausoleum, everyone had come to realize that the flame emperor's strength was in no way inferior to that of the giant axe creator. Thus, among the human race, the flame emperor and the giant axe now stood as the two strongest beings. "Trust you? Of course I trust you." The giant axe patted his chest. "Flame emperor, you were truly incredible this time. Slaying this demon spider of gluttony has brought us a tremendous harvest." "Oh, tremendous harvest. What tremendous harvest?" The flame emperor was also curious. What had the demon spider of gluttony dropped? A heritage, a secret art. Although the flame emperor knew that the demon spider of gluttony had dropped a heritage crystal, he could not tell whether it was a heritage guide or a mystical secret art. Suddenly the giant axe changed the subject and said, "This time while hunting outside, I obtained 3 peak-grade ultimate treasures, and also the heritage of a supreme fusion secret art. Who among our human race should receive them?" "Oh, do you even need to ask me? Give them to the Lord of Qingdong, of course. Otherwise the 5 major human factions would fall into severe imbalance. And the strange treasures from chaos should also go to Qingdong. Alright, just tell me quickly what exactly was dropped," the flame emperor said with a hint of curiosity. The heritage that the giant axe had obtained this time could only be given to the Lord of Qingdong, otherwise the 5 major human factions would truly fall into disarray. As for the virtual universe lineage and the giant axe arena, they went without saying. Their strength had always vastly exceeded that of the other lineages. Meanwhile, the founders of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance and the Cosmic Galaxy Bank, the Lord of Huangjian and the Lord of Pengong, had both reached the 7th rank of power. But the Lord of Qingdong, founder of the Cosmic First Bank, remained only at the 5th rank. Thus the Cosmic First Bank was already at a severe disadvantage, making it necessary to bestow treasures and the heritage upon the Lord of Qingdong to enhance his strength. Seeing the somewhat impatient Flame Emperor, the giant axe suddenly burst into laughter. "Haha! Flame Emperor, you are now the number 1 of our human race in terms of strength. Major matters of the human race naturally require your nod of approval. Otherwise, what kind of order would that be?" "Enough, giant axe, stop saying such useless things. Surely you are not expecting me to manage our people. Besides, my strength is in no way greater than yours. Just tell me quickly what the demon spider of gluttony actually dropped." The Flame Emperor was growing impatient. This fellow giant axe was absolutely doing it on purpose. "Alright, here it is. See for yourself. But do not be shocked." The giant axe handed the heritage crystal to the Flame Emperor, adding a special warning. "Oh!" The Flame Emperor took the heritage crystal in his hand, thinking, could there really be some heritage or secret art out there that could surprise me? Holding the heritage crystal in his hand, the Flame Emperor bound it to himself and received a piece of information. It was a heritage secret art known as 3 heads and 6 arms. The secret art 3 heads and 6 arms is, to be precise, a combined assault art. It is only at the cultivation level of true gods and universe masters, perhaps about the same as the eternal true gods of the Divine Eye clan. However, 3 heads and 6 arms is a joint strike technique requiring exactly 3 people, no more no less, to execute. Of course, this inheritance crystal has no restriction on the number of cultivators. As long as one reaches the universe master level and 3 people cultivate it together, they can successfully master it. TCH, Yen D sneered inwardly. This kind of thing was a dime a dozen in the inheritance of the endless lineage. Merely a peripheral inheritance. However, the human race urgently needed this inheritance at the moment. Since he could not break through to become a supreme anytime soon, He was in no position to pass on the endless lineage's inheritance, so this inheritance arrived just in time. Although Yen Di did not care about it in his heart, and felt not the slightest surprise, he still had to pretend to be stunned to satisfy Ju Fu's perverse sense of fun. Heavens! He cried out. This is a bloody jackpot. Heaven has blessed our human race. With this secret art, our rule over the primordial universe is no longer a dream. Ju Fu, seeing Yen Di so shocked, instead found it perfectly normal. After all, in the cosmic sea, such a precious inherited secret art was extremely rare, enough to become a race-guarding secret art. Indeed. With this secret art, the revival of our human race is not far off. Before long, we can restore the prosperity we had in the days of ancestor Yuan. Right? Our human race is the strongest. In truth, Yen Di always felt that Ju Fu and Chaos City Lord worshipped Yuan too much. Yuan's strength was beyond doubt, but the human race now was not the same as before. The human race was now strong and flourishing. The strength of Ju Fu and Yen Di alone was enough to silence the cosmic sea. What's more, Yen Di's original body was far stronger than Yuan. Then Yen Di, what should we do next? Enter this trial, continue hunting, or leave the tomb directly? Ju Fu asked. Let's enter this trial. We have less than 100 epochs left in the tomb. Let's see what opportunities lie beyond this third trial. Nearly 10,000 epochs had passed since they entered the tomb, and less than 100 remained. Yen Di decided to use that 100 epochs to thoroughly explore the true tomb. If Yen Di and the others did not leave within 10,000 epochs, the tomb boat would break free from Yen Di's suppression and leave on its own. By then Yen Di and the others would never be able to get out. Alright, let's enter this trial. Ju Fu also nodded in agreement. After so long of effort and bloody battle, he was also looking forward to what lay ahead. All of you enter the tomb boat. Yen Di, Ju Fu, and Yudai Huahuang all entered the tomb boat, and Yen Di piloted the tomb boat slowly into the third trial. What exactly is behind this stone gate? It's truly exciting. The three mighty beings, Yen Di, Ju Fu, and Yudai Huahuang, entered the stone gate of the third trial with mixed emotions of excitement, unease, and longing. Boom! Yen Di and the others suddenly felt the world spin and space-time shift. They seemed to have been teleported to an extremely distant place. Even though they were universe masters or even universe supremes, they could not describe what kind of power it was. It was simply that terrifying. Where is this? Yen Di looked around in doubt, feeling that the tomb boat had been shifted to an unknown place by a mysterious force. Peering out from the tomb boat, Yen Di saw giant black tombstones all around, nearly 100 light-years away, each one towering over 100 million kilometers high. Could this be the true tomb? No. This is. Inside the tomb boat, Ju Fu and Yudai Huahuang looked curiously at everything outside. Yen Di, however, sensed an unusual ripple. He probed it carefully and found it extremely faint, yet it carried a familiar feeling. This? Yen Di felt a close, intimate connection to the ripple, but he simply could not name it. What exactly is it? Why can't I articulate it? Seeing Yen Di behaving strangely, Yudai Huahuang asked, Brother Yen Di, what's wrong? As she spoke, she waved her hand before Yen Di's eyes. Oh, nothing. Let's move on. Yen Di did not explain. Perhaps he had just been mistaken. Oh. Seeing that Yen Di did not want to say more, Yudai Huahuang did not press any further. Ju Fu, meanwhile, was still enthusiastically watching the outside, and completely failed to notice Yen Di's abnormality. Whoosh! The tomb boat rapidly flew toward the gigantic tombstones, while Yen Di and Ju Fu activated their domain-type supreme treasures. They kept probing the surroundings for any movement. Boom! When the tomb boat had advanced less than a light-year, Yen Di suddenly felt a powerful will crashing toward them. Ah! A will attack! Yen Di was somewhat taken aback. There were will attacks inside the tomb. Moreover, this will attack was not weak. It was at least at the level of a universe master. Ju Fu and Yudai Huahuang also felt the will attack, but they paid it no attention because places in the cosmic sea that could emit will attacks were too numerous. Besides, this will attack did not affect them at all, so they naturally ignored it. I wonder if the will attack will intensify. Yen Di's heart grew a little heavy. If the will attack increased, his avatar, whose will had only just reached the void true god level, would have no great advantage. Facts soon proved Yen Di's conjecture. As they advanced, the will attack slowly grew stronger. Huff! 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 Brother Yen Di, I feel so terrible. I can't hold on much longer. Inside the tomb boat, Yudai Huahuang was sweating profusely and gasping for breath. Although Ju Fu's will was somewhat stronger than Yudai Huahuang's, he was also using all his strength to resist the omnipresent will attack. Damn it! Yen Di also felt a headache coming on. They were still about 10 light-years away from the tombstones, yet the will attack had already reached the mid-supreme level, and Yudai Huahuang and Ju Fu were nearly at their limit. Yudi, Ju Fu, both of you hide in a palace-type supreme treasure and retreat. I'll go ahead alone to investigate. Helpless Yendi could only let Zhu Fu and Yudai Huahuang withdraw. But, fine, I'll retreat first. Zhu Fu had initially wanted to say something, but he knew he was not particularly accomplished in the area of willpower, so he said no more. Then you must be careful, brother Yendi. Yudai Huahuang said somewhat unwillingly. In fact, Yudai Huahuang was quite adept in willpower for a universe master. Her will was not much weaker than Zhu Fu's. Yet, in the tomb it still did not prove very useful. Both of you take care, Yendi cautioned. Whoosh! Zhu Fu and Yudai Huahuang left the tomb boat, each piloting their own palace-type supreme treasure, and flying back while Yendi continued forward in the tomb boat. What exactly is that feeling? It's getting more and more obvious. As Yendi approached the stone monoliths, the will attack coming from them continued to grow, and that strange feeling he could not describe became increasingly distinct. Yendi looked at the tombstones not far ahead and thought to himself, only 5 light-years left. But the will attack has already reached the high supreme level, and that inexplicable summons is becoming clearer and clearer. I wonder how brother Yendi is doing. Having retreated beyond the range of the will attack, Yudai Huahuang watched the distant tomb boat with worry. Because she knew Yendi was strenuously resisting the will attack, she did not dare contact him. Alas! Zhu Fu standing by watched Yendi in the distance, and sighed inwardly, his mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. Zhu Fu was also exceptionally brilliant. Although he had always kept a low profile, his mastery of secret arts was extraordinarily profound. He simply had yet to find a supreme treasure suited to him. To be honest, Zhu Fu also felt that it was because of Ancestor Yuan that the Primordial Universe had been suppressing him all along. If not for that, his strength might be even stronger than it was now. However, after entering the tomb this time, although his strength had greatly increased, Zhu Fu had suffered one setback after another. When they faced the three-headed hellhound, only Yendi stood against it. And this time he could not be of any help either. Alas! Enough! Yendi's excellence and strength are a blessing for our human race. Why should I dwell on this? Zhu Fu shook his head secretly and stopped thinking about it. Actually, this was very normal. Zhu Fu had been the current leader of the human race. Suddenly, in some important aspects, he was inferior to a universe master. A task that a universe master could accomplish was beyond him. Naturally, the gap in his heart grew large, and it was only normal to feel some frustration. On this side, Zhu Fu and Yudai Huahuang had different thoughts, while on Yendi's side progress was going smoothly. The tomb boat inched closer to the stone monoliths, and the will attack grew stronger as the distance shrank. Huff! Only 1 light-year from the stone monoliths now. The will attack must have reached the peak level of a supreme. Yendi looked at the black monoliths and thought to himself, there are mysterious patterns on the stone monoliths. Writing. Yendi suddenly noticed that the black monoliths were carved with mysterious patterns or words. Speed up. Let's see what is recorded on these stone monoliths. Yendi was also curious about what exactly was inscribed upon them. After all, Yendi was a king-level inheritor of the endless lineage, yet his understanding of the tomb was also fragmentary. Yendi could not figure out whether it was due to the primordial universe or some other reason. In any case, the inheritance of the endless lineage contained very little information about the tomb. Boom! Yendi finally arrived before the first stone monolith, where the will attack had shockingly reached the limit of a supreme. What is written here? I don't recognize any of it. Yendi was somewhat dumbfounded. He did not recognize a single character on it, and the writer had left no mental imprint behind, so he naturally could not read the text. Wait, something's wrong. Emperor Yen suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Even the universe master would leave behind his spiritual imprint when writing, so how could this powerful being who inscribed the stele not have left one? Perhaps there is some other reason. Emperor Yen, unable to figure it out, simply stopped pondering and flew out of the tomb ship to study the stele closely. Let me try imprinting my own life mark. Emperor Yen placed his hand upon the stele, but the result was unsurprisingly no reaction at all. How strange. The inheritance said that within the true tomb lies a great opportunity. But where is this great opportunity? Emperor Yen was somewhat frustrated. The inheritance of the endless lineage had never clearly explained things. Or perhaps the Prime Universe's interference had obscured the details. Either way, Emperor Yen remained utterly unclear about the tomb's most crucial locations. Take this place for instance. The inheritance mentioned that upon reaching the true tomb one could obtain a great opportunity. But where was it? What was it? How was one to obtain it? Emperor Yen had not the slightest clue. Very well. He resigned himself, gave up on trying to claim the stele, and slowly pressed forward. Perhaps that strange feeling is my guide. After pondering for a long while, Emperor Yen could only think of that peculiar sensation that had been calling to him ever since he entered the tomb. Let's move forward. Maybe there are clues ahead. Emperor Yen walked toward the second stele that lay before him. Perhaps there was indeed a clue waiting there, who could say? But Emperor Yen had to confront one unavoidable truth. The pressure of the will assault was growing ever stronger. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to go much farther before this incarnation of his gave out. Before long Emperor Yen arrived before the second stele. Towering over 100 million kilometers high, it emanated a peaceful aura, its surface covered in characters he could not recognize. Just like the previous one, it yielded no information whatsoever. Alas! Emperor Yen heaved a deep sigh and shook his head as he gazed upon the stele. He continued onward. Emperor Yen now acutely felt the misery of being illiterate. How could he, a universe master, ever face a day when he couldn't even read? In truth, this could hardly be blamed on him. The origin continent alone spans such immense breadth, with countless written scripts far different from those of the cosmic sea. Even a single tiny life-bearing planet could boast thousands of languages and scripts. And the cosmic sea contained countless races, let alone their myriad tongues. But first, the cosmic sea possessed a common written and spoken language. Second, beings at their level could easily converse through spiritual fluctuations alone. Yet this time Emperor Yen found himself unable to read the writing before him. The inheritances of the endless lineage were countless, but of the scripts and languages of the origin continent, he could find not a single trace. Emperor Yen suspected this was almost certainly the doing of the Prime Universe. Moreover, the endless lineage's inheritance was directly imprinted into the mind, so he had never paid this matter much heed. Who could have known he would encounter such an infuriating situation today? Helpless once more, Emperor Yen made his way toward the third stele, silently hoping, maybe this next one will bring some unexpected reward. There truly is something unexpected. This is. Emperor Yen stood excitedly before the third stele, for he had finally found a clue here. The characters on this third stele likewise conveyed no information to him. But in its lower right corner some text was carved, and astonishingly it was written in the common language of the cosmic sea. I, Annihilation Demon Lord. Though these words too strangely retained no spiritual fluctuations, they were in the cosmic sea's common language, so Emperor Yen recognized them all. Emperor Yen read through the inscription. So that was what had happened. This Annihilation Demon Lord had been a hegemon-level figure of a certain era in the cosmic sea. A solitary supreme powerhouse whose strength reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. In the era when the third reincarnation was drawing to a close, although he had been a hegemon of the cosmic sea, he knew full well that he had no hope of breaking through the cycle of reincarnation on his own. Thus he frantically searched for any possibility of transcendence. By a stroke of chance he obtained a tomb ship. Though legend said that the tomb contained countless fortunes, once one entered there was no way back out. After repeated hesitation and deliberation, the Annihilation Demon Lord ultimately chose to enter the tomb. At that time, a total of 10 supreme powerhouses and 26 universe masters entered together. But they were unfortunate. They had no idea which direction held the stronger monsters, and which held the weaker ones, so they simply rushed about recklessly. Alas, their tragedy was sealed. After grievous sacrifices, they finally mapped out the tomb's basic layout. When they reached the eastern desert, they were instantly overjoyed, for killing monsters there actually dropped supreme treasures, inheritances, secret arts. The Annihilation Demon Lord's group, already powerful to begin with, grew mightier still. In particular, he followed the guidance of an inheritance and created a secret art at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. He even obtained a mechanical flow supreme treasure capable of unleashing combat power at the 11th tier. At that moment, the Annihilation Demon Lord was confident he could break through the cycle of reincarnation. So he had to find a way out. Again, by a fortunate coincidence, they came to the Canyon of Truth, passed its trials, and reached the true tomb. Of course, after years of battle against monsters, he was the only survivor of their group. He had assumed that passing through the Canyon of Truth would allow him to escape the tomb, but who would have known he would end up in this very place? Upon arriving here, the Annihilation Demon Lord was dumbfounded. There was simply no way out. He tried every possible method, but in the end he could not escape. As his reincarnation approached, he could only leave this inscription upon the stele. He also left behind his supreme treasures, waiting for a destined one to arrive. After reading the Annihilation Demon Lord's inscription, Emperor Yen felt both melancholy and frustrated. Melancholy because a mighty figure of an era had thus been trapped, and perished, or frustrated because where exactly were the supreme treasures the Annihilation Demon Lord had left behind? Had they been obtained by some other later visitor? Did those later visitors escape, or had they died? In any case, where had the treasures gone? That was the question that weighed most heavily on Emperor Yen's mind. Damn it! Emperor Yen shook his head in frustration and continued onward. I didn't get any treasures, and all I've read is useless drivel. Emperor Yen kept walking forward. Whenever he came upon a stele, he would inspect it, yet he found practically nothing of value. Emperor Yen pressed on and on, passing a total of 108 steles in all. Among these steles, he discovered inscriptions from 17 cosmic sea powerhouses. 15 of those powerhouses claimed to have left their supreme treasures for a destined heir, yet Emperor Yen found not a single one. which grieved him endlessly. Fortunately 5 of them were far more reliable. They had carved the maps they had obtained of the cosmic sea onto the steels. This brought Emperor Yen considerable comfort. With these maps, humanity's expeditions through the perilous regions of the cosmic sea would become far easier. Huff huff huff. I can't go any further or my willpower will collapse. Emperor Yen gasped to himself. The willpower of this incarnation had barely reached the level of a void true god. Reaching this point was already its absolute limit. Damn it! The summoning sensation grows stronger and stronger, yet I can't hold out anymore. Emperor Yen was also vexed. That he, Emperor Yen, should one day be troubled by a willpower issue was truly unexpected. That inexplicable summons had grown ever more intense, yet he could no longer advance. What to do? What to do? Oh! Right. Why didn't I think of using it? A shield suddenly appeared in Emperor Yan's hand. It was Shi Gondang. How could I forget this treasure? It can block will assaults. Boom! Emperor Yen shrank his divine body to about 1,000 kilometers and hid behind the black stone embedded in Shi Gondang. He immediately felt his pressure greatly lessen and the will assault dwindled substantially. What kind of treasure is this black spirit stone? It's so miraculous. Emperor Yen couldn't help but wonder as he looked at the black spirit stone set into Shi Gondang. After all, even palace-class supreme treasures could not resist the will assault in the slightest. Yet this black spirit stone could actually block it. On this tomb expedition, Shi Gondang had played an enormous role. Without Shi Gondang, Emperor Yen and his companions wouldn't even have made it past the 3-headed hellhound. Good. Keep moving. His burden greatly lightened. Emperor Yen advanced swiftly under the shield's protection. The further Emperor Yen advanced, the stronger that inexplicable summons grew. He could even feel something deep within his soul trembling and roaring with excitement. This sensation is too exhilarating. Emperor Yen felt as if he had taken opium. His entire body was consumed by overwhelming excitement, and a craving from the depths of his soul drove him relentlessly onward. It seemed as though something ahead was waiting for him. As he passed the steels, Emperor Yen discovered a few more messages left by powerful figures. Those who could leave messages here were essentially all beings of extraordinarily formidable willpower. Among them 2 had left behind their own maps of the cosmic sea. Emperor Yan's map now grew even larger. More than dozens of times the size of humanity's current map. Fast, fast, fast. Emperor Yen surged forward at 100 times the speed of light. His divine body was no longer under his own control. Instead, the ecstasy deep in his soul was steering him. What the hell is going on? I can't even stop myself. Thank goodness Shi Gondang is protecting me. Otherwise I'd have died who knows how many times by now. Emperor Yen looked at his uncontrolled body and felt a twinge of relief. Thanks to this treasure, Shi Gondang, this incarnation of mine would truly have been done for otherwise. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Emperor Yen flew even faster and his divine body spontaneously unleashed the life-saving secret art of 1,000 avatars. All for the sake of mere travel. What the hell? The technique is casting itself. Emperor Yen stared in disbelief at his own body splitting into 1,000 avatars. What in the world was happening? Finally, Emperor Yen felt that he had flown for a full 100 years. At last he arrived at a colossal silver steel towering 100 light-years high, and his body finally came to a halt. Emperor Yen studied the silver steel that rose 100 light-years into the void. He murmured inwardly, "Where in the world is this place?" Suddenly, at a distance of 1,000,000,000 kilometers from the silver steely, a bizarre-looking old man with white hair and white robes appeared. He gazed at Emperor Yen with immense excitement, waving his arms wildly and shouting, "Ha ha ha! The heavens have not forsaken our endless lineage. The heavens have not forsaken our endless lineage. At last our endless lineage has a new king-level inheritor. New king-level inheritor, this old one has waited so long for you." Emperor Yen looked at the white-haired bizarre old man who seemed utterly mad. He asked in confusion, "Who are you?" "Oh!" The white-haired bizarre old man snapped out of his excitement upon hearing Emperor Yan's question. He cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, ahem. New king-level inheritor, my name is Old Root. You may call me Uncle Root." Old Jen, Uncle Jen. Yen Di was taken aback upon hearing the name, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. Still calling himself Old Jen. Uncle Jen. Why not call yourself Lu Lao Jen? Yes, I'm called Old Jen. What's wrong with that? Uncle Jen looked at Yen Di's odd expression and felt a bit disgruntled himself. Was there a problem with his name? Seeing Uncle Jen's frustration, Yen Di quickly changed the subject, saying, "Haha, it's nothing. But Uncle Jen, may I ask why you are here? And who are you? Was it you who summoned me?" Yen Di fired off 3 questions he cared most about, then looked at Old Jen with eager anticipation, hoping for an answer. Old Jen, upon hearing this, cleared his throat with a pompous air. Ahem, ahem, it was I who summoned you. As for who I am, little one, you should know that supreme treasures possess spirits, right? I do. Yendi nodded. Generally all supreme treasures had spirits, though those spirits were low in intelligence and simple-minded. An eccentric artifact spirit like the one in Wingspace was rare indeed. Seeing that Yendi claimed to know, old Jen nodded with an expression of, "This kid can be taught," then declared smugly, "I am the artifact spirit of this cosmic arc." "What? You're the artifact spirit of the cosmic arc?" Seeing Yendi utterly stunned, old Jen felt very satisfied. That was how it should be. But Yendi's next remark made old Jen's face turn green. He heard Yendi mutter, "Artifact spirit of the cosmic arc. The cosmic arc is already this rotten. What the hell use is it? Damn it. You brat, if you weren't a king-level inheritor, I would. Old Jen went, "I would," for ages but never produced anything after it. In the end he looked utterly dejected. Alas, old Jen once followed several sage kings through countless cycles of war, in the ancient civilization, my name resounding with glory. Yet now I am ridiculed by a weak law lord. Truly. Old Jen sighed and shook his head helplessly. The cosmic arc was a God King class supreme warship forged by the boundless God King. With a God King at the helm, it was entirely capable of blasting a God King to death. It had earned a fearsome reputation on the Origin continent. Unexpectedly, old Jen, the artifact spirit, had now fallen so low as to be mocked by a law lord. Hearing this, Yendi fell silent. He was reminded of a question he had pondered many times before: what exactly was true eternity? Even the mighty boundless God King had vanished without a trace, and a supreme warship like the cosmic arc had been damaged to such a state. So how powerful must one become to achieve true eternity? For a moment both old Jen and Yendi sank into deep thought. Old Jen recalling his glorious past, while Yendi contemplated what truly constituted eternity. Damn, I'm reminiscing about the past, so why is this little fellow spacing out too? Old Jen looked at the dazed Yendi, feeling an urge to complain. Hey, little one, wake up. What are you daydreaming about? Oh, startled by old Jen's call, Yendi snapped out of his reverie. Oh right, Uncle Jen, you still haven't told me. Why did you summon me here? Yendi remembered that old Jen, that unreliable artifact spirit, had yet to explain why he had been brought there. Alas! Uncle Jen let out a long sigh. It's a long story. Knowing that old Jen was about to launch into useless rambling, Yendi cut in. Uncle Jen, make it short. Hearing Yendi say that, Uncle Jen felt deeply aggrieved. An artifact spirit who has been lonely for tens of millions of cycles. Must I die of solitude? Can't you at least give me a chance to pour out my heart? Although Uncle Jen was frustrated, he had to obey Yendi because Yendi was a king-level inheritor. There is a reason I summoned you. Damn. I know there's a reason. Get to the point. Fine, it's like this. So that means I can't get the chaotic golden wings. I'll only get an eternal true god-level main weapon. Yendi said, somewhat disappointed. He knew just how precious the chaotic golden wings were. Right? That's roughly the situation because these are the rules. Uncle Jen said bluntly. He didn't like this impolite fellow Yendi one bit. Although as an artifact spirit he had to obey his master, he still had feelings. Through his exchange with Uncle Jen, Yendi finally understood what was going on. It turned out that when he had received the inheritance of the boundless lineage and taken control of the inheritance space, he had already effectively bonded with the cosmic arc. However, due to the Primordial Universe's restrictions and the fact that the cosmic arc had fallen into such disrepair, Yendi naturally could not command the cosmic arc. But old Jen, as the artifact spirit, knew the moment Yendi bonded with it that a new king-level inheritor had appeared. Unfortunately, due to the Primordial Universe's restrictions, old Jen's consciousness was suppressed, forcing him to shrink within the mausoleum. The mausoleum was precisely a trial space built by the boundless lineage for its inheritors. The mausoleum had 4 directions corresponding to 4 levels of trial difficulty, ranging from Cosmic Lord to Eternal True God. A king-level inheritor who passed the trials would obtain a pair of chaotic golden wings, produced by the Cosmic Arc's internal manufacturing system. That's right. The renowned mechanized supreme treasure of the Wu Kingdom, the chaotic golden wings. But things were special in Yendi's generation. Although Yendi had bonded with the Cosmic Arc, he could not operate it. Therefore, following the rules laid down by the boundless lineage, old Jen could only produce for Yendi an eternal true god-level palace-type treasure. After all, in the inheritance of the boundless lineage, survival came first. Originally, Yendi could have relied on a supreme warship like the Cosmic Arc for survival, but since he could not obtain the Arc now, old Jen could only follow the rules and craft the chaotic golden wings, originally an offensive treasure, into a palace-type treasure instead. Seeing Yendi's frustration after hearing this, old Jen asked, "What? Do you feel this treasure I made for you is inferior to the chaotic golden wings?" "Yes." Yendi nodded bluntly. Those are the chaotic golden wings, the exclusive treasure of a protagonist. How could I not covet them? Hearing this, old Jen burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Silly boy, you really are a silly lad. Yen Di shot old Jen a fierce glare when he heard himself being mocked. You're too old to be so improper. Hearing this, old Jen shook his head and said, My child, although this palace-type treasure is inferior to the chaotic golden wings in attack, it is the main weapon of an eternal true god. It combines offense and defense and has many functions. Moreover, it is extremely sturdy. Even a god king would find it hard to destroy. In other words, this treasure can withstand a god king's attacks head-on. As for the chaotic golden wings, though their attacks are formidable, once one reaches the sage level, they become utterly useless. Really? Hearing this, Yen Di's eyes lit up and he couldn't help asking. Really? As true as real gold? Old Jen replied solemnly. Then hurry up and bring out the treasure. I want to bond with it. Yen Di had become interested in this treasure. If it could withstand a god king's attacks, didn't that mean it would still be useful even at the sage level? Hee hee. Watching Yen Di like this, old Jen smiled and said nothing. In his endless years of life he had seen far too much. Whoosh! With a wave of old Jen's hand, an ancient palace only 100 kilometers across flew out from the silver steel. The palace hovered and spun above Yen Di's head. This treasure is called the Luaha Heavenly Hall. It was forged from the remaining materials of the cosmic arc. To bond with it, one must possess the inheritance mark of our boundless lineage, and one's willpower at the cosmic lord level must reach the void true god level. Good. Gazing at the ancient palace, Yen Di felt a wave of kinship and couldn't help exclaiming in delight. Old Jen, seeing Yen Di's joy, waved his hand and said, Go bond with it. Yen Di flew directly to the Luaha Heavenly Hall, placed his hand upon it, and imprinted his life mark onto it. The bonding process was effortless and Yen Di soon succeeded. Old Jen saw that Yen Di had successfully bonded with the Luaha Heavenly Hall. He nodded with satisfaction. Little one, from today on the Luaha Heavenly Hall will be your companion. You must cherish it well. Do you understand? Yen Di nodded solemnly. I will definitely cherish it. Seeing Yen Di nod, old Jen continued. The Luaha Heavenly Hall has 16 layers of mysterious runes, 2 for Cosmic Lord and 4 for each subsequent major realm. Its functions vary: suppression, absorption, attack, defense, soul guarding, and more. You must ponder them carefully in the future. Oh, the Luaha Heavenly Hall actually has so many functions. It truly deserves to be an eternal true god-level main weapon. Yen Di was somewhat surprised. The hall had so many functions. It was practically a simplified star tower. I suppose an eternal true god-level main battle weapon isn't necessarily inferior to the chaotic golden wings. He then stored the Luaha Heavenly Hall into his body. Yen Di rubbed his hands together and said, Uncle Jen, seeing that I'm a king-level inheritor yet my treasures are so poor, shouldn't you show me some token of appreciation? Yen Di had set his sights on old Jen, extending his hand and waiting for a gesture. Seeing Yen Di looking so shameless, old Jen snorted coldly. Humph! Don't play the pitiful act with me. This is only an incarnation of yours. I bet all your good treasures are on your true body, right? Besides, according to the rules, I can only give you one treasure. Don't even think about getting more. No, Uncle Jen. My admiration for you is like the surging. Yen Di looked as if he would never give up until he got the treasure. He lavished old Jen with a torrent of flattery. Old Jen couldn't stand it anymore and said impatiently, Enough. Enough. You've disgraced the boundless lineage. I can't give you more treasures. Hand me your Starry Sky battle armor, and I'll upgrade it for you. Oh. Yen Di quickly took off the Starry Sky battle armor and handed it to old Jen. Wait here. It'll take about 10 epochs. With that, old Jen dove straight into the silver steel. Yen Di, somewhat astonished, muttered to himself. I was just testing, but I didn't expect it actually worked. Actually, under normal circumstances, such a thing would never happen. But since Yen Di, as this generation's king-level inheritor, had access to far too few resources, old Jen made an exception. 10 epochs passed quickly and old Jen flew out of the silver steel. The Starry Sky battle armor had changed completely. Its color had turned crimson, and it now had a pair of crimson wings behind it. Yen Di could sense that the armor's power had increased significantly. Old Jen tossed the upgraded Starry Sky battle armor back to Yen Di. I noticed that your other treasures have all reached the true god level, but your binding ability is somewhat lacking. So I added a pair of wings to your Starry Sky battle armor. The wings carry a layer of mystic runes. Once comprehended, they can bind your opponents. And I also enhanced the armor's power while I was at it. Yen Di took the modified armor in hand and bowed to Uncle Jen. Thank you, Uncle Jen. Old Jen waved his hand dismissively. Little one, I've given you everything I can. From now on, the road ahead is all up to you. Go! With that, Uncle Jen dove into the silver steel and vanished. Uncle Jen! Uncle Jen! Yendi called out hurriedly as he watched old Jen leave. But Uncle Jen never responded again. Alas! Yendi sighed gazing at the silver, steely knowing that old Jen would not answer anymore. So Yendi turned back along the same path planning to pick up Giant Axe and the others. Long after Yendi's figure had departed, a strange old man appeared before the silver steel. Gazing in the direction Yendi had left, he murmured, "My child, the boundless lineage depends entirely on you. The restoration of the Wu Kingdom is also in your hands. I hope you won't let me down." Emperor Yen piloted the tomb ship back to where they had first arrived, while Giant Axe and Flower Emperor Yudai were still deep in cultivation within their palace-type treasures. "Giant Axe Yudi, I'm back." Emperor Yen sent his voice directly to the two of them. "Ah, Brother Emperor Yen, you're finally back." Flower Emperor Yudi's excited voice came through. On the other side, Giant Axe's wild and arrogant voice also rang out. "Emperor Yen, how was your harvest this trip?" "A tremendous harvest. I obtained a palace-type supreme treasure." Emperor Yen only told Giant Axe it was a palace-type supreme treasure. Giant Axe would not understand the finer distinctions anyway. After all, in the universe, supreme treasures were generally regarded as belonging to the same level. "Oh, that's wonderful. This treasure is truly a race-guarding treasure for our human race." Giant Axe was also very excited. Palace-type treasures had always been the most valuable among all treasures, and they were essential for venturing through perilous places. After all, although Giant Axe and the others had obtained 4 supreme treasures in the tomb over the years, they were all weapon-type and armor-type treasures. Soul Domain and Palace-type treasures had always been more valuable than weapon and armor-type treasures. The limit of 10,000 epochs is almost up. Let's leave the tomb. Once 10,000 epochs passed, Emperor Yen would no longer be able to suppress the tomb ship, and escaping then would become difficult. Good. This time our human race has gained a great deal. It's time to return to our people. Giant Axe nodded in agreement. In that case, both of you get into the tomb ship and I'll take you out. Whoosh, whoosh. Giant Axe and Flower Emperor Yudai both dove into the tomb ship. When we set out, there were 11 powerhouses in total, but now only 3 of us remain. Fortunately, those who fell were all avatars. Their true bodies are still alive. 9 universe masters had perished this time, but of course Emperor Yen and Giant Axe had already collected their treasures. Let's go. With a word of caution, Emperor Yen fully activated the tomb ship. Spatial jump. Using the tomb ship's spatial jump, they could enter or leave the tomb. Of course, the consequence was that the tomb ship would break free from its restraints. It would leave on its own. This time Emperor Yen had used a special secret art of the endless lineage to suppress the tomb ship for a short time. After leaving this time, the tomb ship was destined to depart regardless. Boom! Space and time spun. Emperor Yen and the others only felt a violent tremor in space before they appeared outside the tomb. It was the inner domain of the universe ship. Whoosh! Without the slightest hesitation, the moment the tomb ship emerged from the tomb, it expelled Emperor Yen and the others, and the group shot away at great speed. What a pity! Giant Axe sighed as he watched the tomb ship depart. The tomb ship's worth was basically comparable to a supreme treasure, so Giant Axe felt great pain in his heart. Hearing Giant Axe say this, Emperor Yen found it somewhat amusing and sighed inwardly. The powerhouses of the universe truly have a rather limited view. But even on the origin continent, how many can match my fortunes? Though Emperor Yen found it amusing, he said aloud, "No need to regret it. No need to regret it. No need to regret it. The total value of what we gained this time is dozens of times greater than the tomb ship." Giant Axe nodded, clearly agreeing with Emperor Yen's words. Giant Axe, now let's return to the Primordial Universe. This trip to the tomb had yielded enormous gains. It was time to return to the Primordial Universe to distribute the resources and elevate the human race's strength. Back to the Primordial Universe. Giant Axe, Emperor Yen and Flower Emperor Yudai each piloted their own palace-type treasure, while Emperor Yen directly activated the Luaha Heavenly Palace, a palace-type treasure at the Eternal True God level. The Luaha Heavenly Palace appeared as a colossal palace with side halls on the left and right, and a massive main hall at the center. This time Emperor Yen and the others took over 1,000 years. Finally, they flew back to the Primordial Universe. After returning, Giant Axe stored all the wondrous treasures they had obtained in his personal miniature universe, because such treasures could not be brought into the Primordial Universe. After returning to the Primordial Universe, Emperor Yen first teleported to the Yen God Secret Realm. In 10,000 epochs, the Yen God clan had not changed much. After all, 10,000 epochs was a very short time for a race. The only change was that Emperor Yen had quietly arranged for clan members to go to Earth to give birth, then quietly return, resolving never to disturb Earth's development. The Yen God clan members born on Earth had undergone great changes in their minds and hearts. Over these 10,000 epochs, the Yen God clan had also produced many geniuses. If we continue developing slowly like this, one day the overall enlightenment of my Yen God clan will rise, and then the Yen God clan will be 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than it is today. Emperor Yan's heart swelled with soaring pride. He had tremendous confidence in the Yen God clan's future. Now it's time to go to the virtual universe. I imagine Chaos and the others can hardly wait. Emperor Yen thought to himself. Chaos City Lord and the others had long known that Emperor Yen was back, and they had been waiting for him for a long time. Emperor Yen sat high upon the throne of the Yen God Hall, yet his consciousness had already entered the virtual universe. Emperor Yen made no stop at all in the virtual universe and directly teleported to the Giant Axe Hall. As Emperor Yen stepped into the hall, everyone turned their eyes to him, except for Giant Axe the Creator. Everyone, including Chaos City Lord, rose to their feet and nodded slightly in salute. Emperor Yen, you've finally come. Sit down quickly, you're the only one missing, Chaos City Lord said hurriedly. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Emperor Yen felt a little embarrassed. Haha, seeing you all, I didn't expect you'd be even more anxious than I am. With that, Emperor Yen directly teleported to his own throne. This time the human race's 19 universe masters plus Giant Axe the Creator had all arrived, 20 powerhouses in total. Seeing Emperor Yen sit down, Giant Axe nodded at him. Since everyone has already arrived, the Giant Axe meeting now begins. Everyone looked at Giant Axe with eager anticipation. They all knew that the moment of humanity's rise had come. 8 inheritances that could guide one to become a universe master, over 100 peak-grade supreme treasures, nearly 10 wondrous treasures, and 5 supreme treasures. The gains from this tomb expedition were simply too great for the human race. Giant Axe looked at his expectant clan members, and without the slightest hesitation said with some excitement, this time our human race has reaped enormously. The number of treasures is nearly 10 times what we previously had. Moreover, we obtained 7 wondrous treasures, not counting Flower Emperor Yudi's, and 5 supreme treasures. 8 slots of the inheritance that guides one to break through to Universe Master, 1 slot of the inheritance that creates the strongest fusion secret art, and 1 ancient inherited secret art. An uproar erupted. When Giant Axe finished, the human universe masters boiled over. Though they had already known something about the treasures and inheritances, they never imagined there would be so many. 8 inheritances that guide one to become a universe master. Doesn't that mean our human race can add 8 universe masters? Nearly 10 times as many peak-grade supreme treasures. Could I also possess a peak-grade supreme treasure? An inheritance for creating a fusion secret art. Then could my strength have a hope of reaching the 6th rank, counting the amplification from the Waterfire secret art? 7 wondrous treasures. 5 supreme treasures. An ancient inherited secret art. Our human race is destined to prosper. The human universe masters discussed wildly. Some laughed, some sang, some wept, some went mad, and some drank heavily. No matter how they expressed it, none of it could fully convey the excitement and fervor in their hearts. A fervor born from seeing the hope of their race. Just as the human powerhouses were discussing wildly outside the Giant Axe Hall, a refined man in white robes watched the universe masters below with gratified eyes, like an affectionate father looking at his successful children. Good, good, good. Our human race has hope of rising, and our great undertaking can be accomplished. As long as our human race rises, what does it matter, even if I can never escape the suppression of the primordial universe? This frenzied discussion lasted a full month. A month might be extremely brief for universe masters, but a large group of universe masters, sitting together doing nothing but going wild, was a rare sight. Alright everyone, stop. Listen to me first. Seeing the human universe masters still in a frenzy, Emperor Yen could no longer stand it and drew everyone's attention. These fellows, honestly, going this wild over such a small amount of loot. When the gene world arrives, won't they go completely insane? This was not entirely the fault of the human universe masters. The overall standard of the universe was right there. How could one expect their vision to be any higher? Hearing Emperor Yan's voice, everyone turned their gaze to him, waiting for him to continue. By now, Emperor Yan's status among the human race was roughly equivalent to Giant Axe, which was why no one found his action strange. If it had been any other universe master, it likely would not have been acceptable. After all, one does things according to one's status and power. Seeing everyone stop discussing, Emperor Yen continued, the harvest of our human race this time is extremely rich. But treasure is in the end treasure. We must turn it into actual strength. Everyone nodded, agreeing with Emperor Yan's words. After all, guidance inheritances, supreme treasures, and wondrous treasures were of no use just sitting somewhere. Only when distributed into people's hands could they play their role. But how should they be distributed? That was exactly what Emperor Yen and the others needed to discuss. Seeing no objections, Emperor Yen continued, since we have obtained treasures, we naturally have to distribute them. But how to maximize the effectiveness of these treasures is precisely what we need to discuss. We must draw up a plan and with everyone's consent implement it. How about that? Everyone nodded in agreement. There was no problem with what Emperor Yen said. It was merely the question of how the 5 major powers of humanity should distribute the treasures that would require careful study. For this meeting convened by Giant Axe, and I intend to formulate a plan that can maximize the use of these resources. I call it humanity's strongest plan. Emperor Yan's steady domineering voice echoed through the giant axe hall. Humanity's mightiest plan. Hearing that name, everyone was stunned at first, but then excitement surged through them. This was a plan for the human race to grow stronger. A chance for a trapped dragon to soar into the sky, for a great rock to spread its wings. Good. Since no one has any objections, humanity's mightiest plan now begins. At the command of Jufu, the founder of the human race, launched their mightiest plan. This time humanity's mightiest plan was practically a smokeless war for the human race. After all, the human race also had different factions. Although the resources were extremely abundant this time, it was still necessary to fight for a little more for one's own side. This was a war of words. Emperor Yan had finally witnessed how devastating these humans could be with their silver tongues, especially Lord Huangjin, who shouted the loudest. Although the virtual universe lineage and Jufu arena were the strongest among humanity's 5 major powers, Emperor Yan and Jufu occupied an exalted detached position, and would never truly contend with the others over such matters. Lord Huangjin together with Lord Pengong and Lord Qingdong drove Chaos City Lord and Lord Shujin into a corner with no room to yield. In truth, although Emperor Yan belonged to the virtual universe lineage just like Jufu, he was among the strongest. Emperor Yan and Jufu rarely intervened in the struggles between human factions. They were more like the spiritual leaders of the entire human race. After 10,000 years of bickering, compromise, and concession, humanity's mightiest plan was finally produced. Of course, Emperor Yan and Jufu had also nodded in approval because most of these treasures had been obtained by them. Moreover, humanity's mightiest plan was basically fair, and the resources received by the 5 major powers were quite reasonable. Humanity's mightiest plan was as follows. First, concerning the supreme treasures, the original owners would remain unchanged. There was nothing to change since the distribution had been fair. The reconstructed Tianxing war armor and Luaha Heavenly Hall could only be used by Emperor Yan. Anyone else who took them could not make them recognize their master. Second, concerning the exotic treasures, 6 of the 7 already had owners. The only one left was Chaos City Lord's. After discussion, it was decided that Chaos City Lord's exotic treasure and the inheritance for guiding the creation of 5th stage secret techniques would be given to Lord Qingdong, the founder of the universe's first bank. Everyone basically nodded in agreement to this decision. After all, as the leaders of humanity's 5 major powers, their strength could not be too weak. Otherwise the balance would be lost. Third was the cultivation of the 3 heads and 6 arms secret art. As long as one had reached Universe Master, one could cultivate it, and there was no limit on the number of people, so no one had any objections. But when it came to the distribution of supreme treasures and the inheritances for breaking through to Universe Master, they argued until their brains nearly burst and almost came to blows. In the end, through discussion, an allocation was finally made. Fourth, the peak grade supreme treasures, and the treasures second only to supreme treasures obtained from the Mausoleum expedition were allocated as follows. The treasures that individuals had obtained in the Mausoleum remained unchanged, and only the masterless treasures were distributed. Jufu and Emperor Yan each received 2 treasures second only to supreme treasures and 3 peak grade supreme treasures. Although these supreme treasures were not of much use to them, everyone had their own family and clan. The legendary universe master-level figures of the 7th stage, including Lord Qingdong, numbered 5 in total: Chaos City Lord, Lord of Darkness, Lord Huangjin, Lord Pengong, and Lord Qingdong. Each received 1 treasure second only to supreme treasures and 2 peak grade supreme treasures. Universe Masters who had created the strongest secret techniques each received 1 treasure second only to supreme treasures and 1 peak grade supreme treasure. Those below them could only receive 1 peak grade supreme treasure each. After all, resources were limited and the strong had priority. Moreover, after discussion, it was decided that in the future, whenever anyone in the human race broke through to Universe Master, the clan would gift them a supreme treasure equivalent to the value of a peak weapon class supreme treasure. All the supreme treasures allocated above to Universe Masters were private, while the rest were given to the clans, and the 5 major powers would decide how to enjoy them according to contribution. Everyone basically approved this decision. Next was the issue of inheritances. On this matter, they truly argued until spittle flew everywhere, with not a single person willing to yield half a step. Originally, Chaos City Lord proposed that top-tier universe overlords be given priority in using the inheritances, and the rest should be chosen from the most outstanding among the universe overlords. Humanity had 5 top-tier universe overlords: the Heavenly Eclipse Palace Master, Venerable Ancestral Tree Star Demon Prison Master, Venerable Skybreaker, and Venerable Lifeslayer. But this involved a problem, because human universe masters generally had weak genes, and there were no special life forms, not counting avatars. An ordinary universe venerable upon reaching the limit could at most cultivate to the universe overlord level. An ordinary universe venerable at the limit could at best cultivate only to the level of universe overlord. Those in the human race who could become top-tier universe overlords all had extraordinary encounters, such as creating powerful secret techniques, possessing mighty supreme treasures, having special life avatars, or obtaining heaven-defying inheritances. But this created a problem. Although top-tier universe overlords were far more powerful than ordinary universe overlords, their cultivation realm was not necessarily lower than that of universe masters. Because breaking through to universe master was mainly a matter of cultivation realm and had little to do with combat power. For example, Luofeng had already created 6-stage secret techniques while still a universe venerable. Yet he still could not break through to universe master in a short time. Because of this problem, humanity's universe masters argued for a long time. In the end, after countless more years of bickering and Emperor Yan's intervention, the problem was finally resolved. Because everything was a matter of interest. Among the top-tier universe overlords, 3 belonged to the virtual universe lineage, 1 to Jufu Arena and 1 to the First Bank. If this distribution were followed, what would happen to the Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe Mercenary Alliance? Finally, Emperor Yan proposed the solution. The other 3 top-tier universe overlords would each be given 1 inheritance. The 2 top-tier universe overlords of the Yenshin race needed only 1, and the remaining 4 inheritances would not be contended for by universe overlords of the virtual universe lineage. This proposal quickly received everyone's agreement. After all, the virtual universe lineage was already strong. If it became even stronger, the balance would be lost. Not counting Emperor Yan, Chaos City Lord and Lord of Darkness were 7th stage, while Bingfeng and Longxing had exotic treasures and were 6th stage. Only Lord Yuho and Lord Quangfeng were somewhat weaker. All the others were so strong that it defied heaven. Everyone thought Emperor Yan wanted an inheritance for Venerable Lifeslayer, since Venerable Lifeslayer surpassed Venerable Skybreaker in talent, strength, and connections. But they were wrong. This inheritance was truly prepared by Emperor Yan for Venerable Skybreaker. As for why he did not prepare one for Venerable Lifeslayer, the reason was simple. Is my son Emperor Yan's son only fit for such meager ambitions? Can't he become a universe master on his own? Of course Emperor Yan would not provide fewer resources to Venerable Lifeslayer. He simply hoped that he could break through on his own. After this plan was decided, the human powerhouses decided that the entire race would enter a great period of secluded cultivation. The selected inheritors were sent into Jufu's mini-universe using time acceleration to increase their strength, while the other human powerhouses returned to the Primordial Universe and jointly cultivated the combined secret art 3 heads and 6 arms. Before we have fully digested this harvest, our human race should lie low and not reveal our strength. Chaos City Lord said in a deep voice. Right? Jufu nodded in agreement. The others also had no objections. Emperor Yan then said with overwhelming dominance, when we have turned this harvest into strength, that is when our human race will rise. That is when our human race bears its fangs at the myriad races of the Primordial Universe. Roar, right? The glory of our human race shall illuminate the entire Primordial Universe. Jufu let out a low roar and said with forceful dominance. Right? Our human race's glory is certain to illuminate the entire Primordial Universe. The brilliance of our human race will be eternal. Everyone firmly believed this. The radiance of our human race shall never fade. To the eternal glory and immortality of our human race. Cheers, 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 clang. 20 huge wine cups collided, producing a thunderous boom as wine splashed everywhere. After drinking, Jufu glanced around and said, since humanity's mightiest plan has been successfully formulated, it is time to implement it. Everyone go prepare. From now on, the era of our human race is about to arrive. Wait, Jufu, I still have something to say. Emperor Yan suddenly said. Oh, what is it? Everyone looked at Emperor Yan, wondering what else he had to say. The resources had already been allocated. Could it be that Emperor Yan disagreed somewhere? Seeing everyone's confusion, Emperor Yan continued, I just suddenly remembered something. What is it? Everyone remained baffled. Emperor Yan did not keep them in suspense, and went on, everyone knows how important inheritances are. Whether it is cultivating secret arts, creating secret techniques, or refining supreme treasures, only with an inheritance can one go further. Right? Everyone knew that point. Without an inheritance, no matter how brilliant the genius, it was useless. The current cosmic sea had already demonstrated this wonderfully. Then why doesn't our human race compile an inheritance of its own? Compile an inheritance of our own. Can we? Everyone was a little lacking in confidence. Could they really compile an inheritance of their own? In fact, they were making it more difficult than it was. What was an inheritance? Experience. We can. Of course we can. Emperor Yan said with certainty, then continued, our human race currently has 19 universe masters, 1 most powerful being, and 8 inheritances for breaking through to universe master. Together with these and our own insights and modifications, we can certainly compile an inheritance that guides one from the realm lord level, or even weaker, all the way to breaking through as a universe master. Emperor Yan was very confident on this point. Although the inheritance of the endless lineage could not be passed outside what he had comprehended could be taught. With the breakthrough experiences of so many universe masters, the human race could indeed compile a comparatively comprehensive inheritance and guidance. With richer inheritance guidance and abundant resources, the strength of the human race would surely grow tremendously. Is this feasible? Jufu asked hesitantly. It is feasible. Emperor Yen answered firmly. Seeing Emperor Yan's firm answer, Jufu no longer hesitated at all. He directly declared, good. Then let us compile an inheritance for the human race. In fact, among the powers of the cosmic sea, apart from the two holy lands, all other forces, though powerful, were still groping forward blindly. How could they have any complete rich inheritance? Thus the human powerhouses took Emperor Yan's proposal very seriously. And so while enhancing their strength and compiling their inheritance, the human race began its mightiest plan. In the cosmic sea, the myriad races did not yet know that a new overlord force was being born. And its name was humanity. In the blink of an eye, more than 700,000 eras had passed. The human race's strongest plan had already entered its final stage. Back then, the 8 inheritors together with the venerable Zuoshanke had all broken through to Universe Master. The human race suddenly gained 9 Universe Masters. Naturally, apart from the human race's Universe Masters, no one else knew yet. As for why the plan was said to be in its final stage, it was due to the cultivation progress of the secret art 3 heads and 6 arms. Although these little fellows had broken through to Universe Master, their strength was still weak. Apart from Lord Zuoshanke, who had created a strongest secret method, the others had only created ultimate tier secret methods. Their overall strength was still extremely weak. Even with the treasures bestowed by the human race and their cultivation of the water and fire secret art, their power barely reached the 4th tier. Therefore, increasing their strength was the most important thing. However, secret methods could not be created just because one wanted to, so they chose to cultivate the combined attack secret art 3 heads and 6 arms. Although 3 heads and 6 arms could be cultivated, as soon as one reached Universe Master, the stronger one's will was the greater one's power would become after unleashing it, and the faster one could master it. Thus, after deliberation among the human race's high-ranking members, Lord of Darkness led a team to bring these little fellows to the black pattern stone pillars to temper their will and gain combat experience in the Universe Sea. After all, outsiders did not know that Lord of Darkness was a powerhouse of the human race. Moreover, most of these newly broken through Universe Masters were unfamiliar in the Universe Sea. Training there was more beneficial for increasing strength and maintaining secrecy. By contrast, the veteran Universe Masters had not made any major progress in secret method mastery over just 70+ eras, but they had already successfully cultivated 3 heads and 6 arms. What about its might? It will be known later. As for the plan to summarize the human race's heritage, the human Universe Masters had all done exceptionally well. They not only summarized their own experiences but also paid some price to obtain breakthrough experiences from alien races and Universe Sea forces. Therefore, this heritage summary was quite good. With this relatively rich heritage guide, the human race's middle and lower levels changed enormously. Immortal kings reached 200,000, originally around 100,000. An increase of nearly 1-fold, and Universe Venerables numbered nearly 8,000, originally just over 5,000, an increase of more than half. The human race's strength was growing rapidly. Naturally, this drew the attention of alien races. In addition, the giant axe occasionally displayed some power in the Universe Sea, and the Jin demon race was stirring up trouble behind the scenes because Emperor Yen had sealed the dream demon ancestor. The Jin demon ancestor naturally harbored extreme hatred for Emperor Yen. Now the insect race, the machine race, and the demon race had vaguely joined hands to deal with the human race together. The human high-ranking members saw all this clearly but did not show much reaction. Because the human race now had enough resources, what it lacked was pressure. The alliance of the 3 peak races provided immense pressure, and that pressure became the driving force for the human race to grow stronger. As for Emperor Yen, his harvest over these years was quite substantial too. Emperor Yen had been comprehending the secret pattern for modifying the acquired star battle armor. However, what Emperor Yen did not expect was the domain formed after that secret pattern was activated actually turned out to be a simplified version of One Thought Void. At that moment, Emperor Yen felt as if happiness had come too quickly. That was the skill of a void true god. One Thought Void. The mere thought of it makes one's blood boil. As for the secret patterns of the Luoha Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yen had also comprehended the 4th tier enough to unleash peak 8th tier might. One move was Smash. With the amplification of the water and fire secret art, it could completely reach peak 9th tier might. Possessing the Luoha Heavenly Palace, Emperor Yen could nearly exert combat power equal to 2 peak 9th tier existences. As for secret method attainments, Emperor Yen had already created nearly 50 peak 7th tier secret methods, but he still had not created an 8th tier secret method. Though he could see the threshold for creating an 8th tier secret method, he simply could not step across it. It seemed that something was missing. What troubled Emperor Yen most, however, was his divine body. Since his gene level broke through to 89999 times, there had never been another breakthrough. During this period, Emperor Yen had also created many life forms. But none surpassed Venerable Zuoshanke, and naturally none could allow Emperor Yen to break through. Now if Emperor Yen wished to break through to 90,000 times, there were only two ways. The first was to create a life form even more exceptional than Venerable Zuoshanke. The second was to study the blood of a realm beast. Unfortunately, I am temporarily unable to accomplish either of these. Sitting in the Yen God Palace in meditation, Emperor Yen suddenly shook his head and thought to himself. At this moment he suddenly received a piece of news. Is this year's All-Human Universe Genius Competition about to begin? Then our protagonist Luofeng is about to emerge. Is the story about to begin? Emperor Yen sat high on the throne, and a pair of eyes suddenly shot out terrifying light, as if piercing through the restrictions of time and space to see Luofeng, who was on Earth. Golden Lion summoned Zuoshanke. Yes, my great master, your faithful servant, will summon His Highness Zuoshanke at once. Shortly afterward, under Golden Lion's guidance, a young man of the Yen god race, only 4 meters tall and with strength at the 9th tier of the star level, arrived at the Yen God Grand Hall. This young man stared excitedly at Emperor Yen on the throne, prostrated himself on the ground and shouted, "I pay respects to the great patriarch." Looking at the excited young man, Emperor Yen said expressionlessly, "Zuoshanke, the Emperor will give you a chance. Take part in this all-human universe genius competition, defeat all the geniuses and win first place. I will accept you as a nominal disciple." Hearing that Emperor Yen was willing to accept him as a nominal disciple, Zuoshanke trembled all over and said, "Yes, my great patriarch, I will definitely not disappoint you, and I will never shame our Yen god race. And, go!" The Yen god race youth named Zuoshanke departed, but his heart was blazing, because the patriarch in existence like a god was going to accept him as a disciple. How could Zuoshanke not be excited? As for whether Zuoshanke could win first place, Emperor Yen had not the slightest doubt. To Luofeng and the others, Zuoshanke was currently a bug-like existence. Even Bolan, when facing him, could only be instantly killed. Zuoshanke could truly be called a genius rarely seen in hundreds of millions of eras. Zuoshanke was a super genius secretly nurtured by the Yen god race. Of course, he was not a life form created by Emperor Yen. However, he also possessed spiritual talent not inferior to Earthlings and the physical talent of the Yen god race. He was a natural-born super warrior. This was because Zuoshanke was a Yen god race member born on Earth. Emperor Yen knew that although Earth could transform a person's soul, the effect was limited. Therefore, Emperor Yen implemented a quality breeding plan. He had Yen god race members with excellent spiritual talent go to Earth to have children, then selected their outstanding descendants to go to Earth to have children. Through countless generations of reproduction, a super monster like Zuoshanke was finally produced. Zuoshanke was currently taught by the Overlord Emperor Yan's son. How terrifying was his talent! At the 9th tier of the star level, he had become a black warrior. At the 9th tier of the star level, his comprehension of the fire law was close to gaining acknowledgement from the primal laws. At the 9th tier of the star level, he had participated in the life and death battles of the giant axe arena at the universe level. Competing against a group of universe-level opponents, he achieved 1,000 victories. Moreover, his spiritual talent was extremely high. His mind was clear, he saw his true nature, and his original heart was refined with incomparable thoroughness. All of this shaped Zuoshanke's terrifying talent and strength. Thus to Luofeng and the others, Zuoshanke was currently a bug-like existence. This time Emperor Yan's full-scale nurturing of Zuoshanke had no other motive. It was merely to cultivate a genius for the Yen god race. Besides, although it was called full-scale nurturing, how many resources could a 9th-tier star-level little fellow consume? Back then Venerable Zuoshanke was even more outstanding than Zuoshanke, yet Emperor Yen had spent countless resources simply to create Venerable Zuoshanke. Naturally, the two could not be compared. The start of this all-human universe genius competition did not draw the attention of the human race's high-ranking members. After all, it was held twice per era. Across countless years, no one knew how many times it had been held. Who still had the mood to watch a bunch of little fellows compete? Emperor Yen had someone send Zuoshanke to a place in the Tianqing Universe Kingdom, where the Tianqing Kingdom's ruler was none other than Emperor Yan's disciple Venerable Tianqing. Venerable Tianqing's power had reached Universe Overlord. Normally, with his power, he would not have become the ruler of a universe kingdom. However, because Emperor Yen had expressed such a wish, he naturally went without any hesitation. At the all-human universe genius competition, what was essentially tested was still the comprehension of laws and combat awareness. The Yen god race was relatively poor in law comprehension, but after so many years of improvement, the younger generation had generally become better. Occasionally, when 1 or 2 Yen god race geniuses participated in the competition, they were invariably dazzling, and the universe kingdom rulers would contend to take them as disciples. The genius competition was held as scheduled, and every universe kingdom erupted in fervor. Emperor Yen did not pay attention to Zuoshanke. Instead, he turned his gaze to the Chenwu Universe Kingdom. In the virtual universe, inside the Chenwu Divine Temple on the Chenwu continent, Venerable Chenwu was standing respectfully below, looking at Emperor Yen, seated high on the throne. He said excitedly, "I welcome Emperor Yan's arrival. May I ask what instructions Emperor Yan has for descending here? On the throne, Emperor Yan's figure seemed to become somewhat blurry. Emperor Yan was like a god towering high above, as if the entire universe was prostrating itself beneath his feet. I, the Emperor, have not come for any major matter. You may withdraw now. If anything comes up, I will instruct you. Yes. Qianwu withdraws. In truth, Emperor Yan had only come to watch Luofeng. But he could hardly tell Venerable Qianwu that a great universe master had come to watch a little fellow. If others learned that Emperor Yan had come to watch a 9th-tier star-level little fellow's match, would they not laugh their heads off? At the genius competition, to be honest, Luofeng's performance was not especially outstanding. It was merely ordinary and could not catch Emperor Yan's eye. Yet who could have imagined that he would later become the famously renowned strongest powerhouse of the universe, the Galaxy Lord? In the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, Luofeng and Rongjun were considered the best. Emperor Yan had extremely high authority in the virtual universe, so he could naturally watch their battles directly. At that moment, Luofeng was fighting Rongjun. The battle was extremely fierce, but in the end Luofeng lost. Even so, Luofeng won everyone's recognition. The title Madman Luofeng resounded throughout the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Even in other universe kingdoms there were records of Luofeng. The talent selection trials of the various universe countries had ended. Geniuses from 10008 universe countries, led by the immortal gods of their respective countries, came to participate in the final competition. In this final competition, naturally only 1,000 geniuses would be recruited by the Virtual Universe Company. All the others would be eliminated. 9 Swords Venerable presided over the competition. The geniuses of that era had also emerged, Bolan the god of death, Wu Ka, and so on. However, under Emperor Yan's instruction, Zhaheng performed quite ordinarily. But it was within these 7 trial spaces that his talent truly showed itself. How astonishing it was for a star-level 9th rank to pass through the entire trial tower. The competition began. Bolan took the lead, displaying astonishing talent in comprehending the space laws. The various immortal gods drank wine and chatted freely and uninhibitedly. Inside the first trial tower, Zhaheng looked at the points table in his hand and muttered, "Is this the level of this competition? Truly weak. Even the strongest Bolan barely ranks 5th among my Flame God clan. It seems there is no difficulty in taking first place." Having said that, Zhaheng drew the blade from his back and quietly walked toward those monsters. Swish, swish, swish. Zhaheng's figure transformed into 10,000 afterimages, and the blade in his hand danced like a giant fiery dragon. Those monsters were instantly killed by Zhaheng one by one. For a time, whether insect race warriors, metallic monsters, or starry sky beasts, not a single monster could withstand even one exchange against Zhaheng. 1 tower, 2 towers, 7 towers. When Zhaheng fought his way into the 7th trial tower, Bolan the strongest was still at the 5th, while the immortal gods watching from outside were utterly stunned. Is that a little fellow at star level 9th rank? This? 10,000 afterimages. His comprehension of the space laws has actually reached 10,000 threads flow. This blade technique was created by that great one. These immortal gods were generally not strong around the marquee level, and few knew about the Flame God clan. But 9 Swords Venerable was different. He recognized at a glance that Zhaheng was a member of the Flame God clan, and that his blade technique carried a profound legacy. It seemed to be the Flame God clan's inherited blade technique. The immortal gods all began discussing Zhaheng, while the little fellows who had been eliminated felt utterly ashamed after seeing Zhaheng's performance. And the various universe countries went crazy. Zhaheng was simply too strong. Zhaheng. Bolan silently looked at the points table in his hand, gripping his sword even tighter. I will surpass you soon. Zhaheng. Countless geniuses in the trial spaces silently recited this name. Zhaheng was like a dazzling sun, while they were like candles. Without any major surprise, Zhaheng passed through all 7 trial towers with absolute dominance, directly shocking the entire human race. Countless alien races wished to kill Zhaheng to vent their hatred. In the subsequent individual competitions, Zhaheng one-shot each opponent and claimed first place. For this generation of geniuses, including Luofeng, Zhaheng was an immense mountain. A nightmare. Later, Zhaheng went to the Primordial Universe and on his first attempt at the Tongtian Bridge directly reached the 6th floor. After Zhaheng passed the 6th floor of the Tongtian Bridge, countless powerful beings in the Virtual Universe Company wanted to take him as their disciple. Unfortunately, Emperor Yan made a move, and naturally no one dared to compete any longer. In the following years, Zhaheng improved even faster, while Luofeng also rose rapidly after obtaining the 9 Tribulations Secret Art. The two left all other geniuses far behind. In truth, Emperor Yan knew that if things continued this way, Luofeng would certainly surpass Zhaheng, because Zhaheng had never cultivated the 9 Tribulations Secret Art. Within just a few hundred years, both Zhaheng and Luofeng had reached the World Lord level. At this time, Zhaheng even conquered the World Lord level Tongtian Mountain. He possessed the strength to directly kill a peak Marquis-level immortal. Luo Feng and Zhaheng went to the outer battlefield. Luo Feng earned the title Blade River King, while Zhaheng earned the title War God. With the Blade River away, the War God had returned. Who could stand against him? Zhaheng broke through to immortality earlier than Luo Feng. After his breakthrough, his strength combined with his special life clone and imperial armor allowed his primary battle clone to slay ordinary universe venerables. While roaming the outer battlefield, Luo Feng bonded with the Star Tower. Emperor Yen also went during the process of accepting the tower. At the critical moment of life and death, Luo Feng's willpower broke through on the spot, and he naturally succeeded. That also marked the first formal meeting between Emperor Yen and Luo Feng. Sigh. Still unable to break through, Emperor Yen shook his head. Looking at the lives he had created within his divine kingdom, Emperor Yen felt deeply disappointed. Ever since his gene level had reached 89999 times, he had never been able to break through the 90000-fold barrier. A message from Master Zuoshanke. Suddenly Emperor Yen sensed that the communication token given to him by Zuoshanke had a message. Emperor Yen picked up the communication token and said respectfully, "Master, what instructions do you have?" From the other end of the token came Zuoshanke's vigorous and powerful voice. "Disciple, your third junior brother Luo Feng is in danger on Ice Prison Star. Whether you go or not is up to you." Having said that, Zuoshanke severed the communication token. Ice Prison Star. Luo Feng is in danger. Suddenly Emperor Yen remembered that fellow Lord Tianlang. Emperor Yen knew that since Chaos City Lord was stepping in this time, he didn't need to go. But on second thought, the opportunity to build a good relationship with Luo Feng should not be missed. At that moment on Ice Prison Star, Lord Tianlang was rescuing his little Tianlang. Under the little Tianlang's instigation, he also captured Luo Feng. Ha ha ha! Genius of the human race, I the celestial wolf will kill you today. Lord Tianlang looked at Luo Feng with slight surprise. This Blade River King turns out to be a world lord. It seems that if I don't kill him, he will pose a huge threat to our monster race in the future. In recent years, the human race has become stronger and stronger. It's time to suppress them. Just as Lord Tianlang was about to make his move, Chaos City Lord arrived. The mighty Thousand Treasures River directly suppressed Lord Tianlang. Seeing Chaos City Lord arrive, Lord Tianlang knew that even though this was not the latter's main combat clone, he was no match, so he hurriedly hid inside the Tianlang Hall. My Tianlang Hall is a supreme top-grade palace-type treasure. You Chaos City Lord cannot destroy it. Lord Tianlang thought to himself. But how could he know that with Chaos City Lord's current strength together with his supreme treasure arm guards, it was fully capable of destroying the Tianlang Hall? However, Chaos City Lord ignored Lord Tianlang's arrogance for two reasons. He did not want to expose the human race's true power, and this clone was not his main combat clone. After shouting a few more words, Lord Tianlang prepared to leave with his little Tianlang. But at that very moment, the entire Ice Prison Star seemed to fall into stillness. The Tianlang Hall, which was about to flee, was directly imprisoned in the void. A domain seemingly formed from 10,000 swords seized control of the entire Ice Prison Star. Ah, it's the 10,000 swords diagram. Emperor Yen, why have you come too? Lord Tianlang's terrified scream came from the Tianlang Hall. It's over. It's over. That freak Emperor Yen is here too? I'm truly finished this time. Luo Feng was also stunned as he watched a figure 1,000,000 kilometers tall step out from the spatial rift. The figure wore crimson battle armor, had crimson wings on his back, and held an enormous spear. It was none other than his second senior brother Emperor Yen. Hearing Lord Tianlang's shriek, Emperor Yen said mockingly, "Why can't I the Emperor come?" At the same time, he nodded to Chaos City Lord in greeting. "And no, it's not. How would I dare?" Lord Tianlang stammered from inside the Tianlang Hall. Emperor Yan's fearsome reputation was not just for nothing. In the cosmic sea, who did not know that Emperor Yan's strength could rival the might of the strongest beings? Unfortunately, that was still judged based on Emperor Yan's battle with Lord Weeping Blood. Emperor Yan's current strength was countless times stronger than before. Emperor Yen just teach that arrogant wolf a lesson. Do not kill him. Now is not the time. Suddenly Chaos City Lord sent a voice transmission to Emperor Yen. Chaos City Lord was not afraid of killing Lord Tianlang, but the opportunity had not yet fully matured. It was not time to act. I have my own judgment. Emperor Yen naturally would not ruin the big plan, but it was still necessary to teach the arrogant Lord Tianlang a lesson. Lord Tianlang, it is said that your Tianlang Hall is indestructible. I wonder if the spear in my hand can pierce your Tianlang Hall. Emperor Yen said mockingly. Ah, Emperor Yen, what are you doing? Hee hee. Boom. Without answering, Emperor Yen lifted the cloud-piercing spear, gathered his full strength, and viciously thrust it at the Tianlang Hall. Crack, crack. Ah, my Tianlang Hall. It was actually destroyed. My divine body. I've actually lost 80%. Lord Tianlong's miserable screams came from the Tianlang Hall, and the little Tianlang he had rescued was directly killed by Emperor Yen through the Tianlang Hall. Luo Feng was stunned. The Tianlang Hall, so famous in the Primordial Universe, had been pierced through by a single casual spear thrust from Emperor Yen. Heavens! Is this the strength of my second senior brother? Both being universe masters, how can the gap be so vast? The nearby Qing Duke Venerable and Zi Duke Venerable also stared at Emperor Yen in terror. They knew that Emperor Yen could kill them with a turn of his hand. Good thing. We have never offended the human race, otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died. Scram! Emperor Yen looked at the shattered Tianlang Hall in the void, and withdrew the suppression of the 10,000 swords diagram. Taking advantage of this moment, Lord Tianlang directly teleported away. Third junior brother, are you all right? Emperor Yen sent a voice transmission to Luo Feng. I'm fine. Second senior brother, thank you for saving me. I will repay you one day. Luo Feng said gratefully. Emperor Yen simply shook his head and said nothing. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Chaos City Lord. Chaos, have you made a breakthrough? Alas, since I verified my Tao in the tomb, I have already seen how to break through to become a supreme being. But so much time has passed since then, and I simply cannot take that step. Chaos City Lord sighed. Breaking through to become a supreme being was incomparably difficult. Even after verifying one's Tao, one never knows when the breakthrough will come. Perhaps a day, a year, an epoch, 100 million epochs, or even longer. Don't be discouraged. I believe you will break through sooner or later. When you do and become a supreme being, that will be the moment the human race truly rises. Emperor Yen encouraged him. I will do it as soon as possible. Then the two of us will take our leave. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Chaos City Lord Yen Di, returned to his divine kingdom, and continued his research on creating life, looking forward to the day he would break through the 90,000-fold limit. Yen Di was now desperate to increase his power, for he knew that a great storm was about to rise. Luo Feng's performance truly did not disappoint humanity. With the strength of a world lord, he could already slay an undying king at the apex of its power in a frontal battle, and this caused everyone to hold great expectations for him. When Chaos City Lord applied for the Beast God Inheritance token on Luo Feng's behalf, Yen Di even went all out to support him. Thus, without much resistance, the token was obtained for Luo Feng. Luo Feng's talent caused alien races to covet and spy on him. All of them wanted him dead. The assassination attempts he encountered were too numerous to count. But as if protected by a protagonist's fortune, he could always turn disaster into safety. He turned every crisis into an opportunity. Thus, although Luo Feng was subjected to countless assassination attempts, his strength remained overwhelmingly mighty. The years passed slowly and time flowed on. Luo Feng had already broken through to become a universe venerable. Moreover, under the guidance of Sitting Mountain Guest, he created an ultimate secret art of universe masters, and the strength he now displayed was already at the level of a top-tier cosmic overlord. After being assassinated by the void, true demon god Luo Feng was now frantically planning how to make himself famous. Meanwhile, Yen Di was still creating life within his divine kingdom. On that day, a shocking piece of news reached Yen Di. What? Chaos City Lord has broken through to become a supreme overlord? At first Yen Di was stunned, then he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Good. Chaos, you truly did not disappoint me. Yen Di was extremely delighted by Chaos City Lord's breakthrough. Now Giant Axe's power barely reached the 10th tier, and his own strength was not much weaker than Giant Axe's. With Chaos City Lord's breakthrough together with a supreme treasure, his strength was also extraordinary. When the three of them joined forces and unleashed the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, it would truly shake heaven and earth. Without the slightest hesitation, Yen Di sent his consciousness directly into the virtual universe. In humanity's highest assembly hall, all of humanity's universe masters had arrived. Fully 27 universe masters were present along with 2 cosmic supreme overlords. With Yen Di's arrival, except for Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord, the other universe masters all stood up and nodded slightly to Yen Di in salute. Yen Di, everyone sit. Yen Di pressed both hands downwards, slightly signaling everyone to take their seats. This time Chaos has broken through to become a cosmic supreme overlord. It is truly cause for celebration. Come, let us first toast Chaos. Giant Axe raised his wine cup. A toast to Chaos City Lord. All the human universe masters raised their cups as well. Clink, clink, clink. The tall goblets collided, producing a crisp ringing sound. Drink. Everyone tossed back the wine in a single gulp. After drinking, everyone turned their gazes to Chaos City Lord. Now that he had broken through and become a supreme overlord, it was natural for him to say a few words. Chaos City Lord understood what everyone wanted. Moreover, as the foremost authority of the virtual universe, he was normally the one to offer opinions at humanity's highest meetings. Now that I have broken through to become a supreme overlord, and our strongest plan has essentially been completed. It is time for our human race to bare its fangs and rise. Rise? Yes. It is time for our human race to rise. We have waited too long for this day, right? We have waited far too long for this day. Rise. The human race is about to rise. Are our fangs finally about to extend beyond the borders of our human territory? Every human universe master was filled with eager anticipation. They had already paid too much and waited too long for the rise of humanity. Today they could finally see the opportunity. Yes, it is time to rise. Now the Primordial Star has opened and all races are in conflict. We humans will use the Primordial Star as our starting point and begin our road of ascension. Just as humanity's universe masters were discussing how to rise, a momentous event took place on the Primordial Star. Luo Feng killed 6,000 universe venerables in a single move. Even more so, he fought Lord Banfu fiercely in direct combat. Had Luo Feng become a universe master, this time he had truly poked a hole in the sky. The slaughter of 6,000 universe venerables was an enormous humiliation and loss to the three pinnacle races. The three great races joined forces this time to deal with Luo Feng on the Primordial Star, hunting him and forcing him to flee all over the world. In the past, if the three races had issued a wanted order for Luo Feng, the human race might have remained silent. They might even have sent one of Luo Feng's avatars to die. But this time was destined to be different. When they learned that the three great races had joined forces to hunt down Luo Feng, every universe master of humanity clamored for battle and insisted on descending to the Primordial Star. After deliberation, it was decided that this time Yendi, Lord Huangjin, Lord Qingdong, and Lord Pengong would lead the team, each commanding 3 universe masters at the 5th rank in strength, and they would descend to the Primordial Star to demand justice for Luo Feng. This action was destined to be one bathed in blood. When the human universe masters descended upon the Primordial Star, every one of the 4 super universe masters displayed strength no less than that of a supreme overlord in the Primordial Universe. Even a supreme overlord's strength was only at the apex of the 6th tier. While 3 of the super universe masters held off the strongest experts of the 3 pinnacle races, Yendi directly led the other 9 universe masters in a great purge of the alien universe masters on the Primordial Star. That battle darkened the sky and dimmed the earth, and countless powerful figures fell. Those who could come to the Primordial Star were generally the weaker universe masters, and on top of that Yendi was unleashing his willpower assault. This time humanity slaughtered 6 alien universe masters directly. Of course Yendi had not used a supreme treasure at all, otherwise far more would have died. Every major force in the Primordial Universe paid close attention to this battle. The strength displayed by the human race stunned the entire Primordial Universe. In an instant, the whole Primordial Universe changed colors, and a great wind was about to rise. The bug race, the demon race, and the mechanical race, the 3 pinnacle races, directly joined forces to deal with humanity together. But even with the 3 pinnacle races joining forces, they could only defend against the human race, not attack. Those alien races knew that Chaos City Lord had broken through to become a supreme overlord, and the strength humanity had revealed was simply too formidable. Moreover, although the 3 pinnacle races were allied, each had its own private ambitions. Even under pressure from the human race, they could not truly unite, and internal contradictions were numerous. This greatly lightened the pressure on humanity in dealing with them. Yet while the entire Primordial Universe was watching, the human race, humanity's universe masters were quarreling among themselves. Chaos, I say, it is impossible, and impossible it remains. Even if you have broken through to become a supreme overlord, you cannot return half of Earth's authority to Luo Feng. The defiant Lord Huangjian directly began quarreling with Chaos City Lord. Huangjian, did we not promise Luo Feng before? As long as he had the strength to sit with us as equals, we would return Earth's sovereignty to him. Now that Luo Feng is already sitting alongside us, how can you go back on your word? Even though Chaos City Lord had broken through to become a supreme overlord, he could not simply disregard Lord Huangjian's opinion. Moreover, Lord Qingdong and Lord Pengong had not spoken, but they were clearly leaning toward Lord Huangjian. Impossible is impossible. This concerns the interests of our human race. Huangjian will never yield lightly. Besides, given the current situation of our human race, this is exactly the time when we need a great many geniuses. How could we casually give up sovereignty over Earth? At that moment, Luo Feng, being a mere youngster, did not dare speak. Although he now possessed the strength of a universe master, the old veterans of the human race, which one of them was not unreasonably powerful, especially old veterans like Lord Huangjian. Each one could match a supreme overlord. Now Luo Feng could only cast a pleading look toward Yendi. First, Yendi was Luo Feng's senior brother. Second, Yendi had helped Luo Feng many times over the years, and the two had an extremely close relationship. When Yendi saw Luo Feng cast a pleading look toward him, he knew that enough was enough. He could not push it too far, and Luo Feng was the type who clearly distinguished favor from grudge. If one helped him at the right time, he would naturally remember it in his heart. At this moment, Yendi, one of the 3 great titans of the human race, finally spoke. I support returning Earth to Luo Feng. After saying this, Yen Di closed his eyes. His stance was already clear. There was no need to say anything more. Given his position in the human race, this stance alone was enough to speak volumes. With Yen Di's declaration, everyone turned their gaze to the giant axe creator. Luo Feng cast a grateful glance at Yen Di. All that remained was to await Giant Axe's nod. Once Giant Axe agreed, the matter would be settled. I also agree. Since we promised Luo Feng before, we naturally cannot break our word to him this time, said the Giant Axe creator slowly. With Giant Axe's nod, most of humanity's other universe masters voiced their agreement. Seeing this, Lord Huangjian no longer said anything. After all, Lord Huangjian's stance was only for the sake of the race, and there was no issue of right or wrong. Seeing that everyone had expressed their positions, Chaos City Lord announced the proposal to return Earth's rights to Luo Feng is passed. From now on, Earth belongs wholly to Luo Feng, and he will have complete authority over it. Thank you. Luo Feng stood up excitedly and bowed to the assembly. Alright, this concludes the meeting on Luo Feng's becoming a universe master. Now let us discuss our next strategic plan against the alien races. And so the human high-level leaders continued to discuss how to deal with the alien races. After their deliberations, they reached a decision. Toward the smaller races, they would focus on winning them over. Toward the larger races, they would focus on suppressing them. They had to make the entire Primordial Universe understand that the true overlord of the Primordial Universe was humanity. After the meeting ended, everyone went back to their own affairs. Meanwhile, under Chaos City Lord's guidance, Luo Feng set foot in the Cosmic Sea for the first time. There is still a long, arduous road ahead before we can dominate the Primordial Universe, sighed Yen Di. Although the human race's total strength now seemed no worse than the three pinnacle races combined, one had to remember that the truly powerful forces in the Primordial Universe were those small races. The universe masters of those small races numbered nearly 1,000 in total. With humanity's strength, it was still somewhat impossible to conquer almost 1,000 universe masters. Of course, it would be different if Yen Di's main body or his Bloodthirsty Vine incarnation struck, for that kind of willpower assault could not be suppressed even by the Primordial Universe. The willpower assault of Yen Di's main body was a nightmare for the experts of the Cosmic Sea. Yen Di had caused humanity to rise not truly for the sake of dominating the universe, but to give the human race an initial ascent and turning point. Once Luo Feng obtained the inheritance of the Duandonghe lineage and the world of Jin arrived, that would be the true rise of the human race. As the human race rose with overwhelming strength and the three supreme races formed an alliance, the Primordial Universe grew more and more turbulent. The Outer Realm battlefield had originally been a battleground only for those below the universe venerable level, but now all of that had changed. Because the Great Race War had begun. With the outbreak of the Great Race War, universe venerables kept flashing across the Outer Realm battlefield. From time to time, universe masters clashed and even foreign universe masters fell. Friction grew ever greater, the strong were rising while the weak were falling. On this day, tremendous energy fluctuations on the Outer Realm battlefield directly alarmed those universe venerables. Quick! Universe masters are fighting. Let's go watch. Yes. Word has it that Lord Yen Di, the strongest universe master of our human race, is making his move this time. He will definitely be able to slay his opponent. The universe venerables of the human race and those of the alien races both flew toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Meanwhile, on the Yenji continent, two figures were battling in the void. One of them wore blood-red battle armor and blood-red wings and held a great blue spear in his hand. That person was none other than Yen Di. Opposite him was Mujin, a universe master of the demon race whose strength had reached the peak of the 5th tier. Boom! With a casual strike from Yen Di, a crimson universe spanning 10 billion kilometers enveloped Mujin. In the Primordial Universe, one could at most exert combat power at the peak of the 6th tier, so Yen Di did not use those super secret arts. Instead, he used secret arts at the universe master level. Struck by the attack, Mujin let out a miserable scream. Yen Di's strength was simply too great. Even when suppressed in the Primordial Universe, it was not something Mujin could handle. Yen Di, you're going too far. Even if you are stronger than me, it is impossible for you to kill me in the Primordial Universe. The bedraggled Mujin roared from afar. Hearing this, Yen Di suddenly burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. Mujin, this emperor can't kill you. Then try to see whether this emperor can kill you. As he spoke, Yen Di raised the cloud-piercing spear and stabbed at Mujin dozens of times, each thrust reaching the peak of the 6th tier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With each spear thrust from Yen Di, a miniature universe more than 10 billion kilometers in diameter enveloped Mujin. These dozens of miniature universes stacked together, forming an enormous mystic rune formation that trapped Mujin completely within. Break for me. Mujin was a special life form of the demon race, shaped like a giant with 1 eye and 8 arms. Holding a great cleaver in each of his 8 arms, he struggled desperately to break open Yen Di's trap. Unfortunately, the two were simply not on the same level. No matter how Mujin attacked, the mystic rune formation formed by those dozens of miniature universes did not move in the slightest. Just then universe venerables of all the major races arrived. Is that? Miejin of the demon race is being suppressed by Yendi. Lord Yendi is truly too strong. The universe venerables who rushed over were all stunned. They were fellow universe masters, and yet, even within the primordial universe, Yendi was actually beating down Miejin. How strong then was Yendi's true power? From afar, the mystic rune formation formed by Yendi's attack looked like dozens of miniature universes, each over 10 billion kilometers in diameter, imprisoning Miejin inside. Meanwhile, Miejin struggled inside the mystic rune formation, desperately fending off attacks from all directions. Hold on. The one-eyed, eight-armed Miejin let out blood-curdling screams. He could feel his divine body rapidly weakening, already approaching its limit. Watching Miejin struggle, Yendi let out a cold snort. Humph! This emperor can't kill you. Watch whether this emperor can kill you. Yendi's strength simply could not be judged by common sense. The primordial universe did impose a suppression, preventing him from unleashing power beyond the peak of the 6th tier at one time. But if one strike was not enough, then fusing several attacks together was surely enough. Just as in the past when they joined forces against Luofeng, the combined strike of nearly 1,000 universe masters had reached the peak of the 10th tier. Moreover, Yendi was the inheritor of the endless lineage. The combat techniques and experience within it were beyond anything the Universe C could compare with. Perhaps Yendi could not unleash dozens of peak 9th tier attacks in an instant. But unleashing dozens of peak 6th tier attacks in an instant was still possible. The mystic rune formation formed from these attacks had enough power to reach the peak of the 8th tier, making it entirely possible to kill Miejin. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yendi sent nearly 10 more attacks at Miejin, who was still resisting his attack. The previous attacks had not yet dissipated. The new attacks were added into it, making the mystic rune formation even more powerful. And just then Yendi suddenly received a voice transmission from Lord Huangjian. Yendi, act quickly and stop playing around. That old bastard demon ancestor Jin has gone berserk. We can't hold on much longer. Hearing Lord Huangjian's voice transmission, Yendi knew that the strongest figures of the 3 supreme races might finally be making their moves. The human race's Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord had not yet taken action. Even the Giant Axe creator was still adventuring in the Qingfeng realm. In that case, I won't play with you any longer. Then go die. The smile on Yendi's face turned ferocious, and he said softly, nightfall. Boom! An invisible blast of will shot toward Miejin. Miejin, who had been resisting, collapsed on the spot without the slightest warning. Miejin of the demon race, obediently become this emperor's sole servant. Yendi looked at the unconscious Miejin and walked over. Miejin possessed avatars. Even if he were killed or suppressed, he could not truly be killed. Only a soul attack, either enslavement or scattering his will with a direct blast of will, could truly do it. For one thing, Yendi was not proficient in soul attacks. For another, he could not scatter Miejin's will with a will blast, since Miejin's will had barely reached the level of the strongest. Thus soul enslavement was the only option. Other universe masters in the Universe C might not be able to enslave another universe master, but Yendi could. Having inherited the endless lineage, Yendi naturally possessed the ability to enslave a universe master. Besides, the current Miejin had no strength left to resist. In truth, this was the human race's scheme to enslave the universe masters of foreign races one by one and gradually destroy them from within. Yendi directly took the unconscious Miejin into the Luaha Heavenly Hall. Quick! Report to the demon ancestor. Lord Miejin has been suppressed by Yendi. A universe venerable of the demon race hurriedly reported to the demon race. At that moment, inside the Luaha Heavenly Hall, Yendi was looking at Miejin, who remained unconscious. He placed his hand on Miejin's forehead, separated a strand of his own soul, and sent it deep into Miejin's soul, directly enslaving him as his sole servant. Before long, Miejin woke up. He glanced around in a daze, then walked to Yendi and said, Miejin greets his master. Yendi nodded. Now self-destruct this avatar immediately. Then go back and tell demon ancestor Jun that after being suppressed by me you escaped by self-destructing. Then lie low in the demon race and await my orders. Yes. Boom. Without the slightest resistance, Miejin self-destructed. Miejin's status in the demon race was second only to demon ancestor Jin. With him serving as an insider, the human race could be said to have absolute control over the demon race. Yendi, did you succeed? With the help of the insect empress and the mechanical father god, demon ancestor Jin has already broken through our blockade. Lord Huangjian sent another voice transmission. I have succeeded. You should withdraw as well. There is no need to prolong the fight. In an instant, Yendi and the human universe masters withdrew from the outer realm battlefield and returned to camp. When demon ancestor Jin arrived and learned that Miejin had escaped, he too left the outer realm battlefield. Meanwhile, in the human camp, the universe masters were celebrating. Yendi, a toast to you. Yes, a toast to Yendi. Come, everyone drink. Here's to the victory of our human race in battle. Indeed, to the victory of our human race in battle. While the human universe masters were joyfully drinking and celebrating, the camps of the three supreme races were filled with gloom. Empress, the strength that the human race has displayed is getting greater and greater. Can we really hold them off? Demon Ancestor Zhen said without confidence. Ever since Demon Ancestor Meng was suppressed, the one left to stand alone was likely to collapse at any moment. Although no one knew that it was Yan Di who had suppressed Demon Ancestor Meng, many guessed that Meng might have been trapped in the core regions of the three forbidden lands or some such place. Demon Ancestor Zhen, don't be disheartened. We are all supreme races. Can it really be that the three supreme races working together cannot deal with the human race? As Demon Ancestor Zhen and the Insect Empress were discussing, the mechanical Father God, who had been silent all along, said something that silenced everyone. Don't forget, you two. The ones now fighting us are only the universe masters of the human race. Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord have yet to make a move. At the words of the mechanical Father God, Demon Ancestor Zhen and the Empress both fell silent. That's right. Those who have been fighting us all along are merely the human universe masters. Their strongest have not yet made a move. In these few short millennia, with the eruption of the Great Race War, the three supreme races had already exhausted all their strength. The human race, however, had only used a portion of its universe master's strength, and even so the three supreme races kept suffering repeated losses. In the Primordial Universe, one could only exert the power of a Super Universe Master peak 6th tier, yet the human race had already revealed 4 Super Universe Masters. Even the weakest of the other participating Universe Masters were at the peak of the 4th tier. Moreover, there was clearly a gap of 1 full level between the supreme treasures of the two sides. Since the war began, not a single human Universe Master had fallen, while the three supreme races were already severely damaged. Just as the atmosphere in the camps of the three supreme races was growing oppressive, the human universe masters once again received good news. The giant axe creator had obtained an ultimate supreme treasure, the divine axe, in the Qingfeng realm. Though the human race currently possesses several pinnacle supreme treasures, what race would ever complain of having too many supreme treasures? Let alone pinnacle supreme treasures. Moreover, this divine axe is extremely well suited to giant axe. In his hands, it can unleash 200% of its full might. Emperor Yan and the others had never ceased suppressing the three pinnacle races. In less than a mere 1,000 years, Emperor Yan had enslaved nearly 10 universe masters of the alien races. Among those universe masters, however, only 2 were from the insect race, and they were among the weaker ones. With nearly 10 universe masters acting as moles within the 3 pinnacle races, those races were directly beaten down by humanity. Now they focused mainly on defense, cowering in their camps without daring to come out. One day Emperor Yan suddenly received a message from the Chaos City Lord asking him to come to the virtual universe. Though Emperor Yan wondered what the Chaos City Lord wanted, he still sent a sliver of his consciousness into the virtual universe. Chaos, what did you call me here for? Just as Emperor Yan was greeting the Chaos City Lord, a wild savage aura swept over. Giant Axe, you've come too. Giant Axe turned his gaze to the Chaos City Lord and asked Chaos, what is it that you've summoned the two of us for? There stood the Chaos City Lord, who had now broken through to become a supreme. Clad in a strange golden robe, he had eyes that vaguely harbored the destruction and birth of universes, and his entire body radiated a steady, imposing aura. Emperor Yan, Giant Axe. My disciple Luo Feng perished together with the Wuhuan Lord of the Divine Eye Clan at Yanshui Lake. His supreme treasure, the Silver Wings, and the Wuhuan Lord's Mad Demon Godslaying Armor are treasures second only to pinnacle supreme treasures. May I ask one of you to go and bring those supreme treasures back? The depths of Yanshui Lake were extremely dangerous. Only a supreme or a universe master with a palace-type pinnacle supreme treasure could survive within. Since the Chaos City Lord had just broken through, and was still stabilizing his strength, only Emperor Yan or Giant Axe could go. Hearing this, Giant Axe pondered for a moment and said, these 2 supreme treasures are worth the trip. I'll set off immediately. Chaos, you continue stabilizing your strength. Emperor Yan, you continue overseeing the suppression of the alien races in the Primordial Universe. With that, Giant Axe turned to leave, but Emperor Yan suddenly thought of something. Wait, Giant Axe. Emperor Yan recalled that in the original story those 2 true lords had come to flex their muscles only to be thrashed by Giant Axe. After that incident, Giant Axe seemed never to appear again, and eventually he fell in battle. Since the Divine Eye Clan had come to flex their muscles this time, then humanity now also needed to flex its muscles toward the Universe C. The only thing missing now was a stage. After all, the Primordial Universe was hardly the ideal place to display one's power. Wasn't the Divine Eye Clan itself a perfect stage? Hearing Emperor Yan's call, Giant Axe looked at him in confusion. What's the matter? Is there something else? It's like this, Giant Axe. This time, perhaps. Emperor Yan told Giant Axe his idea. Giant Axe and the Chaos City Lord stared at Emperor Yen, their faces brimming with excitement. Are you saying our human race can also go pull the Divine Eye Clan's tiger whiskers? No. Right now our human race is also a mighty tiger. Emperor Yen shook his head. With a pinnacle supreme treasure in hand, Giant Axe could fully unleash Tier 10 combat power, already close to the limit of a supreme. And the Chaos City Lord, having just broken through, was hardly weaker. Let alone Emperor Yen, whose strength went without saying. The composed Chaos City Lord suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Emperor Yen. Emperor Yen, aren't we being a little impulsive? After all, the Divine Eye Clan. Before the Chaos City Lord could finish, the Giant Axe creator also drew a deep breath and said, no. Chaos, we have already grown strong. Our fangs are already long enough to show, right? Giant Axe is right. Our human race's fangs can already reach toward. As he spoke, Emperor Yen clenched his fists tightly, looked at the Chaos City Lord, and uttered 3 words: the universe see. This. For a moment the Chaos City Lord found it hard to believe, but Giant Axe's next words settled the decision for him. Chaos. The moment I obtained the Divine Axe, my strength had already broken through. I can now rival Yuan Zhu. What? Emperor Yen and the Chaos City Lord stared at the Giant Axe creator in excitement. The Giant Axe creator had actually broken through again, and his combat power could rival that of Yuan Zhu. Really? The Chaos City Lord asked in disbelief. Really? The instant I laid eyes on the Divine Axe, I received profound enlightenment and directly created the 16th axe. The mystic art mastery of this axe strike has fully reached the 9th tier level. With the Divine Axe and the Waterfire Secret Art enhancing it, I can now unleash peak Tier 10 combat power. Giant Axe said all of this in one breath. After hearing his words, the Chaos City Lord no longer hesitated in the slightest. Good. Then we'll do as Emperor Yen says. It's time for our human race to bear our fangs. The 3 supreme leaders of the human race clasped hands, each seeing excitement blazing in the other's eyes. Our human race's fangs are already strong enough. Every obstacle standing before our rise will be torn to shreds by them. This was the heartfelt conviction of the Giant Axe creator, the Chaos City Lord Emperor Yen, and that being who had been silently watching over them all along. No one knew that a storm sweeping across the entire universe sea was about to descend. The rise of the human race had already become unstoppable. After Luo Feng killed the Wuhuan Lord at Yanshui Lake, he was rescued by Zuoshanke. Meanwhile, the Wuhuan Lord's avatar immediately reported the matter to the first true Lord. The frenzied powerhouses of the first reincarnation era, especially the Divine Eye Clan, the strongest race in the universe sea apart from the 2 holy lands, immediately realized that their divine dignity had been violated. They dispatched the 3rd true Lord and the 6th true Lord to flex their muscles and proclaim that the dignity of the Divine Eye Clan was inviolable. When the 3rd true Lord and the 6th true Lord arrived, Jin Huang, the supreme of the second reincarnation era, was already there. Without even bothering to determine whether Jin Huang had taken the 2 supreme treasures, the 2 true Lords attacked him directly. After all, the 2 true Lords had come mainly to flex their muscles, and Jin Huang was more than enough of a stage for them. Powerful as the 2 true Lords were, Jin Huang possessed a palace-type pinnacle supreme treasure. They could not kill him anytime soon. Just then Zuoshanke sensed the energy fluctuations and brought Luo Feng along to watch the excitement. Unexpectedly, Giant Axe also showed up at that moment. Giant Axe, only the 2 holy lands and you humans know about the silver wings and the mad demon godslaying armor. I think your human race took them, the 3rd true Lord said arrogantly. In his eyes, Giant Axe was nothing more than a junior. How could he be a match for the combined strength of him and the 6th true Lord? And since Giant Axe had also come to flex his muscles, he could not be bothered to argue. With disheveled hair and a wild aura radiating from his entire body, Giant Axe said disdainfully, that's right, I took them. What are you Divine Eye Clan going to do about it? This Giant Axe creator, he. In Zuoshanke's palace, Luo Feng actually heard Giant Axe admit to taking them and grew anxious for a moment. Don't worry. Since Giant Axe dares to admit it, he naturally has a way to handle it. Zuoshanke said leisurely. Perhaps he had never truly cared about anyone in his eyes. Nurturing Luo Feng and Emperor Yen was merely for the sake of revenge. Roar. The 3rd true Lord let out a furious bellow. Weak primitive humans. How dare you look down on our Divine Eye Clan? I will annihilate your human race. Exterminate them. Exterminate them. The 6th true Lord echoed arrogantly. Exterminate us. Giant Axe suddenly fell silent, a terrifying aura radiating from his entire body, as the Waterfire Secret Art blazed up. Exterminate us? Are you even worthy of annihilating our human race? Humph. What do you intend to resist? A mere junior without even a pinnacle supreme treasure wants to resist our Divine Eye Clan. The 3rd true Lord gave a cold snort and spoke disdainfully. Enough, Star. Don't waste words with him. Just kill him outright. The 6th true Lord also said with a contemptuous look. At that moment, hearing the third and sixth True Lord's words, Giant Axe looked at them, as if they were already dead, and said coldly, "If you're going to act, do it quickly. In a moment you may not have the chance." "What? How dare you show us such contempt? Then die." The third True Lord drove his pinnacle supreme treasure, the star domain, at full power, and from within countless stars a hazy smiling man suddenly appeared. With a single thought, the eternal kingdom comes into being. The hazy man said softly, "The eternal kingdom transforms into billions of star beasts, and when they unite, the eternal true God." Boom! In the void, a 9-headed aberrant beast with 108 hoofed claws suddenly appeared, emitting a terrifying shriek from its mouths. "Eternal true God, kill him for me!" Roar! Bang! 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 The eternal true God howled and charged at the giant axe creator. Watching it rush toward him, the giant axe creator said contemptuously, "So this is the so-called eternal true God. Its might hasn't even reached the peak of the 9th tier. It's truly weak. Then let me play with you for a while." Bellow! A wild aura burst forth from the giant axe creator's body. Behind him 13 axe phantoms, each spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers, suddenly appeared. The 13th axe. Boom! As Giant Axe shouted, the 13 axe phantoms merged completely into his divine axe, and he struck viciously at the eternal true God. Boom! Bang! 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 Struck by the blow, the eternal true God was sent flying back 10 million kilometers, and the scales over its body seemed to begin shattering. I didn't expect the giant axe creator to be this powerful. The human race's potential is indeed terrifying. Zuoshanke murmured. Phew, thank goodness. The giant axe creator is fine. In Zuoshanke's palace, Luofeng let out a long sigh of relief. He had been terrified that if something happened to Giant Axe, his guilt would have been immense. "Ah, Giant Axe, you!" Jin Huang shrieked in a voice that sounded like a child's, clearly frightened by Giant Axe's strength. "Ah, this Giant Axe, your divine axe, is a pinnacle supreme treasure." The third True Lord stared at Giant Axe in disbelief. "It seems we'll have to use our full strength." The Star True Lord sensed that Giant Axe's strength was extremely formidable, so he directly fused his star hand into the eternal true God. At that moment, the eternal true God's power grew even greater. Bang! 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 Roar! The eternal true God howled once more and charged at the giant axe creator. Watching the eternal true God charge at him, once again Zhu Fu merely cast a contemptuous glance. Bellow! His disheveled hair flew wildly as a savage aura burst forth, and behind him appeared 14 axe silhouettes. 14th axe. As the gathering of power was completed, Zhu Fu gripped the divine axe with his brawny, powerful arms, and slashed forward. Wherever the axe shadow passed, the intensely condensed space shattered in waves like a broken mirror. Boom! The eternal true God, charging with a furious roar, was split apart by a single strike from Zhu Fu. The overwhelming might directly separated the 3 supreme treasures. How is this possible? True Lord Xingqian stared blankly at the supreme treasure in his hand, unable to imagine that the strength of one person could forcibly separate 3 supreme treasures. Ha ha ha! It is said that True Lord Xingqian's strength is second only to the first True Lord, but from what I see now, you are nothing more than this. Zhu Fu laughed wildly. Zhu Fu, you. Buy and say no more. Run. The 2 of us are no match for Zhu Fu at all. With that, True Lord Xingqian and True Lord Bian turned into beams of light, preparing to flee. Flee! Do you think you can escape? Zhu Fu held the divine axe, merging man and axe into one, and transformed into a giant axe that chased after them at 1,000 or 10,000 times the speed of light. Seeing Zhu Fu closing in, True Lord Xingqian shouted, Zhu Fu, do not go too far. Although the 2 of us are no match for you, we are still not in danger of falling. Hearing True Lord Xingqian say this, Zhu Fu retorted, oh, no danger to your lives. Then try my 15th axe. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color, and wind and clouds surged. Tremendous energy fluctuations came from the space where Zhu Fu stood, and behind him appeared 15 axe silhouettes, radiating monstrous might. The space enveloped by those 15 axe silhouettes seemed to form a miniature universe, and Zhu Fu appeared to be the core of that miniature universe. Ah! This is... True Lord Xingqian stared at Zhu Fu in fear. The pressure emanating from Zhu Fu seemed to remind him of the origin ancestor from long ago. That legend who had roamed the cosmic sea unchallenged. It seemed that an invincible existence had been born once more. What? Zhu Fu? Zhu Fu has actually touched that level. Zuoshanke looked at Zhu Fu in astonishment as well. This pressure had actually barely touched the limit of the supreme level. The 15th axe. Boom! As Zhu Fu unleashed the 15th axe with all his might, the entire space shattered. The overwhelming power left the 2 true lords completely incapable of resistance. A quick hide inside the palace-type supreme treasure. At the critical moment, the 2 true lords were utterly powerless to resist. The only thing they could do was desperately hide inside the palace-type supreme treasure. Boom! 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 The tremendous energy fluctuations caused all space within a region 1 light-year in diameter around the two true lords to shatter, completely turning it into a void. Oh, hiding inside a palace-type supreme treasure. Then let me seal you two forever. As he spoke, Jufu stretched out a giant hand that expanded to tens of millions of kilometers. Like the Buddha's palm, it pressed down toward the palace-type supreme treasure of the two true lords. Jufu, wait, are you truly going to make an enemy of our divine eye race? True Lord Xingqian's anxious voice came over. That's right. Jufu, even if you seal the two of us, our divine eye race still has the other 5 true lords. No matter how powerful you are, can you contend with our entire divine eye race? True Lord Bian hastily chimed in. They had truly been beaten into fear. Jufu was simply too strong. But little did they know that Jufu still had not used his full strength. When he heard the two true lords start invoking their backers, Jufu suddenly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Afraid of your divine eye race? How could our human race be afraid of your divine eye race? The two of you had better obediently let yourselves be sealed. As he spoke, Jufu once again reached out his giant hand toward the two true lords' palace-type supreme treasure. Xingqian, what should we do? That Jufu is a complete madman. If we are sealed by him, will there be any way for us to survive? True Lord Bian asked anxiously. Enough. Bian, don't panic. Jufu may be powerful, but he may not necessarily be able to kill me. Now the two of us will charge out of the palace-type supreme treasure together. I'll hold off Jufu first and then you run. I have already notified Xinyan and the others. They should be arriving soon. True Lord Xingqian said calmly. Alright. Now the only way the two true lords had even a sliver of hope to escape was to charge out of the palace-type supreme treasure, or otherwise they could only be sealed. Whoosh, whoosh. The two true lords charged out of the palace-type supreme treasure at the same time. True Lord Bian fled into the distance as soon as he came out, while True Lord Xingqian charged straight at Jufu. Jufu. This time the feud between the human race and our divine eye race is thoroughly set. You humans can just wait to be hunted down by our divine eye race. True Lord Xingqian activated the stellar domain and unleashed the eternal kingdom. Countless strange beasts surged toward Jufu. Watching True Lord Bian flee, Jufu showed no expression at all. Instead he looked at True Lord Xingqian with a mocking gaze and said softly, the ignorant truly know no fear. Facing the countless strange beasts rushing toward him, Jufu remained completely unmoved. He merely stood there as if entering some strange state, while wave after wave of mysterious, unfathomable fluctuation spread from behind him. This Jufu is truly too impulsive. Zuoshanke looked at Jufu and shook his head. In his view, Jufu's insistence on dealing with the divine eye race was perhaps an unwise choice. Master, the axe creator. Before Luofeng could finish speaking, he heard Zuoshanke cry out, this is, Jufu has actually reached it. Zuoshanke looked at Jufu in this moment, and Luofeng also looked over. The sight gave Luofeng a tremendous shock. The space where Jufu stood had already turned hazy and indistinct, as if vision could not penetrate it at all. Jufu's figure stood there with his eyes closed, surrounded by 16 colossal axe silhouettes. The space around him was like a universe made of axes. Master, exactly what level has Jufu's strength reached? Luofeng looked at Jufu with a shocked expression. At that moment, Jufu gave Luofeng the feeling that he had become an entire universe, as if Jufu could destroy all things in the world. Hearing Luofeng's questions, Zuoshanke calmed his emotions and said, your axe creator has reached. No, he hasn't reached it yet. He is a hair's breadth short. But he seems to have used some secret technique, making his strength fully comparable to the origin ancestor of that era. Jufu. He is comparable to the origin ancestor. Luofeng could not believe it. The origin ancestor was an invincible legend of the cosmic sea. He alone had silenced the entire cosmic sea, and other supremes would flee the moment they saw the origin ancestor from afar. And now Jufu had also become comparable to the origin ancestor. This Jufu. No, things have gotten out of hand today. I'd better withdraw right away. Jin Huang felt that today's events had somewhat surpassed his imagination. Neither Jufu's strength nor the divine eye race was something he could handle, so it was better to leave early. Inside the space shrouded by axe silhouettes, Jufu suddenly opened his eyes. The divine axe in his hand rapidly merged with his body, and Jufu transformed into a supergiant axe that stretched hundreds of millions of kilometers long. The 16th. Boom! The entire cosmic sea seemed to split apart. The universe formed by axes immediately poured into the supergiant axe that Jufu had become, slashing fiercely toward True Lord Xingqian. Bang! 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 The countless star beasts created by the stellar domain were all torn to shreds by the supergiant axe. The fierce axe light showed no sign of weakening as it slashed toward True Lord Xingqian. Block it for me! True Lord Xingqian frantically poured all his power into the stellar domain, trying to resist Jufu's attack. At the same time the stellar hand on his arm instantly stretched out and turned into a suit of black armor that protected him within. Xingqian. Already some distance away, True Lord Bian watched True Lord Xingqian being struck by Zhu Fu's axe and let out a howl of agony. The 7 true lords of the Divine Eye race were extremely close to one another. Since True Lord Xingqian had taken Zhu Fu's blow head-on to cover for him, how could he not feel heartbroken? No, Xingqian, hold on. Master and the others are almost here. When they arrive, the 7 true lords of our Divine Eye race will definitely kill Zhu Fu. We definitely will. True Lord Bian clenched his fist tightly and said viciously. Just then a cold voice came from behind him. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to see that moment. Who? True Lord Bian whipped around abruptly and saw 2 figures standing a light year away. One figure wore crimson battle armor, had a pair of wings on his back, and held a great spear in his hand. The other wore a strange golden robe whose eyes faintly contained the destruction of universes, and a pair of arm guards covered his powerful arms. Yendi Chaos City Lord. True Lord Bian stared at Yendi and Chaos City Lord warily. According to the information he had received, Yendi's strength had reached the level of a legendary universe master and Chaos City Lord had broken through to supreme. The 2 joining forces were enough to threaten him. Although True Lord Bian was wary, he still refused to yield verbally. One of you is a universe master and the other just broke through to supreme. Your strength isn't stable yet. Do the 2 of you really think you can stop me? Yendi did not even look at True Lord Bian. He only said to Chaos City Lord, Chaos, he's yours. I won't interfere. Chaos City Lord did not refuse. He walked steadily toward True Lord Bian. When True Lord Bian saw that Chaos City Lord actually planned to face him alone, he flew into a rage. Fine. I was originally worried that the 2 of you would join forces against me. I never expected you to be so arrogant as to duel me one-on-one. Today I'll let you know what a true expert is. Perhaps in True Lord Bian's eyes someone like Chaos City Lord, who had just broken through from a universe master to a supreme, had no supreme treasure and his mastery over secret arts was probably only at the peak of the 6th rank with at most a 7th rank secret art. A supreme of this level was not much stronger than a super universe master in his eyes, and his strength was not even greater than that of the blood-weeping lord. Whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Chaos City Lord approaching him, the verdant eye true monarch shot 2 beams of green light from his eyes toward Chaos City Lord. Humph! A soul attack. Facing the 2 soul attacks from the verdant eye true monarch, Chaos City Lord snorted coldly. The mountain-opening arm gauntlet on his arm rapidly extended, forming a dark green war armor that protected him within. At the very depths of Chaos City Lord's soul, a treasure second only to a supreme treasure suppressed his soul as well. Boom! Boom! Chaos City Lord directly unleashed 2 consecutive punches at the verdant eye true monarch, each strike carrying overwhelming might. During those 3,000 epochs of battling, the cloud-soaring giant Chaos City Lord had gained enormously, having learned a measure of the cloud-soaring giant's fist techniques. The cloud-soaring giant's 2 consecutive punches were a battle technique, and Chaos City Lord had evidently mastered it as well. Bang! The verdant eye true monarch was sent flying by those 2 punches, while his soul attack also drilled into Chaos City Lord's body. However, weakened by the war armor and the treasure, it failed to have any significant effect on Chaos City Lord. How is your attack power this formidable? The verdant eye true monarch stared at Chaos City Lord in shock. Those 2 punches just now were far beyond what a newly advanced supremacy should possess. Humph! There's no need for you to know that. Verdant eye true monarch, take another strike from me. Chaos City Lord held his left hand before his chest and raised his right hand high like an invincible sword. Open mountain. Boom! Chaos City Lord's palm slashed toward the verdant eye true monarch like a sharp sword. Facing the attack, the verdant eye true monarch struggled desperately once again, firing 2 green beams from his eyes at Chaos City Lord. Oh! Chaos City Lord is here too, and my disciple as well. This is getting more and more interesting. Zuoshanke watched leisurely as Chaos City Lord battled the verdant eye true monarch. Meanwhile, the Flame Emperor bowed from afar in greeting to Zuoshanke. Teacher Chaos has actually come as well. Second senior brother is here too. What on earth is going on? Luo Feng grew increasingly puzzled. What exactly were the Flame Emperor and the others trying to do? Hey! Zuoshanke let out a soft chuckle. He shook his head and said, This teacher does not know. All you need to do is watch carefully. But Luo Feng could only grow anxious with no way to intervene. With his current strength, he was still unable to intervene in a battle of this level. Boom! 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 Chaos City Lord hammered punch after punch toward the verdant eye true monarch, the mighty divine power rippling across nearly 10 light years. The verdant eye true monarch resisted with all his might, launching wave after wave of soul attacks at Chaos City Lord. Bang! 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 Rocks scattered wildly as space shattered. Chaos City Lord's fists were like rotary cannons slamming into the Verdant True Monarch, without pause, while the latter's attacks grew weaker with each passing moment. Damn it! Chaos City Lord actually possesses a supreme treasure, and his comprehension of secret arts is so profound. He doesn't seem like someone who just broke through to Universe Master. The Verdant True Monarch was already beginning to waver. Excellent. This Chaos City Lord truly lives up to being one of the 8 top-tier powerhouses of the future. He created a peak 7th order secret art not long after breaking through to Universe Master. Moreover, his comprehension of the mountain-opening arm gauntlet's secret patterns has reached a terrifying level. Even without the Waterfire secret art, he can unleash peak 8th order power. The Flame Emperor said quietly as he watched Chaos City Lord fighting in the distance. With peak 7th order secret art mastery augmented by the mountain-opening arm gauntlet, a purely offensive treasure, he could fully unleash peak 8th order combat power, gaining the upper hand over the Verdant True Monarch. If Chaos City Lord used the Waterfire secret art at this moment, his strength would reach the 9th order, completely suppressing the Verdant True Monarch. Chaos City Lord raised both hands, high palms pressed together, and a colossal blood-red greatsword formed from energy appeared above his head. The Verdant True Monarch's eyes also flickered with an eerie light, as if he were mustering some kind of attack. Heavenly Sword. Chaos City Lord's raised hand chopped fiercely toward the Verdant True Monarch like a giant sword, while the latter shot 2 green beams from his eyes that merged together in midair. They transformed into a violet aberrant beast that shot toward Chaos City Lord. Boom! The blood-red greatsword sent the Verdant True Monarch flying. As for the violet beast, it plunged into Chaos City Lord's body, forcing him to retreat 9 steps. Cough. Good. I never imagined that you primal humans not only produce 2 terrifying existences like Ancestor Yuan and Axe Creator, even a youngster who broke through less than an epoch ago is this formidable. The Verdant True Monarch coughed up trickles of blood from the corner of his mouth, staring at Chaos City Lord in shock. Chaos City Lord replied calmly, Verdant True Monarch, you flatter me. Though I can overpower you and might even defeat you with my full strength, killing you is absolutely impossible. What? Full strength? The Verdant True Monarch looked at Chaos City Lord in even greater shock and shouted, impossible. Impossible? How can you still not be using your full strength? How can a newly broken through brat be this powerful? It was well known that in the entire God Eye clan only the 1st True Monarch and the 3rd True Monarch were fully confident in defeating the 6th True Monarch. The 1st True Monarch, hailed as the strongest being in the Cosmic Sea, had peak 9th order power, and possessed 3 supreme treasures. The 3rd True Monarch also had 9th order strength, and possessed 2 supreme treasures. Could a Chaos City Lord who had just broken through truly match the 3rd True Monarch? Just as the 6th True Monarch was stunned, a rough voice rang out, ha ha ha. Chaos, you still haven't dealt with your opponent. I've already sealed the 3rd True Monarch. Impressive, aren't I? Ah, Axe Creator. You? The 6th True Monarch looked at Axe Creator in even greater horror. Xingqian was sealed? Humph. The Flame Emperor sneered at the shocked 6th True Monarch. The might of my race is beyond your imagination. Back then Ancestor Yuan silenced the Cosmic Sea in fear. Today we can do the same. Flame Emperor, a mere Universe Master like you dares to be arrogant. My God Eye clan still has 5 other True Monarchs. Once they arrive, your death will be sealed. The 6th True Monarch declared arrogantly. TCH, a dead duck still talks tough. The Flame Emperor said disdainfully, then said to Chaos City Lord, Chaos, stop using him for practice. Use your full strength. The other 5 True Monarchs will be here soon. That's enough for us to practice on. Right? Axe Creator nodded as well. Let's settle this quickly. Chaos City Lord nodded. Boom. The divine power within Chaos City Lord seemed to boil, as he activated the Waterfire secret art, his aura surging by a large margin. Bang, bang, bang. Chaos City Lord knew there was no time to waste. The 6th True Monarch had to be dealt with swiftly, for the other 5 True Monarchs who would arrive later were the true enemies. This time Chaos City Lord held nothing back, striking the 6th True Monarch with everything he had. Fist after fist formed from divine power hammered into the 6th True Monarch. Wherever Chaos City Lord's fist shadows passed, the very space around the flame water lake shattered in waves, sending dozens of light years into an uproar. Whoa! So strong! Is this Chaos City Lord's true strength? The 6th True Monarch spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. I never expected that even Chaos City Lord's strength would be this overwhelming. I wonder how my disciple's strength compares now. Zuoshanke looked at the Flame Emperor with some anticipation. This, Teacher Chaos, is actually this powerful. Luo Feng could hardly believe it either. He had always thought Chaos City Lord was merely powerful among Universe Masters, but never did he imagine that even after breaking through to become a supremacy, Chaos City Lord's strength would be so overwhelming. At that moment an uproar broke out within the God Eye clan, as the 7 true monarchs quarreled endlessly. Third brother, were you really sealed by Axe? Is Axe's strength comparable to Ancestor Yuan's? The second true monarch asked in disbelief. What? Sixth brother says Chaos City Lord's strength can match third brother's, and he even possesses a supreme treasure. The fourth true monarch found it hard to believe as well. Teacher, I can't hold on much longer. I'm about to be sealed. You must save me. The sixth true monarch begged the first true monarch. God, I act now. How can the dignity of my God I clan be trampled by the insignificant primal human race? This time we must kill Axe Creator and Chaos City Lord. Let the Cosmic Sea understand who the true overlord is. The second true monarch said furiously. Yes, God, I act now. Teacher, give the order. Suddenly the first true monarch, who had been silent with closed eyes, opened them and shot out a terrifying glare. He snorted coldly, humph. Back then even Ancestor Yuan did not dare to humiliate my God I clan. Axe, a mere brat dares to seal a powerhouse of my God I clan. This time with our 5 true monarchs striking together, we will surely kill Axe and Chaos City Lord. Yes, 5 true monarchs strike together and slay Chaos City Lord and Axe Creator. The 5 true monarchs of the God I clan had mad glints in their eyes. As powerhouses of the first reincarnation era, what wouldn't they dare to do? Moreover, Axe's sealing of the third true monarch was practically an open declaration of war against the God I clan. How could the God I clan possibly back down? Just then the first true monarch said, Axe Creator is powerful. We 5 true monarchs will set out after we have gathered. The 5 true monarchs of the God I clan understood that since Axe Creator could seal the third true monarch, his strength might very well rival Ancestor Yuan's. He was not someone any one of them could handle, so naturally they would gang up on Axe Creator. Just as the 5 true monarchs were preparing to set out, the battle between Chaos City Lord and the 6th true monarch had reached a fever pitch. The 6th true monarch had already been beaten into coughing up blood again and again by Chaos City Lord. In the end, he actually fled into a palace-type treasure. Axe Creator laughed as he watched the 6th true monarch hide inside the palace-type treasure. This verdant eye has been beaten into fright. He's probably hiding in that palace-type treasure waiting for the other 5 true monarchs to come save him. After all, the verdant eye true monarch's palace-type treasure was on a level second only to supreme treasures. Unless some core region of the 3 supreme danger zones were involved, it could not be destroyed. Thus hiding inside the palace-type treasure was still quite safe for him. Humph! Since he wants to hide in a palace-type treasure, then let him be sealed forever. The Flame Emperor watched the verdant eye true monarch hide in his palace-type treasure and sneered coldly. Whoosh! The Luo River Heaven Hall flew out from the Flame Emperor's hand, expanding until it was hundreds of millions of kilometers in size. An immense devouring force enveloped the verdant eye true monarch's palace-type treasure. Ah! Hold on! The verdant eye true monarch wildly burned his divine power, trying to resist the Luo River Heaven Hall's suction. But it was useless. Boom! As the verdant eye true monarch's palace-type treasure shrank, he was forcibly sealed within it by the Flame Emperor. What? Bian, you have been suppressed too. Damn it! Cursed human race. This time I will make you understand that the Xinyan tribe is not to be provoked. In the universe sea, the first true lord, who was rushing toward the universe boat, let out a deeply somber voice. Clearly what Yan Di and the others had done had enraged the Xinyan tribe to the very core. Kill, kill, kill. Swear to slaughter the human race. Exterminate the primordial humans. When the other true lords learned that Bian True Lord had been sealed, they were all consumed with fury. Their hatred for humanity burned into the depths of their souls. How long has it been? No one has dared to offend the Xinyan tribe so brazenly. Not even the skeleton tribe. Even Yuan, once invincible, never went this far. Yet now 3 little fellows have done exactly that. And they have done it so ruthlessly. Zuoshanke looked at Yan Di Jufu, Chaos City Lord, and the others, shaking his head. Perhaps they truly possess the strength for it. A great storm is about to rise and a splendid show is about to unfold. How could I miss it? In Zuoshanke's eyes, the battle of Yan Di and the others was nothing more than children playing house, a mere scuffle. It was only a good show. Master Chaos Jufu, second senior brother, do your best. Luo Feng silently prayed for Yan Di and the others in his heart. Luo Feng could not understand why one small incident of his had set the entire human race against the Xinyan tribe. Little did he know that this had been a plan from the very beginning. Yan Di and the others had needed a stage. A stage on which to display how powerful and inviolable the human race's muscles truly were. What? Jufu took on Xingqian True Lord and Bian True Lord by himself and even defeated them. Is that real? What? Chaos City Lord, a little fellow who just broke through, could overpower Bian True Lord? Who told you that? Ha ha ha. The Xinyan tribe has suffered a humiliating setback this time. How could our skeleton tribe miss out on such a good thing? Hurry! It is said that Jufu the creator's strength rivals Yuan's. and that he has already gone to war with the Xinyan tribe. Let us hurry over to watch. Perhaps we can even snatch a few benefits. What had moved Jin Huang, who had already left, to do so, no one could say. He actually spread the news that Jufu had fought fiercely against the two true lords. The Universe C, indeed the entire Primordial Universe, knew that the human race and the Xinyan tribe had gone to war. It was rumored that Jufu's strength rivaled Yuan's, and some powerhouses even saw the other 5 true lords rushing toward the Universe C. For a time, countless powerhouses flocked to the Universe boat to watch the battle, each harboring different intentions. Perhaps to fish in troubled waters, perhaps to watch the excitement, perhaps for other reasons. Whatever their motives, the nearby powerhouses of the Universe C all rushed to Yanshui Lake to witness the battle. Regardless of what the other powerhouses of the Universe C thought, Jufu Chaos City Lord and Yendi were leisurely chatting. Yendi, I truly envy your Luaha Heavenly Palace. Its might is so formidable that you directly suppressed Bian True Lord in a single move. When will I ever have a palace-type supreme treasure of my own? Jufu said, enviously staring at Yendi's Luaha Heavenly Palace. After all, palace-type treasures were the most precious and indestructible among treasures of the same rank. And as for a palace-type supreme treasure, no force in the Universe C could destroy it. With a palace-type supreme treasure in hand, one could almost swagger unimpeded through the Universe C. Hearing this, Yendi chuckled lightly. Jufu, don't be so impatient. Look. Each of those 2 true lords carries 3 supreme treasures. Will it really be that hard to get you a palace-type supreme treasure later? But Chaos City Lord shook his head. How could it be that easy? Besides, we still do not know how this matter will end. Those lunatics of the Xinyan tribe are not to be trifled with. Chaos, why must you always raise others' prestige and deflate our own morale? Are you afraid that the 3 of us cannot defeat their 5 true lords? Jufu said, rather displeased after hearing Chaos City Lord's words. No, I am simply worried. After all, we are facing the Xinyan tribe. Chaos City Lord shook his head. The Xinyan tribe was a terrifying raving race. Rumors said that they had once obtained the complete inheritance of an ancient civilization, and they possessed 7 true lords, and nearly 100 universe masters. Their power was unfathomable. Chaos, you need not worry. Remember that our human race's fangs are already sharp and strong enough. Yendi said with a light smile. This time Yendi and the others had made many preparations for challenging the Xinyan tribe. It could be said that everything was ready with only the east wind lacking. Moreover, as a precaution, Yendi had even brought his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar. Once any truly unresolvable danger appeared, Yendi would release the Bloodthirsty Vine avatar, and with a single will attack all those scum in the Universe C. With a combat power of only 5 would be doomed to die. In truth, this battle was merely a game to Yendi, a game to sharpen the human race's fangs. The reason humanity had not gone all out against the 3 pinnacle races of the Primordial Universe was simply that they were not qualified to let humanity sharpen its fangs. Yendi, Jufu, the creator, and Chaos City Lord quietly awaited the arrival of the 5 true lords. That wait lasted 700 years. After all, the 5 true lords were scattered in different parts of the Universe C, so they could not possibly arrive at once. During those 700 years, Yendi and the others sensed more than a dozen powerful presences nearby, universe masters and even several supreme beings. Yet Yendi and the others did not call them out because there was no need. Since this was a display of muscle, the more spectators the better the effect. Humph, this human race is truly arrogant. For 700 years they did not flee. They have been waiting for us at Yanshui Lake all along. It seems humanity intends to oppose our Xinyan tribe to the very end. Outside the universe boat, the 5 true lords of the Xinyan tribe could never have imagined that Jufu and the others would not flee after sealing away the 2 true lords. They had been waiting for them the entire time. Worried that Yendi and the others might escape, the true lords had even posted powerful watchers. Never did they expect humanity to be so audacious. Humph, since humanity courts death, let us grant their wish. Move out, the first true lord said coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures radiating overwhelming pressure from their entire beings shot into the universe boat at a speed transcending the laws of cosmic motion, charging straight at Yendi and the others. Oh, they are already almost here. Moments after the 5 true lords plunged into the universe boat, Yendi and the others received the news. Though Yendi and the others were brimming with confidence, they were not foolishly arrogant. Oh, of course they had stationed lookouts outside the universe boat. Good. Jufu Chaos, it is time to go to work. The 5 true lords are almost here. Yendi sent a telepathic message to Jufu and Chaos City Lord. With the transcendent speed and overwhelming power of the 5 supreme beings, they would reach Yanshui Lake within a few years. Oh, almost here. The divine axe in my hand is already seething. Jufu's wild hair thrashed as he spoke, his battle intent surging like a tidal wave. I too have awaited this moment for a long time. The glory of our human race. I have waited for this for so long. Even Chaos City Lord, usually so grave, could not help murmuring with excitement. Luofeng, I imagine you are still lurking inside Zuoshanke's palace-type supreme treasure, watching in silence. Perhaps you are cursing your helplessness, hating your own weakness. Today I Yendi will prove to you, no to this world, that I Yendi am also capable of making the human race rise and bringing it glory and radiance. As for you, just watch my back from the shadows. At this moment Yendi's heart was too complicated for words. Perhaps you will be the protagonist later, but right now the protagonist is me. Yendi gripped the cloud-piercing spear, wore the crimson Tianqing war armor, and a pair of scarlet wings beat fiercely behind him. His entire body blazed with sky-soaring battle intent. Within 100 billion kilometers around Yendi, space shattered and energy surged. Those churning energies alone were enough to kill universe masters below the 5th rank. A light year to Yendi's right, Jufu was equally ablaze with battle intent, wielding a black divine axe and clad in the sky-blue supreme treasure armor, Manhuang armor. He stood there majestic and imposing, radiating a cutting, overbearing momentum that declared, if not me then who? A light year to Yendi's left stood Chaos City Lord, the paramount authority of the virtual universe, one of humanity's 3 titans and humanity's chief executor. His aura and pressure were the gentlest and most tranquil of the 3, yet no one dared to underestimate him. A supreme being who had broken through to Universe Master less than an epoch ago could already defeat by and true Lord. This alone was enough to prove his strength and potential. This human race is truly extraordinary. A hidden powerhouse murmured. None of the 3 concealed their terrifying auras. Now a one glance was enough to roughly gauge how terrifying their strength was. Has Yendi truly become this powerful? Back then his strength was roughly equal to mine. Now, judging by his aura and pressure, he seems to have left me far behind. And both his armor and spear appear to be supreme treasures. A powerhouse clad in blood-red armor with a blood-colored greatsword slung across his back spoke from the shadows. He was the legendary universe master of the cosmos, Lord Qishue. When Yendi and Lord Qishue first crossed blows, their strength had been closely matched, or in fact Yendi had been a trace weaker. But now Yendi far surpassed Lord Qishue in both strength and supreme treasures. Haha, good. This disciple of mine truly has not disappointed me. Since Yendi had not concealed the might of the Tianqing war armor and the cloud-piercing spear, Zuoshanke naturally identified them as supreme treasures. Moreover, with Zuoshanke's discerning eye, the very instant Yendi made his move to seal by and true Lord, he had already judged that the Luoha Heavenly Palace was a supreme treasure, and by no means an ordinary one. Master, is second senior brother's strength truly comparable to the supreme being's? Wasn't it said that the strongest universe master in the Universe C is only at the 6th rank? Luofeng looked at Yendi, whose aura was domineering and unfathomable, and asked. Though he could not determine Yendi's exact power, he was certain that it definitely could not be measured by a mere 6th rank. Humph! 6th rank. The Universe C. Luofeng, you must remember. The Universe C is not as simple as you imagine. The 6th rank is even more of a joke. Lord Qishue of the 2nd reincarnation era once defeated a supreme being. His strength is by no means only 6th rank. Zuoshanke snorted contemptuously. As the divine king of Jin, what genius had he never seen? The claim that the strongest universe master was at most 6th rank was in his eyes an absolute joke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zuoshanke and Luofeng were conversing, 5 figures bearing terrifying auras arrived. They were none other than the 5 true lords of the Xinyan tribe. Oh, so you've come. Emperor Yen watched with keen interest the 5 true lords who made no effort to conceal their auras. Evidently these 5 had already reached the peak of fury. Great axe. A heaven-shaking roar erupted from the first true lord's mouth, his voice seething with rage and murderous intent. Strands of rippling force surged toward Great Axe and his companions. Humph! Great Axe creator stepped forward and let out a cold snort. In the same way, invisible ripples surged toward the first true lord and directly shattered his attack. Divine Eye, if you want to fight, then fight. At your level, why resort to such petty tricks? Good, good, good. Xingchen said your strength might very well rival Yuan. I didn't believe at first that a mere young fellow could be that powerful. Now it seems that even if you are not Yuan's equal, the gap is probably insignificant. Your strength truly earns my admiration. After Yuan, you are the 2nd person I have ever admired. The first true lord looked at Great Axe and shouted his approval. Great Axe also stared at the first true lord with surging battle intent, his rough, unadorned voice unable to conceal his sky-piercing fighting spirit. Divine Eye, I have long wanted to cross blows with you, the strongest expert of the Universe C. Today let me see whether you truly have what it takes to be called the strongest expert of the Universe C. Ha ha ha, good. Then today I'll also try whether you possess the skill of Yuan back in his prime. The first true lord burst into laughter. Just as Great Axe and the first true lord were about to come to blows, Emperor Yen suddenly spoke. To deal with you, how could Great Axe creator need to make a move? This emperor alone is more than enough. You, ha, ha ha ha. A universe master actually dares to imagine fighting me. How utterly absurd. When the first true lord heard that Emperor Yen intended to fight him, he could not help bursting into laughter. As the divine eye who had roamed the universe sea for nearly 3 kalpas, he had never encountered a universe master bold enough to challenge him. Emperor Yen, you are a defeated opponent of mine. How could you possibly handle my master's strength? Don't think you are so remarkable just because you obtained 2 supreme treasures. In my master's hands you could not last 3 moves. I alone am more than enough to deal with you. Suddenly hearing that Emperor Yen wanted to fight the first true lord, the 7th true lord addressed him arrogantly. Old dog, you are looking for death. Fight with this emperor. You are not worthy. Emperor Yen shot the 7th true lord a disdainful glance. Emperor Yen, you. Good. Since you want to fight my master, don't you even have the confidence to defeat me? If so, how can you fight my master? Enraged, the 7th true lord suddenly fell back on provocation. Humph. Since you want to die, this emperor will grant your wish. Good. Emperor Yen, you are arrogant enough, but arrogance must be backed by real strength. Last time I could beat you until you were utterly routed, and this time I can do the same. The 7th true lord was so enraged beyond measure by Emperor Yen, that all he desired was to use his ice cliff fortress to seal Emperor Yen away. Then he would bring him back and torment him thoroughly. Old 7, kill him. Yes, dispose of this arrogant Emperor Yen. Old 7, don't make our divine eye race lose face. The first true lord also watched Emperor Yen, and the 7th true lord with great interest, and said with a smile, Old 7, don't disappoint your master. Yes, master. I will not disappoint you, nor will I disgrace our divine eye race. The 7th true lord said solemnly. Come, Emperor Yen. Boom. The 7th true lord hurled the ice cliff fortress into the void. There it swelled in size and slowly transformed into a colossal divine eye. Immediately after, the 7th true lord merged with that divine eye, and became a one-eyed giant towering 100 billion kilometers high. Roar. Emperor Yen, my strength has already broken through. Even if you have obtained 2 supreme treasures, you are still no match for me. The distant one-eyed giant formed by the 7th true lord roared at Emperor Yen. The divine eye race had once obtained a complete ancient inheritance as well. Though it was not much to speak of, its level was obviously far above the secret techniques and secret arts of the universe sea. At the very least, a secret art like this, merging with a supreme treasure to transform into a divine beast, was rarely seen in the universe sea apart from those who cultivated the beast god path. Back then, when the 7th true lord fought Emperor Yen, he could only transform the ice cliff fortress into a one-eyed attack. He could not truly merge with it. But now, after making his breakthrough, the 7th true lord could fully merge with the ice cliff fortress and become one with it. Humph. This emperor is not the same emperor as back then either. Emperor Yen looked at the one-eyed giant formed by the 7th true lord and sneered. Roar. Whoosh. The one-eyed giant bellowed in fury, and from his single eye a terrible crimson beam shot out, streaking toward Emperor Yen. Wherever the crimson beam passed, space shattered and might flooded the heavens. Good. Old 7's strength has grown far greater. He can now use human treasure unity all on his own. The first true lord watched the 7th true lord now transformed into the one-eyed giant with approval. Apart from you, Divine Eye and Xing Chun, I doubt any other member of our Divine Eye race dares to claim superiority over Old 7. Besides, his treasure is a supreme palace-class treasure. Even if he cannot win, he will never be in any mortal danger. The second true lord nodded as well. Emperor Yen watched the crimson beam shooting toward him and shouted, Good. War Dragon Strike. A resonant ring sounded as Emperor Yen thrust his cloud-piercing spear at the one-eyed giant. A golden divine dragon 100 billion kilometers long roared and soared toward the giant. Wherever the golden divine dragon passed, heaven and earth were devastated. It carried an overbearing, world-destroying momentum, as if no power could possibly stand in its way. What is Emperor Yen doing? He didn't use the water-fire secret art. The humans do not know that Emperor Yen also has the meteor secret art. Great Axe frowned. If Emperor Yen did not use the divine power-burning secret art, he might not be able to defeat the 7th true lord. Hey, Great Axe, don't be anxious. Don't you know Emperor Yan's temperament? He would never do anything without certainty. Chaos City Lord said with a soft laugh, clearly having absolute confidence in Emperor Yen. Haha, right? I was overthinking things. Great Axe suddenly understood and laughed heartily. In that instant, when the Divine Eye Race and Great Axe's group exchanged words, the golden divine dragon collided with the crimson beam shot out by the 7th true lord. Boom, boom, boom. Where the crimson beam and the golden divine dragon collided, explosions blazed and smoke billowed. Space spanning almost 10 light years shattered again, and again, turning into an expanse of nothingness. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The golden divine dragon and the crimson beam cancelled each other out, each consuming the other. Roar. Seeing his attack and Emperor Yan's attack locked in a deadlock, the one-eyed giant bellowed in fury and 3 more crimson beams shot out from his single eye toward the golden divine dragon. Humph! If you can add more attacks, so can this emperor. With a resonant ring, Emperor Yen brandished the cloud-piercing spear, as 3 golden divine dragons coiled around him. With one thrust of his spear, Emperor Yen sent all 3 golden divine dragons charging forward with thunderous roars. Oh, Old 7 is getting serious. The other 4 true lords all thought to themselves. It seems Emperor Yen is starting to get serious as well. Great Axe Creator said silently. Boom, boom, boom. The energy fluctuations grew fiercer and fiercer. Space shattered without pause, and the radiating shockwaves were enough to instantly kill a universe master. Boom! With the final explosion, space, spanning dozens of light years, was reduced to nothingness. At that moment, Emperor Yen and the 7th True Lord were both engulfed by the waves of their own attacks. No one outside could see the slightest trace of what was within. What happened? Is Old 7 all right? The first True Lord asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Clearly Emperor Yan's actual strength had exceeded his imagination. Damn it! Even a mere universe master like Emperor Yen can be this formidable. These humans truly cannot be spared. The other 3 true lords said in unison. Clearly they sensed pressure and a threat from the human race. Meanwhile, blood-weeping Lord, watching secretly from the shadows, felt his hands tremble slightly, and an expression of disbelief spread across his face. I knew he was stronger than me, but I never imagined the gap would be this enormous. Heh! Great Axe merely smiled as he watched ahead. He knew Emperor Yan's strength extremely well. That's nothing yet. It's only an appetizer. Chaos City Lord naturally remained steady, as he looked ahead, his eyes showing not the slightest ripple, his calm aura like an unshakable towering mountain. Good. Ha ha ha. Worthy of being my disciple. You have not wasted all the effort your master put into nurturing you. Seated mountain guest stroked his beard with his right hand. Emperor Yan's performance clearly filled him with immense satisfaction. Master, is this second senior brother's true strength? He really can rival the mightiest beings. Luo Feng was also utterly astonished. Though he possessed a supreme treasure, he could only unleash a tiny fraction of its power. In his hands, the Star Tower was mostly used to protect his life. Rival the strongest. Seated mountain guest shook his head with a faint smile. That is still far off. With his vision, Seated mountain guest could naturally tell that Great Axe and Chaos City Lord had used the divine power burning secret art. Since both Chaos City Lord and Great Axe Creator could use it, how could Emperor Yen not? While the outside world still marveled and debated, the shockwaves from the clash finally subsided and everyone's gaze turned toward the center. How is this possible? Aside from Chaos City Lord, Great Axe, and Seated mountain guest, that was what everyone thought. How can Emperor Yen be this strong? In the battlefield now stood Emperor Yen, clad in crimson battle armor, his wings beating at a steady rhythm behind him. Holding the cloud-piercing spear, he was completely unharmed. The 7th True Lord, by contrast, was in a wretched state. The one-eyed giant, formed by his fusion with the Ice Cliff Fortress, had been forcibly separated from him, and he knelt on one knee, blood pouring from numerous wounds across his body. Emperor Yen looked down at the wounded 7th True Lord and said, Humph, is that all you've got? You? Restore me. Sizzle sizzle. With a loud shout, the 7th True Lord circulated his divine power and instantly healed his injuries. Then he said furiously to Emperor Yen, come again. I was careless just now. This time let's start over. Humph, you. A defeated foe has no right to fight me. As he spoke, Emperor Yen pointed the cloud-piercing spear at the 1st True Lord and said loudly, Divine Eye, do you dare to battle this emperor? Dare you fight this emperor? Dare you fight this emperor? Yendi's voice echoed across hundreds of light years around him. Yendi pointed his cloud-piercing spear at the 1st True Lord. A gesture so provocative that he nearly drew all 5 True Lords of the Divine Eye clan out to encircle and attack him. Damn it! Yendi, you are too arrogant. A mere universe master like you dares to be so insolent. I'll kill you. Then I'll annihilate your human race. Hearing how disrespectfully Yendi addressed the 1st True Lord, the 7th True Lord flew into a rage, and made to charge forward and fight Yendi to the death. Enough, Old 7th, stay your hand. You are no match for him. Just as the 7th True Lord was about to rush forward, the 1st True Lord shook his head at him and said, But, Master, he, the 7th True Lord, deeply revered the 1st True Lord in his heart. Although he obeyed the 1st True Lord's words, and did not act, he absolutely could not tolerate anyone insulting the 1st True Lord. Before the 7th True Lord could finish, the 1st True Lord sent him a telepathic message. Old 7th, this Yendi is already terrifyingly powerful at the Universe Master level. If he breaks through to become the strongest, wouldn't he surpass the origin? Reaching the realm of the founding ancestors of the 2 holy lands. Now that he wants to challenge me, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him? In the 1st True Lord's eyes, Yendi was a variable and a great threat. someone who should be killed before he fully matured. Hearing this, the seventh true lord immediately understood and replied telepathically, Master is wise. This Yendi is indeed a seed of calamity and should be dealt with early. Although the two true lords exchanged such messages privately, the seventh true lord still said to Yendi openly, Yendi, you insolent little whelp, since you want to challenge my master's authority, then wait for death. My master will surely kill you. Though his words were vicious, the seventh true lord made no further move. He understood that he was no match for Yendi, and charging forward would only bring humiliation. Ha ha ha, kill this emperor. Let's see if your first true lord has the ability. As he spoke, Yendi pointed the tip of his spear at the first true lord. Come, let this emperor see just how strong the number one powerhouse of the cosmic sea truly is. Very well, the younger generation is indeed formidable. Today this true lord shall properly deal with you, arrogant little whelp. The first true lord spoke with anger in his tone. As the strongest being in the cosmic sea, the first true lord was already burning with fury. This human is too reckless. He has provoked our divine Eye clan again and again. Today I will wipe them all out. With one thought the eternal kingdom is born. Eternal true God, come forth. The first true lord silently summoned it. Boom! The first true lord possessed three supreme treasures, one for soul defense, one in the form of a palace, and one for offensive weaponry. At this moment the three supreme treasures spun rapidly around him before taking him as their center. They transformed into a colossal beast towering hundreds of millions of kilometers high. This beast was somewhat different from the eternal true God manifested by the two true lords. It had 3 dinosaur-like heads, 8 sharp hoof claws, and 16 serpentine tails. Roar! Boom! 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 The eternal true God's 3 colossal heads howled as it charged at Yendi, with its 8 sharp hoof claws pounding the ground. Wherever its 8 hoof claws passed, space itself was crushed to pieces. Humph! This first true lord is truly scheming. He leads with his strongest attack. Afraid he wants to seize this chance to kill Yendi. The Lord of Chaos City sneered as he watched the first true lord unleash the eternal true God. A posturing buffoon, nothing to worry about. Are you still not assured of Yendi? The giant axe creator said disdainfully. Yendi has revealed too much of his edge. I'm afraid the first true lord has already conceived murderous intent toward him. The powerful experts watching from the shadows all thought the same. Yendi watched the first true lord charging at him with a solemn expression, also giving his all. This first true lord's strength is not like that trash, the seventh true lord. Dragon transformation strike. Facing the first true lord, Yendi used his ultimate trump card technique. Suddenly Yendi's heavenly Star War armor, primal soul, cloud-piercing spear, and Luaha heavenly palace merged with him into a single form, a crimson divine dragon hundreds of millions of kilometers long. The heavenly Star War armor became the dragon's crimson scales, its pair of wings became the dragon's wings, and the cloud-piercing spear transformed into the dragon's 9 sharp claws and 2 fierce dragon horns. The Luaha heavenly palace and the primal soul stood guard within the divine dragon, so that the moment Yendi needed the palace it could naturally launch an attack. A dragon's cry. The crimson divine dragon loosed a high sonorous cry at the eternal true God, as if provoking the eternal true God, transformed from the first true lord. The dragon's cry radiated outward as waves of shock toward the eternal true God. Roar! The eternal true God, refusing to be outdone, bellowed thunderously at the divine dragon. The eternal true God's roar likewise formed surge after surge of energy shock waves hurtling toward the divine dragon. Boom! 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 The dragon's cry and the beast's roar collided, producing a violent thunderous din. With the dragon's cry and the beast's roar, as the epicenter space began to shatter. Sheet after sheet of broken space hung in the void like fragmented mirrors. Is this Yendi's true strength? I really am far inferior to him. The weeping blood lord hidden in the shadows murmured to himself. He was from the era of the second reincarnation cycle, and had never obtained any remarkable inheritance. In this life, his strength would hardly advance another inch. Yendi was different. He could surely reach the level of the strongest or even higher. The human race is indeed terrifying. Quick, I must immediately send word of what happened here to the demon ancestor Jin. A universe master of the demon race had actually appeared here. He reported everything he had seen to demon ancestor Jin, and at the same time the other 3 peak races learned of these events. What? Yendi's strength is actually this formidable. The other 4 true lords of the divine Eye clan found it somewhat hard to accept as they watched the power of the divine dragon Yendi had become. The humans must not be provoked. At this moment, after Yendi, the giant axe creator, and the lord of Chaos City, had flexed their muscles, all the races of the cosmic sea placed humanity on the list of those not to be provoked. Yet how could they know that this was only a warm-up? The true muscle show had not even begun. Boom! 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 The eternal true God, transformed by the first true lord, charged to the front of the divine dragon. Its 3 colossal heads opened their gaping maws and viciously bit at the dragon's spine. A dragon's cry. The divine dragon let out a high-pitched roar and performed a dragon's tail sweep, hurling its enormous tail at the eternal true god's body. Wherever the dragon's tail passed, space shattered. Bearing overwhelming might, it lashed violently against the eternal true god's body. Bang! The eternal true god was sent tumbling 3 full rolls by the dragon's sweep, its enormous body producing an earth-shaking rumble. Bang! Roar! In a single flip, the eternal true god sprang up and let out a thunderous roar at the divine dragon. Whoosh! It opened its 3 huge mouths, producing a hissing sound. Blue light flickered within its mouths, and then the blue light from the eternal true god's mouths shot violently toward the divine dragon. Facing the eternal true god's attack, the crimson scales on the divine dragon's body began to seethe, then flew up one by one, and formed a thick layer of armor outside the dragon's body. Boom! 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 The 3 attacks struck the divine dragon's body, simultaneously producing violent explosions. Even thousands of light years away, the terrifying fluctuations of energy could be felt. A dragon's cry. Whoosh! The divine dragon abruptly endured the eternal true god's attack and shot toward it at extreme speed, its pair of blood-red fleshy wings beating fiercely and churning out wave after wave of spatial storms. Meanwhile, the 9 sharp claws on the dragon's belly gleamed with cold light as they lunged at the eternal true god like an eagle swooping upon a rabbit. What? Does my attack seem to have no effect on Yendi? The first true lord inside the eternal true god stared in shock at the divine dragon pouncing toward him. Boom! The divine dragon's 9 sharp claws pierced into the eternal true god's body, simultaneously, with unstoppable force. The first true lord inside the eternal true god let out a miserable scream. The eternal true god was one with him, so when the eternal true god was wounded, he was wounded as well. It's not over yet. Ryup. The 9 sharp claws embedded in the eternal true god's body simultaneously exerted all their strength and wrenched violently, tearing out great handfuls of flesh and blood. This flesh and blood was not conjured by a supreme treasure. It was the first true lord's own flesh and blood. Roar! The first true lord within the eternal true god let out a miserable shriek, while the eternal true god itself gave an enraged roar. It opened its 3 huge mouths and bit toward the divine dragon's back. Bang! Bang! The divine dragon raised its head and butted against one of the eternal true god's heads, knocking it away. At the same time, it swung its tail, slapping aside another head. The middle head, however, was caught completely off guard and sank its teeth viciously into the dragon's spine. With a pained dragon's cry, the divine dragon raised its dragon horn and stabbed savagely at the neck of the head that had bitten it. This dragon horn was formed from the cloud-piercing spear, so when the divine dragon thrust it forward, Yendi had already activated the secret art point kill. Swish! The sharp dragon horn drove deeply into the eternal true god's neck. Instantly, blood splattered and scales scattered everywhere. Roar! The eternal true god's other 2 heads let out agonized howls, then immediately opened their gaping jaws and bit at the divine dragon's body. Crack, crack! The divine dragon once again used its defensive technique, forming a thick layer of armor over its body. The eternal true god's gaping jaws clamped down on the dragon's exterior, producing cracking sounds and showering sparks, yet the dragon remained completely unharmed. A dragon's cry. Taking advantage of this period of defense, the divine dragon began to coil around the eternal true god's neck like a serpent. The eternal true god struggled desperately to attack the divine dragon, but unfortunately, since the dragon was currently in its defensive phase, its attacks had almost no effect. Roar! The eternal true god let out an indignant, furious roar, yet no matter how it struggled, bellowed, or screamed, it could not break free from the divine dragon's coils. With a furious roar, the eternal true god let out a cry of defiance, his 3 heads and body tightly coiled by the divine dragon. The eternal true god was left completely immobile and unable to attack, after the divine dragon had bound and trapped him. It raised its draconic head and drove its pair of crimson blood-red indestructible horns fiercely into the eternal true god's body. Again and again the horns pierced through. As Emperor Yan's assault accelerated, blood gushed from the eternal true god in torrents, his body covered in wounds. How infuriating! How infuriating! I divine I have roamed the cosmic sea for nearly 3 reincarnations, only to be humiliated today by a universe master. This hatred is absolutely unbearable. One day I will annihilate the human race. Annihilate the human race. Within the eternal true god, the first true lord roared madly. His entire glorious reputation was now reduced to being a stepping stone for a universe master. What? Teacher Divine I is being suppressed by Emperor Yen. Quick, go save teacher. The other 4 true lords exclaimed in shock. How could they have imagined that the first true lord who had dominated the cosmic sea would be suppressed by a universe master? As the 4 true lords moved forward to rescue the first true lord, Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord were not to be trifled with. They immediately blocked the path of the 4. Ha ha ha, what's this? The Divine I clan can't win, so you want to resort to tricks. If you want to rescue the first true lord, first ask my axe if it agrees. Giant axe, don't be so arrogant. Do you think the two of you can hold back the four of us true lords? Humph. Whether we can hold you back you'll find out if you try. Fine. It seems Giant Axe is determined to wage war against our Divine Eye Clan. Today our Divine Eye Clan shall surely destroy your human race. Humph. Destroy our human race. Then I'll destroy you first. All the members of your Divine Eye Clan are in your miniature universe. If you die your clan will be wiped out. Just as both sides were on the verge of exploding into conflict, the battle between Emperor Yen and the first true lord took a new turn. The eternal true god let out a roar to the heavens. Roar, Emperor Yen. I shall wash away the humiliation of today by annihilating your human race in the future. The furious cry of the first true lord from within the eternal true god echoed across dozens of light years. Then a peculiar fluctuation surged across the surface of the eternal true god, forming a special protective membrane that no matter how fiercely the divine dragon attacked could not be breached. Humph. First true lord, so you've brought out your palace-type supreme treasure and turned into a turtle hiding in its shell. Humph. The strongest in the cosmic sea. That's all you amount to. Emperor Yen said with disdain, as he found himself unable to breach the protective membrane around the eternal true god. Not all palace-type supreme treasures possess many functions and can be called main weapons. Quite the opposite, supreme treasures that can be called main weapons are extremely rare. The vast majority of palace-type supreme treasures serve only the purpose of sealing and defense. But to use a palace-type supreme treasure for defense one must first retreat into it. Yet once hidden inside it becomes impossible to launch any attack whatsoever. Why was the first true lord called the strongest in the cosmic sea? Not only because of his terrifying attacks but also because of the absolute defense function of his palace-type supreme treasure. In the cosmic sea, possessing a palace-type supreme treasure represents absolute defense and safety. There was nothing wrong with the first true lord using his palace-type supreme treasure. But being forced by a universe master to retreat into his palace-type supreme treasure was truly the greatest humiliation of his life. Now that the eternal true god had used his palace-type supreme treasure, Emperor Yen could neither attack nor suppress him. All he could do was watch helplessly as the eternal true god escaped. Of course it wasn't that Emperor Yen truly had no way to deal with the first true lord. He simply didn't want to prematurely expose his wings and the Luoha heavenly palace. With the first true lord's escape, the other four true lords of the Divine Eye Clan immediately ceased their conflict with Giant Axe and the others and went to receive the first true lord. Teacher Divine Eye. The other four true lords called out with concern to the somewhat disheveled first true lord. I'm fine. The first true lord dismissed the eternal true god and shook his head. Emperor Yen had only suppressed the first true lord by a slight margin and hadn't inflicted any major harm. On the human side, Emperor Yen also dispelled the dragon transformation state. Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord flew to Emperor Yen's side. Giant Axe patted Emperor Yen on the shoulder and said happily, Emperor Yen. Well done. Haha. Excellent. In the distance, Behemoth laughed and applauded, evidently extremely pleased with Emperor Yen. Second senior brother. He actually defeated the first true lord. Luo Feng also looked at Emperor Yen with shock. The Divine Eye Clan was untouchable to the forces of the original universe, yet today, a human universe master had defeated the first true lord. Behemoth shook his head upon hearing Luo Feng's words. Defeated the first true lord. Your second senior brother can't be said to have truly defeated the first true lord. Only if your Giant Axe creator were to intervene could there be any certainty of defeating him. Hearing Behemoth say this, Luo Feng asked, Teacher, then is it possible for the Giant Axe creator to kill the first true lord? Behemoth shook his head and said no. But if the Giant Axe creator had a palace-type supreme treasure and joined forces with Chaos City Lord and your second senior brother, the three of them might be able to seal and suppress the first true lord. Oh! Luo Feng nodded. Having the Star Tower himself, he naturally understood that possessing a palace-type supreme treasure essentially meant immortality. Even if sealed within a miniature universe, one could only be eternally suppressed. Never killed. And those powerful beings hiding in the shadows, seeing that Emperor Yen had forced the first true lord to use his palace-type supreme treasure, combined with the prior performance of Giant Axe and Chaos City Lord, knew that the human race had risen and was no longer to be provoked. The hidden demonic race universe master transmitted the news back to the original universe. In the original universe, the three peak clans were in an uproar, all wondering how to deal with the human race next. While the cosmic sea and the original universe were in turmoil over the strength displayed by the human race, the first true lord of the Divine Eye Clan stepped forward and said to the Giant Axe creator, Giant Axe, the strength of your human race has earned the recognition of my Divine Eye Clan. We admit defeat this time. We are willing to compensate you with 10 peak tier supreme treasures. Please release Xingshan and Bayan. After the first true lord said these words, the faces of the other 4 true lords were filled with humiliation, their gazes, as if they wanted to skin Emperor Yen and the others alive and devour them raw. Unfortunately, they lacked the strength to do so. 10 peak tier supreme treasures. And you think we'll release Xingqian True Lord and Bian True Lord? You're dreaming. The 2 of them alone possess 3 supreme treasures on them. The giant axe creator snorted coldly. The Divine Eye clan was thinking too well of themselves. 10 peak tier supreme treasures to ransom back 2 great true lords. 3 supreme treasures. Better to just kill them and the human race would have those 3 supreme treasures. Giant axe. Don't be so arrogant. Do you truly believe our Divine Eye clan fears you? If it comes to it, we'll fight to the death with you, shouted the 7th true lord. That's right. Old 7 is right. Giant axe, don't push your luck. Our compensation is a sign of respect for you. Even if you 3 are powerful, are the other universe masters of your human race just as strong? Right? If it comes down to it, we'll go to war. Who's afraid of who? Exactly. To make our Divine Eye clan yield, you're not qualified yet. The Divine Eye clan had long been accustomed to bullying others in the cosmic sea. How could they possibly tolerate someone else lording over them today? Listening to the quarrels of the other 4 true lords, the first true lord shouted, enough. Stop arguing. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Hearing the first true lord's fury, the other 4 true lords quieted down. Then with a wild look in his eyes, the first true lord said to Giant Axe, 1. Just 1. The first true lord raised a single finger, suppressing the anger and impulse within him, and shouted at Giant Axe. Giant Axe, we admit defeat this time. Release Xingqian and Bian and our Divine Eye clan will compensate you with 1 palace-type supreme treasure. How about it? Divine Eye. No. Hearing that the first true lord was truly willing to compensate the human race with a supreme treasure and a palace-type one at that, the other 4 true lords grew anxious. That was a supreme treasure. The entire Divine Eye clan only possessed a few, and now they were to give one to the human race. How could the 4 true lords accept this willingly? Shut up. The first true lord roared, then stared intently at the giant axe creator, and said word by word, Giant Axe. Do you agree? The giant axe creator looked coldly at the 5 true lords who were enraged to the limit and said indifferently, I don't agree. If you want to rescue your 2 true lords, compensate our human race with 5 supreme treasures. Emperor Yen and Chaos City Lord also watched the 5 true lords of the Divine Eye clan coldly, their nerves taut, and ready to strike at any moment. You don't agree. The 5 true lords simultaneously glared fiercely at Giant Axe and the others. The first true lord looking at the cold-faced Emperor Yen, and the others once again suppressed the fury in his heart and growled, Giant Axe. 5 supreme treasures is absolutely impossible. Just 1 supreme treasure. I advise you to quit while you're ahead. This is the greatest concession our Divine Eye clan can make. Otherwise it's war. 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 The other 4 true lords also roared in fury. When had the number 1 force in the cosmic sea ever suffered such humiliation? Crazy. Crazy. The humans have gone crazy. Even if their top combatants aren't afraid of the Divine Eye clan, are their universe masters also unafraid of the Divine Eye clan? Such were the thoughts of all the powerful beings secretly watching. Emperor Yen, Giant Axe, and Chaos City Lord might be formidable, but the human race only had 19 universe masters. The other forces in the cosmic sea didn't yet know the human race had gained 9 more universe masters, while the Divine Eye clan had nearly 100 universe masters. And as was common knowledge in the cosmic sea, in terms of quality, the universe masters of the first reincarnation era were far superior to those of the original universe. But what the giant axe creator said next completely convinced the hidden powerhouses that the human race had gone mad. The giant axe creator stepped forward, wild hair flying, radiating a fierce and unrestrained aura, and shouted, Then let's fight. Emperor Yen and Chaos City Lord also stepped forward, simultaneously standing beside the giant axe creator, and both shouted together, Let's fight. Mad. Mad. Has the human race truly lost its mind? They would rather cast aside a supreme treasure to wage war against the God Eye clan. The hidden powerhouses roared inwardly. There was simply no need for the human race to go to war with the God Eye clan. The God Eye clan might appear imposing and overbearing, but after all they were mighty figures of the third reincarnation era. Once they failed to cross the cycle of reincarnation, everything would be lost. The human race, however, was different. Dwelling in the primal universe, they had no such desperate need. If war broke out, the human race's losses would definitely outweigh those of the God Eye clan. Oh, not even afraid of the God Eye clan. Could the human race still have some hidden trump card? The mountain guest murmured to himself. In his view, a full-scale clash between humanity and the God Eye clan would bring more harm than good. Master, what exactly are Giant Axe and the others trying to do? Do they truly intend to go to war with the God Eye clan? Luofeng also asked in confusion. I do not know. Perhaps Giant Axe and your second senior brother have other plans, the mountain guest said, shaking his head. Meanwhile, upon hearing that the human side truly intended to go to war with the God Eye clan, the first true master was taken aback as well. Giant Axe, do you truly disregard the human race and insist on war with our God Eye clan? You must know that a war between our two clans will only result in mutual destruction. As the saying goes, when two tigers fight, one is bound to perish. Yet even harming the enemy by 1,000 costs one's own 800. In the God Eye clan's view, a war with the human race would be one of total annihilation. Given humanity's situation, their universe masters would be too afraid to leave the primal universe, making it difficult for them to give birth to a supreme being. The God Eye clan, on the other hand, would lose 2 true masters, 3 supreme treasures, and nearly 30 universe masters. This was because nearly 30 universe masters were entrusted within the small universes of the 2 true masters. Once the 2 true masters died, they too would have no choice but to perish. Thus, though the God Eye clan was fierce, they were unwilling to pay such a heavy price to go to war with the human race. Yet, facing the hesitation of the first true master, the Giant Axe creator said sternly, "If you will not fight hand over 5 supreme treasures, otherwise let the war begin." You, Giant Axe. The first true master was left speechless in the face of Giant Axe's unyielding attitude. It was not that the first true master dared not fight, but rather that the cost of war was simply too great. "Master, let us go to war with the God Eye clan. For the glory of our God Eye clan, Star and Azure Eye will support us. If we annihilate the human race, we will have avenged them both." The other 4 true masters, also confronted with humanity's belligerence, were no longer willing to compromise or yield. Upon hearing their words, the first true master murmured softly, "Yes. For the glory of our God Eye clan, we must fight. Our God Eye clan has roamed the cosmic sea for nearly 3 reincarnation eras. When have we ever suffered such humiliation?" The hesitant first true master's gaze suddenly turned resolute. Staring at Giant Axe, he said, "Since you insist on war, Giant Axe, then let it be war. Let me see whether you still possess even a fraction of the power you once had back then." "Ha ha ha, excellent. Come then, let us see whether the 5 true masters can defeat the 3 of us." The Giant Axe creator laughed heartily. The real muscle show had begun. Now let us see whose muscles were mightier. The 5 true masters of the God Eye clan stood in a row with 8 supreme treasures floating around them as they silently chanted something. Boom! Above the heads of the 5 true masters appeared the hazy smiling phantom of a man a full light-year tall. The misty figure smiled faintly and intoned softly, "When a single thought arises, it shall become the eternal kingdom." Bang, bang, bang. The 8 supreme treasures suddenly erupted with explosive sounds, each transforming into a ferocious beast. There were lizards, flood dragons, butterflies, giant serpents, and more. These beasts were either calm, hissing, or roaring. The 8 beasts surrounded the 5 true masters, whose figures began to blur. The hazy smiling phantom continued, "Scattered, the eternal kingdom becomes the 8 great ultimate beast gods. United, they become the eternal true god." Boom! The 8 beasts began to merge with the 5 true masters. On the human side, seeing the eternal true god being formed, they dared not be the least bit careless. Giant Axe, Chaos City Lord, and Flame Emperor stood back to back, 6 supreme treasures revolving around them. Boom! The divine power within the 3 began to boil. Flame Emperor's divine power was scorching red, Chaos City Lord's was a mass of gray, and Giant Axe's was cyan blue. Their divine power began to drift outward, gradually forming above their heads a humanoid phantom, about 1 light-year tall, bearing 3 heads and 6 arms. Roar! Suddenly the 3 heads of this humanoid creature raised their faces and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The 6 supreme treasures surrounding the 3 began to fuse with the giant phantom. 2 supreme treasure warforms transformed into armor for the giant phantom. A pair of blood-red wings beat violently, shattering the surrounding space. Primordial Soul and Luo River, Heavenly Hall pressed down within the giant's body, mitigating the impact of internal attacks. The divine axe was seized by the middle pair of arms, the mountain-opening arm guards merged with the lower pair of arms, and the cloud-piercing spear was gripped by the uppermost pair. Just as Flame Emperor and the others successfully executed the secret art of 3 heads and 6 arms, the eternal true god of the 5 true masters was also complete. It had an enormous mouth and 365 razor-sharp claws. At that moment, the eternal true god let out a prolonged howl toward the 3-headed 6-armed giant. "Ah, this is an ancient secret art. The human race can actually use ancient secret arts too." The hidden powerhouses observing the battle were utterly stunned. The humans had also obtained an ancient inheritance and mastered an ancient secret art. So this is 3 heads and 6 arms, one of the 2 great guardian secret arts of our human race. Luo Feng stared in shock at Flame Emperor's 3 heads and 6 arms. Although Luo Feng was currently a universe master of the human race in truth, He had not yet broken through to Universe Master, and naturally he could not learn the Waterfire Secret Art or the 3 heads and 6 arms. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant and look down upon the God Eye clan. So they have obtained a remarkable ancient inheritance. The mountain guest watched Flame Emperor and the others unleashing the 3 heads and 6 arms, his expression clearing in realization. He vaguely understood that this time the human race was using the God Eye clan as a stepping stone. Just as everyone was secretly marveling, a powerhouse suddenly shouted, "Look! The 3-headed 6-armed giant and the eternal true God have clashed. Eternal true God, seal that giant away." Within the eternal true God, the first true master roared. Roar! The eternal true God's body, a full light-year tall, suddenly split open from its mouth, transforming into a black hole with a diameter of 0.5 light-years. It then began to devour the 3-headed 6-armed giant. The boundless devouring force shattered all the space for nearly 100 light-years in front of the eternal true God. "Humph! Trying to devour us? Aren't you afraid of indigestion?" The 3-headed 6-armed giant was caught by the eternal true God's devouring power, and was gradually being dragged toward its enormous mouth. But at that moment Flame Emperor let out a cold snort and fiercely flapped the wings behind him, holding firm against the devouring force. Giant axe chaos now. All right. The 6 enormous arms of the 3-headed 6-armed giant began to swing. Boom! The uppermost arm thrust a spear toward the eternal true God, and a golden divine dragon roaring, as it stretched for hundreds of millions of kilometers, soared toward the eternal true God. The middle arm chopped down with an axe, sending a colossal axe blade shadow hurtling toward the eternal true God. Meanwhile the lower arm unleashed 2 consecutive punches. 2 immense golden fist shadows blasted outward. Bang! 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 Struck by the 3-headed 6-armed giant's desperate blow, the eternal true God was forced to cease devouring, and was blasted back more than a dozen light-years. The 3-headed 6-armed giant pressed its advantage, relentlessly surging forward in hot pursuit. Seeing the giant closing in, the eternal true God opened its mouth and let out a strange, bizarre cry. Gah! Following that cry, invisible ripples shot directly toward the 3-headed 6-armed giant. Not good. It's a soul attack. Flame Emperor and the other 2 immediately halted their attack and focused all their power on resisting the soul assault. Seeing that the 3-headed 6-armed giant was temporarily unable to retaliate, the eternal true God charged straight at it. Bang! 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 The void trembled violently beneath the eternal true God's steps. Space shattered endlessly. Then, like 1,000 charging steeds, the eternal true God lowered its colossal head and slammed fiercely into the chest of the 3-headed 6-armed giant. Boom! The 3-headed 6-armed giant was sent flying by the eternal true God's impact. Bang! 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 Watching the giant being knocked away, the 5 true masters once again steered the eternal true God in pursuit. Ah! Just like that. Ram them to death. Smash their supreme treasures apart. And then we can seal away Giant Axe and the other 2. Within the eternal true God, the first true master roared madly. Is the human race losing the upper hand? The hidden powerhouses watching silently murmured. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Just like that. Kill the human powerhouses. The hidden universe master of the demon race shouted gleefully, as he watched the 3-headed 6-armed giant fall into disadvantage. The human race's pressure on the other 3 top-tier races was simply too great. If Flame Emperor, Giant Axe, and Chaos City Lord were all killed in this battle, it would be an immense joy for the foreign races. Ah! Has the Giant Axe creator and the others fallen into trouble? Master, what should we do? Luo Feng watched in concern as the 3-headed 6-armed giant was knocked flying by the eternal true God. The mountain guest shook his head and said, Do not worry. Flame Emperor and the others will not be easily defeated. Besides, your second senior brother possesses a palace-type supreme treasure. Even if they fail, there will be no danger to their lives. But Master, enough. I will not help the human race. I care only about you and your second senior brother. What connection do I have with the rest of humanity? The mountain guest said without mercy. Hearing this, Luo Feng thought silently. It seems that in Master Mountain Guest's eyes, what does the rise or fall of the human race matter to him? Perhaps he only cares about me and second senior brother. And at that very moment, Flame Emperor, looking at the eternal true God charging toward them, could not help but curse, bullying me because I can't use soul attacks, huh? Screw this. I'm using my ultimate move. As it happened, the 3 heads and 6 arms greatly enhanced their attack, defense, and all other aspects. Yet among the 3 of them, not a single one knew how to use soul attacks. Cornered by the eternal true God, Flame Emperor directly unleashed his most forbidden trump card. Hum! An eerie fluctuation spread outward from the wings behind the 3-headed 6-armed giant, enveloping several hundred light-years. This move was the new ability of the modified Heavenly Star War Armor. One thought, one void. Roar! Enveloped by the one-thought void, the eternal true God was like a creature fallen into a quagmire, its speed plummeting to the extreme. No more than 10,000 kilometers per second. Ah! Open up! Within the eternal true God, the 5 true lords strained to drive their respective supreme treasures, pouring out ever greater divine power. Yet even so they could not shake the suppression of the one-thought void. The other hidden powerhouses, seeing the eternal true God suppressed, simply assumed that humanity had obtained a comprehension-type supreme treasure. But Zuoshanke was different. When Zuoshanke saw the Yen Emperor unleash the one-thought void, he rose to his feet in astonishment from his Shurfeng mountain. Staring fixedly at the wings behind the 3-headed 6-armed giant, he murmured, "Could it be? Void true? My good disciple actually possesses such a thing." With this, at the very least, the Yen Emperor and his company can remain undefeated. As for escape, no one can stop them. Although Luofeng did not understand what the one-thought void was, seeing the Yen Emperor and the others gain the upper hand put his mind at ease. "Humph! Now you've become a sitting target." Boom! A golden divine dragon, a terrifying divine axe, and colossal fists, all blasted toward the eternal true God. Bang! 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 Unable to dodge effectively, the eternal true God was struck directly and sent tumbling through the void. Damn it! Switch the formation. Within the eternal true God, the first true lord, realizing that remaining suppressed like this was extremely detrimental, immediately changed their battle formation. Hiss! 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 The eternal true God's 365 hoofclaws began to fuse, transforming into 4 thick and powerful hoofclaws. Its colossal head split apart, turning into 2 enormous serpentine heads, each neck fully half a light-year long. Yeah! The head on the left let out a strange cry at the 3-headed 6-armed giant, then shot toward it like a projectile. Facing the attack from this head of the eternal true God, the 3-headed 6-armed giant crossed all 6 arms protectively before its chest. Bang! The 3-headed 6-armed giant was knocked back 3 consecutive steps by the collision. Damn it! Another soul attack. The 3-headed 6-armed giant's soul defense was not particularly strong. After all, it possessed only a single primordial soul, so whenever it faced a soul attack, the Yen Emperor and the others had to defend with all their might. Boom! Seeing the 3-headed 6-armed giant stagger backward, the eternal true God fully erupted. Its enormous fangs and razor-sharp hoofclaws slashed toward the 3-headed 6-armed giant like the scythe of a death god. Damn! Still this arrogant even when suppressed. Watch this Emperor's Luoha Heavenly Palace. The Yen Emperor glared at the eternal true God surging toward them. With no other choice, he summoned the Luoha Heavenly Palace. In the void, the Luoha Heavenly Palace grew larger and larger, until having reached a full light-year in size, it smashed down toward the eternal true God. Bang! The eternal true God, suppressed by the one-thought void and unable to dodge effectively, was struck directly and sent flying by the Luoha Heavenly Palace. Seeing that it was working, the Yen Emperor drove the Luoha Heavenly Palace into a relentless barrage against the eternal true God's body. Bang! 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 For a time, the eternal true God's 2 colossal heads collided violently with the Luoha Heavenly Palace, and the surrounding space was shattered by the tremors with crackling sounds. Ha ha ha! Excellent! As expected of a primary weapon of the eternal true God level. Wielding it is like 2 of me attacking at once. The Yen Emperor commanded the Luoha Heavenly Palace. He cheered in delight. After the exchange just now, the Yen Emperor had gained a fairly clear understanding of the strength on both sides. The 3-headed 6-armed giant, unleashed by the human side, possessed might at the 11th order. It excelled in binding and physical attacks, but its weaknesses were the lack of soul attacks and a relatively weak soul defense. The eternal true God, unleashed by the divine eye race, also possessed strength at the 11th order, although it was inferior to the 3-headed 6-armed giant in physical attacks and binding. However, its advantage lay in having more supreme treasures and a wider variety of attacks, and it was precisely its soul attacks that could suppress the 3-headed 6-armed giant. The powerhouses secretly watching the battle dared not make a single sound. Humanity's display of power was simply too astonishing. This was a true battle of dragon versus tiger, and who would win or lose could not yet be determined. Attack! This time control over the 3-headed 6-armed giant's attacks was handed entirely to the axe creator. The Yen Emperor focused all his strength on operating his Luoha Heavenly Palace. Meanwhile, both the Yen Emperor and the Chaos City Lord withdrew their supreme treasures from the 3-headed 6-armed giant, whose 6 arms were now tightly gripping its divine axe. Boom! In an instant, the front and back, left and right and above and below the 3-headed 6-armed giant were all shrouded by 16 axe phantoms stretching hundreds of millions of kilometers. At this moment, the 3-headed 6-armed giant exuded a dangerous aura from its entire body. Roar! The eternal true God sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the 3-headed 6-armed giant. It let out an uneasy roar. Its 2 heads abandoned the clash with the Luoha Heavenly Palace and charged forward at full speed, attempting to stop the 3-headed 6-armed giant's attack. Bang! 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 The eternal true God struggled to move at full speed, but suppressed by the one thought void. Even after changing its battle form, it was far from swift. Its four powerful hoof claws pressed forward with tremendous effort, each stomp sending ripples through space, which seemed ready to shatter at any moment. At the same time, the three-headed six-armed giant was also struggling to control the 16 terrifying axe phantoms. They seemed exceptionally heavy, as it carefully traced the secret patterns within them. Bang, bang, bang. The eternal true god was racing with all its might to stop the three-headed six-armed giant from completing its attack. Moreover, disturbed by the Luaha heavenly palace, it was utterly unable to launch soul attacks. Meanwhile, the three-headed six-armed giant was exhausting all its effort to trace the secret patterns of the 16th axe. This was a race against time. Would the eternal true god stop the three-headed six-armed giant's attack? Or would the eternal true god be struck by the three-headed six-armed giant? The powerhouses watching from afar were also observing intently. Who would emerge victorious in this race against time? Bang, bang, bang. The eternal true gods for strong and powerful hoofclaws galloped desperately forward. Every step was torturous, all while it had to endure the harassment of the Luaha heavenly palace. A distance that would normally be crossed in an instant now seemed enormously distant under the suppression of the one thought void. On the other side, the three-headed six-armed giant was likewise carefully tracing the secret patterns of the 16th axe, as if assembling a puzzle. After all, the 16th axe had only recently been created by the axe creator, and he was not yet familiar with it. Moreover, channeling it through the full control of the three-headed six-armed giant was extremely difficult. Bang, bang, roar. Every hoofclaw stomp of the eternal true god made space itself tremble, and even the powerhouses watching in secret felt as if their heartbeats were following that trembling. The eternal true god's two serpentine heads let out ferocious roars at the three-headed six-armed giant. Hum! The 16 axe phantoms around the three-headed six-armed giant grew increasingly distinct, and the region enveloped by the 16 axe phantoms seemed to have formed a universe. In contrast, the three-headed six-armed giant's figure began to blur, as if it were situated in another universe entirely. As though 1,000 or 10,000 years had passed, the eternal true god finally arrived before the three-headed six-armed giant. A woo! The eternal true god let out a high-pitched lingering howl, and then its four razor-sharp hoof claws and two ferocious heads erupted. Claws like blades, fangs like daggers. The eternal true god had completely erupted. And at that very moment, the three-headed six-armed giant's 16th axe was also finally completed. The 16 axe phantoms all merged into the divine axe within the three-headed six-armed giant's hand. In an instant, the divine axe became pitch black and fathomless, as if it could draw a person's soul into its depths. The 16th axe. Boom! The eternal true god collided with the freshly unleashed 16th axe. An enormous shockwave of energy radiated outward, centered on the eternal true god, and the three-headed six-armed giant. Everywhere the shockwave passed, space shattered without exception, turning into a void of nothingness. Ah, quick! Hide inside the palace-type supreme treasures. Only then did the powerhouses watching in secret realize the terror of this battle. They hastily produced their palace-type supreme treasures and took refuge inside them. Their palace-type supreme treasures drifted helplessly like small boats caught in a storm on the vast ocean. But, crack crack. What? The top-tier palace-type supreme treasures are starting to break apart. Some universe masters hidden in the shadows exclaimed in horror. Their top-tier palace-type supreme treasures had actually been blasted with cracks by the shockwave from the eternal true god and the three-headed six-armed giant. One must understand that in the cosmic sea, even the mightiest beings could not damage a top-tier palace-type supreme treasure. Yet today, top-tier palace-type supreme treasures were shattered by a shockwave. Just how powerful were their attacks? What? They have truly transcended the limit. Zuoshanke, seated on Shifeng Mountain, rose once again in astonishment, murmuring to himself. I thought they could at most reach the limit of the mightiest beings, but I never imagined they truly surpassed the limit. Master, what limit did they surpass? Luofeng asked Zuoshanke, uncomprehending. The limit? What does transcending the limit even mean? Luofeng was thoroughly confused. Why was Zuoshanke, who was always so calm, losing his composure repeatedly today? Heh. Seeing the puzzled Luofeng, Zuoshanke shook his head and smiled, saying nothing. Boom, boom, boom. The invisible shockwave continued to surge outward without end. Centered on the eternal true god and the three-headed six-armed giant, a radius of 500 light-years, had long been reduced to a land of certain death, and the powerhouses watching in secret had already retreated. Yet the confrontation between the eternal true god and the three-headed six-armed giant continued unabated. Neither side took a step back, and neither side could take a step forward. Time seemed frozen at that instant. Nightfall. Just at the critical moment when the three-headed six-armed giant and the eternal true god were locked in a stalemate. Within the three-headed six-armed giant, the Yen Emperor unleashed a will attack against the eternal true god. Arg! Within the eternal true god, the five true lords let out a miserable shriek. Perhaps at ordinary times this attack would have little effect on the mightiest beings, but at this critical juncture any mistake could lead to enormous consequences. Disrupted by the Yen Emperors will attack the 5 true lords within the eternal true God. All made slight errors at the same time, and those slight errors were exactly what the 3-headed 6-armed giant seized upon, viciously slashing its axe into the eternal true God's body. Boom! The eternal true God was sent flying by a fierce blow from the 3-headed 6-armed giant, its colossal body a full light-year tall, tumbling endlessly through the void. Roar! Seeing the eternal true God knocked flying, the 3-headed 6-armed giant pressed the advantage, raised its pitch-black divine axe, and chopped straight down at the eternal true God. Nightfall, to prevent the eternal true God from resisting Emperor Yen, unleashed a willpower assault against it, while simultaneously manipulating the falling river, Heavenly Palace, to pound it relentlessly. Boom! 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 The colossal divine axe, the smashing falling river, Heavenly Palace, and the eerie willpower assault left the eternal true God utterly powerless to resist. Roar! The eternal true God's 2 ferocious heads howled, trying to resist the 3-headed 6-armed giant's attacks. But with Emperor Yan's willpower assault disrupting it, the eternal true God could not even unleash 80% of its full power. Meanwhile, the falling river, Heavenly Palace, directly pinned down the head responsible for the eternal true God's soul attacks, preventing it from launching any soul assault. Bam! 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 Like a colossal millstone, the falling river, Heavenly Palace, smashed into the eternal true God without cease. One of the eternal true God's heads devoted itself entirely to fending off the falling river, Heavenly Palace, while the other head struggled to counter the 3-headed 6-armed giant's attacks. The 16th Axe Strike. The axe creator, manipulating the 3-headed 6-armed giant once again, unleashed his ultimate technique, the 16th Axe Strike. With the prior experience to draw on this strike, was unleashed far faster than the last time. In the blink of an eye, the 3-headed 6-armed giant traced out the mystic runes of the 16th Axe Strike. At the moment the 16th Axe Strike was released, the entire 3-headed 6-armed giant seemed to transform into an invincible divine axe, slashing toward the eternal true God. Boom! This time the 16th Axe Strike landed precisely between the eternal true God's 2 necks. The immense force directly sent the eternal true God staggering back dozens of steps. Crack! What? The eternal true God is beginning to crumble, cried the first true lord in alarm from within the eternal true God. It was formed by 5 supreme powerhouses. The eternal true God, formed from 8 supreme treasures, had begun to break apart. A perfect opportunity. Keep attacking. From inside the 3-headed 6-armed giant, the axe creator keenly noticed that the eternal true God had developed a crack. Seizing this opening, he launched a devastating attack on the eternal true God. The 16th Axe Strike. Boom! The axe creator unleashed the 16th Axe Strike once more. After 2 uses, the axe creator's mastery of the 16th Axe Strike had clearly advanced to a new level. As the axe descended, heaven and earth changed color and space itself was ground to powder. Bam! Without a doubt, the 3-headed 6-armed giant once again struck the wound between the eternal true God's 2 necks. Crack! The fracture in the eternal true God widened even more. Second and fourth, what the hell are you doing? You 2 are responsible for the eternal true God's heads. Why can't you defend its wound? The first true lord asked anxiously. If the 3-headed 6-armed giant continued to attack the eternal true God's wound, the eternal true God would eventually shatter. Divine, I know. We have no choice. The humans' attacks are simply too bizarre. At that moment the second true lord and the fourth true lord were equally miserable. The second true lord excelled in soul attacks. His willpower was somewhat stronger, so Emperor Yan's willpower assault had almost no effect on him. However, the head he was controlling had been restrained by Emperor Yan's falling river, Heavenly Palace, leaving him powerless to defend against the 3-headed 6-armed giant's attacks. The fourth true lord was even more miserable. His willpower had always been average, and Emperor Yan's willpower assault had long since scrambled his senses. How could he possibly defend against the 3-headed 6-armed giant? Roar! Damn it! Damn it! We can't escape and we can't win. What am I supposed to do? The first true lord howled frantically from within the eternal true God. The eternal true God was suppressed by one thought void, making escape utterly impossible. And in a direct fight they were no match for the 3-headed 6-armed giant. At this point the first true lord was stuck in a deadlock. Boom! 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 The 3-headed 6-armed giant hammered the eternal true God ceaselessly. The massive divine axe kept chopping down, and the axe creator grew more and more adept at using the 16th Axe Strike. Crack! 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 The eternal true God was deteriorating increasingly. The 5 true lords poured out their divine power, with all their might attempting to repair the cracks in the eternal true God. However, with the 3-headed 6-armed giant's ferocious attacks on one side and Emperor Yan's willpower assault on the other, the true lord's repair speed was far outpaced by the giant's rate of destruction. Within the eternal true God, the first true lord looked at the soon-to-shatter construct and said dejectedly to the other 4 true lords, All of you be careful. The eternal true God is about to collapse, and when that happens escape will be impossible. You must all hide inside my palace-type supreme treasure and pray that we are not sealed by the great axe and his group. When the other 4 true lords heard the dejection in the first true lord's tone, they all fell silent. Originally they had planned to go to war with the human race. Even if they couldn't defeat the great axe's trio, they would have had absolutely no difficulty escaping. Now however they were suppressed by one thought void. Escaping was out of the question. Hateful human race, even if we are sealed away, our divine eye tribe has nearly 100 universe masters. Enough to slaughter the human universe masters until they dare not enter the universe sea. That's right, our divine eye tribe will fight the human race to the death. In any case, we have already lived through 3 reincarnation cycles. If we can't break through reincarnation, death is just the same. Humans have only lived for less than 1 reincarnation cycle. If they recklessly fight our divine eye tribe, they will suffer even greater losses. Right? Even in death, our divine eye tribe will never bow our heads. Just as the 5 true lords were cursing inside the eternal true God was finally shattered by the 3-headed 6-armed giant. Boom! With a single chop of the 3-headed 6-armed giant's axe, the eternal true God was instantly smashed to pieces, transforming back into 8 supreme treasures. Whoosh! Quick! Everyone hide in my divine eye palace! As the eternal true God shattered, the first true lord swiftly hid inside his palace-type supreme treasure and shouted to the other 4 true lords. Whoosh! 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 The divine eye palace expanded in the void, and the other 4 true lords flew with all their strength toward it. Trying to hide. Will you make it in time? Emperor Yen activated one thought void at full power. Within a radius of nearly 100 light-years, the pressure was incredibly immense. Even supreme powerhouses moved with extreme slowness. Mind you, the eternal true God had reached the 11th order level, and one thought void still drastically reduced its speed. Let alone these supreme powerhouses whose strength was below the 9th order. Among them, the weaker ones were already suppressed by one thought void to the point of being unable to move, while simultaneously having to withstand the terrifying pressure of one thought void. Boom! The 3-headed 6-armed giant under the axe creator's control directly unleashed the 16th axe strike. A terrifying attack that could potentially kill a supreme powerhouse. Bam! Ah! The fearsome divine axe slammed into the second true lord. He was primarily proficient in soul attacks, and his physical defense was not particularly strong. He let out a miserable cry as the axe flung him fiercely away. Second Lord, are you all right? Second Lord, are you hurt? Second Lord, quickly hide inside your palace-type treasure. The other 4 true lords of the divine eye tribe, seeing that reaching the first true lord's divine eye palace was hopeless, all hid inside their own palace-type treasures. You think hiding inside a palace-type treasure will keep you safe? Emperor Yen sneered as he watched the 5 true lords hide inside their palace-type treasures. The first true lord and the 7th true lord both possessed palace-type supreme treasures. Emperor Yen might not be able to seal them, and even if he could not kill them. But the other 3 true lords were a different matter. Their palace-type treasures were mostly peak-grade supreme items. Once they were sealed, Emperor Yen could use the origin of a small universe or the dangerous zones in the core regions to kill them. Boom! In the void, the falling river heavenly palace was enlarged by Emperor Yen to a size of hundreds of millions of kilometers. He angled it toward the 4th true lord's palace-type treasure and began to suck it in. 4th Lord, be careful. 4th Lord, hold on. 4th Lord. The 4th true lord's palace-type treasure was originally peak-grade supreme, and since the 4th true lord had been struck by the 3-headed 6-armed giant, he was injured. Naturally, they would pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. In the void, the falling river heavenly palace was frantically sucking in the 4th true lord's palace-type treasure, while the 4th true lord burned his divine power to resist with all his strength. At this moment, the 4th true lord was like a fisherman at sea caught in a terrifying whirlpool, desperately pulling at his oars in the hope of escaping the vortex's grip. Still able to hold out. Then try my nightfall. Emperor Yen glanced at the 4th true lord's desperate resistance and let out a disdainful snort. Boom! A willpower assault shot out from the 3-headed 6-armed giant's body and hurtled directly toward the 4th true lord. Ah! From inside the palace-type treasure, the 4th true lord let out a piercing scream. His control over the treasure immediately weakened, and he was directly sucked into the falling river heavenly palace. The 4th true lord has been sealed. The powerhouses watching in the dark, including Zuoshanke and Luofeng, were stunned. Even the 4th true lord had been sealed. 3 of the divine eye tribe's 7 true lords were now sealed. Moreover, the sealing was still going on. Apart from the 1st and 7th true lords, all the other true lords would be sealed. The human race is not to be trifled with. Indeed, this was the innermost thought of those powerhouses watching from the shadows. From this moment, they finally realized that the human race had risen, and their majesty was not to be challenged. So powerful. Luo Feng looked at the three-headed six-armed giant, with excitement unable to describe his feelings at the moment. How could the human race be this strong? At this moment control of the three-headed six-armed giant was handed over to Emperor Yen. The falling river heavenly palace shrunken to a small size spun unceasingly in the giant's hand as Emperor Yen murmured, "Who's next?" As he spoke he turned his gaze to the second true lord. "You were the one who loved to use soul attacks to bother me. Then I'll seal you first." Whoosh! The falling river heavenly palace flew out of the three-headed six-armed giant's hand, angled itself at the second true lord's palace-type treasure, and began to suck it in. Just then the first true lord spoke. "Emperor Yen, wait, our divine I tribe admits defeat. Name whatever conditions you have." "Oh, you've admitted defeat. Negotiate. How?" Hearing the first true lord soften his stance at this moment, Emperor Yen also ceased his devouring suction. After all this time was primarily about flexing muscles. Now that the muscles had been flexed, everything else could be handled slowly, and all matters were open to discussion. Phew! Seeing Emperor Yen stop his attack, the first true lord let out a long sigh. Stopping means there is hope for negotiation, otherwise I would fear a silent response. They were slaughtered by the human race until nothing remained. Just as the first true lord let out a sigh of relief and secretly thought this, Emperor Yan's impatient voice came over. "Hey, I said hurry up and tell me how you want to negotiate or I'll start sealing." Wait, Emperor Yen, don't be impulsive, let's talk nicely," the first true lord said to Emperor Yen with a humble and submissive tone. Thinking that he, once the #1 powerhouse of the universe, now had to speak humbly to a universe master. In the past this would have been utterly unimaginable, yet now it was actually happening. "Emperor Yen, Giant Axe Creator and Chaos City Lord, do you think our Divine Eye Clan will agree to your previous demands and compensate you with 5 supreme treasures? Is that acceptable?" the first true lord said, cautiously, fearing to enrage the human race. "Bullshit. Impossible. No." The voices of Emperor Yen, the Giant Axe Creator, and the Chaos City Lord simultaneously came from the mouth of the three-headed six-armed giant. Their different temperaments led to different words, precisely reflecting their respective styles of conduct. Emperor Yan's domineeringness, the Giant Axe's arrogant unruliness, and the Chaos City Lord's calm composure. "Humph. First true lord, you're dreaming. That was the previous requirement. Now that your Divine Eye Clan has been defeated, we even intend for the 5 main true lords among you, except for you and the 7th true lord, to become slaves of our human race." Emperor Yen said coldly. "Right? Emperor Yen is correct. 5 supreme treasures are definitely not enough." The Giant Axe Creator also nodded. "Right? 5 supreme treasures are not enough." The Chaos City Lord also nodded. Despicable, greedy humans. They truly bully my clan too much. I must. The first true lord roared in his heart, but on the surface he still suppressed the fury within. He lowered his voice and asked, "Then may I ask what the human race's demands are?" The enormous three-headed six-armed giant fell silent. Clearly the 3 human magnates were deliberating. After a moment, the Giant Axe Creator's arrogant and domineering voice rang out. 10. Our human race demands that your Divine Eye Clan compensate us with 10 supreme treasures. 10. The Giant Axe Creator's domineering and somewhat excited voice traveled far into the distance. The powerhouses, secretly watching from afar, clicked their tongues in amazement. This human race is ruthless enough. Greedy enough. 10 supreme treasures. Why don't you humans just go rob someone? Your human race is too greedy. No way. Even if our Divine Eye Clan is annihilated, we will never agree. The 7th true lord's shrill voice came from within the ice cliff fortress. Clearly he too was shocked by the human race's outrageous demands. Just then from within the 3-headed six-armed giant came Emperor Yan's voice, filled with contempt. "Rob, I, this emperor, am indeed robbing you. Our human race is robbing your Divine Eye Clan, so what can your Divine Eye Clan do about us?" Emperor Yen. You've gone too far. This is simply... The agitated 7th true lord was momentarily unable to speak. What has this emperor done? Emperor Yen stared coldly at the 7th true lord and said, "In the universe, the strong are revered, the fittest survive, just like those powerhouses who were killed by your Divine Eye Clan in the past. Now it is the same for our human race. Only the roles have changed. Your Divine Eye Clan has become the prey." He paused and continued, "If we 3 were defeated today, would you have spared us? Would you have let our human race go? I'm afraid that if we 3 were defeated, the universe masters of the human race would be killed by you, until they wouldn't even dare enter the universe. The 7th true lord was struck speechless for a moment. Indeed, if our Divine Eye Clan had won, how would we have treated the human race? The Divine Eye Clan, as a hegemon-level force in the universe, had the deaths of several supreme powerhouses on their hands. The races they had destroyed were countless, and seizing other supreme treasures was only natural for them. But now the roles had changed. It was their divine Eye clan's turn to have their supreme treasures seized. For a moment the four true lords present all fell silent. Some might have thought of the past, some might have been considering how to respond to the human race's demands, and some might have been pondering how to escape with their lives. Emperor Yen and the others, however, did not press the divine Eye clan too hard. They quietly waited for their reply. And just as the human race was awaiting the divine Eye clan's response, the Universe C and the Primal Universe were completely set abuzz by the human race. This included the two holy lands. What? 3 true lords of the divine Eye clan sealed by the human race, and the other 4 true lords also controlled by the human race. Inside the Purple Moon Holy Land, the Lord of Lukhong couldn't believe it. It is true. Lord Boulder has been stationed at Flamewater Lake all along. The message was sent by him. There is absolutely no mistake. Another man with 8 faces and 24 arms said. After confirming this news, the many universe masters of the Purple Moon Holy Land all fell into silence. These humans are not to be provoked. Humph. Why not? No matter how formidable the human race is, they have only lived through 3 cycles. Can they compare to our Holy Land? Right? Our Purple Moon Holy Land simply won't deliberately provoke them. If the humans dare to provoke us, we'll let them taste the wrath of the Holy Land. Right? As for the human race, in the end, the Purple Moon Holy Land decided not to actively provoke the human race. Meanwhile, the same scene was unfolding inside the East Emperor Holy Land. But at this moment, within the 4 small universes of the Skeleton Clan, there was a scene of joyful laughter. Ha ha ha! Our archenemy, the Divine Eye Clan, has finally suffered a setback this time. Those madmen of the human race have sealed 3 true lords. What a joy! It's been so long since we've been this happy. Yes. Watching the Divine Eye Clan suffer is refreshing. I'm so happy. Come. Everyone drink. Right. When we're happy we drink. Bang. The huge goblets collided with one another, producing a thunderous clang, and wine splashed everywhere. And while the Skeleton Clan was drinking heartily, a skeleton lord suddenly said, "This human race is so powerful. Do you think they might set their sights on our Skeleton Clan?" I don't think so. The human race has always been low-key. If not for the Divine Eye Clan provoking them, they wouldn't have met this great calamity. A skeleton lord shook his head. But another skeleton lord said, "You can never be sure about this. I think we'd better not provoke the human race, so as to avoid bringing death upon ourselves." Yes. The human race is so strong, better not to provoke them. Meanwhile, at a certain perilous location in the cosmic arc, Thunder-robed demon god, a supreme expert of the second cycle era, upon hearing of the Divine Eye Clan's great suffering, broke into laughter inside a tombship. Ha ha ha! Divine Eye Clan, you've finally gotten what you deserve. Truly satisfying for the righteous. The Divine Eye Clan deserves extinction. The Universe C had the following several reactions to the human race's display of strength this time. First, the human race is not to be provoked. This was essentially the plan of all Universe C forces. After the human race displayed such formidable strength, they all listed the human race as a power not to be provoked. Second, many forces secretly applauded the human race for making the Divine Eye Clan suffer such heavy losses. Generally, these forces had been bullied by the Divine Eye Clan before. Third, some forces worried that the human race would also act as domineeringly as the Divine Eye Clan and become the next Divine Eye Clan. Of course, some forces that had grudges with humanity feared the human race's vengeance. Meanwhile, some forces that had previously been on friendly terms with the human race were all thinking of ways to strengthen their relationship with them. On the side of the 3-headed 6-armed giant, the compensation amount between the human race and the Divine Eye Clan was finally decided after negotiations between both parties. First, the Divine Eye Clan compensated the human race with 8 supreme treasures, including 1 palace-type supreme treasure, 2 domain-type, 1 soul-guarding type, 2 suits of armor, and 2 weapon-type. 1 suit of armor and a domain-type supreme treasure were given to the Chaos City Lord. At this time, the Chaos City Lord's strength was not much inferior to that of the first true lord. The giant axe creator meanwhile took a soul-guarding type, a palace type, and a domain type. At this point, the giant axe creator's strength could be called invincible in the Universe C. The remaining 2 supreme treasures were placed in the human race's treasury to be allocated based on contributions. Second, the Divine Eye Clan fully dedicated the ancient inheritance they had obtained to the human race. With this complete ancient inheritance from the Divine Eye Clan, it was of considerable help to humanity. Third, the Divine Eye Clan copied a map of the dangerous regions of the Universe C that they had obtained and presented it to the human race. At this time, the human race's map combining the Divine Eye Clan's Luofeng's Jiefanzis and the one obtained from the tomb could be called the largest and most detailed map in the Universe C. Even the 2 holy lands could not compare to the human races. Actually, Emperor Yen did not place much importance on the map and the Divine Eye Clan's inheritance. After all, Luofeng was about to obtain the inheritance of Duandongha, and the Gene world was approaching where opportunities abounded. This time was mainly about flexing muscles. To Emperor Yen, other things were not very important. But unfortunately, those two fellows, the Giant Axe and the Chaos City Lord, had rather low standards and demanded a whole pile of things from the Divine Eye Clan. Fifth, the Divine Eye Clan told the human race all the secrets of the Universe Sea, accumulated over their clan's past 3 cycles. Emperor Yen was quite interested in this, as the original story did not mention much about the secrets of the Universe Sea. Only after the Divine Eye Clan had fulfilled a host of unequal treaties did the human race agree to release the 3 sealed True Lords. Of course, they could not be released immediately. As for the 4th True Lord who had just been sealed, he would be released now. The 6th True Lord would be released after 1 billion eras, while the 3rd True Lord, who was the strongest, would only be released after 10 billion eras as promised by the human race. Thus this earth-shattering Great War came to an end. Naturally, the human race emerged victorious. Not only had they flexed their muscles, but their gains were also extremely abundant. At Yanshui Lake, the battle between the human race and the Xinyan race had finally come to an end. The first True Lord left in disgrace with the other True Lords, and the mighty experts who had been secretly watching from the shadows retreated one after another. This time, the human race's display of strength achieved complete success. Chaos Giant Axe, now that matters here have concluded, do you two intend to return to the Primordial Universe or continue roaming the Universe Sea? Hearing Emperor Yan's question, Chaos City Lord said, I will return to the Primordial Universe. My race still has many matters that require my attention. Now that Chaos City Lord had become a supreme being, and since Emperor Yen and Giant Axe were not fond of handling affairs, he had quietly become the foremost authority of the human race. Giant Axe, in contrast, laughed heartily. Our gains this time are rich. I have acquired so many supreme treasures. Now there is nothing in the entire Universe Sea that can threaten me. I will roam and explore the Universe Sea to my heart's content. Giant Axe was indeed fond of adventure and roaming, but in the past, owing to insufficient strength and concern for the human race, he had been cautious in everything. But now things were different, and the human race's territory was so vast that Giant Axe naturally wished to explore it thoroughly. Hearing Giant Axe say this, Emperor Yen suddenly recalled Giant Axe's fall in the original chronicle. Although Giant Axe was now powerful and fully equipped with supreme treasures, so that even a world beast might not daunt him, Emperor Yen, as a precaution, said gravely to Giant Axe, now your strength has reached great heights, and you are virtually invincible in the Universe Sea. However, a great calamity lies in the core region of the Qingfeng realm. You had better not go there. Roaming through Luchong Mountain and the Universe Boat will be enough. A great calamity? What calamity? Upon hearing Emperor Yen mention a great calamity, Chaos City Lord and Giant Axe both hastily asked. With Giant Axe's current strength in the Universe Sea, what great calamity could threaten him? This? I cannot explain clearly. In any case, just do not go to the core zone of the Qingfeng realm. Emperor Yen was a little tongue-tied. The matter of the world beast could not be clarified in a short while. Besides, even if he explained, Giant Axe and the others might not understand. Moreover, some words could not be spoken carelessly in the Universe Sea. The great being known as the Origin Will was truly terrifying. I see. Then I will not go to the Qingfeng realm. I will roam the Universe Boat and Luchong Mountain instead. Giant Axe hesitated briefly before choosing to trust Emperor Yen. He knew Emperor Yen would not deceive him. The Emperor Yen's refusal to explain must be due to some hidden difficulty. Chaos City Lord was even more straightforward. He directly believed Emperor Yan's words. In that case, I will summon back the clansmen roaming the Qingfeng realm and have them stop venturing there. That would be best. Emperor Yen nodded. Although the world beast was in the core zone of the Qingfeng realm, what if one day a human universe master ran into the core zone? Would that not be dangerous? After the discussion, the three parted ways. Giant Axe Creator went to roam the depths of the Universe Boat, while Emperor Yen and Chaos City Lord returned to the Primordial Universe. After all, Emperor Yen was currently striving with all his might to break through the 90,000-fold genetic level, and he also had to oversee the suppression of the 3 peak races, so he did not go roaming in the Universe Sea. Just as Emperor Yen and Chaos City Lord were hastening back to the Primordial Universe, the Primordial Universe went completely wild because of the human race's display of strength. The smaller races were relatively better off, but the hearts of the 3 peak races were now extremely oppressed. Machine, what should we do? Now humanity has thoroughly risen. Even if the 3 peak races join forces, they would not be enough for Giant Axe Creator to slaughter alone. Ancestor Zhen said heavily. In fact, he understood the terror of the human race better than anyone, for Ancestor Meng had been sealed away by Emperor Yen. Humph! The 3 peak races have already shown utmost tolerance toward the humans. If they go too far, we will fight them to the death. The beautiful insect queen said with a murderous expression. Right? If we fight, we fight. After all, in the Primordial Universe, even Giant Axe Creator can only exert 6th order combat power. If humanity pushes us to the brink, we will go all out against them. Even if our races are wiped out, we will not let them have an easy time. At this moment Ancestor Jin also spoke with a ferocious expression. Machine Ancestor as a mechanical lifeform was exceptionally calm by nature, and he stated the most objective viewpoint. Given the strength of our three peak races, even in a desperate battle with the human race we would be suppressed. Moreover, the human race has obtained so many supreme treasures. If they bestow even one upon a universe master, that universe master would be invincible in the primordial universe. Right? The insect queen and Ancestor Jin nodded simultaneously. If a universe master capable of creating the strongest fusion secret art were to possess a supreme treasure in the primordial universe, he would basically be the equal of a supreme being. For a moment the other two supreme beings calmed down, realizing that Machine Ancestor was right. Waging war would bring them no benefit at all. It would only make them more passive. Seeing the two supreme beings calm down, Machine Ancestor continued, moreover, if we fight the human race to the bitter end, our universe masters will surely be killed, until they no longer dare enter the universe sea, and thus no supreme being will ever emerge among us. Supreme beings are born from blood and fire. If one hides in the primordial universe, one will never become a supreme being. The other two supreme beings agreed greatly with Machine Ancestor's words, but the insect queen frowned. Her beautiful face did not relax in the slightest. She said in a low voice, Machine, what you said is correct, but the problem now is not that we want to fight. It is the human race that is forcing us to fight. We cannot afford not to fight. Right. Ancestor Jin also nodded in agreement. This was a war between races. Quite a few universe masters among the three peak races had already fallen. This war had clearly been deliberately provoked by the human race. Even if they did not want to fight, they had no choice. Looking at Ancestor Jin and the insect queen in this state, Machine Ancestor shook his head and said, you still have not understood what I mean. Meaning? What meaning? The insect queen and Ancestor Jin were somewhat bewildered. Was Machine Ancestor not simply saying that they were no match for the human race and could not fight to the death with them? What other meaning could there be? Alas! Looking at the bewildered Ancestor Jin and the insect queen, Machine Ancestor sighed. Alright, Machine, stop sighing. If you have something to say it directly. The insect queen said impatiently. To still be keeping us in suspense at a time like this. Looking at the impatient insect queen and Ancestor Jin, Machine Ancestor said leisurely, Jin Jiao Queen, do you too still think that the human race like us remains a peak race of the primordial universe? Yes. The human race has always been a peak race. The insect queen looked at Machine Ancestor somewhat bewildered. Alas, Ancestor Jin on the contrary seemed to understand something and heaved a long sigh. You? Jin Jiao, Machine, why are you both sighing? Just say what you want to say quickly. The insect queen still looked at the two of them in bewilderment. Machine Ancestor shook his head. In truth, the human race can no longer be measured simply as a peak race. If back when Ancestor Yuan was still present the human race was called the foremost force of the universe C alongside the Zuoshanke cult, then the human race now has already surpassed the Zuoshanke cult and become a hegemon level force in the primordial universe. And it is the only hegemon level force, right? Machine is right. Ever since the human race defeated the Xinyan race and received reparations from the Xinyan race. It is not an exaggeration to call the present human race the foremost force of the universe C. Even the two sacred lands when facing the human race would avoid their edge and likely not dare to provoke them on their own initiative. Ancestor Jin, now enlightened, also nodded. I understand. The insect queen smiled bitterly. After the explanations of the two supreme beings she finally understood as well. Yes, how powerful the human race is now. It is long since not the human race of old. At first the insect queen had not realized this issue, subconsciously still treating the human race as the human race of the past. Even though the human race had become formidable and powerful, the insect queen still treated and considered it as being on an equal footing. But what was the actual fact? Ever since the human race forced the Xinyan race into submission, nearly annihilating them, humanity had already proven that their strength was great enough. Their razor-sharp fangs could not be resisted by the three peak races. Then, what should we do? The insect queen had lost her usual nobility and composure, and now looked somewhat helpless. Facing such a behemoth as the human race, no force in the primordial universe could deal with it alone. Offer sufficient sincerity and sign a truce treaty with the human race. Machine Ancestor said softly. Sufficient sincerity. What was sufficient sincerity? What could the three peak races possibly produce? Supreme treasures, inheritances, secret arts, or the territory on which their very survival depended. All of this plunged the three supreme beings into silence. Supreme treasures. Each of the three peak races had only one such treasure in total. Inheritances, secret arts. I am afraid they had no inheritance or secret art capable of moving the human race. The only option left was to partition their own territories. But territory was the very foundation on which peak races survived. How could it be ceded casually? And how much territory would they have to cede to the human race before a so-called truce treaty could be signed? Just as the leaders of the three peak races were discussing how to deal with the human race, and what kind of chips they should offer to move humanity, Emperor Yen and Chaos City Lord returned to the human race. After returning to the human race, Emperor Yen directly led a great human army and charged into the camps of the three peak races. Facing the onslaught of the human army, the three peak races did not resist at all. They knew that even if they repelled the human army this time, what awaited them next would be even more horrifying slaughter. Once Giant Axe Creator went berserk, no one among the three peak races would likely dare enter the Universe Sea again. Thus this time the three peak races offered compensation to the human race, each ceding 30% of its territory to the human race. The human race and the three peak races also signed a truce treaty. The three pinnacle races each ceded 30% of their territories to the human race, causing a great stir in the original universe. That is territory. It is the very foundation of a race's survival. How can they give it away just like that? What the hell do you know? Do you know what the human race is? They are the supreme existence who in the first reincarnation era slew the God race and nearly drove it to extinction. A hegemon-level race in the original universe. Even in the Universe Sea, the two sacred lands would not be willing to provoke the human race. Exactly. And that freak, the Yen Emperor, while still only a universe master, he drove the first true lord into hiding inside a palace-type supreme treasure. If a universe master is already so powerful, then once he becomes a supreme, won't he be even stronger than the Giant Axe Creator? I think the Yen Emperor might transcend reincarnation. In my opinion, Chaos City Lord is no less impressive. Right after becoming a supreme, he could suppress an ancient supreme like the green-eyed true lord. Give him a few more reincarnation cycles and wouldn't he become another Giant Axe? Your news is outdated. Do you know the Lord of Darkness? He was originally a human race universe master, and his strength is actually comparable to that of the legendary universe master, the Lord of Weeping Blood. Enough. Your news is outdated. The human race alone now has 28 universe masters. Even the weakest among them is at the 4th rank, and all of them can use the human race's clan-protecting secret art, the three-headed six-armed giant. If 3 universe masters join forces, they won't fear even a supreme. Yes. The human race is too powerful. I think all us small races should join the Red Alliance. Maybe we can even get to be Hall Masters, right? Join the Red Alliance. It is said that as long as you join the Red Alliance and stay loyal to it, the human race will give you a top-grade weapon-type supreme treasure. Definitely worth it. Let's go. Everyone is joining the Red Alliance. After the Yen Emperor and his 2 companions defeated the God race, and the 3 pinnacle races subsequently ceded territory to the human race's prestige and might reach unprecedented heights. The human race's territory nearly doubled. Large numbers of humans moved out of secret realms and divine kingdoms to thrive and multiply in the new territories. Under these circumstances, the human race did not hold anything back. After all, with territory this vast, it was time to display their strength and intimidate the alien races. They directly showed off the fruits of their ultimate plan. The Yen Emperor, Giant Axe, and Chaos City Lord. Those 3 went without saying. With figures like the Lord of Darkness, Lord Pengong, Lord Huangjin, and Lord Qingdong. Powerhouses who had reached the 7th rank legendary universe master level. The alien races were so intimidated that they did not dare to make a rash move. There were also quite a few 6th rank super universe masters. After seeing how formidable the human race had become, the mighty races all flocked to join the Red Alliance. As the saying goes, a great tree provides the best shade. Those alien powerhouses joined the Red Alliance because they saw both its strength and its abundant resources. Under these circumstances, over 100 universe masters joined the Red Alliance. Of course, to prevent these fellows from betraying the human race also took many measures to suppress the alien races. The Yen Emperor was even more direct. He simply soul-enslaved more than a dozen alien universe masters who harbored ulterior motives. Those he enslaved were precisely the ones who had previously been closely connected to other superpowers. As for the rest, the Yen Emperor had long known they were no good. If he didn't enslave them, what was he waiting for? At this moment, the Giant Axe Palace in the virtual universe was filled with laughter and joy. The Giant Axe Creator, the Yen Emperor, and Chaos City Lord sat high upon their thrones, while the other universe masters sat below them. Giant Axe Creator, Chaos City Lord, Yen Emperor. This time the human race's smooth rise was all thanks to you 3 leaders defeating the 7 true lords of the God race. Everyone a toast to the 3 leaders, cried Lord Huangjin from below, raising his goblet. Right? A toast to the 3 leaders. The other universe masters below also raised their goblets and shouted. Good. Drink. Clink. The 2 supremes and the 28 universe masters raised their tall goblets and knocked them together, sending out ringing sounds. Then everyone raised their cups and drained them in one gulp. The clinking sounds rang out. Everyone raised their cups and drank them dry. The Giant Axe Creator, seated at the very top, rose to his feet. Radiating a wild and fierce aura, he spoke in a rough voice. Now our human race has risen. Our strength has become 10 times stronger than before. Let us drink to the rise of the human race. A burst of cheers erupted. The powerhouses of the human race all stood up in unison, raised their goblets, and shouted to the rise of our human race. Cheers, cheers. In that instant it seemed to become eternity. The powerhouses of the human race were all filled with joy. Perhaps at this very moment they were in some perilous place in the universe, perhaps they were fighting enemies. But their hearts were burning hot because the human race had risen. Rise. It was a weighty word. Countless forebears of the human race had toiled, fought, and slain foes to achieve the human race's rise today. Although the human race had been one of the 6 pinnacle races in the past because the origin ancestor was suppressed, they were the weakest of them all. And now, the human race is a hegemon-level power in the original universe. The first step toward dominating the original universe has finally been taken. Of course, although the human race is now a hegemon-level power, it has still not reached the point where it can do whatever it pleases. After all, if all the major races joined forces, that would be extremely frightening. In the universe C, the human race could also be considered a superpower comparable to ancient powers such as the God race and the skeleton race. Even the 2 sacred lands would not necessarily dare to provoke the human race now. Especially the giant axe creator. Ever since obtaining 5 supreme treasures, that fellow's power had soared. He was absolutely the undisputed #1 powerhouse of the universe C. Now that the human race was strong, the giant axe creator had no more scruples about making a move. The few times he had made a move at the universe ship had made the powerhouses of the universe C fully realize how terrifying the giant axe creator was. Now the supremes of the universe C had basically reached a consensus when facing the giant axe creator. If one's own strength was merely average, and one lacked a supreme grade battle armor or a palace-type supreme treasure, then one should stay far away from him or one would perish. Moreover, the powerhouses of the universe C were extremely wary of the Yen Emperor. From his few displays of force, everyone judged that his strength was not inferior to the first true lord. He also possessed an extremely strange domain-type supreme treasure that could bind even a supreme. Moreover, everyone speculated that the Yen Emperor had a secret treasure similar to the black-veined stone pillar, capable of emitting willpower shockwaves. Even a will at the supreme level would be affected and might even lose consciousness from the impact. Of course, the powerhouses of the universe C generally believed that the Yen Emperor had obtained some primordial ancient inheritance. Otherwise, how could he be so heaven-defying? And why did so many alien races want to join the Red Alliance? It was because they valued the Yen Emperor's potential. If he was already this formidable as a universe master, then, after breaking through to become a supreme, how much more terrifying would he be? It was highly possible that he would transcend reincarnation. With this thought in mind, many universe masters joined the Red Alliance. Once the Yen Emperor transcended reincarnation, these alien races would also be able to share in the glory. Chaos City Lord, on the other hand, had displayed extreme restraint. But in that battle against the God race, he suppressed the 7th true lord the moment he made his move. From this one could see that Chaos City Lord was definitely not simple. Inside the giant axe palace, the powerhouses of the human race celebrated madly. They drank fine wine, sang loudly, and even a few universe masters danced a few steps. These were universe masters after all. How rare was it to see them dance? While the human race's universe masters were reveling, its universe venerables and some powerful immortals, the pillars of the human race, were also celebrating wildly. When the race grew strong, they naturally shared in its prosperity. Among these universe venerables, the most popular were the universe venerables of the Yen Shun race led by Cao Ba, who, in the human race, did not know how powerful the Yen Shun race was now. Although the Yen Shun race's population was pitifully small, they alone had 4 universe masters. They also had several dozen universe venerables, and among them were several universe overlords. Those universe venerables and powerful immortal gods celebrated because they knew the human race had risen and become strong. But those weak immortal gods without any backing and the even weaker existences had no idea that the human race had risen. Yet they too were beaming with joy. Why? Because the virtual universe company suddenly cut the prices of its virtual products, the giant axe arena lowered the threshold for recruiting elite disciples, and the first universe bank offered higher deposit interest rates. A whole series of benefits. Although those at the bottom of the human race did not know that the human race had risen and changed. As the human race rose, the race became wealthy, and its resources multiplied. And since the policies of the major powers had become more favorable, those at the bottom found it easier to grow strong, thereby raising the overall probability of the human race producing super geniuses. The human race's celebration lasted a full 10 years before it ended. During the celebration, a powerhouse once proposed that the Yen Shun race could become an independent major force. Moreover, the giant axe creator and Chaos City Lord had also nodded. As long as the Yen Emperor was willing, the Yen Shun race could immediately become the human race's 6th major force. But the Yen Emperor did not do so because he felt the time had not yet come. The internal struggle for resources within the human race had not yet reached that level. After the human race's celebration ended, the Yen Emperor stayed in the original universe, diligently seeking an opportunity to break through. His mastery of secret arts had now reached the 7th rank limit. He was only one step away from creating an 8th rank secret art, but that single step was one he could not take. His divine power path was exactly the same. He was stuck at 89999 times and could not break through to 90000 times. Yet breaking through this bottleneck was far more difficult than creating an 8th rank secret art. The Yen Emperor silently cultivated in the Yen-Shin secret realm, occasionally giving pointers to the universe venerables and geniuses of the Yen-Shin race. Because most of the Yen-Shin race's new generation had been born on Earth, their comprehension was quite good, and there were many geniuses. Moreover, given the Yen Emperor's relationship with Luofeng, arranging for some clansmen to give birth on Earth was very easy. Then, after the Yen Emperor had been cultivating in seclusion for several hundred years, a major event took place in the Universe C. The inheritance of the Duandongha lineage appeared in the world. The inheritance of the Duandong River lineage has finally appeared. It seems another great storm is about to rise. I wonder whether Luofeng will obtain the inheritance of the Duandong River lineage as expected. The emergence of the Duandong River lineage's inheritance swept through the cosmic sea like a super typhoon. The first reincarnation era, the second, the third, and both sacred lands went completely mad. For the Duandong River inheritance, they surged forward in endless waves toward the blazing ice domain, all vying for it. But was that inheritance truly so easy to seize? For the Duandong River inheritance, the cosmic sea had long been plunged into a chaotic slaughter. Now, before the inheritance had truly appeared, the struggle was already this ferocious. Once it actually emerged, what would happen then? No matter how fierce the slaughter in the cosmic sea became, what did it have to do with Yendi? He had no intention of contending for the Duandong River inheritance. If he joined the contest with his current strength, there would probably be no protagonist named Luofeng. With Yendi's current comprehension and potential, he was not confident he could solve the entire Shihuang board at once, but it was still easy for him to crack 6,000 rounds. Besides, with his mastery of secret arts, obtaining the Duandong River inheritance was hardly a challenge. At that moment, a message came from the Chaos City Lord. Yendi picked up the communication token and asked Chaos, "What do you want?" From the other end, the Chaos City Lord's steady voice sounded. "Yendi, have you heard of the Duandong River lineage?" I know. The race already sent me word." "Then what do you suggest?" "Send those universe lords with great comprehension and clones." "Alright. Also send some universe venerables and immortal gods with good comprehension. Maybe they'll bring unexpected results." I understand. According to the intelligence, the strongest being of the third reincarnation era has not made his move yet, so naturally our human race will not act either. But Yendi, do you not intend to make a move? With your potential and strength, surely. Ha ha ha. I have no interest in the Duandong River inheritance. I won't be going. Very well. Given Yendi's current status in the human race, no one was qualified to order him around. Since Yendi declined, the Chaos City Lord would not press the matter. Moreover, Yendi's potential was enormous. If anything happened to him, the human race would not wish to see it. Head Duandong River. Yendi shook his head and resumed his secluded cultivation. Yendi practiced in seclusion within the Primordial Universe. But at the blazing ice domain of the cosmic arc, it was lively. That old codger Bayesian Star Master, relying on his many supreme treasures and immense strength, directly sealed the entrance of the tomb ship, refusing to let other forces in. Boom! At that very moment, outside the blazing ice domain, a divine axe came tearing through the void at more than 100,000 times the speed of light. Its awe-inspiring might made the experts guarding the tomb ship tremble in fear. This speed and that pressure, could it be the strongest being in the cosmic sea, the giant axe creator? The overpowering aura of the giant axe creator made even Bayesian Star Master himself, a universe supreme, feel his heart race. Right? Look at that divine axe. He is the strongest in the cosmic sea, the giant axe creator. A universe lord of the skeleton race suddenly shouted. Whoosh! In an instant, a man appeared before the tomb ship. 1,000,000 kilometers tall, with wild hair flying, and a savage domineering aura. He stared at Bayesian Star Master. Bayesian Star Master of the Eastern Emperor Sacred Land, will you move aside on your own, or will I split you open with my divine axe? Humph! Arrogant brat. Then let me, Bayesian Star Master, see what you can do. Bayesian knew he was no match for the giant axe creator, but with his palace-type supreme treasure, he did not fear true death. Let's go. Get as far away as possible. That giant axe creator is about to strike. The universe lord, spectating, fled far away, afraid of being caught up in the battle. Old man, you're too fond of flaunting your age. The giant axe creator had never had a good temper. Hearing Bayesian Star Master behave like a self-important elder, he struck at once. 16th axe. Boom! The colossal divine axe turned pitch black as if it could swallow all creation, and slashed viciously at Bayesian Star Master. Damn it! Block it for me! Bayesian Star Master poured all his power into the supreme treasure in his hand, trying to resist the giant axe creator's attack. But the gap between their strength was too great. Bang! Bayesian Star Master and his 4 supreme treasures were sent flying by a single swing of the divine axe. Ah! Giant axe! You! A huge gash appeared across Bayesian's chest and blood gushed from his mouth. One move. The giant axe creator defeated the overbearing Bayesian Star Master in just one move. The experts watching were shocked. Although Bayesian Star Master no longer had his miniature universe. Yet over the long endless years, his mastery of secret arts had reached an extremely profound level. With 4 supreme treasures he could at least exert peak 8th order combat power in the cosmic sea. And yet the giant axe creator defeated him with one axe stroke. Just how powerful was the giant axe creator? Humph! The giant axe creator snorted in contempt. He had never taken a Bayesian Star Master seriously. He released the human race's experts and said to them, "Do your best in this expedition. Go now." Yes, giant axe creator. The human race's experts all entered the tomb ship. After they had gone in, the giant axe creator proceeded to do something utterly lacking in decency. He guarded the tomb ship's entrance and refused to let anyone else in. Seeing the giant axe creator also blockading the entrance, Bayesian Star Master was more than happy to watch. With his own strength he could not hold the entrance for long. But with the giant axe keeping watch, probably very few would manage to enter. Before long the experts of the Violet Moon Sacred Land arrived. 1 Universe Supreme, 15 Universe Lords, and a number of Universe Venerables and Immortal Gods. When the Universe Supreme of the Violet Moon Sacred Land saw that the giant axe creator was blocking the entrance, he said indignantly, "Giant axe creator, with your status and position you guard this place. Are you not afraid of losing the dignity of the Cosmic Sea's #1 expert?" Humph! Dignity? What the hell is dignity worth? Can you eat it? The giant axe creator snorted with contempt. You? Giant axe creator, you've gone too far. Are you really going to pick a fight with our Violet Moon Sacred Land? The Universe Supreme was enraged. In all his countless years, he had never been so humiliated. Against the giant axe creator's strength, fighting was certainly hopeless. Then they could negotiate. But this fellow simply refused to show the Violet Moon Sacred Land any respect. Humph! I say your Violet Moon Sacred Land is being utterly foolish. Faced with the chance to transcend reincarnation, why should I spare you any face? If you want to get past me, fine. Defeat me. Otherwise get lost. The giant axe creator stated bluntly. Everyone knew how vital the Duandong River lineage's inheritance was. Once obtained, transcending reincarnation was a certainty. At this point, why cling to face? Fine. Giant axe creator, you're arrogant enough. I'll call more people right now. Realizing that he could not handle it, the Universe Supreme of the Violet Moon Sacred Land called for underlings to gang up on the giant axe. Just then, experts of the Divine Eye race, led by the 7th True Monarch and the 2nd True Monarch, also arrived in force. Giant axe creator. The 7th True Monarch looked at the giant axe creator with an indescribable expression. The 2nd True Monarch wore the same look. After all, the 7th True Monarch's Ice Cliff Fortress was now in the giant axe creator's hands. How could he not hate him? The 2nd True Monarch's supreme treasure had also been forfeited to the human race as compensation. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect your Divine Eye race to come too. I've taken control of the tomb ship's entrance. I'm afraid you must not enter. The giant axe creator laughed heartily. Giant axe, you? The 2nd True Monarch stammered for a long time but ultimately said nothing. First, the two of them, having lost their supreme treasures, were hardly enough for the giant axe creator to cut down. Second, the Divine Eye race still had 2 True Monarchs under the human race's control, so they did not dare to offend him too deeply. Seeing the Divine Eye race arrive, the Universe Supreme of the Violet Moon Sacred Land was overjoyed and immediately said, 2nd True Monarch, 7th True Monarch, how about the two of us join forces against the giant axe creator? This? The 2 True Monarchs of the Divine Eye race hesitated, not daring to accept the invitation at once. The giant axe creator watched them coldly, but a trace of anxiety stirred in his heart. Although I am strong and do not fear them, the more people arrive, the more powerhouses gather. In the end, I will definitely not be able to hold them off. Perhaps I should do it this way. His eyes shifted and a clever plan surfaced in the giant axe creator's mind. He addressed the experts of the Divine Eye race and the Violet Moon Sacred Land. It's not that you can't enter. It's just... Well? Hearing there was a chance, the 7th True Monarch quickly asked, just what? Name your requirements. Our Divine Eye race will do whatever we can. The Universe Supreme of the Violet Moon Sacred Land, however, put on the pride of a sacred land and did not speak. Hearing how cooperative the 7th True Monarch was, the giant axe creator did not stand on ceremony. 7th True Monarch, you know the friendship between our human race and your Divine Eye race is not shallow. Keeping you from entering would hardly be right. But look, I have been guarding this place for so long and it is dangerous, arduous, exhausting. An unshallow friendship with the Divine Eye race. Arduous, exhausting. Dangerous. The seventh true monarch wanted to curse the giant axe creator, but kept a flattering smile, and said indeed it's been hard work, truly hard. You see, giant axe creator, I happen to have a peak domain class supreme treasure here. Consider it compensation for your trouble. As he spoke, the seventh true monarch handed the supreme treasure to the giant axe. With the treasure in hand, the giant axe stopped making things difficult for the divine eye race and told the seventh true monarch, then you may enter first. I won't see you off. Thank you, giant axe creator. The experts of the divine eye race surged into the tomb ship. The experts who arrived afterwards, seeing that it was the giant axe creator guarding the entrance, obediently handed over supreme treasures and went in. Bayesian Star Master also wanted to collect tolls like the giant axe creator, but lacking the strength, he could only entertain the idea. Meanwhile, the universe supreme of the Violet Moon Sacred Land watched other races pay the toll and enter, while his own forces had not yet come. Helpless, he too obediently paid the toll and entered the tomb ship. During the centuries the giant axe creator had spent standing guard outside the tomb ship, he had amassed a great many supreme treasures, making the powerhouses gnash their teeth with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Unfortunately, neither the giant axe creator's personal strength nor the forces behind him were anything those others could compare with. Now the human race was counted among the superpowers even within the cosmic sea. If humanity possessed over 100 universe masters, it could well be regarded as a hegemon-level force of the cosmic sea. After all, the human race's top-tier strength was formidable, but its number of universe masters was still far too few. Meanwhile, the forces that paid tribute to the giant axe creator fell into two categories. First, because the giant axe creator was so powerful, even those who managed to force their way through would pay a terrible price. A loss not worth the gain. Thus, eager to rush into the contest for the inheritance, they handed their supreme treasures to the giant axe. Second, there were those whose own strength was so meager that they could not break through no matter how hard they tried, so they helplessly offered the giant axe creator their treasures. A toll-collecting business like this could never be done without formidable strength and backing. This then was the benefit of strength. Might makes right. If the human race of old had tried to collect tolls here, just let them try. That fellow the giant axe was still outside the tomb ship collecting tolls. After all, with a larger clan came greater pressure, and greater pressure meant heavier expenses. The giant axe also subscribed to the principle that even a mosquito's leg is still meat, refusing to let a single opportunity to acquire resources slip through his fingers. While the giant axe creator gathered tolls inside the tomb ship, Luo Feng's outstanding performance in solving the Shihuang game had drawn the envy of every race. Now that the human race had grown powerful, no one dared to bully Luo Feng directly. But underhanded schemes were naturally inevitable. After all, the great powers all had vassal races beneath them, and those vassal races naturally had to follow whatever arrangements their overlords made. Whether in the open or in secret, they caused Luo Feng no small amount of trouble. Everything unfolded with little difference from the original narrative. Luo Feng and Venerable Bishue were the fastest at solving the Shihuang game. The only difference was that the two true lords of the divine eye race, lacking supreme ultimate treasures, were slain outright by Duan Donghe. The divine eye race's strength thus plummeted sharply. Its two true lords were suppressed by the human race and fell, leaving only their three mightiest experts. Just as Luo Feng and the others entered the final inheritance, the giant axe creator sent a voice transmission to Emperor Yen. Emperor Yen. In this contest for the Duan Donghe lineage's inheritance, the most likely to succeed are our races Luo Feng and Venerable Bishue of the Eastern Emperor Sacred Land. Once the inheritor appears, all the races of the cosmic sea will certainly make their move. In that case, the human race should not sit idle either. Emperor Yen naturally knew that Luo Feng would obtain the inheritance, and that there was no real danger. But on second thought, leading the human race's universe masters out to flex their muscles once more was not a bad idea. Very well. This time the human race will go all out and seize the inheritance. Right? We shall seize the inheritance. The giant axe creator declared with conviction. His move was also a precaution. Once Luo Feng obtained the inheritance, the human race's experts would be there to escort and protect him. If some other race obtained the inheritance, the giant axe creator's plan was just as simple: snatch it. His thinking was perfectly natural. Just like every great power of the cosmic sea, if you cannot have it, you take it by force. If you have strength, everything you do is justified. If you lack it, you are doomed. Emperor Yen and Chaos City Lord, leading the human race's universe masters, along with the wandering butterfly flower emperor, departed for the Yambing domain. The contest for the Duan Donghe lineage's inheritance had also entered its final sprint. When the great powers of the cosmic sea learned that the final inheritor would have to create a sixth-order secret art, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness that freak Emperor Yen did not go. Otherwise there would have been no need to compete at all. After his battle against the first true Lord, Emperor Yen had thoroughly made a name for himself, standing among the most supreme powerhouses of the cosmic sea. The problem was that he was still a universe master. To claim that his mastery of secret arts had not reached the level of the strongest would convince no one. Even the human race's universe masters expressed regret at this state of affairs. If Emperor Yen had gone, would the inheritance not have belonged to the human race already? Emperor Yen simply smiled at all this and offered no explanation. The inheritances of the endless lineage alone were so numerous as to be overwhelming. Why would he spare any effort for the Duandongha lineage's inheritance? Besides, the Duandongha lineage's inheritance belonged to the protagonist. Emperor Yen truly could have snatched it away. But if as a result a heaven-defying existence like Luofeng never came to be, who would deal with the world beasts? The world beasts were the only thing Emperor Yen truly dreaded now. Otherwise would he have allowed Luofeng to emerge? After Emperor Yen led the human race's experts to rendezvous with the giant axe, they concealed themselves. In the struggle for the Duandongha lineage's inheritance, Luofeng did not let anyone down. He smoothly claimed the inheritance. With Luofeng's success, the cosmic sea suddenly erupted into an uproar. The great powers stirred restlessly, and the Yanbing domain became extraordinarily lively. Yet Luofeng stayed inside the tomb ship for decades, driving the powerhouses of the cosmic sea mad with impatience. At last the tomb ship moved. Look! The tomb ship has finally moved. The inheritor has appeared. Everyone do everything in your power to stop the tomb ship. Capture the inheritor and force him to hand over the inheritance. Good. Attack. Boom. 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 Dozens of supreme ultimate treasures, soul attacks, telekinetic weapons, and so forth. All hurtled toward the tomb ship. Chaos City Lord broke into a cold sweat for Luofeng and said anxiously, "Everyone be prepared. If Luofeng falls into danger, do your utmost to rescue him." Understood. Yes. We shall spare no effort to rescue the Galaxy Lord even unto death. The universe masters of the human race answered in unison. Right? Luofeng is the hope of our human race to transcend reincarnation. We absolutely cannot afford to lose him, the giant axe creator said in a deep voice as well. Seeing how serious everyone looked, Emperor Yen said helplessly, "Very well. There is no need for such worry. How could the inheritance of an ancient civilization be that simple? Emperor Yen, be serious." Fine. Watching everyone poised for action, Emperor Yen found it better to say nothing more. But the facts proved Emperor Yan's reasoning. The motive force of a top-grade mechanical supreme treasure at the true god level was immensely powerful. How could the rabble of the cosmic sea with their combat power of merely 5 ever hope to bind it down? Phew! What a relief! The ancient civilization is truly formidable. This tomb ship is far mightier than the one you had before, Emperor Yen. Chaos City Lord said with a long sigh of relief. The giant axe creator looked at Luofeng, who was clearly in no danger at all, and said, "Very well. Since Luofeng is safe, let us all withdraw." Just as everyone was preparing to leave, Emperor Yen said, "Since we have all come this far, wouldn't it be dull to leave like this? How about we give the powerhouses of the cosmic sea an eternal unforgettable memory? An eternal unforgettable memory. Yes, a memory that will make them tremble at the very mention of the human race." Boom! Suddenly the powerhouses besieging the tomb ship felt space itself tremble, and someone cried out sharply, "Ah! It is the 3-headed 6-armed giant. The human race's experts are coming." Huh? The human race's experts? Could it be that venerable Bishue of the Eastern Emperor Sacred Land obtained the inheritance, and now the human race has come to snatch it too? Perhaps. In truth, the experts of the Eastern Emperor Sacred Land were equally frustrated. The inheritance was not obtained by them, since the human race had made its move, and Luofeng had not obtained it either. Who exactly had received the inheritance? Not far away, a 3-headed 6-armed giant towering a full light-year in height was charging at extreme speed toward the tomb ship. Moreover, because the number of supreme ultimate treasures possessed by the human race had increased, this 3-headed 6-armed giant radiated even greater might than before. "Ah! Giant axe creator, what are you? What is the meaning of this? Why would you strike at us?" Boom! The 3-headed 6-armed giant that had come rushing over did not attack the tomb ship. Instead, it struck directly at the powerhouses who had been attacking the tomb ship. A colossal axe shadow, a golden divine dragon, and terrifying fist images all came murderously sweeping down upon those experts. Ah! The human race has obtained the inheritance. It must be that the human race has obtained it. Otherwise they would never attack us. Someone shouted amid the chaos, though there was no evidence. But the human race's actions had already said more than enough. Suddenly one of the resisting powerhouses had a sly idea and shouted, "It is the human race that obtained the inheritance. We cannot control the tomb ship now. But if we capture the experts of the human race, we will certainly be able to force them to hand over the inheritance. Right? Capture the human race's experts, and force them to hand over the inheritance. Kill. Capture the human race's experts, and force them to hand over the inheritance. Kill. For the inheritance. For transcending reincarnation. Kill. Kill." Every powerhouse present was driven completely mad. Dozens of the strongest and over 100 universe masters attacked the three-headed six-armed giant in unison. Watching those powerhouses come surging at him, the three-headed six-armed giant let out a mocking laugh. Fools! Boom! 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 9 more colossal three-headed six-armed giants appeared directly out of the void. Excluding Luo Feng, the human race had 27 universe masters and 2 supreme powerhouses. Together with the wandering butterfly flower emperor, there were exactly 30 experts. 30 experts could deploy exactly 10 three-headed six-armed giants. Of course, the human race's experts had only dispatched their primary combat avatars. Not a single one had sent out all of his avatars. Among these newly appeared three-headed six-armed giants, the strongest wielded peak 9th order power, while the weakest still stood at peak 7th order. Ah! Is this the true might of the human race? The powerhouses of the cosmic sea were utterly stunned as they stared at those 10 three-headed six-armed giants with their heaven-shaking auras. The instant those 10 three-headed six-armed giants appeared, no one dared to make another move. Yet the sight that followed stunned the powerhouses of the cosmic sea even more profoundly. Boom! The 10 three-headed six-armed giants merged with the largest among them, ultimately taking shape as a bizarre being 10 light-years tall with 8 heads and 24 arms. This technique was independently developed by Emperor Yen and the others based on the eternal true god inheritance of the divine eye race, and its might had reached the absolute zenith of 12th order combat power. Roar! The bizarre being threw back its heads and bellowed. With 24 arms wielding all manner of weapons, it charged at the powerhouses of the cosmic sea like a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep. Ah! 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 Please, human race, have mercy on us. We will never vie for the inheritance again. Yes, yes, yes. Spare us. We will leave at once. Damn you! You killed our kinsmen. I will fight the human race to the bitter end. Wails, curses, and pleas for mercy swelled to fill the entire Yanbing domain. And this day was destined to be one that no one would ever forget. The battle in the Yanbing domain was recorded in the annals by the 2 holy lands, for the power humanity erupted with in that battle was truly terrifying. 3 ultimate powerhouses of the universe were killed outright on the spot, and one of them even possessed a supreme treasure. Moreover, 21 universe masters had fallen. This dreadful battle finally made the beings of the universe sea understand how terrifying humanity was. Those sharp fangs were enough to bite through any obstacle standing in their way. Although humanity's move had been unexpected, and carried a strong suspicion of a sneak attack, no one could deny its strength. After displaying such formidable might, humanity thoroughly cowed all those alien races. Meanwhile, that fellow Luo Feng piloted the tomb ship back toward the Primordial Universe, and on the way he swindled the Eastern Emperor Holy Land out of 2 supreme treasures. Ever since Luo Feng obtained the inheritance of Duan Donghe's line, his status among humanity had naturally risen. At this moment, clad in a white robe, Luo Feng was expounding the Tao to humanity's universe masters. There are 2 ways to become a true god. One is to follow the path of laws, and the other is to follow the path of divine power. The 10 fundamental laws can all fuse together. Once fused, they become the chaos law. There are plenty of legacies for refining supreme treasures and combined attack secret arts. This will surely allow humanity to transcend reincarnation. Luo Feng was lecturing on those profound inheritances in the virtual universe, and humanity's universe masters listened spellbound. Even the always unrestrained primal ancestor could not resist showing up to ask Luo Feng about the chaos law. As for that fellow giant axe creator, he clung to Luo Feng and refused to leave, saying that Luo Feng was giving him pointers. I am certain I can create the 17th axe and reach the true limit of an ultimate powerhouse of the universe. Just as humanity was listening to Luo Feng's discourse, however, the primordial universe changed countenance. Fierce winds were about to rise. Within the 3 peak races, Demon Ancestor Zhen, the Bug Empress, the Father God of the Machine Race, and the universe masters of the 3 peak races sat together in a grim atmosphere to confer. Ever since they had been forced by humanity to cede territory and pay reparations, the 3 races had grown even closer and formed a loose alliance. Alas, humanity was already terrifyingly powerful, and now they have obtained an inheritance as formidable as Duan Donghe's line. I fear we may not even be able to hold the last of our territory. Yes, yes. Look at the giant axe creator, the flame emperor, and the chaos city lord. Which one of them is not heaven-defyingly powerful? In the battle at the Yanbing domain, 3 ultimate powerhouses of the universe fell. 21 universe masters fell as well. How long has it been since the universe sea witnessed such a major event, right? Once the divine eye race could rival the 2 holy lands in the universe sea. Just how powerful were they? But precisely because they provoked humanity, they now end up with their supreme treasures snatched away and 2 of their true lords suppressed. The divine eye race is just like Wang shower celebrating New Year, declining year after year. Right. Since the 2nd true lord and the 7th true lord fell, the divine eye race has become even weaker. Their experts are now being beaten down by their mortal enemies, the skeleton race. Look at those universe masters of the divine eye race. they no longer act as arrogantly as they once did, right? Humanity is simply not to be provoked, otherwise truly. Just as the universe masters of the three peak races were discussing how powerful humanity was, and how it must not be provoked, demon ancestor Zhen, seated at the very top, spoke up. Enough! What a sight the lot of you are! No matter how powerful humanity is, can they really do whatever they please in the primordial universe? Yes, demon ancestor Zhen's lesson is right. The universe masters below said respectfully. Actually, one reason the three peak races were so dispirited was that humanity was too strong and placed too much pressure on them. The second was that the universe masters enslaved by the Flame Emperor were stirring up trouble from within, shaking the morale of the three peak races. Looking at the now calmed universe masters below, demon ancestor Zhen turned to the father god of the machine race and said, Father God, what is your view of the current situation? Are the three peak races really unable to protect even the last of their remaining territory? Is humanity really going to dominate the primordial universe completely? The beautiful bug empress also looked grave and said despondently, humanity is only getting stronger. Now that they have obtained such a heaven-defying inheritance, will the three peak races truly begin to decline from now on? At this moment, the father god of the machine race also felt tremendous pressure. But as the brain of the three peak races, he still displayed the composure he should have. No, perhaps things are not as bad as you say. Not as bad. Demon ancestor Zhen and the empress both lit up, asking expectantly, Father God, do you have a good idea? I cannot exactly call it a good idea, but my view is not as pessimistic as yours. The father god of the machine race paused, looked at the expectant demon ancestor Zhen and empress, then continued. Humanity is indeed powerful and heaven-defying, but do not forget this is the primordial universe. Even ultimate powerhouses can only unleash 6th-tier combat power here. Therefore, in a fight within the primordial universe, individual strength does not matter. What matters is numbers. Numbers? Demon ancestor Zhen's eyes lit up but then dimmed at once. Even if the three peak races have more universe masters than humanity, what difference does it make? Besides, humanity's universe masters have suddenly increased in number, while nearly 10 of ours have died in battle. Even added together, we have only a little more than they do. Yes. Setting aside the fact that our numerical advantage is negligible, even if the three peak races were to join forces and fight humanity in the primordial universe, we would still be no match for them. Humanity alone has nearly 10 who can unleash 6th-tier combat power. That is practically equivalent to the strongest. The bug empress analyzed. Little did they know if all of humanity's universe masters sent out their avatars. And if each one was also given a supreme treasure, there would be even more 6th-tier universe masters. What? You ask whether humanity has enough supreme treasures. The tomb yielded 5, the divine eye race paid 8 in compensation, Luofeng swindled 2, the giant axe creator's divine axe 1, the flame emperor's primal soul 1, and 1 was obtained from the slaughter in the Yambing domain. That makes 18 in total. Do you think that's enough? Hearing the bug empress say this, the father god of the machine race shook his head. The universe masters of our three peak races are indeed few, but the primordial universe has no lack of universe masters. Can they truly in the primordial universe resist the experts of the entire primordial universe? This? There may be many universe masters in the primordial universe, but those people are the sort who will not release the hawk until they see the rabbit. If there is no sufficient benefit, will they make a move? Earlier, when those people heard that humanity had grown powerful, quite a few of them joined the Red Alliance. Demon ancestor Zhen said hesitantly. Hearing this, the bug empress cursed indeed. Those people are truly detestable. Hearing the empress and demon ancestor Zhen say this, the father god of the machine race shook his head and said things are not so simple. Faced with the possibility of transcending reincarnation, who would not be moved? The primordial universe is about to see a great war. A war to fight for the inheritance of Duan Dongha's lineage. Then, what should we do? We wait for those with ambition to contact us. At the same time, we contact those restless races. As long as our strength is great enough, we may gain back more than lost territory. Perhaps even the chance to transcend reincarnation, right? We must not only take back our territory, but also fight for the inheritance of Duan Dongha's lineage. At that moment, the three leaders were filled with confident expectation, little knowing that their plan had already been reported to the Flame Emperor by his sole slave. In truth, the Flame Emperor would have understood that the alien races would make their move even without them telling him. Humanity also sensed that, in the days ahead, the primordial universe grew increasingly restless, with turmoil spreading everywhere. Figures of alien races frequently appeared within humanity's territory, as did the figures of lone ultimate powerhouses. Their demands were all very simple. They wanted a share of the spoils. As for those lone ultimate powerhouses, each had his own hidden thoughts. Especially that fellow island master Shihua. Quietly and unnoticed, he built a freedom alliance in just 100 years. Inside the alliance were more than 600 universe masters, making up more than half of all universe masters in the primordial universe. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Once these fellows banded together, their courage naturally grew. They raised all kinds of demands to humanity, and in essence all of them wanted guidance on cultivating to the limit of an ultimate powerhouse. However, humanity's attitude was resolute. Humanity only provided guidance up to the limit of a universe master. Not a bit more. The ancestral god sect and the Star Beast Alliance, on the other hand, both had good relations with humanity, and had extensive contact with them, hoping to obtain a comparatively rich legacy from humanity. But humanity's stance remained resolute, only the guidance for reaching the limit of a universe master, nothing more. During that time, some ultimate powerhouses also led universe masters into humanity's territory to fight. They were all beaten back by humanity and suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, Luofeng gave 2 drops of divine blood to Zuoshanke to refine into 2 beast god eyes. After that series of battles, everyone in the Primordial Universe realized that humanity was not to be provoked, so they all scrambled to seek alliances. Luofeng also broke through and became a universe master during the fighting. All 4 of his avatars could unleash peak 6-tier combat power. After Luofeng broke through to universe master, conflicts in the Primordial Universe escalated for an entire epoch until eventually 3 major camps formed. The human camp had nearly 200 universe masters and 2 ultimate powerhouses. The hostile camp was mainly composed of the 5 peak races plus some races with deep grudges against humanity. They also had nearly 200 universe masters and 9 ultimate powerhouses, though their overall strength was slightly weaker than the human camp. Finally, there was the strongest camp of all, the Freedom Alliance, which was the neutral camp. It contained more than 600 universe masters, along with the lone ultimate powerhouse Island Master Shihua. The Freedom Alliance was the most powerful camp, and the one that could directly determine victory or defeat in this conflict. Oh, has Island Lord Shihua finally come to see Luofeng? It seems the Great War is about to begin. Then let the myriad races of the universe, once again, feel the inviolability of our human race. In the mysterious realm of the Yen god, the Yen Emperor sat silently upon the towering throne of the Yen Emperor Hall, speaking these words to himself. The news that Island Lord Shihua had come to visit Luofeng had been passed to him by the City Lord of Chaos, so the Yen Emperor was naturally aware of it. Boom, boom, boom. The Yen Emperor's massive fingers lightly tapped the edge of his throne, producing thunderous sounds, while his mind churned with unknown schemes. What is my master contemplating? Facing such a crisis, does he not feel the slightest anxiety? Below the throne, the Yen Emperor's intelligent servant, the Golden Lion, stood, respectfully, silently wondering to himself. Now, with the Yen Emperor's assistance, the Golden Lion had reached the level of a universe venerable. Moreover, as the Yen Emperor's servant, his status in the Red Alliance was roughly comparable to that of a universe overlord. Go! Summon Petian Shashang and Kuang Feng to me. Suddenly the Yen Emperor, seated high upon his throne, spoke. As you command, my great master. The Golden Lion prostrated himself and withdrew from the Yen God Hall. In truth, with the might of a universe master, a single mental message could have summoned them directly. Yet the Yen God race was also a supreme ancient race, and propriety still had to be observed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, 3 towering figures appeared below the Yen God Hall. Each aura radiated overwhelming power. The Lord of Slaughter emanated a terrifying, killing intent that seemed to extinguish all life. The Lord of Heavenbreaking blazed like searing fire, as though consuming everything in flames. The Lord of Wild Wind stood calm and composed, unmoving as a mountain bearing a measure of the City Lord of Chaos's bearing. The 3 simultaneously bowed their heads slightly and said respectfully, "We greet the clan leader. All of you follow me to the outer domain battlefield." The Yen Emperor's majestic voice resounded throughout the entire Yen God Hall. "Yes, clan leader." Whoosh! The 4 of them teleported away instantly. The site of the great battle was to be the outer domain battlefield, where both the human race camp and the opposing alliance would settle the conflict. The Free Alliance, however, still harbored opportunistic intentions, having yet to choose a side. On the outer domain battlefield, the atmosphere had become eerily still and saturated with killing intent. The powerhouses of both camps had retreated into their own strongholds, and not a single one dared to venture out. All were silently gathering their strength, preparing for the final battle. Within the human race camp, nearly 200 universe masters sat around a colossal round table. Each radiated boundless might, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. The City Lord of Chaos and the Axe Creator sat high upon 2 enormous black thrones. Beside them, another black throne sat vacant. The Axe Creator's disheveled hair flew wildly, clad in a light blue battle armor, his eyes containing a world seemingly forged from axes. The City Lord of Chaos was in no way inferior, his aura composed and steady, unmoving as a mountain. At that moment, the City Lord of Chaos, seated upon his high throne, spoke. "I wonder whether the negotiations between Luofeng and Island Lord Shihua will succeed, and is Luofeng's plan not somewhat reckless? Against so many powerhouses, I fear his Nether Sea clone may not be able to hold them off." The Axe Creator also spoke with some oppression in his voice. "Chaos, do not lose heart. Our human race will surely triumph. The universe masters below also had mixed feelings. The human universe masters naturally worried about their race's fate, while the foreign universe masters' thoughts were far less certain. Although the human race camp's strength currently surpasses that of the 5 Supreme Pinnacle Races coalition compared to the Free Alliance, they are still far inferior. When the time comes, I had best act according to the situation. A universe master with close ties to the Free Alliance thought silently to himself. Alas, neither the human race nor the 5 Supreme Pinnacle Races are to be trifled with. What should I do? If I die, what will become of my race? The chieftain of the Flood Dragon race, a weak universe master of merely the 2nd rank, secretly fretted. His strength was meager, and no matter which camp he chose, he could hardly gain much benefit. Worse still, he himself might very well fall, for this was a war encompassing the entire primordial universe, and the fall of a universe master was hardly unusual. The human race's power may seem formidable, but within the primordial universe, they can exert at most a 6th rank combat strength. That advantage is far too small. This was essentially the sentiment of all foreign races. The human race's high-end combat power was indeed terrifyingly great. But this was the primordial universe after all. Individual strength could not decide everything, ultimately quantity mattered. Therefore the Free Alliance's choice was of paramount importance. Once the Free Alliance sided with one camp, the battle would effectively be over. In truth, many of these foreign races had chosen to join the Red Alliance precisely because of several key advantages the human race possessed. First, given the current high-end combat strength of the human race and Luo Feng's inheritance from the East River lineage, even in defeat the race would not be annihilated, and might even transcend reincarnation to establish a holy land. Moreover, the vast majority of universe masters from those smaller races harbored limited ambitions, and so they were content to become vassals of the human race. Second, the human race had promised those foreign universe masters inheritances capable of cultivating them to the limit of the universe master level. A tempting offer of immense allure to those minor races. After all, becoming a supreme being was extraordinarily difficult. In a typical reincarnation cycle, only 30 or 40 ever achieved it. Third, there was the formidable combat power the human race had displayed in the cosmic sea. Even if the human race were defeated in the primordial universe, they would still remain an unshakable superpower in the cosmic sea. And just as the oppressive atmosphere within the human race camp reached its peak, a scorching, domineering aura suddenly descended. The universe masters below hurriedly rose to their feet and said respectfully, "Yen Emperor, all of you sit." As the Yen Emperor's voice rang out, he had already seated himself upon one of the black thrones in the same row as the Axe Creator and the City Lord of Chaos. The 3 universe masters of the Yen God race also took their seats below. "Yen Emperor, you have finally arrived. Do you have any well-considered suggestions?" The City Lord of Chaos's steady yet worried voice rang out. At this moment, the City Lord of Chaos's heart was filled with deep concern for the human race's fate. Should they lose, the human race would not be exterminated, but without the territories of the primordial universe, it would become exceedingly difficult to produce new powerhouses. "There is nothing to worry about. This time our human race will surely triumph." The Yen Emperor's sonorous, confident voice echoed in the ears of all the assembled powerhouses. Triumph? The assembled powerhouses all cast doubtful glances at the Yen Emperor. Could it be that the Yen Emperor had a way to bring those Free Alliance fellows into the human race's camp? Or perhaps the human race had agreed to provide inheritances and guidance to cultivate beings to the level of the supreme being. Heh. The Yen Emperor smiled, mysteriously saying nothing. And just then news arrived from the virtual universe. The Free Alliance had actually agreed to join the human race's camp. What? The Free Alliance agreed to join. Both the coalition camp and the human race camp were utterly astonished. Everyone knew that once the Free Alliance chose a side, the outcome of this war would essentially be decided. Excellent. The City Lord of Chaos shouted 3 times in succession. Exchanging a single inheritance capable of cultivating one being to the limit of the universe supreme level for the entry of the entire Free Alliance was clearly an enormously worthwhile bargain. The powerhouses of the human race camp buzzed with discussion. The human universe masters were invigorated by the Free Alliance's accession, while the foreign universe masters felt increasingly confident that they had made the right choice. Heh. Watching the delighted powerhouses, the Yen Emperor secretly shook his head with a faint smile. "You are all thinking too simply about this matter. The final outcome. Had the Purple Moon Holy Land not been scheming behind the scenes, the Free Alliance might indeed have chosen to join the human race camp. But with the Purple Moon Holy Land pulling strings, those greedy fellows of the Free Alliance would ultimately all end up in the coalition camp. Wouldn't that make things far more interesting?" And when the coalition camp learned that the Free Alliance had chosen to side with the human race, they were utterly stunned. What do we do? Those Free Alliance fools actually chose to join the human race camp. Damn it. Our coalition camp strength was already somewhat inferior to the human race, and now those Free Alliance fools have chosen their side. There is no way we can be a match for them. Roar. Is our race's opportunity to transcend reincarnation truly cut off just like that? The old beast god roared, raising his head to the heavens. The star beast race was few in number and cared little for territory, but none were willing to abandon the chance to transcend reincarnation. Yeah. Roar. Within the coalition camp, one after another unwilling roars and bellows rose into the air. These powerhouses had clearly fallen into utter despair. For once the Free Alliance chose the human race camp, not only would the coalition camp fail to obtain the inheritance, but they would suffer total defeat and pay an even heavier price. Flee! Everyone flee! Our coalition camp no longer has the slightest hope of victory. The mechanic race god father shouted. Yes, flee! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! The 10 supreme beings all piloted their palace-type supreme treasures, gathered their universe masters within, and rushed out of their camp. Unfortunately, the powerhouses of the human race had long anticipated this. They knew that once the coalition camp received news of the Free Alliance joining the human race, they would attempt to flee, and so they had been waiting for them outside all along. Just as the 10 supreme beings charged out of their camp, a region of 10 light-years became shrouded in endless stars. This is the Axe Creator's star domain. The God-Eye race compensated the human race with the second True Master's domain-type supreme treasure, the star domain, as reparation. The shock demon ancestor shouted. And at that moment nearly 200 formidable figures appeared around the coalition camp. Ha ha ha! Everyone, where might you be headed? The Axe Creator's wild, unbridled voice rang out. Roar, O Creator of the giant axe! Do you humans truly intend to annihilate us all? Remember, this is the Primordial Universe. Even if you defeat us, you cannot kill us. The enraged roar of Jin Yaozu came from within the Black Palace-class supreme treasure. Right. Creator of the giant axe, I Heizhou am willing to give up the struggle for this inheritance. Please spare me. Yes. Our lineage of star beasts is willing to give up. Humans, please let us go. I, the Void True Demon God, am also willing to give up. Our crystal race is also willing to give up. Our hell race is also willing to give up. Old beast god. Hey Heizhou, sure too. How can you do this? The insect empress said in disbelief. How hateful. These fellows all vowed so solemnly to defeat the humans, and force them to hand over the inheritance. But when danger came, they chose to withdraw. The father god of the mechanical race cursed inwardly. Apart from the 3 supreme apex races, the other races and the lone supreme powerhouses had no direct conflict of interest with humanity. If they voluntarily gave up, the humans would not be foolish enough to go out of their way to provoke them. The star domain that bound everyone in the void had not yet been withdrawn. Nearly 200 powerhouses of the human camp all turned their eyes to humanity's 3 titans, the giant axe creator, the Lord of Chaos City, and the Yen Emperor. Meanwhile, the 3 titans were conferring in secret, through voice transmission, discussing how to deal with the alien races. Giant Axe Yen Emperor, I think we should let all races except the 3 supreme apex races leave. With the strength of our human race plus the Free Alliance, we hold an absolute advantage over the coalition camp. But killing all of them may not be realistic either. The Lord of Chaos City transmitted his voice secretly. The Yen Emperor beside him remained silent, while the giant axe creator pondered briefly, then sent a voice transmission to the 2. I agree with Chaos's idea. Even if we kill them all, the gain will not outweigh the loss. What do you think, Yen Emperor? Giant Axe Chaos. The matter is not as simple as you think. The Yen Emperor shook his head. Not as simple. The giant axe creator and the Lord of Chaos City asked in unison, bewildered. Heh. Just wait and see. The Yen Emperor shook his head and said nothing more. By now those fellows of the Free Alliance must have learned that the coalition camp is trying to flee, and they are almost here. If we let the other powerhouses leave at this moment, I fear it will prove disadvantageous to the humans later. Yen Emperor, you. Stop being so mysterious. If you have something to say, just say it directly. The giant axe creator said anxiously. At a time like this. The Yen Emperor is still being so enigmatic. Honestly. On the Free Alliance's side, the Shihua Island Lord and Luofeng had just reached a deal. In the virtual universe, the Shihua Island Lord had just absorbed the portion of inheritance that humanity had granted him, covering cultivation up to the limit of the universe's supreme realm. Phew, what a mysterious and profound inheritance. Even a brief glimpse has already benefited me immensely. If given enough time, I will surely cultivate to the limit of the universe's supreme realm, and even transcend reincarnation. The Shihua Island Lord's eyes blazed with the flames of wild ambition. Luofeng, standing by, watched with a smile as the Shihua Island Lord accepted the inheritance. He knew that this portion of the inheritance humanity had offered was more than enough to tempt the fellow. Seeing the Shihua Island Lord awake, Luofeng smiled and asked, Brother Shihua, how is it? Good. The Shihua Island Lord said, Good 3 times in succession. The powerhouses of the cosmic sea had all been like blind men groping along the path of cultivation. How could they have ever seen such detailed and precious inheritance? Inha, I will remember the kindness of your human race this time. I Shihua will surely lead the Free Alliance to support your human race with all our strength. At this moment, the Shihua Island Lord was full of high spirits. The Shihua Island Lord was burning with heroic passion. Then I will rely on you, brother Shihua. Luo Feng nodded with a smile. With the help of the Free Alliance, our human race has the absolute power to defeat the coalition camp. I, Luo Feng, have also done my part for the human race. I too will become a pillar, a backbone of humanity, just like second senior brother Lord of Chaos City and other mentors. Luo Feng's heart brimmed with boundless conviction. His bond with the human race ran extremely deep. In the nearly 10,000 years of battle between humanity and the coalition camp powerhouses across the Primordial Universe, and even the cosmic sea, all knew that Luo Feng and the Yen Emperor were fellow disciples, and that their teacher was the mountain guest. The powerhouses of the cosmic sea found this astonishing. That mysterious fellow, the mountain guest, had actually nurtured 2 such outstanding disciples. While the Shihua Island Lord and Luo Feng were conversing, Luo Feng's expression suddenly changed drastically. Brother Shihua. The coalition camp has somehow learned that your Free Alliance has joined our human camp, and now they are all attempting to flee. Please, brother Shihua, lend us your aid. Alright, I will immediately contact the powerhouses of my Free Alliance to come and assist your human race. The Shihua Island Lord said hurriedly. He did not want to damage his relationship with humanity. After all, he had yet to receive more than half of the inheritance. The Shihua Island Lord immediately gathered the powerhouses of the Free Alliance to rush to the outland battlefield. But he did not yet know that the Free Alliance had actually been replaced by the Lord of Light Travel. Back on the outland battlefield, the Yen Emperor glanced at the bewildered Lord of Chaos City, and Giant Axe Creator then stepped forward. You want to leave? Fine. The Yen Emperor's voice resounded across the entire outland battlefield. Fine. All eyes turned to the Yen Emperor, waiting for what he would say next. But the Yen Emperor's gaze swept across the coalition camp, finally resting on the palace-class supreme treasures of the father god of the mechanical race Jinyaozu and the insect empress. Pointing at them, he said, But you must help our human race deal with them. Alright, I agree. I agree too. Right? That's it. If you wish to leave, then help us deal with the 3 supreme apex races. The powerhouses of the human camp all approved of the Yen Emperor's proposal. Since you fellows want to leave this place, then show your sincerity. Join us in dealing with the 3 supreme apex races. Well, whether it was the lone supreme powerhouses or the old beast god and his ilk, none of them were willing to make a move against the 3 supreme apex races. If the 3 supreme apex races were all sealed away, what if humanity then turned against them? Brother Heizhou, brother Shitu, and you 2 old beast god, don't agree to their demands. They are trying to sow discord among us. Hearing the Yen Emperor's words, Jinyaozu said hurriedly, Right? Humanity is trying to pick us off one by one. Everyone must surely understand the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. The father god of the mechanical race also said hastily. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. The humans were waiting for them to make their decision. Meanwhile, within the coalition camp, an awkward situation had arisen. They could neither retreat nor advance. The Yen Emperor watched the hesitating crowd. With a cold laugh, he said, All of you make your decision quickly. Once the Free Alliance's reinforcements arrive, you will no longer have the chance to choose. Right? Make your choice. Suddenly the powerhouses of the human camp shouted in unison, pressuring them. This was indeed accelerating the internal split within the coalition camp. The coalition camp had 10 supreme powerhouses in total. Apart from the 3 supreme powerhouses of the 3 apex races, there were 7 other supreme powerhouses, and at this moment these powerhouses also found it difficult to choose. What should we do? Are we really going to help the humans deal with the 3 supreme apex races? Fight or not? Just then Luo Feng's earthling clone suddenly sent a voice transmission to everyone. Second senior brother Giant Axe Creator Master Chaos. The powerhouses of the Free Alliance have arrived. Ha ha ha. Good. The Giant Axe Creator laughed heartily and looked at the coalition camp. Hurry up and make your choice. The Free Alliance reinforcements have already arrived. Bang. As soon as the Giant Axe Creator's words fell, violent ripples spread through the surrounding space, as 600 Universe Masters from the Free Alliance descended. Inha, we haven't come too late, have we? The Shihua Island Lord said to Luo Feng. Luo Feng looked at the arriving Lord and laughed. Brother Shihua, you have come at exactly the right time. Good. Then please let humanity bestow the inheritance upon us, brothers of the Free Alliance. The Shihua Island Lord said to Luo Feng. The Yen Emperor, the Lord of Chaos City, and the Giant Axe Creator all nodded in agreement, and Luo Feng handed the inheritance to the powerhouses of the Free Alliance. Yet no one noticed that something strange had already begun to stir within the Free Alliance. Seeing the powerhouses of the Free Alliance descend, the powerhouses of the coalition camp secretly sent voice transmissions to the giant axe creator, one after another, agreeing to help humanity deal with the three supreme apex races. By now the three supreme apex races had all fallen into despair. Among them only the insect empress possessed a palace-class supreme treasure of the highest rank, Ajinyaozu, and the father god of the mechanical race had none. Facing attacks from so many powerhouses, they would be in mortal danger even if they hid inside a top-grade palace-class supreme treasure. Is heaven truly determined to destroy our monster race? Inside the palace-class supreme treasure, the universe masters of the monster race and Jinyaozu sighed in utter despair. Meng Cha, in the end I couldn't even save you. Jinyaozu said silently. Alas, it seems even the territory of my insect race will have to be ceded to the humans. The Empress sighed within the Empress Palace. Although she possessed a palace-class supreme treasure of the utmost rank, she could not stop humanity's advance. Is there nothing left but to resign ourselves to fate? It seems we can only hope for a miracle. Inside a black oval, the father god of the mechanical race let out a deep sigh. The three supreme apex races, trapped in despair, were all hoping for a miracle. And then a miracle truly happened. After the powerhouses of the Free Alliance had finished examining the inheritance given by humanity, they actually reached out their hands and demanded even richer inheritance from the humans. What? The Purple Moon Ancestor actually ordered the awakened true god to give your Free Alliance an even more detailed inheritance. The human powerhouses were greatly shocked. Even the Holy Land, always standing aloof, had made its move. Since your human race is unwilling to grant a richer inheritance, our Free Alliance chooses to join the coalition camp. With that, the Lord of Light Travel directly led the powerhouses of the Free Alliance into the coalition camp. And when the powerhouses of the coalition camp saw that the Free Alliance had joined them, they all said hurriedly, "Quick! Attack with all your strength to prevent the humans from escaping." In an instant, the situation reversed dramatically and a comical spectacle unfolded on the Outland battlefield. The Free Alliance had chosen to join the coalition camp. The sudden betrayal by the Freedom Alliance caught both the Allied camp and the human camp completely off guard. The Allied camp was naturally overjoyed at the Freedom Alliance's abrupt defection, while the human powerhouses found themselves scrambling to respond. Kill! Kill! Annihilate the humans and seize their inheritance. Roar! Humans, hand over your inheritance! The powerhouses of the Allied camp and the Freedom Alliance roared as they launched their assault. Nearly 800 lords of the universe and 11 supreme beings. A storm of soul attacks, telekinetic weapons, and energy blasts erupted violently against the human powerhouses. Damn it! Damn it! The Axe Creator cursed furiously at the Freedom Alliance for choosing this critical moment to join the Allied camp. Quick! Everyone take shelter inside the palace-type supreme treasures. The Chaos City Lord shouted. Boom! 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 The human race possessed 4 supreme palace-type treasures: Ice Cliff, Fortress Black Prison Tower, Star Tower, and Falling River Heavenly Palace. The powerhouses of the human camp each produced their own palace-type supreme treasures and took refuge within them. Bigger! 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 Luo Feng controlled the Star Tower, causing it to expand endlessly, preparing to release his infinite Nether Sea clone. Meanwhile, the powerhouses of the Allied camp assumed Luo Feng was attempting to flee. Quick! Everyone attack the Star Tower. We can't let Luo Feng escape, or we can forget about obtaining the inheritance. A powerhouse from the Allied camp roared. Boom! 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 Wave after wave of violent attacks slammed into the Star Tower. Although the Star Tower was an indestructible supreme palace-type treasure, they could use their attacks to suppress it and prevent Luo Feng from escaping. Fools! The Flame Emperor sneered inwardly at the Allied camp attacking the Star Tower. The Star Tower was a God King level primary weapon. Even the Primordial Universe could do nothing to it, let alone these Lords of the Universe and Supreme Beings. Besides, even if they managed to suppress the Star Tower, could they suppress the Mausoleum ship? With the Mausoleum ship's supreme propulsion, the Allied camp was utterly incapable of suppressing it. Whoosh! Ah! Let the infinite Nether Sea descend. With a long cry from Luo Feng, the gates of the Star Tower swung open. The divine power ocean of the infinite Nether Sea came roaring and surging out. Ah! What is this? The infinite Nether Sea? Could it be the Nether Lord? No, this aura belongs to Luo Feng. So Luo Feng also possesses a clone similar to that of the Nether Lord. What is he trying to do? Whether from the Allied camp or the alien powerhouses of the human camp, everyone was stunned. By releasing his infinite Nether Sea clone, what exactly was Luo Feng planning? Was he truly attempting to withstand the combined assault of the entire Freedom Alliance and the Allied camp alone? Whoosh! 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 The divine power of the infinite Nether Sea began to boil. Clearly Luo Feng had activated his divine power burning secret technique, annihilation. The powerhouses within the infinite Nether Sea instantly felt tremendous pressure, and even those desperately driving their supreme palace-type treasures found it nearly impossible to move. Humph! This Luo Feng is utterly arrogant, trying to block the assault of our entire allied camp single-handedly. Everyone use soul attacks and destroy his soul directly. The insect empress snorted coldly. Indeed, everyone use illusory divine power attacks. With so many powerhouses attacking with illusory divine power, how could Luo Feng alone possibly withstand them all? The demon ancestor of Hell Prison also nodded in agreement. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The allied camp frantically launched illusory divine power attacks at every part of the infinite Nether Sea. TSK, how could you possibly break through a God-King level primary weapon? The Flame Emperor sneered disdainfully at the attacking powerhouses of the Freedom Alliance. The combined assault of these powerhouses reached a level comparable to the pinnacle of Tier 10 equivalent to the might of the Origin Ancestor. However, as long as one possessed the divine body and soul of a supreme being guarding a supreme treasure, one could withstand a Tier 10 soul attack. After using Annihilation, Luo Feng's body naturally rivaled that of a supreme being. And as a God-King level primary weapon, the Star Tower soul guarding function was not much inferior to a God-King level soul guard treasure. How could the allied camp possibly break through such illusory divine power defense? So, has Luo Feng fallen or not? Both the human camp and the allied camp asked urgently. If Luo Feng had not fallen, then humanity would at least stand invincible. But if Luo Feng had fallen, the human camp would naturally be considered defeated. Of course, if the Flame Emperor deployed his Bloodthirsty Vine clone, that would be another matter entirely. Ha ha ha! So your attacks are nothing more than this? Luo Feng's cheerful laughter echoed from within the Star Tower. What? Luo Feng is actually unharmed. The allied camp erupted in uproar. Against the combined assault of so many powerhouses, Luo Feng was completely unharmed. Good. Excellent. The axe creator laughed heartily inside the Ice Cliff Fortress. Brothers of the human camp, with the infinite Nether Sea clone of our Galaxy Lord shielding us from attacks, we no longer need to fear the allied camp's assault. Now is the time for our counterattack. The Chaos City Lord shouted from within the Black Prison Tower. Good. Counterattack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All 200 powerhouses of the human camp charged out at once. The axe creator led a squad carrying an ancient god eye as they charged toward the insect empress. Meanwhile, Luo Feng piloted the mausoleum ship, also carrying an ancient god eye, as he charged toward the godfather of the mechanical race. Huang Jian Lord Peng Gong Lord Qingdong Lord Dark Lord Yudai Flower Emperor Long Xing Lord Ice Seal Lord and other universe lords whose strength reached the 6th tier also led squads of powerhouses charging toward the alien races. Meanwhile, the Chaos City Lord remained stationed at the center. Roar! Charge for me! The Flame Emperor also led a squad charging toward the Earthquake Demon Ancestor. Ah! It's the Flame Emperor, that devil! Run! Upon seeing the notorious Flame Emperor, the alien universe lords began fleeing in panic. Flee! Where do you think you can flee? All of you stay right here. Night descends. Boom! An invisible wave of willpower crashed toward those fleeing universe lords. Ah! Ah! No! I don't want to die. If I die, what will happen to my race? Flame Emperor! Flame Emperor! We surrender. Please stop. Earthquake Demon Ancestor, save us. Those alien universe lords wailed and screamed in despair. The Flame Emperor's willpower attack had reached the supreme being level. If one's willpower had not reached the pinnacle of universe lord rank, one's will would be directly scattered by the Flame Emperor rather than merely falling unconscious. Having one's will scattered was like being struck by a soul attack. Even having a clone was useless. Under the Flame Emperor's willpower assault among the squad, led by the Earthquake Demon Ancestor, fewer than 5 of the 70+ universe lords could barely hold on. The other universe lords had all fallen into unconsciousness and some had even died. Flame Emperor Lord Patriarch, incredible! Behind the Flame Emperor, the human universe lords, the alien universe lords, and the 3 universe lords of the Yen god race all stared at him in shock. One move? No, he did not even use a single move. He defeated over 70 universe lords with just a peculiar attack. So this is the Flame Emperor's true power. The human race is truly unfathomable. After witnessing the Flame Emperor's might, those alien races all tucked away their secret schemes. What are you all standing there gaping for? Use your palace-type treasures to seal away those unconscious universe lords. The Flame Emperor looked at the stunned universe lords behind him. A single cold snort jolted them awake. Yes, Lord Flame Emperor. We'll do it right away. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the universe lords unleashed their palace-type treasures, drawing in those unconscious universe lords. Normally, even the high-grade palace-type treasures among them would struggle to absorb even a universe overlord, but now absorbing these utterly defenseless universe lords posed no difficulty at all. The Flame Emperor also activated his falling river, heavenly palace, drawing in those unconscious universe lords. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, he simply devoured them all. If they were dead, he took their treasures. If they were alive, they either joined the human race or were killed and stripped of their treasures. It was that simple. In the blink of an eye, nearly 30 universe lords were swallowed into the treasures. Flame Emperor. You fiend. Are you trying to wipe out our entire demon race? In the distance, the Earthquake Demon Ancestor watched as the Flame Emperor nearly annihilated all the demon race's universe lords in one stroke and spoke with fury. Humph! Our two races have always been mortal enemies. So what if I annihilate your demon race? The Flame Emperor sneered coldly. Quick! Quick! Everyone take shelter inside my palace-type treasure. At this moment, the Earthquake Demon Ancestor had no other choice. The only option was to activate his palace-type treasure and draw those unconscious universe lords into it. TSK. Does your palace-type treasure really compare to my falling river heavenly palace? The Flame Emperor said with disdain. On the human side, the Flame Emperor and over a dozen universe lords were devouring simultaneously, while the enemy had only the Earthquake Demon Ancestor devouring alone. There was simply no way they could match the human race's speed. Ah! Quick! Faster! Changzhou Lord, the demon race's prodigy universe lord, flew desperately toward the Earthquake Demon Ancestor's palace-type treasure in agony. At this point, only a few universe lords remained, all of them formidable elites, so the Earthquake Demon Ancestor had to protect them with everything he had. Humph! Trying to flee. Today is the day your demon race is annihilated. The Flame Emperor sneered at the still-conscious universe lords and the Earthquake Demon Ancestor. Rise, my soul's slave. Suddenly, Miejin Lord, who was also a universe lord of the demon race, launched an attack at the universe lords beside him. He directly sent those universe lords flying toward the Flame Emperor's falling river heavenly palace. Miejin, what are you doing? Damn it. Miejin, have you lost your mind? Miejin, you traitor. The sudden betrayal of Miejin Lord enraged the entire demon race and its affiliated factions. A traitor had appeared at this very moment. Ha ha ha. Well done, Miejin. The Flame Emperor burst into hearty laughter. Demon race. Today is the day you are wiped out. The Flame Emperor poured all his power into the falling river, heavenly palace, and intensified his willpower assault, directly suppressing the remaining universe lords. Our demon race is finished. The Earthquake Demon Ancestor said in despair. Suddenly he stared fiercely at Miejin Lord and roared, Miejin, tell me why. Why did you betray our demon race? At this moment the Earthquake Demon Ancestor was filled with unwillingness, fury, confusion, and a hatred that ran bone deep. Yet Miejin Lord coldly stared back at the Earthquake Demon Ancestor without uttering a single word. Heh, 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 heh. Miejin, tell him, what do you call this emperor? The Flame Emperor pointed at the Earthquake Demon Ancestor and let out a slightly manic low laugh. Miejin Lord bowed his head and answered the Flame Emperor respectfully, Master. 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 Emperor Yen, you've actually soul-enslaved the Lord of Annihilation. The Quaking Demon Ancestor stared at Emperor Yen in utter disbelief. At this moment both the Quaking Demon Ancestor and the Universe Masters of the human camp looked at Emperor Yen in horror. It should be known that within the universe, Universe Masters of the same level could never soul-enslave one another. Even a Supreme would find it immensely difficult to enslave a Universe Master, let alone a Universe Master trying to enslave another. Humph! Quaking Demon Ancestor, take a look at who this is. Emperor Yen, looking at the shocked and terrified Quaking Demon Ancestor, snorted coldly. Boom! In the void appeared a white serpent, 100 billion kilometers long, radiating a terrifying aura. It was absolutely a Supreme. This is the Dream Demon Ancestor. Wasn't she rumored to be trapped in the core region of the three great forbidden grounds? How could she appear here? The Universe Masters of the human camp asked in confusion. Meanwhile, the Quaking Demon Ancestor looked at the Dream Demon Ancestor with delighted surprise and shouted, Meng Cha! Meng Cha! Is it really you? The Dream Demon Ancestor in the distance looked coldly at the Quaking Demon Ancestor, her expression unchanged. After his excitement faded, the Quaking Demon Ancestor noticed her abnormality and turned to roar at Emperor Yen. Ah, Emperor Yen, what exactly have you done to Meng Cha? Humph! Meng Cha, tell him, what do you call this emperor? Emperor Yen likewise gave a cold snort, pointing at the distant Quaking Demon Ancestor. The Dream Demon Ancestor prostrated herself at Emperor Yan's feet and said reverently, Master! Master! When the Quaking Demon Ancestor heard those two words, he staggered back 3 steps and roared at Emperor Yen, No! No! Impossible! How could a mere Universe Master like you enslave a Supreme? No! You must be deceiving me! You must be deceiving me! Right? This is not Meng Cha. Not Meng Cha. She is fake. Speak. Tell me where you have hidden the real Meng Cha. Tell me, tell me. The quaking demon ancestor roared at Emperor Yen like a madman. The succession of blows in such a short time had nearly driven him insane. Both the demon race and the dream demon ancestor were of utmost importance to the quaking demon ancestor. Now that he had almost lost both, how could he not go mad? Humph! This is the price of offending our human race. Emperor Yan's majestic voice resounded throughout the entire outer domain battlefield. The aliens behind him were extremely reverent, not daring to harbor the slightest disloyalty in their hearts. This is the benefit of strength. When you become powerful enough to require others to look up at you, betrayal will not happen. Just like the rise and fall of ancient dynasties, powerful dynasties never experienced rebellions. Once a dynasty grew weak and corrupt, it would be replaced by new forces. Annihilation. Meng Cha, your task is to entangle the quaking demon ancestor. See that he cannot act again. Understood. Emperor Yen said coldly to the dream demon ancestor and the Lord of Annihilation. Yes, my great master. As soul slaves, they would never go against Emperor Yan's will but would obey it absolutely from the bottom of their hearts. Ah! Watching the dream demon ancestor and the Lord of Annihilation attacking him, the quaking demon ancestor let out a painful howl. Scenes like this were also unfolding elsewhere. When the team led by the giant axe creator encountered the team led by the insect empress, he directly activated the ancient god eye, blasting most of the universe masters in that team into unconsciousness. Quickly withdraw into my empress palace. The insect empress hurriedly activated her empress palace, desperately sucking in the unconscious universe masters, and those still struggling against the ancient god eye. Humph! Do it! The giant axe creator also activated his ice cliff fort, going all out to suck in those universe masters. The universe masters of the human camp also produced their own palace-type supreme treasures and began sucking them in. Damn it! Damn it! Nearly 20 universe masters have already been captured by the humans. Empress Palace, suck them all in with all your might. The Empress also roared in anxiety. In fact, her side situation was still relatively good. After all, her palace-type supreme treasure was a supreme treasure of the highest rank, and those universe masters were willing to enter it on their own, giving her a natural advantage over the giant axe creator's suction. Second, the ancient god eye's will impact had only reached the limit of a universe master. Compared to Emperor Yen, it was still one step behind. Seeing that Emperor Yan's team had already dealt with the quaking demon ancestors team, while he himself had yet to succeed, the giant axe creator could not help feeling a desire to compete. He then bellowed, "Do it!" As soon as his words fell, 2 universe masters among the insect race actually started attacking their own companions. Boom! 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 These 2 universe masters struck the universe masters beside them straight into the ice cliff fort. Biluo Huangchu, and you? Have you also been soul enslaved by the humans? The insect empress stared in horror at the Biluo goddess and the Huangquan demoness. They looked back coldly at the insect empress with not a trace of emotion in their eyes. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even you were soul enslaved by the humans. What kind of enemy have we provoked after all? The insect empress muttered in disbelief. It was known that the insect race were innate masters of the soul. They had always enslaved others, and only very few could enslave the insect race. And this time the insect race had not only been enslaved, 2 universe masters at that. At this moment the insect empress could not help but feel a hint of regret and fear. The means displayed by the human race were far too uncanny. The battle between the giant axe creator and the empress likewise ended in success, with the giant axe creator suppressing nearly 40 enemy universe masters. On the other side, the battle between Luo Feng and the mechanical race father god was much the same. At the critical juncture, universe masters from within the mechanical race suddenly betrayed their side, causing heavy losses to the team led by the mechanical race father god. The other human teams, however, achieved little. After all, they did not possess the ancient god eye or supreme palace-type treasures of the highest rank. They could only barely suppress the enemy with no hope of a decisive victory. Damn it! Damn it! The humans are actually this strong. Retreat quickly. Retreat! After witnessing the true strength of the human race, the allied camp all shouted for retreat. They had truly been frightened out of their minds. The team led by the quaking demon ancestor had been virtually annihilated, and the other teams had likewise suffered severe losses. Flee! Do you think you can escape? Seeing the allied experts trying to flee Chaos City, Lord Giant Axe Creator and Emperor Yen simultaneously activated their binding-type supreme treasures. Star Domain. Universe Control. One Thought Void. Buzz. The might emanating from the 3 different supreme treasures interwove, and together with the binding force of the endless dark sea burning divine power, the 4 stacked upon one another made even the supremes within the affected area unable to move an inch. Kill. Roar. Exterminate these scum. The experts of the human camp roared and charged toward the allied experts standing within the endless dark sea. They feared no attacks from the allied experts while they themselves could unleash their power at will. Tongling, you bastard, now I finally caught my chance. Ha ha ha. To you rotten bastard, now I finally have the chance to avenge that old grudge. Kill. I'm going to carve you up, you bastard. There were too many grudges among the universe masters of the Primordial Universe. Now that the opportunity had come, their long-suppressed hatred finally exploded. Void Demon God, how dare you try to assassinate me back then? Today I'll settle this with you once and for all. Luofeng also led his team charging at the Void Demon God. Back when Luofeng was still an immortal god, he had been assassinated by the Void Demon God, so now he went to seek vengeance. Old Beast God. Let's have a few moves too. The Chaos City Lord holding the center now moved as well, directly engaging the old Beast God of the Star Giant Beast Clan. Ha ha ha. Beast Ancestor, let's exchange a couple of moves too. The Giant Axe Creator laughed heartily and charged toward the Beast Ancestor. Lord of Shihua Island, you traitor. This Emperor will cross blows with you. Emperor Yen raised his cloud-piercing spear, transformed into a golden divine dragon, and charged at the Lord of Shihua Island. Roar! A clear dragon's cry rang out from the divine dragon, and a will impact blasted toward the Lord of Shihua Island, and the universe masters around him. Ah! The opposing experts all cried out in misery. Those universe masters with weak wills had their will shattered by Emperor Yan's impact and fell in complete destruction. Buzz! The falling river Heavenly Hall flew out from the divine dragon's body, and swept toward the unconscious universe masters, sucking them in. Emperor Yen, don't you dare! Seeing that Emperor Yen wanted to suppress those universe masters, the Lord of Shihua Island hurriedly took out his own palace-type supreme treasure, attempting to save them. Humph! Your opponent is this Emperor. Boom! The golden divine dragon that Emperor Yen had become swung its tail and flung the Lord of Shihua Island away. Buzz! A will impact rushed from the dragon's eyes toward the Lord of Shihua Island. Although Emperor Yan's will impact could not render him unconscious, it was enough to cause him trouble. Emperor Yenyu, the Lord of Shihua Island, was so disturbed by Emperor Yen that he could not concentrate and could only watch helplessly as those universe masters were suppressed. TSK, Lord of Shihua Island, you're nothing but this. If this were the universe, see, this Emperor would certainly kill you. Emperor Yen cast a contemptuous glance at the Lord of Shihua Island and turned away. He had already accomplished his goal of suppressing those universe masters. It was unrealistic to kill a supreme in the Primordial Universe unless Emperor Yen resorted to his Bloodthirsty Vine avatar. Kill! Ah! The battlefield was filled with shouts of battle and pleas for mercy. The allied camp led by 11 supremes fled for their lives, while the human camp slaughtered with savage delight. This time the demon race suffered the greatest losses. Their universe masters were almost all captured, and apart from 7 or 8 who escaped by avatars, all fell. The other 4 peak races also suffered catastrophic losses, with the fall of universe masters reaching a horrifying scale. After a bloody battle, the war finally ended in humanity's victory. Ha ha ha! Excellent! This time we have captured nearly 400 universe masters, and the strength of our human race has grown enormously. We have already surpassed the Allied Camp and the Free Alliance. In the Giant Axe Temple within the virtual universe, the Giant Axe Creator laughed heartily. Right? Every single one of those alien races has chosen to join our human race. Apart from the 3 peak races, our human race has accepted their surrender. Chaos City Lord nodded. Now our human side has 600 universe masters, more than half of the entire Primordial Universe. With the Galaxy Lord holding the line, we have an absolute advantage. Flame Emperor also nodded, looking at Luofeng. Indeed, thanks to the Galaxy Lord we were able to win so easily. That's right. The Galaxy Lord deserves the greatest credit this time. Come, let us raise a toast to the Galaxy Lord. The universe masters of the human race all lifted their glasses toward Luofeng. Seeing the crowd toasting him, Luofeng hurriedly said with humility, I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Watching how modest Luofeng was, Flame Emperor laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Junior brother, you are now the pillar of our human race and the hope of the future. What is there that you don't deserve, right? Disciple, there is nothing you are unworthy of. That's right. Chaos City Lord echoed. Then, all right. Luofeng finally raised his glass. How straightforward. Come, today we drink to our heart's content. Bang, bang, bang. The mighty experts of the human race clinked their glasses with force, drinking fine wine in great gulps, and feasting on rare delicacies and exotic flavors. Heh, our human race has risen. In the virtual universe, the origin ancestor watched the celebrating human experts and nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, on the other side of the virtual universe, the alien universe masters were also celebrating. Some of them had joined the human race voluntarily, others had been forced to. But none of that mattered now, for all of them had entered the human camp. After this great war, both the Primordial Universe and even the Universe C came to recognize the terrifying combat power and potential of the human race. The alien races also felt that the human race might transcend the cycle of reincarnation, and when that happened they too would have a chance to exist eternally. The super race war that had swept across the entire primordial universe gradually drew to a close. On the surface, the primordial universe settled into calm, yet beneath that calm undercurrents still surged. What? The demon race's universe masters have moved against our human prodigies and universe venerables again. And your junior brother Zuoshanke was also killed by the shock demon ancestor. Inside the Flame Emperor's hall, the Flame Emperor seated high upon his throne roared, a flash of anger in his eyes. Back then Zuoshanke had been a supreme prodigy who could rival even Luofeng. Now he already possessed the strength of a top-tier universe overlord. With the treasure bestowed by the Flame Emperor, he could match a peak universe master. Yet this time he had actually fallen. How could the Flame Emperor not be enraged? Yes, father. After that great war the Free Alliance and the Allied camp were defeated, but they still formed a loose alliance to protect their own interests. Standing in the center of the Great Hall, the Slaughter Lord spoke in a low and reverent voice. He knew that the Flame Emperor was truly furious. Enough. Get to the point. Why was Zuoshanke killed by the shock demon ancestor? Was he soul enslaved? The Flame Emperor seated high on his throne asked impatiently with a wave of his hand. Yes, father. Although the powerhouses of that alliance hold grudges against our human race, they generally do not take the initiative to provoke us. Only the demon race. The Slaughter Lord glanced up at the Flame Emperor and continued. Has quite a deep enmity with our human race. Deep enmity? The demon race is nothing. What right do they have to claim a deep enmity with our human race? The Flame Emperor said contemptuously. Yes, father. The demon race is nothing. The Slaughter Lord looked at the furious Flame Emperor and thought to himself, it's all because you were too ruthless back then. You almost wiped out the demon race, so of course they are ruthless toward us in return. The demon race has always harbored resentment against our human race. Although they dare not make a move against our powerhouses, they still kill our prodigies and some universe venerables. This time they laid an ambush in a secret realm of the universe, and the shock demon ancestor personally made a move to kill junior brother Zuoshanke. Fortunately, junior brother Zuoshanke was protected by the supreme treasure you bestowed on him, so he was not soul enslaved. The Slaughter Lord finished in one breath and looked at the Flame Emperor with reverence. Oh, the Flame Emperor nodded. If we don't teach these demon race a lesson, they will never remember the pain. Fortunately, Zuoshanke has not yet become a universe master. Otherwise, he could not have been resurrected. The Flame Emperor thought to himself. The universe has its own laws of operation, and even on the origin continent, the supreme laws must be obeyed. Once one becomes a universe master and commands a domain of time and space, one cannot be resurrected. Not even by a god king. Reverse time and space. Suddenly time and space within the Flame Emperor's hall rapidly flowed backward, and one scene after another from the past appeared. Freeze. The Flame Emperor fixed time and space at that instant, then seized Zuoshanke and began the resurrection directly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Suddenly the punishment of the primordial universe descended and streaks of attacks began to annihilate the Flame Emperor's divine body. Humph! Do you think such a trifling punishment can do anything to me, the Flame Emperor? Resurrect now. Boom! The Flame Emperor directly resurrected the dead Zuoshanke. The primordial universe's paltry backlash had no effect on him whatsoever. Father is truly formidable. He resurrected junior brother Zuoshanke with no effort at all. The Slaughter Lord looked at the Flame Emperor with a face full of admiration, thinking to himself, "Take this. Where is this?" The newly resurrected Zuoshanke looked around in confusion. Suddenly he saw the Flame Emperor and hurriedly said, "Greetings, Master." "Thank you, Master, for the grace of saving my life." "There is no need for thanks," the Flame Emperor said, waving his hand. "Master, it is because this disciple is useless that those alien races were able to succeed," Zuoshanke said with a guilt-ridden face. "Enough, this matter is not your fault. I never imagined that the shock demon ancestor would make a move against you. It seems this emperor should pay a visit to their demon race," the Flame Emperor said with a shake of his head. This affair was entirely not Zuoshanke's fault. Zuoshanke's strength was sufficient to rival a second-tier universe master. But within the primordial universe, if a universe supreme disregarded status and struck, the chances of killing Zuoshanke were still exceedingly high. After all, when a universe supreme attacks a universe venerable, the punishment imposed by the primordial universe is relatively far lighter. Zuoshanke, go back and cultivate diligently. Strive to achieve universe master as soon as possible. When that day comes, you will no longer have to fear that old shock demon ancestor. The Flame Emperor encouraged the deeply guilt-ridden Zuoshanke. Yes, this disciple will cultivate as fast as possible to become a universe master. Zuoshanke felt a stubborn breath pent up in his heart. All of you may go now. As your master, I will seek justice for you in this matter. The Flame Emperor waved his hand. Yes. The Slaughter Lord and the war god Zuoshanke left the Flame Emperor's great hall, while the Flame Emperor silently looked toward the demon race. It seemed his gaze pierced through the boundaries of time and space, reaching the demon race's territory. Humph! The demon race. You are nothing but a jumping clown. If you don't know when to stop, I don't mind wiping out your entire race. The Flame Emperor snorted coldly. Whoosh! The Flame Emperor flew out of the Flame Emperor's hall and teleported in the direction of the demon race. He was going to reclaim justice for Zuoshanke. At this time the Free Alliance and the Allied camp after their defeat had formed a loose alliance. Those two great camps still had nearly 400 Universe Masters and several Universe Supremes. If either side were attacked by the human camp, the other powerhouses would come to its support. The demon race, once a peak race, its strength and territory had now shrunk enormously. It had only 1 Universe Supreme and 7 Universe Masters, and its domain was less than half its original size. At this moment in the Demon God Hall, the demon race's Universe Masters and the Shock Demon Ancestor were celebrating wildly. Ha ha ha! We finally killed that terrifying genius, the War God Zuoshanke. At last I have vented the frustration in my heart. Right? Killing the War God Zuoshanke counts as the first step of our demon race's revenge. Unfortunately, that brat was protected by the powerful supreme treasure given to him by that demon Flame Emperor. Otherwise we could have soul enslaved him, and even reversing time and space could not have resurrected him. The demon race's surviving powerhouses had now all become extreme and frantic in temperament. Because of the human race, they were already the weakest of the 6 peak races. What was even more detestable was that the Flame Emperor had actually soul enslaved their dream demon ancestor, which made the demon race a laughingstock across the Universe Sea, while the Flame Emperor's fearsome name grew even more terrible. In the Universe Sea, who did not know of the 2 demonic Universe Masters, the Flame Emperor and the Galaxy Lord, each was more monstrous and more terrifying than the other, and they were still only Universe Masters. Boom! Just as the demon race's Universe Masters were celebrating crazily and venting, without restraint, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. What? Is the Flame Emperor? The demon race's Universe Masters were stunned. The Flame Emperor had actually broken into their territory and had even descended directly into the Demon God Hall. Flame Emperor, you actually dare to break into our demon race's territory? Then don't expect to leave alive today. As the saying goes, when enemies meet their eyes burn with hatred. The demon race's powerhouses hated the Flame Emperor to the bone. They wished they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Humph! Shock Demon Ancestor, you old wretch. As a Universe Supreme, you actually dared to strike at my disciple. This Emperor has come today to seek justice for him. The Flame Emperor stared hard at the Shock Demon Ancestor and cursed. Roar! Your human race killed our powerhouses and even enslaved our Universe Master and Dream Demon Ancestor. Our demon race has long been irreconcilable with your human race. So what if I killed one of your Universe Venerables? The Shock Demon Ancestor opened his enormous maw and roared. And so what? This Emperor will annihilate your demon race today. The Flame Emperor said furiously. Annihilate our demon race? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. I have already called for help from the powerhouses of the Alliance. When hundreds of Universe Masters surround you, Flame Emperor, don't even think about leaving. The Shock Demon Ancestor said viciously. Humph! Hundreds of Universe Masters surrounding this Emperor. Then this Emperor will annihilate your demon race first. As he spoke, the Flame Emperor raised his cloud-piercing spear and charged forward. The demon race's Universe Masters were not to be outdone either, and all struck at the Flame Emperor. Thus the curtain rose on a great battle. Humph! A band of rabble dares to try to deal with this Emperor. Emperor Yen said disdainfully, as he watched the demon race's Universe Masters charging at him. Darkness descends. Boom! Wave after wave of invisible will impact surged toward the demon race's powerhouses. Among the demon race's powerhouses, aside from Demon Ancestor Jin, all the other Universe Masters were greatly affected. Some even fell unconscious on the spot. Damn it! Another will impact. What treasure does that fiend Emperor Yen possess to unleash a will impact even more powerful than Luo Feng's ancient god eye? Demon Ancestor Jin cursed inwardly. The truth was that Emperor Yan's will impact was so dreadful that it was a nightmare for Universe Masters. Even Universe Supremes with slightly weaker wills would be greatly affected. Moreover, among the major powers of the Cosmic Sea, they all believed that Emperor Yen possessed a treasure similar to the ancient god eye, one that could emit will impact. Humph! Is this all the strength you have? Emperor Yen snorted coldly at the Universe Masters who had fallen unconscious. Boom! 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 Emperor Yen raised the cloud-piercing spear and stabbed more than a dozen times in rapid succession toward the demon race's powerhouses. With every stab of Emperor Yan's spear, a scarlet universe with a diameter of 10 billion kilometers appeared. Damn it! Seeing that Emperor Yen was actually attacking the unconscious Universe Master's Demon Ancestor Jin felt utterly helpless. Grow, grow, grow. Demon Ancestor Jin's divine body rapidly expanded to 1 light year, and directly shielded the demon race's Universe Masters from Emperor Yan's attack. Bang, bang, bang. Each scarlet miniature universe slammed into Demon Ancestor Zhen's divine body, producing heavy thuds. Damn it. This old bastard relies on being a universe supreme and possessing a supreme ultimate treasure, so he is not afraid of my attacks at all in the Primordial Universe. Emperor Yen cursed inwardly. Demon Ancestor Zhen's supreme ultimate treasure was a battle armor type supreme ultimate treasure. Even in the Cosmic Sea, Emperor Yen's avatar had no confidence of killing him, let alone in the Primordial Universe. Ha ha ha. Emperor Yen, you cannot kill me. Moreover, all these universe masters of our demon race have avatars. Even if you kill them, they will still revive. Once our reinforcements arrive, you are doomed. Demon Ancestor Zhen laughed wildly. Humph! Emperor Yen let out a cold snort. He did not argue the point, knowing that Demon Ancestor Zhen was telling the truth. After all, the demon race's universe masters who had survived were those with comparatively formidable willpower. Moreover, since these universe masters all possessed avatars, even if Emperor Yen used physical attacks to kill them on the spot, they would revive. It was utterly meaningless. But how could Emperor Yan's abilities stop there? Damn it, you're arrogant enough. But do you truly believe that this emperor cannot kill them? Emperor Yan's face darkened at once. These demons truly were too insolent. If I, Emperor Yen, do not show my might, you actually take me for a sick cat. Yeah. Emperor Yen let out a strange cry, and bizarre ink-green alien beasts flew out of his mouth one after another. When they first emerged, they were only a kilometer in size, but they slowly began to grow. In the end, they were nearly 10,000 kilometers across. Gra, ya, roar. These variously shaped ink-green monsters charged madly toward Demon Ancestor Zhen, shrieking as they rampaged onward. What the hell are these things? Demon Ancestor Zhen stared at the alien beasts in utter bewilderment. Better to be careful. I must not lower my guard. Even though Demon Ancestor Zhen did not know what these bizarre monsters were, he did not let his guard down in the slightest. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Those bizarre beasts hissed as they drilled into Demon Ancestor Zhen's body, and his enormous divine body suddenly began to tremble. Demon Ancestor Zhen. Are you all right? The demon race universe master hiding behind Demon Ancestor Zhen asked urgently when he saw that something was wrong. Demon Ancestor Zhen stuttered anxiously, quick. Hide in the palace. Supreme treasure. The supreme treasure. Hide inside a palace-type supreme treasure. The demon race universe master also looked at Demon Ancestor Zhen in surprise. Was there any expert in the Primordial Universe who did not know that Emperor Yen possessed an extremely formidable palace-type supreme ultimate treasure, hiding inside a palace-type supreme treasure? Wasn't that simply waiting to be sealed by him? Don't waste words. Emperor Yen. He has terrifying soul attacks. Demon Ancestor Zhen said hurriedly, anxious. Oh, yes. Seeing how frantic Demon Ancestor Zhen was, the demon race universe masters, though puzzled, still hid inside their own palace-type supreme treasures. After all, they all had avatars, so even if Emperor Yen sealed them, there was nothing to fear. Ha ha ha. Demon Ancestor Zhen. How was this Emperor's soul attack? Emperor Yen laughed mockingly as he looked at Demon Ancestor Zhen. Emperor Yen. You, devil. Demon Ancestor Zhen's true form was a terrifying alien beast. From afar, Emperor Yen and Demon Ancestor Zhen looked like an elephant and a mouse. Yet at this moment, Demon Ancestor Zhen was utterly terrified of Emperor Yen. Just like an elephant fearing a mouse. Ha ha. Looking at the expression on Demon Ancestor Zhen's face, Emperor Yen burst into wild, arrogant laughter. The whole world thinks this emperor is not proficient in soul attacks. But the might of this emperor is not something the likes of you can imagine. After the battle between Emperor Yen and the 5 true masters of the divine eye race, and then this great racial war, something had become clear to him. He understood that he had a severe shortcoming in soul and illusion attacks, particularly when facing powerhouses with avatars. It was often difficult to truly kill them. Thus, over the years, he had studied the way of the soul and achieved some results. Boom, boom, boom. And just then, more than a dozen powerful auras suddenly appeared from the void. It was the Alliance's experts who had rushed to help after learning that Emperor Yen had actually launched an attack on the demon race. Humph! The insect race Empress, the mechanical race Father God, the Galaxy Master Demon Lord Yuguang Demon God Shuzhen, and you universe masters with formidable wills, Emperor Yen said as he looked with contempt at the more than a dozen figures in the void. The mechanical race Father God then stepped out from a black oval and said in a warm magnetic voice, "We are all aware that you Emperor Yen have a treasure that can unleash will impact. Numbers are of no use against you, so we chose these powerhouses with strong wills." Humph! A pack of cowardly rats. Emperor Yen mocked on hearing the mechanical race Father God's words. In fact, after the war with the Divine Eye race and the superscale racial wars in the Primordial Universe, virtually all the top experts knew that the human race possessed 3 treasures that could emit will impact. They did not know that Emperor Yen had mastered a secret art of will impact. Among them, the one in Emperor Yan's hands was the most powerful and the most fearsome. In response, the Alliance's powerhouses had all decided that anyone whose will had not reached the advanced level of a Universe Supreme must never confront or provoke Emperor Yan. Otherwise, they would be seeking death. So this time, when they learned that Emperor Yan had stormed the demon race, those who came were either Universe Supremes or Universe Masters with exceptionally powerful wills. The mechanical race Father God faced Emperor Yan's sarcasm with a slight indifferent smile, and asked gently, "May I ask what the demon race did to provoke you, Emperor Yan, into attacking them?" "Humph! Stop playing dumb with this Emperor. How could you not know what the demon race has done? Since demon ancestor Jin dared to kill this Emperor's disciple, how could this Emperor calm the fury in his heart, without killing one of their Universe Masters? Only a ghost would believe that the mechanical race Father God did not know that demon ancestor Jin had killed Zhaheng. Well, Emperor Yan, look. You have already caused an enormous uproar in the demon race. Besides, your disciple can be resurrected. Let demon ancestor Jin offer you an apology, and this matter will be settled. What do you think?" The mechanical race Father God said with slight hesitation. "A supreme treasure of peak quality," Emperor Yan said in a tone that allowed no dispute. "Are you joking? If an apology were enough, then why would this Emperor have stormed the demon race? This demon ancestor Jin." The mechanical race Father God looked at demon ancestor Jin with an awkward expression. Whether demon ancestor Jin should compensate with a peak quality supreme treasure was not a decision he, the mechanical race Father God, could make. While demon ancestor Jin was still caught up in his mental struggle, an alien universe master named Demon King Siba stepped forward and said arrogantly to Emperor Yan, "Do not go too far. Having a universe supreme bow his head to a universe master like you is already the greatest concession our alliance can make. Demanding that demon ancestor Jin pay compensation with a peak quality supreme treasure is absolutely impossible." With that, Demon King Siba looked at Emperor Yan arrogantly and thought to himself, "Our alliance has more than a dozen powerhouses. In the Primordial Universe, how could we fear you, Emperor Yan? Besides, my will has already reached the advanced level of a Universe Supreme, and I have 3 avatars. In the Primordial Universe, there is no reason to fear you, Emperor Yan." The Alliance powerhouses remained silent, clearly endorsing Demon King Siba's words. After all, in the Primordial Universe, as long as one did not fear Emperor Yan's will impact who was truly stronger than anyone else. "Oh, is that so?" Emperor Yan looked at Demon King Siba with a mocking gaze, his eyes filled with contempt. "A mere 5th order universe master dares to act arrogant before this Emperor. Then go and die." "Yeah." Emperor Yan opened his mouth and let out a strange bizarre cry toward Demon King Siba. Countless ink-green alien beasts of every shape and size flew out of Emperor Yan's mouth, then slowly grew larger. Howling and roaring, they charged toward Demon King Siba. "What the hell are these things?" Demon King Siba watched the beasts flying at him with curiosity. No energy fluctuations, no oppressive aura at all. What kind of attack is this? "Siba, be careful. That is Emperor Yan's soul." Seeing that Demon King Siba was somewhat careless, and was letting those beasts fly toward him without any defense, Demon Ancestor Jin urgently warned him. Unfortunately, before Demon Ancestor Jin could finish his words, the ink-green bizarre monsters had already vanished into Demon King Siba's body. Ugh! Demon King Siba seemed to want to say something, but he lost consciousness before the words could escape. This. Demon King Siba is dead? Emperor Yan. You actually possess such a terrifying soul attack? The Galaxy Master beside Demon King Siba stared at Emperor Yan with a face full of horror. What? Demon King Siba is dead? Emperor Yan actually knows soul attacks. Let me take a look. Demon God Shuzhen said in disbelief. He stepped forward and investigated, then exclaimed in shock, Demon King Siba is truly dead. There is not a trace of soul aura left. I fear his avatars have also fallen. That's right. I just probed. The divine power avatars and clones he left behind are all dead. The mechanical race Father God beside him also said, his face filled with shock. What? Does any of you still think there is something wrong with this Emperor's demand? Emperor Yan looked coldly at the Alliance powerhouses. And no, nothing. I will immediately compensate you with a peak quality supreme treasure. Without realizing it, Demon Ancestor Jin had addressed Emperor Yan with honorific language, and he immediately offered a peak quality supreme treasure to him. Emperor Yan looked at the Alliance powerhouses and said coldly, Humph. Mind your own ways from now on. If you provoke my human race again, it will not end so simply. With those words, Emperor Yan turned and left. The incident of Yendi charging into the demon race single-handedly with a single spear, compelling them to bow their heads and hand over a supreme peak-grade treasure as compensation, stirred no small commotion across the primeval universe and even the cosmic sea. Yet it could hardly be called a major event. After all, Yendi was already monstrously powerful, and his mastery of soul attacks was hardly anything surprising. This display by Yendi only made those alien races fear him all the more. And so 800 epochs passed in their unhurried flow. 800 epochs that to the primeval universe and the cosmic sea were merely a fleeting instant, a white colt darting past a gap in the flow of time. For powerhouses blessed with endless years, time was nothing more than a number. But Galaxy Lord Luofeng had carved out a reputation of no small renown during those 800 epochs. In the cosmic sea, his name could now stand alongside that of Yen Di. Ever since Luofeng obtained the inheritance of the Duandong River lineage, his extraordinary destiny had been sealed, and his name became known to every powerhouse across the cosmic sea. But at that time Luofeng had yet to make a move, and the world could not begin to fathom what his true strength really was. In the great battle within the primeval universe, all four of Luofeng's avatars displayed top-tier 6th-stage combat power, and the Dark Sea avatar was especially powerful to a heaven-defying degree. But to the powerhouses of the cosmic sea, such abilities were merely considered decent, hardly enough to inspire dread. After all, top-tier 6th-stage combat power only rivaled the weakest among the strongest. And although the Dark Sea avatar seemed overwhelmingly powerful, the unalterable fact remained that it could not move about freely. As Luofeng roamed the cosmic sea, the endless lineage inheritance he carried naturally drew the covetous stares of all manner of powerhouses, though the might of the human race prevented anyone from truly daring to seize it openly. Underhanded schemes were all too numerous. Over 800 epochs Luofeng endured countless ambushes and assassination attempts. But Luofeng was after all Luofeng. How could those mere bit players possibly deal with him? Time and again Luofeng not only turned danger into safety, but defeated the very powerhouses who had ambushed him, forging his own fearsome reputation. Among those who sought his life, the experts of the Purple Moon Holy Land were especially relentless, locked with the human race in an undying death feud. This great war in the primeval universe bore the hidden hand of the Purple Moon Holy Land, and the relationship between the two factions was naturally anything but harmonious. The giant axe creator of the human race, along with those mighty universe masters, would upon catching sight of any Purple Moon Holy Land expert launch into a furious slaughter, without a single word of hesitation. It was a complete war to the death. And with the human race's current strength, especially that of the giant axe creator, anyone who encountered him was essentially dead. As a powerhouse of the human race, Luofeng naturally joined the great war against the Purple Moon Holy Land. But during one fierce battle in the perilous core region of the cosmic boat, Juehua, true god of the Purple Moon Holy Land, led 10 top-tier 6th-stage universe masters from the same Holy Land to encircle and eradicate Luofeng. But how could they possibly be a match for him? Luofeng had already devised 7-stage secret arts and movement techniques. With the divine power burning secret technique, the Yuan embryo, and a host of other treasures at his command, his true strength simply could not be measured by conventional standards. This time Luofeng fully erupted. Not only did he defeat Juehua, true god, who possessed several supreme ultimate treasures, but he also slew a top-tier 6th-stage universe master of the Purple Moon Holy Land. That battle could well be called the battle that made Luofeng's name. From then on, no one dared to scheme against him again. Within the inheritance space of the endless lineage at the black pattern stone pillar of the cosmic boat, Yen Di's true body had remained here for more than 700,000 epochs. With the addition of a 10 million-fold time acceleration by Yen Di's own reckoning, he had effectively spent 7 trillion epochs here. 7 trillion epochs. Together with the countless teachings of the endless lineage's inheritance, and a wealth of resources, Yen Di's true body had now reached a level of power beyond all imagination. At this moment, Yen Di's body had transformed to a height of 1 billion kilometers. He sat cross-legged within the inheritance space, eyes shut tight, while a crimson single horn thrust upward toward the heavens. His entire form radiated a profound, mighty, august force that defied all measure. Viewed from afar, he resembled the supreme sovereign who had carved the universe itself into being. It was once mentioned in the original work that chaos evolved into 2 great laws. And these 2 laws gave rise to the lineage headed by space. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The other lineage was headed by time. Wind, thunder, light, and darkness. But what in the end are these 2 great laws? Chaos first transformed into the origin of yin and yang. The origin of yang evolved into the visible laws of the universe, namely space, and the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The origin of yin in turn evolved into time, wind, and thunder, light, and darkness. All 10 laws were derived from the transformation of chaos, interlinked and mutually complementing one another. They can gather, diverge, and merge. The 10 laws are closely related, their mysteries boundless and inexhaustible. Although I cannot directly control the law of chaos, I have already comprehended a shred of the origin of yin and yang. Coupled with my insights into the 10 laws, this 8-stage secret art should now be complete. At that moment, Yen Di's brows were tightly furrowed, as if some uncertainty troubled his mind. One moment he frowned in deep thought, and the next a look of sudden enlightenment dawned upon his face. Clearly his comprehension of the laws had already reached an exceedingly profound level. Suddenly Yen Di extended a single finger, which in the void transformed into a colossal halberd 10 million kilometers long. With a single horizontal motion he swept it forward. Crack, crack, crack. The extremely condensed void within the inheritance space actually cracked and popped under that casual horizontal sweep of Yen Di's finger. Like a shattered mirror it broke apart piece by piece. Alas! Still not right. Yen Di shook his head, furrowing his brows and letting out a sigh. This 8-stage secret art I am seeking to create should use Yang as its assistant and Yin as its master, revealing the ultimate Yin path of lifeslang. Yet since I still cannot truly control Yin and Yang, I am unable to forge a genuine 8-stage secret art. If one day when my understanding of the origin of Yin and Yang ascends to an even higher level and I can harness both at once, I might then as a universe master create a pinnacle 8-stage secret art. One that rivals the endless divine king. Yen Di murmured to himself with a face full of yearning. Then as if recalling something he shook his head. Enough! Enough! I will think of this no more. I must not aim too high lest I end up accomplishing nothing at all. What after all is Yin and Yang? Yin and Yang are the way of heaven and earth. The oneness of Yin and Yang is called the Tao. All things carry Yin on their backs and embrace Yang, blending their vital breath into harmony. Yin and Yang are the guiding principles of heaven and earth, the parent of the myriad things, and the origin of life and death. Yen Di lowered his head in deep contemplation. Different cultures, different faiths, and different eras held different understandings of Yin and Yang. And it was precisely from among all these that Yen Di sought to find his own Tao. A great path that could truly command the origin of Yin and Yang, a path that equally stood at the ultimate summit of existence. Suddenly when Yen Di's avatar, which had remained in the primeval universe, was watching the flourishing of life upon a living planet, he murmured softly, Yin and Yang are the law and origin of all transformation. The root of all that is born and all that is destroyed. All things begin from Yin and Yang, and that is birth. All things are destroyed by Yin and Yang, and that is death. To be born anew after destruction. That is nirvana. Ha ha ha. Finally I understand. 8-stage secret art. Manifest for this emperor. Yen Di stretched out his right hand, and all 5 fingers simultaneously transformed into 5 colossal purple-black war halberds, lightly pressing downward. The entire expanse shrouded by that giant hand seemed to coalesce into a universe of destruction. The space beneath the giant hand suddenly vanished without a trace, dissolving into a region of nothingness, as if it had been obliterated for all eternity. It did not vanish merely from the present but also from the future and the past. Ha ha ha! At last I have created this 8-stage secret art. And it is not bound to any single technique. It can manifest as a fist technique, a palm technique, a sword technique, a blade technique, and so on. As long as I strike with my full power, no matter what weapon I use, its might will not weaken in the slightest. Let this move be named Universe Cataclysm. Phew! I have created the 8-stage secret art, but how to break through to a 90,000-fold gene level remains beyond my grasp. And as for elevating my will to sage rank, let alone that, there seems to be absolutely no hope whatsoever. After so much arduous effort, Yen Di had finally created an 8-stage secret art, which meant he could be considered to be at the pinnacle of geniuses in the origin continent. Yet even so he still could not compare with that freak of the endless divine king. Even among the succession of king-level inheritors through the ages, he could only be regarded as upper-middle level, nowhere near the top. Every one of those king-level inheritors who stood at the apex had at least created one 8-stage secret art and attained a 90,000-fold gene level. As for the endless divine king, he was even more terrifying. According to the records of the endless lineage, when the endless divine king was still a universe master, he had already achieved sage-ranked willpower and created a pinnacle 8-stage secret art, and even his gene level seemed to have reached some inconceivable realm. But as to whether he broke through to a 100,000-fold level, Yen Di had no way of knowing because the inheritance records of the endless lineage did not mention it, only stating that once one broke through to that level one would naturally understand. Yen Di shook his head helplessly. Enough! Enough! Perhaps I am focusing too much on the wrong things. I should not compare myself with that freak, the endless divine king. As the saying goes, the greater the pursuit, the farther it recedes until one eventually loses oneself. For now I should stop thinking about sage-ranked willpower and pinnacle 8-stage secret arts. I should first find a way to break through the gene level to 90,000 times. In truth, Yen Di was far too hard on himself, constantly preoccupied with comparing himself to the endless divine king. But how was he to know just how formidable the endless divine king was? What a dazzling, outstanding figure, gifted with peerless talent. In the distant past, apart from the invincible supreme king, no one on the origin continent dared to claim that they could surpass the endless divine king. How could the present Yen Di possibly measure up? The current Yen Di was still a young dragon growing in strength. He had not yet reached the time to soar into the sky in a single earth-shaking flight. The Universe Master Stage was a rather special period, precisely the stage at which one lays one's foundations, and the accumulation made during this period would to a large extent determine one's future accomplishments. Otherwise, given Yen Di's abundant accumulation whether along the divine body path or the law path, he would have long ago broken through to become a universe strongest. Take for example the contest for the Duandong River lineage's inheritance. Those universe strongests of the cosmic sea did not even have the chance to compete for it. That was simply because their potential and comprehension were too low. Even if they had obtained the inheritance, they would not have achieved much. Consider for instance the structure of a small universe. If the structure of the small universe was too poor, it would affect one's potential, and once it transformed to a certain degree, naturally there could be no further breakthrough. If the structure of some small universes was too inferior, even breaking through to void true God would be extremely difficult. Good. Since I have already created an 8-stage secret art now, I must quickly break through the gene level. Time waits for no one. Inside the inheritance space, Yen Di perked up his spirit ready to make a decisive push to break through the 90,000-fold gene level. But just at this moment news reached Yen Di through the virtual universe. The gene world had actually arrived. Oh, has the gene world finally arrived? It seems a great storm is about to rise. Upon learning that the gene world was approaching, the Flame Emperor was also somewhat surprised. I never expected time to pass so swiftly. I have been in this world for so long now. Even the gene world has appeared. The Flame Emperor then thought of something else, shook his head, and chuckled softly. Heh, what does the rising storm have to do with me? My true body is still not ready to leave the inheritance space. It seems I will have to send my divine power incarnation instead. The Flame Emperor's treasures were already sufficient for his needs, so there was no need to have his true body leave the endless lineage's inheritance space for the sake of treasures. As for inheritance, there was no need to mention it. The inheritance of the endless lineage far surpassed that of the gene world. Even the core inheritance of the gene world could not compare to that of the endless lineage. Within the Primordial Universe, the Flame Emperor's divine power incarnation had transformed into a passerby, observing the birth and destruction of life throughout the universe while contemplating its profound mysteries. Suddenly, the Flame Emperor's communication token stirred. Oh, it's City Lord Chaos. I wonder what he needs. Though puzzled, the Flame Emperor still picked up the communication token. Chaos, is something the matter? Flame Emperor. The mighty experts of the Universe Sea have suddenly detected a humanoid object deep within it, measuring approximately 160 million light-years in length, and its speed has astonishingly reached 120 million times the speed of light. From the other side of the communication token came City Lord Chaos's highly astonished voice. Clearly a speed of 120 million times the speed of light had even shaken the ordinarily composed City Lord Chaos. Has the corpse of the God King of Gene finally arrived? It seems the fourth supreme danger zone of the Universe Sea has appeared, and the Universe Sea should be entering a new chapter. Upon receiving the news of the Gene World's arrival, the Flame Emperor silently lamented to himself, having momentarily forgotten that he was still on a call with City Lord Chaos. Ha ha ha, how about it? Flame Emperor, you're shocked too, aren't you? Even I couldn't believe it when I first received the news, but all the mighty experts of the Universe Sea are saying it. Clearly they are not lying. From the other end of the communication token came City Lord Chaos's laughter, as he assumed the Flame Emperor had also been frightened by this horrifying news. Ah? Oh, yes. This is truly incredible. Something in the Universe Sea can actually reach speeds of 120 million times the speed of light. Indeed. I wonder what kind of great existence could possess such terrifying power. City Lord Chaos, on the other side, also sighed in admiration. Perhaps it belongs to some powerful ancient civilization. The Flame Emperor casually agreed. Right? It's highly likely something from an ancient civilization. Only the mighty experts of an ancient civilization could possess such heaven-defying means. Flame Emperor, I have already notified the human race's experts to rush there. I am leading the experts of the Red Alliance there now. You should come quickly as well. The other major powers of the Universe Sea have already begun to move. We must not let them gain the upper hand. You go on ahead. I will follow shortly. Whoosh! The Flame Emperor moved swiftly through the Primordial Universe, breaking through its membrane in just a few days. Meanwhile, the Pangu Axe creator and Luofeng, who were traversing the Universe Sea, also rushed over upon receiving the news. 50 years later, the Flame Emperor finally arrived at the coordinates City Lord Chaos had given him. By then, over 200 Universe Masters of the Red Alliance had already gathered, and Luofeng and the Pangu Axe creator had evidently arrived as well. Lord Flame Emperor, Senior Brother, Patriarch Father. As the Flame Emperor landed on the deck of the tomb ship, the experts of the Red Alliance greeted him one after another. Different individuals addressed the Flame Emperor according to their status. The experts of the human race, though respectful, still called him Flame Emperor. As for universe masters from other races, they mostly addressed him as Lord Flame Emperor, adding the honorific to show their reverence. Humph. So the Flame Emperor has come as well. Among the allied camp, the experts of the monster race glared at the Flame Emperor with hatred. The enmity between the Flame Emperor and them ran far too deep. If they ever had the chance, they would gladly tear his tendons and flay his skin. Zhanjiao. Calm down, don't be impulsive. Now is a critical moment. If we make a move, we will become the common enemy of the entire universe C. The machine race expert hastily said to the impulsive monster race expert. This was truly a critical juncture. No one could afford to start a fight among themselves, or else all the experts present would likely turn on the aggressor. I know, but the rage in my heart is difficult to suppress. Ancestor Jin Yao glared fiercely at the Flame Emperor. Humph! That old bastard Jin Yao. His killing intent toward me is substantial, isn't it? It seems I must find a way to wipe out your monster race. The Flame Emperor glanced contemptuously at Ancestor Jin Yao. He thought to himself. The other experts of the Universe C also noticed the Flame Emperor's arrival. Those on good terms with him nodded in greeting, while those with no connection merely glanced at him before looking away. On the deck of the tomb ship, the Flame Emperor Luo Feng, the Pangu Axe creator, and the human race's experts began joking and bantering with one another. Haha! Axe Chaos Darkness Huangjian. All of you old fellows are here. It seems I am late. I hope you can all be generous and forgive me. The Flame Emperor teased the universe masters of the Red Alliance. Senior brother, you are the pillar of our human race. How could we possibly blame you? Galaxy Lord Luo Feng said with a grin. Indeed. Flame Emperor, you are the pillar of our human race. Lord Huangjian said with an exaggeratedly serious expression. Good fellow, you haven't wasted my care for you knowing to speak up for me. The Flame Emperor patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and glanced at Lord Huangjian. Luo Feng has already made quite a name for himself in the Universe C. He's no worse than you, his senior brother. Flame Emperor, you'd better not be jealous. The Pangu Axe creator, standing nearby with wild hair, dancing a mighty axe in hand, and clad in blue battle armor, couldn't resist stepping forward to tease as well. Alright, stop your joking around. The humanoid creature is almost here. Everyone prepare to attack. Just as the Flame Emperor and the others were happily chatting, City Lord Chaos's voice rang out. Oh, it's coming. Hearing City Lord Chaos's transmission, the experts of the Red Alliance all perked up. At this moment, the more than 3200 universe masters and dozens of the strongest beings present all became alert, preparing to attack the humanoid creature. Fast. Too fast. Even with my strength, I can only sense its general form through the fluctuations, unable to truly capture its image. So this is a speed of 120 million times the speed of light. At this moment, the Flame Emperor's heart was also filled with shock. Although he had already known the God King's corpse was moving at 120 million times the speed of light. Knowing was one thing, but seeing it in person was an entirely different feeling. As the saying goes, one may know all things under heaven yet not truly recognize them in person. In the blink of an eye, though it felt like an eternity, the corpse of the God King of Jin appeared before the experts of the Universe C. Attack! 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 Following the successive orders from the greatest beings, over 3200 universe masters, and more than 60 of the strongest beings simultaneously launched their attacks at the corpse of the God King of Jin. Boom! 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 Countless divine power attacks and thought power weapons flew toward the corpse of the God King of Jin. Of course, the purpose of attacking the corpse was to alter its trajectory. Therefore, physical attacks were used. Bang! 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 The attacks of countless experts landed upon the God King of Jin's corpse, but they had no effect whatsoever. It continued to fly at 120 million times the speed of light, shattering the chaotic airflow wherever it passed. All obstacles in its path were reduced to cosmic dust. What? No effect at all. Again, everyone attack once more. The first round of attacks had no influence whatsoever on the corpse of the God King of Jin, and its direction did not change in the slightest. Yet the experts of the Universe C all understood the terror of this object. Without any discouragement, they continued attacking. Boom! 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 After thousands of years of continuous assault by over 3,000 experts of the Universe C, the corpse of the God King of Jin finally changed direction, colliding with the universe boat. Within the Universe C, the corpse of the God King of Jin crashed into the tomb ship. Inside the Primordial Universe, at the Ancestral God Temple, the will of the Primordial Universe descended. Whoosh! 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 Following the orders of the Primordial Universes, the three ancestral gods flew toward the Universe C. After twice striking the universe boat, the corpse of the God King of Jin gradually slowed down and finally came to a halt. Quick! Everyone charge forward! As the corpse of the God King of Jin came to a stop, the experts of the Universe C drove their palace-type supreme treasures toward it. Those with avatars were deployed to enter and survey the situation inside. However, the results left the experts of the Universe C utterly stunned. Icy winds, strange flames, towering waves, and bizarre lightning caused the experts who entered the interior of the God King of Jin's corpse to fall one after another. Even the skeleton race's experts driving their palace-type supreme treasures were destroyed, directly shattered to pieces. It was then that some experts managed to pass through the wormholes within the God King of Jin's corpse. They arrived at the outside of the Jin world. The experts of the Universe C tried every possible means, but none could enter the Jin world. Just as they were at a loss, the three ancestral gods, following the will of the Primordial Universe, descended. What? This small universe is called the Jin world, and it is the fourth supreme danger zone. It can only be entered after approximately one era. What? There is a method to transcend reincarnation within the Jin world. After the three ancestral gods announced the news concerning the Jin world, the Universe C went completely insane. Especially the matter of a method to transcend reincarnation. It drove them even more frenzied. The experts of the Universe C rubbed their hands in anticipation, preparing to charge into the Jin world to seek the opportunity to transcend reincarnation. Time passed quickly. The universal membrane of the Jin world finally turned white, and the experts of the Universe C surged inside one after another. Flame Emperor Luofeng, the two of you possess great strength, and both of you have avatars. This exploration of the Jin world shall rely on you both. Outside the Jin world city, Lord Chaos reminded them earnestly. Yes, you two must be careful. Don't act rashly when encountering danger. Your safety is the top priority. You are the hopes of our human race. The Pangu Axe creator and the universe masters of the human race also hastily urged, fearing that something might happen to Luofeng and the Flame Emperor. Rest assured, Luofeng and I will be fine. With those words, the Flame Emperor and Luofeng, watched by the human race's experts, charged into the Jin world.